At the outset, I am but a mere errand boy, destined to seize extraordinary opportunities and embrace unparalleled beauty. Witness as I ascend step by step, wielding authority over the world while reclining in the embrace of a fair maiden. To observe the vast expanse of the earth, witnessing all beings prostrate before me. What a delightful prospect it is. Let the celestial beings serve me. Let the divine submit as my subordinates, as all realms bow in reverence. Chapter 1. The Realm of Cultivation, a world that opens its heart to you. Dear ones, do not believe the tales inscribed in books. Cultivation? What a farce. Think critically. If there exists no law or order, what good can come from a place where might makes right? It's no different from the lawless lands of northern Myanmar. Lingyun Sect, in the servant quarters, within a dilapidated wooden house, a man of well-proportioned physique and handsome countenance, garbed in tattered hemp robes, lay helplessly on his bed, lamenting his fate. This man is named Bufan, once an ardent reader of fantastical cultivation tales, until that fateful night, amidst a tempest of rain, thunder, and lightning, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Young lad, your extraordinary bone structure marks you as a rare genius in cultivation. You wish to achieve immortality. All realms shall prostrate before you, and you shall be invincible in the vast universe. Cultivation. In that moment, Bufan was elated, truly. In a world devoid of law or order, as long as one possesses strength, all celestial beauties will be mine. Divine weapons and treasures, mine. Spiritual elixirs and herbs, all mine. Without hesitation, he eagerly nodded. Following a burst of white light, Bufan found himself transported to this merciless world, though in truth, he had not ventured beyond the servant quarters. All personnel, gather within 3 minutes. A commanding voice resounded, reverberating like a thunderclap. Bufan sprang into action, rushing outside. At the expansive assembly ground of the 7749 Servants' Peak, many awaited, but Bufan was swift. Yet they were swifter. In this realm of cultivation, weakness equates to being treated worse than a pig. Indeed, pigs raised on farms receive better care for a year than the servant disciples who barely survive on meager rations. Most perish within 6 months. After joining the line, Bufan noticed a group of newcomers trailing behind. The hundreds in line cast sympathetic glances at them, fully aware of the grim fate awaiting these fresh faces. Yet none dared to speak, not even to utter a sound. However, some seasoned servants wore wicked smiles as they eyed the newcomers. Humanity can be twisted. These veterans had endured harsh lessons upon their arrival. Now, witnessing others face misfortune brought them an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Stop. Why are you late? A tall woman clad in armor scolded with an icy demeanor. Her name was Liu Yan, the leader of the 7749 Servants' Peak, a genuine outer disciple with undeniable authority. This woman was strikingly beautiful, her figure graceful, and her smile radiant. Bufan often stole glances, entranced by her allure. Manager, we're just a bit unaccustomed to gathering for the first time. A handsome newcomer named Zhang boldly stepped forward, coming from a decent background in the mundane world, akin to a minor landlord. Thus, the newcomers viewed him as their pillar of support. Understood, Scarface. Instruct the newcomers. Liu Yan raised an eyebrow, for her status as an outer disciple highlighted her cultivation talent. Yet, her role in management demonstrated her cunning. In the next moment, Scarface, wielding a broadsword, approached the man named Zhang step by step. Scarface was also a servant, as were the surrounding guards. Yet they stood out among the servants. Recognized by Liu Yan, they became protectors, wielding power over the fates of their fellow servants. With a swift motion, the blade flashed, severing Zhang's arm cleanly, without hesitation. Scarface produced a hook, akin to those used in rural pig slaughtered. In an instant, it pierced through Zhang's collarbone, hoisting him onto a nearby tree branch with overwhelming force. Blood dripped incessantly. Zhang's cries echoed in agony, yet none around were surprised. Only the newcomers appeared pale with fear, some young women so terrified they lost control of their bladders, the foul odor permeating the air. Liu Yan nodded slightly, surveying the scene. Take the newcomers away for training. As her words fell, the guards advanced toward the fresh faces. The fate of these newcomers was grim. The males would likely find themselves confined to the filthiest of dungeons for a fortnight, becoming docile in time. The females, however, would be examined. If they were pure and fair, they would be well cared for, occasionally selected by outer disciples as maids or attendants. If they were not pure or lacking in beauty, they would probably undergo private training at the hands of the guards, eventually assigned to slightly less arduous tasks. The less attractive, not possessing purity, would face even harsher torment. They often became mere playthings for the guards, subjected to relentless beatings or worse. It was a grim reality. Indeed, the world is the same everywhere. Here, appearances matter. After a daily lecture, the servants commenced their work. Though there was remuneration, it was not in the form of gold or silver, nor spiritual stones of the cultivation realm. Instead, it was currency devised by the servant quarters leader, known as servant coins. Essentially, they could only be used within the servant quarters. As for leaving, do not even think about it. Once you arrive in the servant quarters, escaping is a distant dream, unless your family holds significant power to secure your release, which is unlikely, as those with such connections would not find themselves in the servant quarters. Thus, the only remaining possibility is to exhibit remarkable cultivation talent. However, this is nearly impossible since all individuals are tested for aptitude before being sent here. Furthermore, the management of the servant quarters treats their charges so harshly that they would never allow a talented servant disciple to rise. Once your talent is revealed, the choices are grim. Either become their loyal lackey or end up as a lifeless corpse hanging from a gnarled tree. Welcome to the realm of cultivation, a world where the heart is laid bare. Today, Li Bufan was assigned a rather easy task, weaving flower baskets. It was said that an outer competition was about to commence, requiring a multitude of flower baskets. Under normal circumstances, only the more attractive female servants were permitted such tasks that, of course, his assignment was also partly due to his recent favor with the guard, Wang, after treating him to several jugs of wine. In a serene bamboo grove, a group of women worked diligently, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Their treatment was among the best in the servant peak, second only to the guards. Thus, they could afford to smile. The guards typically took little notice, as various transactions occurred between them. Kid, just follow Liu Yu's lead. If you don't weave at least 100 baskets today, prepare for the consequences. Wang kicked Li Bufan toward a woman, issuing his command from a position of superiority. Though he accepted Li Bufan's wine, a kind demeanor was out of the question. Have you ever seen someone wielding the power of life and death extend kindness to mere ants? Understood, rest assured, Lord Wang. If heaven did not create me, Li Bufan, who would weave baskets in this bamboo grove? You can count on me. Li Bufan replied earnestly, "Do not speak of dignity. During his previous life as a laborer, there was no such thing as dignity to that time. For the sake of a meager salary, Li Bufan lingered among the ranks of those who perished from overwork. Now, as others subjected him to various torments, over 180 types of torture, who dared to utter the words dignity? Want to die? That would be a blessing. What truly terrifies him is the fear of failing to die. Li Bufan had attempted suicide 7 times, and after being rescued, he still vividly recalls the sensations of those torturous experiences, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 2. The System Awakens, the Reincarnation System. Not long after, once Wang the Guardian had departed, Li Bufan wasted no time and began to attentively observe the woman beside him as she wove a flower basket. Her hands were exquisitely beautiful, pale as jade, delicate as if devoid of bones. Her serene and refined visage resembled that of a neighborly older sister, her charming face seemingly aglow with gentle sunlight. Despite having glanced at the basket 3 times, Li Bufan was unable to grasp the technique. Silly boy, what are you staring at? Hurry up and learn it. Do you wish to live? Liu Yu raised her gaze, ensuring no guardians were nearby, before offering her reminder. Her voice was melodious, akin to that of a kind older sister. Only after she looked up did Li Bufan behold her picturesque features, and the sensation of love blossomed instantly. However, he dared not linger on such thoughts, and promptly nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Yu. After expressing his gratitude, he diligently returned to his work. By the time night fell, he had successfully woven 100 flower baskets. Releasing a sigh of relief, he realized that there were no set working hours here, only an insatiable demand for labor at this moment. The surroundings were devoid of anyone, including guardians. Logically, if Li Bufan chose to flee at this instant, he could do so. Yet, regrettably, this was the realm of immortals, enveloped by an immense array in the servant area. Not even hundreds of outer disciples could breach such formidable defenses. Thus, returning to his dwelling was the only viable path to survival, and on his way back, passing through the forest of unburied corpses, the trees were nearly laden with bodies, and the chilling wind sent shivers down his spine. Li Bufan couldn't help but quicken his pace. Ding, system loading. A mechanical voice echoed, startling Li Bufan as he sprinted toward his residence. Locking the door, climbing into bed, and covering himself with a blanket. Dear host, greetings. The system has finished loading. Would you like to activate it? The mechanical voice resounded once more, leaving Li Bufan momentarily stunned, as he recognized this as the same voice he had heard before his. Transmigration, the system? As an enthusiast of web literature, he had heard countless tales of systems. With a sense of trepidation, he whispered, activate. Ding, system activation in progress. System activation successful, chaotic reincarnation immortal technique, eternal and indestructible for eons, the body and mind must find joy. As the voice faded, Li Bufan was jolted upright from his bed. The chaotic reincarnation immortal technique. A thought flickered, and a book began to unfurl in his mind. The path of cultivation is divided into body refinement, postnatal, and innate, each further divided into 9 tiers. Beyond the innate stage, one transcends ordinary martial arts, progressing through foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, integration, tribulation crossing, and great achievement, with each realm further subdivided into initial, middle, late stages, and peak. Servants typically occupy the 2nd or 3rd tier of body refinement, while guardians are stronger, with some having already reached the postnatal stage. Upon a brief examination, Li Bufan realized the magnitude of the situation had unwittingly expanded significantly. Beauty standards met, and if the host receives a favorability rating above 50, they may be bound as a close friend. Upon successful binding, they will continuously provide reincarnation points. With more friends, the journey becomes easier. A new page of the reincarnation scroll has been turned, granting a critical strike reward. The system is remarkably powerful. Should the host perish, the indestructible function will awaken, offering a 50% chance of revival. Upon revival, you shall emerge stronger and grander. A gentle reminder, the system's grasp on revival is tenuous. Be cautious with your attempts. The host can enhance skill proficiency through combat. For additional features, please explore thoroughly. Wishing you a pleasant life. Host, Li Bufan. Cultivation level, 2. Body refinement stage 2. Martial skills, none. Reincarnation points, 0. Feeling slightly dispirited, Li Bufan lamented internally. Must he also meet beauty standards? Why not ascend to the heavens? Among the servant female disciples, there are those who are unattractive, with crooked mouths and misaligned eyes. Aside from those who had been toyed with by the guardians, it was indeed challenging to encounter others. Ah, wait. Li Bufan shook his head. How could a system be so absurdly superficial? The name indestructible reincarnation is indeed grandiose, yet it fails to even revive a cripple. The following day unfolded much like the last. However, having gained experience from weaving flower baskets earlier, Li Bufan's speed improved significantly. By 8 in the evening, he completed his work tasks and received verbal praise from Guardian Wang. As he was tidying up to leave, he once again passed through the forest of unburied corpses, where he heard the sound of a woman weeping. Li Bufan stealthily approached to investigate. A woman of decent appearance was hanging from a tree that in truth, those who were hung here were essentially waiting for death. Without the command of the 7749 Peaks Liu Yan, no one dared to release them. However, here lay a caveat. Just because they could not be freed did not mean they could not be touched. You comprehend the twisted psychology of the disciples from the servant peak. A woman hanging from a tree, even if she were to perish shortly, would inevitably face the grim fate of being desecrated. It could be said that the chaos of the servant peak stems not only from poor management and the guardians' negligence, but also from the fact that the guardians and administrators turn a blind eye, as long as their interests remain unscathed, leaving the subordinates devoid of any rules. The woman's cries were hysterical, and the horrific scenes before his eyes compelled Li Bufan to clench his fists. He remembered that woman. Half a month ago, perhaps out of pity or some other reason, she had given him 3 steamed buns. He was a man, not a beast. Humans bear grudges and remember kindness. Moreover, he had heard of the adage that fortune favors the bold. The system had mentioned a chance for him to die and be reborn, emerging stronger and grander. Admittedly, there was an element of chance involved. Just as Li Bufan took a step forward, a bald servant had already reached out and snapped the woman's neck. The bald man's grin was grotesque. Even as the woman ceased to breathe, he appeared oblivious. A throng of servants nearby erupted into raucous laughter, mocking her. In that moment, her beauty became her burden. Stop! Stop! Li Bufan shouted in fury, yet he was ultimately a beat too late. Theoretically, he should not fear these servants. They shared the same status, and servants were not allowed to kill one another, for the administrators needed them for various menial tasks. Only the overseers and guardians could arbitrarily dispose of servants. The reason the crowd dared to toy with the woman was that she was already sentenced to death. Li Bufan was different. He was innocent. Logically, the servant disciples should not be able to harm him, but in reality, should he die, it would be of little consequence. Do you really think you can share in this? The bald man chuckled, and the surrounding servants immediately parted to create a path. He slowly approached Li Bufan, showing no regard for him whatsoever as long as he wasn't a guardian. The bald man was notorious among the servant disciples for his strength, and those around him were his followers. I don't want to share anything. The administrators treat us like cattle. The guardians treat us like cattle. Do you all wish to consider yourselves cattle as well? Li Bufan suddenly swung his fist toward the bald man. In the oppressive darkness of life, one might find a yearning for death. He had become numb, rather than living a life worse than that of a beast. He preferred to release the pent-up resentment within him that if death were to come, so be it. The realm of cultivation was far too cruel, and he wished not to return in his next life. Moreover, death was not a certainty. He had heard numerous tales about the system. His furious fist, although seemingly lacking in power, struck true. It landed squarely upon the bald man's head, inflicting minimal damage but delivering a profound insult. "Damn it, brothers, let's finish him," the bald man bellowed, raising his foot to deliver a heavy kick to Li Bufan's chest. With a resounding thud, Li Bufan was sent flying, a sweetness blooming in his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Dozens of errand workers surged forward, trampling toward Li Bufan. Should luck not favor him, he would soon become a mere heap of mangled flesh. The sense of liberation washed over him. A fleeting thought crossed Li Bufan's mind as he recalled the days spent working before his computer. In retrospect, the grueling 996 schedule seemed a blessing. "Stop, let him go, or I will notify Guardian Wang." A gentle female voice resonated, causing the surrounding errand workers to freeze in place, their movements halted by the unexpected authority of her words. Chapter 3. The sudden appearance of a woman. The woman who appeared was none other than Liu Yu, the one who had been teaching Li Bufan how to weave flower baskets over the past few days. Liu Yu was breathtakingly beautiful, her figure undeniably alluring. Yet, none of the surrounding menial workers dared to cast their eyes upon her, for there was one undeniable truth. Liu Yu was the woman of the Golden Guardian. "Yu Jia." This fellow struck first, the bald man said respectfully, immediately positioning himself as the victim. However, the glimmer of desire in his eyes could not be concealed. Having served as a menial worker for many years, he had witnessed countless events unfold. He understood that the women of the Guardians were not fixed. New faces arrived daily, and old ones perished just as swiftly. It was exceedingly simple for the Guardians to select a few women from the ranks of the menials. Today, Liu Yu was the Guardianess woman. What would tomorrow hold? The day after? The bald man licked his lips, aware that, as long as he endured, he would eventually savor the taste of this woman. "What you have done is despicable. Any normal person would strike back," Liu Yu admonished, casting a glance at the lifeless body of a woman hanging from a tree in the distance. She dared not linger further, swiftly helping the unconscious Li Bufan to his feet and leading him away. After all, the fear others had of her stemmed from her association with the Guardian. If one were to assess her strength, she could hardly contend against a group of menial workers. Thus, she too feared that they might act out of desperation. For those who survived in the menial quarters were devoid of mercy and, quite frankly, were not of virtuous character. Once Li Bufan was taken away, Liu Yu hesitated to bring him to her quarters, for she was the Golden Guardian-S woman. Should they be discovered alone together, both she and Li Bufan would face unspeakable torment. Instead, she led him deep into the forest of the dead, to a secluded cave. There, she retrieved a vial of healing medicine from her bosom and handed it to Li Bufan, instructing him, "Do not mention that I brought you here. Rest well. You possess a flicker of humanity, though it is a pity that those with such qualities rarely survive long in this place," she added before hastily departing, leaving behind only a trace of fragrant air. She could not afford to be careless. One misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Li Bufan held the vial in his hand, inhaling the lingering scent in the air, momentarily lost in thought. The bald man's kick had been terrifying. The opponent possessed immense strength, and with a single blow, had shattered Li Bufan's abdomen. In layman's terms, he had sustained internal bleeding. Even after consuming the healing medicine, he had to recuperate until the dead of night before he could barely regain his strength. After gently stretching his limbs, Li Bufan made his way back to his quarters. In the days that followed, he diligently carried out his tasks, careful not to provoke any trouble. The courage to act boldly was not something one could summon every time. 5 days later, Li Bufan's work of weaving flower baskets came to an end, though he felt a sense of loss. Knowing he would likely never see Liu Yu again, there was nothing he could do to change this reality. On the 6th day, he was reassigned to new duties. "Hey, you there, come out." Liu Yan pointed at Li Bufan, her expression resembling that of someone observing an ant. "Reporting to you, my lord, I am Li Bufan. How may I serve you?" Li Bufan replied respectfully, initially believing that upon acquiring the system, he would traverse the world with disdain for the masses and decry the injustice of fate. Unfortunately, he had yet to grasp the system's wonders. He remained unchanged, showing no significant progress. "You will accompany them to Peak 7748. There has been a surge of events there recently," Liu Yan instructed, nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the Scarred Guard led their party of 40 towards Peak 7748. Although all were in the servants' quarters, theoretically, the servants of Peak 7749 and Peak 7748 did not intermingle. This occasion was deemed exceptional. Every month, there were days when one servant peak became overwhelmed and would request assistance from others. On the journey, the Scarred Guard reminded the servants of the precautions necessary for Peak 7748. He entrusted them to the management of Peak 7748, who was also an Outer Sect disciple. The overseer of Peak 7748 was a middle-aged man, unknown to the servants, who respectfully referred to him as Lord Hao. After a brief admonition, Lord Hao directed the servants to follow another servant to the working area. Their task was to sew new garments for the esteemed Outer and Inner Sect disciples. These clothes were crafted from the finest materials and tailored to various sizes. Naturally, the fabric for the Inner Sect disciples was particularly exceptional, and for these servant disciples, each stitch required their utmost effort. By midday, the time for a meal arrived. The servants, being ordinary folk, could not escape the necessities of sustenance. Observing the moldy, steamed buns in their hands, the servants of Peak 7748 were faced with the stark contrast of their yellowed buns. "I won't eat this." One of the servant disciples, who was with Li Bufan, angrily tossed the bun back onto the plate. Li Bufan discreetly glanced over. The outraged servant was a newcomer, evidently still possessing some spirit, daring to voice his discontent regarding the unfair treatment. A loud crack echoed as the guard, alerted to the disturbance, raised his whip and struck the servant's face, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Blood dripped steadily. The speaking servant glared at the guard with resentment, but dared not utter another word. "How dare you show your teeth like a rabid dog?" the guard sneered, seizing the servant by the collar and dragging him away. The fate of that servant later emerged. Rumors spread that he was taken to the latrine in order to be suffocated to death with excrement by the servants of Peak 7748. Li Bufan, gazing at the moldy bun, found it impossible to swallow. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, and, seizing a moment of distraction, discreetly tucked the bun into his clothing, planning to dispose of it in a secluded spot when the opportunity arose. In a fleeting moment, he found himself reminiscing about the Hextech cuisine of yesteryears. Although detrimental to one's health, it was palatable and somewhat enjoyable. As dusk fell, Li Bufan seized the opportunity to discard the moldy bun he had been holding. Silently, he made his way to a tranquil spot. In a quaint grove, he hurled the bun into the distance, releasing the pent-up frustrations within him. Suddenly, a delicate voice pierced the stillness, causing Li Bufan to fixate on the thicket ahead. As he approached, he discerned the figure of a woman, radiantly beautiful, with a figure that undulated gracefully, undeniably a striking beauty. Yet, she appeared youthful, lacking a certain mature allure. "Why did you throw that at me?" she pouted, rubbing her arm in a charmingly aggrieved manner. However, her subsequent words made Li Bufan feel as though spring had arrived. "If you come here later, how about I surrender myself to you? An Inner Sect disciple has taken a fancy to me, wanting me to serve as a maid. But he is an old codger, and I thought, why not seek someone more pleasing to my eyes?" The woman spoke eagerly, her gaze hopeful, as if fearing his rejection. This apprehension was understandable. No one in the servant quarters dared to approach someone favored by an Inner Sect disciple. "I'll come by at the midnight hour. What is your name? Let me have a keepsake," she implored. Li Bufan nodded in agreement, unwilling to refuse, nor could he bring himself to do so. Regardless of the truth behind her words, he resolved to trust her. In this place devoid of formidable power, a mere servant like him had no right to expect kind words. That alone was sufficient. Even if she were merely teasing him, he would accept the encounter without regret. Chapter 4. The first trigger of the system. "My name is Jiang Jior." She left him with that singular statement, and thereafter, their conversation ceased. With a heart brimming with excitement, Li Bufan returned to the makeshift lodgings arranged for them. It is worth noting that 7749 Peak offered at least a room, while 7748 Peak had no such accommodations, forcing dozens of them to reside in a cattle shed. The surrounding sounds of snoring servants, combined with the foul odors of the shed and the lowing of cattle next door, made it difficult for Li Bufan to fall asleep. In fact, he had no desire to do so. Instead, he remained alert, gazing at the moonlight outside, quietly calculating the time. The treatment at 7748 Peak was utterly outrageous. They were here to lend assistance, and yet received lesser accommodations than those at 7749 Peak. It felt as though they were regarded as mere beasts. An elder servant, old Zhang, muttered softly when he noticed no one else around. "This is simply intolerable." His words hung in the air, met with silence, while others likely shared his sentiments. None dared to voice them. Observing the despondency surrounding him, old Zhang shook his head, reflecting that if wolves could be tamed into dogs, it seemed rather normal for humans to be subdued to such an extent. A hint of derision flickered across old Zhang's face before he sank into a deep slumber. Once all the menial workers had succumbed to sleep, Li Bufan stealthily rose and made his way toward the designated meeting place. He proceeded with utmost caution, skillfully avoiding the occasional patrolling guards. Upon reaching a small grove, Li Bufan glanced around. Not far off, he heard Jiang Jior's anxious voice emanating from the thicket. Li Bufan dared not respond, fearing the disturbance might alert the patrolling guards. After both took refuge in the bushes, they exchanged a brief embrace, inhaling the unique fragrance that wafted from the young woman. There was little time to savor the moment, as the circumstances were indeed unsuitable for lingering sentiments. The chirping of crickets and the occasional call of cicadas filled the air, creating a serene and picturesque night. As time slowly passed, a commotion of footsteps suddenly broke the tranquility as two sentinels fortuitously arrived for their patrol. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Li Bufan felt his heart leap into his throat. In a sudden move, Jiang Jiu'er forcefully pushed him away, quickly covering her body with her garments, and cried out in distress, my lord, save me." Upon hearing her plea, the guards turned their attention, and upon recognizing that the one in distress was a woman favored by a high-ranking official, they were instantly enraged. Without a second thought, they seized Li Bufan by the throat, akin to an eagle snatching up a chick, and dragged him away, locking him in the dreaded Wind prison. It was not that Li Bufan's offenses warranted a death sentence. Rather, the gravity of his transgression was immense. The high official of the inner door was a person whom even the leader of the entire menial worker district would kneel to greet. A mere menial had dared to insult one chosen by him, leaving the workers with little recourse but to confine him in the Wind prison, where the matter would be escalated for further judgment. It was later that Li Bufan learned Jiang Jiu'er was regarded as a medicinal ingredient favored by the high official, with the condition for her use being the preservation of her purity. Jiang Jiu'er naively believed that as long as she was not pure, she could evade the fate of becoming a medicinal ingredient, which emboldened her to seduce Li Bufan. Li Bufan held no resentment toward her. In fact, he felt deeply grateful. In the Wind prison, the cell was merely half a meter high, forcing its occupants to crouch or lie down, unable to stand upright. This design served a straightforward purpose. The surrounding Wind formation was confined to a mere half-meter in height. A chilling breeze perpetually swept through, typically not lethal for the menials, yet it subjected them to an unrelenting sensation akin to being trapped in a frigid windstorm. Those who spent 3 days in the Wind prison emerged with severe ailments, while some even succumbed to the cold. Within the confines of the cell, Li Bufan found himself in a remarkably surreal state. It was not until the following morning that the cell door swung open, and old Zhang was unceremoniously thrown inside. The reason for his confinement was simple. He had complained about the poor treatment at peak 7748 the previous night, leading to his denunciation by several fellow workers. In a moment of bitter irony, two lost souls, both struggling to survive, had ceased to embody their humanity. Their interactions were scarce, each silently enduring the relentless chill of despair until the witching hour. It was during this frigid juncture that the aged servant, old Zhang, seemed on the verge of succumbing. Li Bufan sensed the waning of his companion's breath. "Young lad, do you wish to escape?" Old Zhang stammered, shivering as he crouched beside Li Bufan. His eyes filled with an unyielding regret. Having left his home in his teens, he had once yearned for a chance at transcendence, aspiring to become a paragon among the elite. However, failing the aptitude test condemned him to a life of servitude, enduring years of pitiful existence akin to that of livestock. Today, it seemed, would offer him release. "Can we truly escape?" Li Bufan replied with a wry smile, though his mirth was tinged with resignation. "I do not know. But if you manage to survive and exit this place, I have hidden something beneath the bed in the servant quarters at 7749 Peak, room 667. It may aid you." Before old Zhang could articulate his thoughts further, his pupils constricted abruptly, and he fell silent, lifeless. Li Bufan committed this moment to memory, choosing not to elaborate. Ji Jiu'er developed a fondness for the host. Affection increased by 10, then 20, then 30. Beep. The first page of the reincarnation scroll, system rewards in preparation. Beep. Rewards dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 reincarnation points and a top-tier martial skill, 9 Swords of the Flying Phoenix. Martial skills did not require deliberate training. According to the system, the more one engaged in combat, the more adept one would become, with mastery translating into formidable power. The 5 reincarnation points were promptly allocated to enhance his cultivation, elevating it from the 2nd to the 7th level of body refinement. A surge of formidable strength coursed through his being. What had once felt unbearably cold now seemed quite bearable. Li Bufan shook his head in a bittersweet laugh. The system's rewards were nothing short of monstrous. Given time, he could potentially wield dominion over the servant quarters. Yet, he understood the peril of inciting the ire of the inner sect's masters. However, in the absence of misfortune, unforeseen events often transpired. On a midday 3 days later, Li Bufan was inexplicably released. No explanations were offered until he glimpsed Ji Jiu'er in the distance, waving at him as she mounted a celestial crane. Li Bufan realized that Ji Jiu'er was undoubtedly linked to a greater fortune and that her influence had spared him from punishment. Yet, life resumed its monotonous cadence. He remained a mere servant. After a few days of toil, he returned to the familiar confines of 7749 Peak, a place he preferred over 7748 Peak. Li Bufan. Who is Li Bufan? Bellowed a scarred guard, addressing the working servants. A few among the crowd recognized Li Bufan and turned their gazes toward him. At that moment, he was carving a stone bench and, upon hearing the guard's summons, promptly approached. "My lord, how may I assist you? I have come to discuss an important matter with you. Lord Liu wishes to see you. Follow me." The scarred guard patted Li Bufan's shoulder with the blade in his hand and then strode forward with a commanding presence. Although perplexed by the reason for Liu Yan's summons, Li Bufan understood that in this place, a mere servant had no right to question orders and could only follow suit. He was acutely aware that despite possessing the strength of the 7th stage of body refinement, it was still insufficient in this realm. Chapter 5. A gentleman does not hold grudges before long. Li Bufan, accompanied by the scarred guard, arrived at the most opulent chamber on the servant peak, the administrative hall. Stepping into the hall, he was greeted by the woman who had frequented his dreams, Liu Yan. Today, she donned a striking white outfit, exuding an air of elegance and vigor. "Lord Liu, I have brought him," announced the scarred guard with a respectful bow, subsequently stepping aside with discretion. "Greetings, Lord Liu. I am Li Bufan," he said, immediately bowing in homage. "What were you imprisoned in the Wind prison on peak 7748 for?" Liu Yan inquired, raising an elegant eyebrow. Upon hearing her question, Li Bufan's mind raced. How could it be that no one knew of his circumstances on peak 7748? Not even Liu Yan? What did this imply? It suggested that someone had deliberately suppressed the truth. Given this, he understood that he could not speak freely, as matters concerning the inner sect lords were no triviality. Thus, he quickly devised a response. "In response to your inquiry, my lord, I complained about the poor treatment on peak 7748, feeling that we were regarded as less than human, which led to my confinement." "Oh, you dare to claim the status of a human being, you wretched creature," Liu Yan retorted with a smile, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. Her interest was merely piqued by the gossip of a servant's imprisonment in the Wind prison. She had no particular concerns regarding the matter. In her eyes, the affairs of servants were utterly inconsequential. Li Bufan chose not to prolong the conversation. After a respectful bow, he was escorted out of the administrative hall by the scarred guard. However, as he left, he silently resolved that he would not be treated like a dog. One day, they would understand that there is a vast difference between a rose and a mutt. It was not surprising that Li Bufan harbored resentment in such an environment. Who could remain unscathed? At the very least, he was not driven to madness, which was a rare virtue. Upon exiting, he was met with the monotony of labor. As the evening approached and darkness enveloped the sky, Guard Wang, along with several other guards, dragged a woman towards the graveyard forest with hooks. It was evident that she, too, was another condemned soul. These women, selected by the guards, possessed notable beauty, yet the guards had long succumbed to a distorted psyche in this grim environment. Even those women who shared moments of intimacy with them could ultimately face execution for reasons beyond comprehension. In truth, being killed outright may be a more merciful fate. To find oneself suspended in the mass grave forest signifies that the woman will endure unspeakable torment before her demise. Chaos reigns both above and below. Indeed, disorder is the only fitting description. Once the woman is taken to the mass grave forest, the male servants' glances often dart in that direction, their hearts already eager with anticipation. Li Bufan chose not to dwell excessively on the matter, opting for the adage, out of sight, out of mind. Unable to turn a blind eye to death, he resolved to close his eyes and carry on with life. After finishing his work, he made his way to the servant quarters directed by old Zhang, who had hinted that there were treasures to be found. Li Bufan chose to believe in this. Recalling the classic saying from his previous life, when a man is on the brink of death, his words are often wise. Under the cover of night, he stealthily approached the servant quarters numbered 667. This particular space housed hundreds of servant rooms, with no specific allocation, allowing for free occupancy. Death could occur at any moment, just as new arrivals would come in. With a creak, the dilapidated door swung open, releasing an odor reminiscent of aging and mildew. Li Bufan scoured the room for some time, uncovering 10 servant coins left by old Zhang, equivalent to the earnings of an ordinary servant over 5 days. This was sufficient to purchase a large jug of wine. While it may not seem like much, servants typically did not save, as they were acutely aware of the uncertainty of life. Who would be foolish enough to hoard wealth? Most would indulge immediately, as this was often the sole amusement in their wretched existence. After rummaging through the room, Li Bufan found nothing else of value. With caution, he glanced outside to confirm the absence of patrolling guards before lowering himself to search beneath the bed. Old Zhang had mentioned that his treasure was hidden there, and following his guidance, the task proved straightforward. After a brief search, he unearthed a battered sword case. Li Bufan already had an inkling of its contents and slowly opened it to reveal a rusted iron sword resting within. As he grasped the sword and departed, a wave of conflicting emotions washed over him. Everyone harbors a dream of traversing the world with a sword in hand, yet in this devouring realm, Reality often shatters such idealism. For old Zhang, this broken sword represented a lifelong aspiration, but in Li Bufan's hands, it ignited a fervent desire for rebellion. By some twist of fate, with the sword in hand, Li Bufan found himself at the entrance of the mass grave forest. What might seem like coincidence was, in truth, inevitable. He yearned to exact vengeance, to slay that bald man. With the strength of the 7th stage of body refinement and a weapon at his disposal, Li Bufan felt confident in avenging the insult he had suffered. He would not cloak his intentions in righteousness. His aim was solely to avenge himself. And if in the process he could also assist the women who had been wronged by the bald man, it would merely be a fortunate side effect. Before Li Bufan could even approach the forest, the air was punctuated by the harrowing, beastly howls of women within. Indeed, they were not cries of human despair, but rather the anguished roars of animals. Accompanying their screams were the raucous laughter of men. Li Bufan treaded softly upon the withered leaves, fearful of producing even the slightest sound. The laughter emanating from within indicated that there were at least dozens of servant disciples present. It was utterly impossible for him to eliminate them all single-handedly. Even if he possessed such prowess, the guards would not remain indifferent. While the death of a single servant might be overlooked, a mass slaughter would certainly draw their serious attention. After all, if the servants were too few, they would lack the numbers to fulfill the tasks assigned from above, thereby necessitating the guards' intervention. Haha, you worthless scum. Weren't you once high and mighty? Aren't you supposed to be above it all? Haha, our brother is mighty. Truly, our brother is the most formidable, the invincible young lord. The laughter echoed through the jungle as Li Bufan held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the exit. He recognized that the bald man was the so-called leader of this group of servants. He merely needed to wait for the opponent to emerge before delivering a fatal blow. Time dragged on in torment as he listened to the sounds from within, his heart burdened by the agony of his circumstances. The barbaric actions of these creatures filled him with an intense loathing. 10 minutes later, the bald man sauntered out leisurely, a malevolent intent surging within Li Bufan. To be candid, he had never taken a life. During the peaceful era of his past life, he had rarely even encountered death. Yet at this moment, the urge to kill surged within him. As the bald man casually adjusted his trousers, oblivious to the impending threat, a flash of sword light, accompanied by a sharp wind, descended upon his head from the right. Dare to ambush me, you scoundrel! The bald man cursed, sharply tilting his head to evade the lethal strike. Li Bufan's sword cleaved down upon the bald man's right arm, severing it with a swift hiss. Blood gushed forth as the man, racked with pain, turned to flee. Alas, Li Bufan was swifter. He retaliated with a reverse thrust that pierced through the bald man's neck from behind. With the strength of the 7th stage of body refinement, dispatching a 5th stage adversary was an effortless endeavor. However, despite Li Bufan's decisive actions, the noise attracted the attention of nearby servants, who hastened toward the source of the commotion. Chapter 6. An opportunity to become a guard. Upon arriving at the scene, the servants were met with the sight of the bald man's corpse lying in a pool of blood, alongside an arm severed by a sharp weapon. Shock, fear, and anxiety surged through them. The bald man was among the strongest of the servant disciples in the 7749 servant peak, second only to the guards. The fact that he lay dead, and so cleanly dispatched, sent ripples of dread among them. The severed arm signified something crucial. It should be noted that aside from the guards, ordinary servants were not permitted to possess weapons. Even while handling iron tools during labor, they were under strict supervision and had to return them intact at the end of their shifts. Thus, the servants instinctively concluded that the bald man had met his end at the hands of a guard, prompting them to cast a hurried glance before fleeing in panic. After everyone had departed, Li Bufan slowly moved his feet towards the woman who was still howling in the jungle, hidden behind a great tree. His gaze fell upon a woman suspended by her collarbone from the tree, hanging not high above the ground, with her feet merely 20 centimeters from the earth. At this moment, the woman was scantily clad, her body marred by scratches of varying depths, and her neck bore the marks of bruising and swelling. Fangjia. Li Bufan called out tentatively. He recognized her, having seen her nearby while weaving a flower basket some time ago. She was one of the women associated with the royal guard, and he never expected to encounter her in such a dire circumstance after just a few days. Beast. Fangjia's eyes reflected despair as she gritted her teeth and rasped out a hoarse voice. Every grievance has its source. I hope you never return to this place in your next life. Li Bufan shook his head and slowly drew his sword. He realized that he could not save the woman before him. They had barely exchanged a few words, and there was no need to play the savior. This was the realm of cultivation, and those who donned the mantle of a savior were destined for demise. As Li Bufan plunged his sword into her heart, the ferocity in her gaze gradually transformed into tranquility. Relief, she whispered, her voice barely a whisper of gratitude, as she slowly closed her eyes. Having completed his grim task, Li Bufan did not linger and made his way back to his dwelling. Today, he had experienced the benefits of power, to be honest. Avenging a great wrong filled his heart with joy. That night, Li Bufan fell asleep with a smile, marking the first time in 6 months that he glimpsed a flicker of hope, a hope for his survival. The next day dawned bright once more, heralding the start of another day's labor. Li Bufan's task remained the same, carving stone benches, the rhythmic sound of his hammering resonating through the air. The death of the bald man among the hundreds of laborers seemed insignificant. No one paid it much mind, especially not the guards. Around noon, as they gathered for a meal, a convoy of wind-chasing beasts arrived at peak 7749. These beasts, resembling cattle, galloped with the wind and served as the conveyance for disciples from both the inner and outer sections. Once the convoy departed, peak 7749 welcomed over 200 new laborers. They were a mix of young men and women, all yet unaware of the trials that awaited them. After settling the new workers, Liu Yan summoned the veteran laborers to initiate a motivational session. Our peak 7749 has received the favor of the higher-ups, bringing in a new batch of labor disciples. However, an increase in numbers necessitates an increase in guards. The management has decided to add 5 guards, chosen from among you. As Liu Yan's words echoed, those with some strength among the laborers immediately felt a surge of excitement. Each of them eagerly prepared to step forward. For becoming a guard, though still labeled as labor disciples, meant ascending to a higher status within their ranks. The crux of the matter is that upon becoming a guard, one would acquire a modest allocation of cultivation resources. Although meager, these resources are indeed genuine cultivation assets, signifying the official entry into the ranks of cultivators. Moreover, as guards typically bear no work obligations, they are afforded ample time for their cultivation. In truth, Li Bufan had long harbored doubts. Perhaps the treatment of the guards was merely the same as that meted out to the sect's menial disciples. The apparent plight of the other menial disciples, who led lives worse than that of swine or dogs, was likely a consequence of relentless exploitation. However, such musings are merely tangential. In any case, becoming a guard is the fervent aspiration of all menial disciples. Li Bufan yearned for this opportunity, his gaze fixated ahead. Once he could secure the position of a guard, he would also acquire the qualification to choose a partner for the path ahead. Possessing a system, he believed that with astute utilization, he could extricate himself from the menial quarters, an eventuality he was confident would not arrive too late. Soon, Liu Yan presented the method for selecting guards. The menial disciples would elect 5 powerful individuals. Should anyone contest this selection, they could challenge one of the 5, with the victor prevailing and the vanquished perishing. This process would continue until dissent faded away, culminating in the conclusion of the selection. Furthermore, once the selection was finalized, a loyalty test would ensue. No one desires a disloyal dog, after all. In essence, guards are simply the overseers of the sect. Before long, the menial disciples had nominated 5 candidates: the lame third leg, the one-eyed dragon, the mighty bull, the pig-headed fellow, and the bald man. However, it soon became apparent that only 4 individuals stepped forward, as the bald man remained absent. He had been slain the previous night in the graveyard forest. Indeed, it was said that his arm was severed by a blade before his head was similarly claimed. The crowd among the menials immediately began to murmur. While Liu Yan furrowed her brow, she had no inclination to ponder the demise of a menial. Thus, she promptly commanded, "Silence. Anyone else wishing to become a guard, step forward." As her words echoed, a brief stillness enveloped the menials. Did they wish to become guards? Certainly, all aspired to, but the question remained, who possessed the requisite strength? Stepping forward was tantamount to courting death. "I shall," bellowed a robust voice from the crowd, as a burly, unkempt man emerged. The appearance of this man drew envious glances from the menial disciples. Known as Big Beard, he was the arch-rival of the bald man, and their rivalry had reached a stalemate. Yet, the bald man's talent for garnering loyalty had left Big Beard's standing among the menials somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, given his strength, one could say that the bald man's demise had paved the way for Big Beard's opportunity to become a guard. The 5 candidates stood at the forefront. Liu Yan inquired repeatedly of the menial disciples, "Is there anyone who wishes to challenge?" The menials exchanged glances, none daring to step forward, each acknowledging their inferiority to the 5 ahead. "Is there anyone willing to challenge?" Liu Yan reiterated. If still no one emerged, the 5 guards' positions would be preliminarily established. At that moment, Li Bufan slowly raised his right hand amidst the crowd, exclaiming, "I am here." His voice was not loud, yet it captivated the attention of several hundred onlookers. Liu Yan couldn't help but laugh, her smile blooming like a rose, exuding both beauty and allure. While she was indeed striking, her smile did not radiate kindness. After a brief moment of amusement, Liu Yan resumed her haughty demeanor, beckoning Li Bufan with a flick of her finger, saying, "You there, thin dog, choose your opponent wisely." Chapter 7, The Loyal Dog Test. Her tone dripped with disdain. Although Li Bufan felt a surge of anger, He understood that a true gentleman, born of heaven and earth, must embody both resilience and adaptability. With a slow nod, he approached the limping figure among the five. The limping man, known as three-legged, possessed the strength of a seventh-tier body refiner, making him the most formidable among the menial workers. Li Bufan chose him deliberately, seeking recognition, and more importantly, he bore a grudge against this man who had previously bullied him. A gentleman does not forget a slight. Are you certain you wish to fight me? Three-legged sneered, his expression twisted with arrogance. In the brief interval of his taunts, Li Bufan had already made his move. In this world of cultivation, where life and death could hinge on a single moment, Li Bufan had no time for idle chatter. Such distractions were futile and could only lead to his disadvantage. It is better to strike first than to suffer the consequences of hesitation. In the competition among menial workers, there were no regulations. Thus Li Bufan unleashed a full-force punch. The impact struck three-legged squarely in the chest, unleashing 700 pounds of force. The blow left three-legged stunned, his chest numb and his lips twitching in realization. The seemingly frail youth before him possessed the strength of a seventh-tier body refiner. Recognizing his underestimation of the opponent, three-legged immediately retaliated, planting one leg firmly into the ground, using his robust physique to withstand Li Bufan's punch. With a swift motion, Li Bufan retracted his fist, bending his body low to execute a sweeping kick that sent three-legged crashing to the ground. In a life-and-death struggle, there was no room for flamboyance. After landing 2 successful strikes, Li Bufan exerted tremendous force with his feet, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful elbow strike directly to three-legged's throat. The sound of breaking bones echoed as blood seeped from three-legged's mouth and nose. With a final, unwilling glance at the sky, he succumbed. I have won, Li Bufan stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he dusted himself off and stood upright, bowing respectfully to Liu Yan. She nodded, seemingly unfazed, and commanded, "You 5, follow me." Yes. The 5 men responded in unison, trailing behind her. Throughout the journey, Li Bufan maintained a position approximately 1 meter behind Liu Yan, while the other 4 followed closely in his wake. This was not merely a matter of circumstance. It was evident that Li Bufan's displayed prowess far exceeded that of the others. In this world, strength was the ultimate authority. 5 individuals arrived at the management hall, and, after undergoing a loyalty test of the formation, each received their respective guardian attire and accompanying blades. The guardians of Peak 7749 were divided into 4 teams: East, West, South, and North. Li Bufan and his companions belonged to the 4th team, the North team. The captain was a man in his 40s, known among the people as Golden Guardian. It was Li Bufan's first encounter with this renowned protector, whom he recognized as Liu Yu's partner. As Golden Guardian concluded his address to the group, a graceful woman clad in silk attire entered the North Guardian Hall. "Captain Jean, where is the newly appointed Guardian Li? Lord Liu requests his presence," she articulated with elegance, her demeanor reflecting a condescending view of even such a figure as Golden Guardian. However, he dared not display any displeasure, his smile radiant like a blooming chrysanthemum. The woman held a significant status. Her name was Su Qingqing, the personal maid of Liu Yan. In the entirety of the miscellaneous tasks at Peak 7749, only Liu Yan commanded any regard from Su Qingqing. "Sister Qingqing, you need not trouble yourself for such a trivial matter. Please, take a seat and rest for a moment," Golden Guardian replied, his face beaming as he prepared for the banquet. Yet, Su Qingqing waved him off, asserting, "No need, let Guardian Li accompany me. I cannot neglect my master's orders." "Very well." Golden Guardian nodded repeatedly, directing his gaze towards the newly arrived guardians with a stern expression. "Who is Guardian Li? Accompany Sister Qingqing." "I am he." Li Bufan stepped forward slowly, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He was uncertain as to why Liu Yan suddenly wished to see him. The unknown was indeed the most daunting of fears. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. "Let us proceed," Su Qingqing remarked, casting a brief glance before heading towards the exit. Li Bufan trailed behind, his heart racing as he observed her alluring figure. Upon arriving at the management hall, Liu Yan was seated in the main chamber, indulging her feet in warm water, reminiscent of a child at play, devoid of her usual lofty demeanor. "Miss, I have brought him," Su Qingqing respectfully announced as she stood behind Liu Yan, skillfully massaging her shoulders. "Guardian Li, do you know why I summoned you?" Liu Yan inquired cryptically. "I do not," Li Bufan replied, shaking his head, his heart pounding in trepidation. Despite Liu Yan's enchanting appearance and sweet demeanor, one must not underestimate the capacity of someone who could command an entire peak among the miscellaneous workers. Her power was formidable, and it would be no exaggeration to state that Li Bufan was currently no match for her. "I have prepared a foot bath. Guardian Li, wash your face." Liu Yan smiled, her expression seemingly harmless. The reason for her private summons of Li Bufan was due to his remarkable loyalty. Indeed, Following the conclusion of the formation test, Liu Yan had noted that Li Bufan's loyalty had reached a perfect 100%. What did this signify? It implies that the other party will unconditionally obey all of one's commands, without a hint of rebellion arising within. This notion is fundamentally illogical. Typically, the loyalty of a guard reaching 50% is considered satisfactory, with those attaining 70% being exceedingly rare. 100% loyalty is met with grave skepticism by Liu Yan, as it likely indicates a flaw in the formation's detection results. Indeed, this is the case. The system has endowed Li Bufan with an extraordinary disguise, yet the perfection of this disguise inadvertently reveals vulnerabilities. Yes, thank you for your gracious gift. Li Bufan immediately bowed and stepped forward, taking the foot-washing water to begin cleansing his face. Integrity. He possessed none. This mere foot-washing water, especially from a beautiful woman, was something he could endure for the sake of survival. Compared to confinement in a dung cell, this was 1,000 times more favorable. It would be wasteful to let it go. Drink up. Liu Yan smiled, observing the figure prostrated before her, and spoke lightly. Yes. Thank you for your gracious gift. Li Bufan lifted the basin, preparing to gulp it down. Suddenly, Liu Yan reached for a cup beside her, tossing it lightly, striking Li Bufan's hand. The pain caused him to instinctively loosen his grip, and the basin fell to the ground. You are quite the obedient dog. Ching ching. Give him a pill and let him leave. Liu Yan continued to smile, paying little heed to Li Bufan. Upon receiving the command, Su Qingqing promptly produced a dark pill and handed it to Li Bufan. Without hesitation, nor daring to hesitate, he swallowed the pill whole. He understood it could be poison. Yet he was acutely aware that refusing it would subject him to a fate far worse than death. Come now, this is a specially formulated poison known as heart-biting ants. When it takes effect each month, it feels akin to countless ants gnawing at one's heart, a thought that sends shivers down the spine. However, fret not. As long as you obediently act like a dog, you may return to me for the antidote at this time each month. Su Qingqing guided Li Bufan outside while elucidating the nature of the pill. Just as the two exited the management hall, and seeing no one around, Li Bufan mustered his courage and seized Su Qingqing's delicate hand. Ah, you seek death. Su Qingqing instinctively reacted to the warmth of his grip, ready to retaliate. Yet in the next moment, her furious expression transformed into one of intrigue as she glanced at the pouch of coins thrust into her hand. Sister Qingqing, this is a small amount of wages I've saved from my menial tasks. Please accept it. Li Bufan smiled, quickly retracting his hand. Though the sensation was delightful, he understood that this was not the time for such indulgences. Weighing the pouch, he estimated it contained around 50 to 60 menial coins, causing a charming smile to grace Su Qingqing's lips. Clearly, she appreciated Li Bufan's thoughtfulness. However, in just a moment, Su Qingqing's expression turned serious as she coldly remarked, when working with Master Liu, your only obligation is to remain loyal to him. I shall not pursue this matter further. But remember, do not stray into dubious paths again. Rest assured, Sister Qingqing, my loyalty to Master Liu remains unwavering, Li Bufan replied, forcing a smile and ingratiating himself. As you are the representative of Master Liu, my allegiance to you is only natural, is it not? Indeed, you are quite the obedient dog. Now begone. Su Qingqing nodded in satisfaction, waving her hand dismissively to send Li Bufan away. Not far from the premises, Li Bufan turned to glance back at Su Qingqing's silhouette, a cold smirk playing on his lips. A dog, you say? Just wait. You will soon learn that a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served after a decade. Upon returning, Li Bufan took his battered sword and moved to the courtyard designated for the guards. The living conditions there were considerably better. Although the courtyards were not far apart, each guard enjoyed the privacy of their own small yard. The yard consisted of 3 rooms, and as the owner, Li Bufan naturally occupied the central master bedroom, while the other 2 remained vacant, for he had no woman to share them with. The next morning, the vigilant guard Wang and the burly man knocked on Li Bufan's door. Their task for the day was to assist in training the newly arrived servants. A veritable feast for the guards. Consequently, all the guards would be mobilized, and Li Bufan, along with the burly man, were under the guidance of guard Wang. As newcomers, they required the supervision of their more experienced peers to avoid any mishaps. Guard Wang led the 2 towards the area designated for the new servants, maintaining a stoic silence while the burly man occasionally attempted to curry favor with him, only to be met with indifference. As over 200 servants gathered, a woman of impeccable stature stepped forward. The captain of the Golden Guard issued commands with remarkable proficiency. The new servants were immediately engulfed in confusion. After a brief moment of uncertainty, over 20 young women stepped forward. These girls were swiftly escorted away for inspection, and if deemed suitable, they would be assigned simple tasks, undergoing professional training before eventually being sent to serve as maids and attendants in the outer halls. The remaining women were selected one by the guards. Li Bufan did not make a move, not out of disdain, nor because he found them unattractive, but rather due to his lack of qualification. As it was the first day of work, and new guards were not permitted to make selections. Of course, the notion of qualification was merely a matter of the head guard's discretion. As days turned into weeks, Li Bufan gradually acclimated to the life of a guard. It could be said that their duties were quite leisurely. Aside from occasional night patrols, their daytime responsibilities entailed merely observing the servants at work. Due to his respectful demeanor towards the servants, in stark contrast to the arrogance displayed by other guards, more and more of them began to recognize this guard Li, the only one who treated them as human beings. On a midday more than 10 days later, Li Bufan had just completed his routine patrol and was preparing to return for some much-needed rest. Suddenly, a menial worker named Yang Jun stealthily followed him. During the time under Li Bufan's jurisdiction, Yang Jun had displayed remarkable diligence and appeared particularly honest, thus leaving a faint impression on Li Bufan. Nevertheless, Li Bufan did not halt his pace and continued until he reached a secluded spot, where he gradually came to a stop. "What do you want following me?" he inquired. Upon hearing Li Bufan's voice, Yang Jun momentarily froze before promptly donning a respectful smile and stepping forward. "My lord, shall we engage in a transaction?" "What transaction?" Li Bufan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the inquiry. "I have heard that many esteemed individuals began as menial workers before ascending to the ranks of guards. Is that true?" Yang Jun cautiously probed, awaiting Li Bufan's confirmation before he continued. "I aspire to become a guard and hope that you might offer some guidance." "What can I gain from this?" Li Bufan chuckled softly, finding the situation amusing. The individual before him, newly arrived in the menial district and yet already harboring ambitions of advancement, struck him as somewhat naive. It seemed he had misjudged the character of this man. However, in this realm of cultivation, where violence lurked behind every corner, although Li Bufan could not assist Yang Jun in becoming a guard, he was nonetheless curious about the benefits he might offer. "A woman, a stunningly beautiful woman, and she is pure as well," Yang Jun replied, his expression playful and somewhat comical. Li Bufan felt a surge of excitement at his response. His position among the guards was not particularly esteemed, and the guards often took pleasure in the company of female menial workers, indulging in grotesque behaviors that made Li Bufan reluctant to associate with them. Thus, despite being a guard, he had remained largely unchanged from his previous life. The prospect of an exquisite and pure woman intrigued Li Bufan, prompting him to inquire further. "Please elaborate." Seeing Li Bufan's interest, Yang Jun's heart soared with delight as he envisioned himself as a distinguished guard in the future. "I participated in the Outer Disciple assessment of the Lingyun Sect along with my fiancée E. Both of us were unfortunately eliminated, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, my fiancée E disguised herself as a man. Therefore, she is currently residing in our menial peak." Yang Jun recounted this as if sharing an ordinary tale. Yet to Li Bufan's ears, it seemed as though this man was devoid of the humanity one might expect from someone trained in the menial district. "I will agree to your proposal. However, opportunities to become a guard are not readily available and may take some time." Li Bufan nodded, reflecting on the inherent cruelty of human nature. Rather than allowing Yang Jun's fiancée E to accompany such a brute, he preferred her to be with him, convinced he possessed a greater semblance of humanity. "It is settled then. After we finish work tonight, I shall certainly bring her to you, my lord." Yang Jun departed with a light-hearted stride, his mind brimming with visions of a promising future as he sauntered away with an air of nonchalance. The reason he sought out Li Bufan was due to the latter's reputation for being exceptionally amiable. Yang Jun held a firm belief that Li Bufan was a man of his word. However, his naivete was glaringly apparent. Li Bufan had no intention of honoring any agreements. In the realm of cultivation, such promises were mere jest, at least in the servant quarters, after spending a few months there. Few would hold any illusions regarding the validity of what were essentially worthless pacts. It could only be said that Yang Jun was still quite young. Chapter 9. Entering the postnatal realm. That afternoon, after completing his simple patrol duties, Li Bufan awaited in his courtyard. Time ticked by until the moon hung high in the sky, at which point Yang Jun arrived, accompanied by a dark-skinned, slender man, who knocked on Li Bufan's door. Once the door was closed, Li Bufan ushered them into his living quarters. After slowly lighting a candle, he spoke in a measured tone, "Remove your disguise." Upon hearing his words, the dark-skinned man hesitated, casting a puzzled glance at Yang Jun. He did not comprehend that Yang Jun had assured him that establishing connections could lead them out of the servant quarters and into a stable life in the mundane world. The prospect had excited him to the point of nearly leaping with joy. After all, escaping a place filled with daily brushes with death and a myriad of torturous fates was nothing short of a dream. Yet, the current situation felt decidedly off. "Master, I have brought him," Yang Jun said, ignoring the bewildered expression of the dark-skinned man. He flashed a sycophantic smile at Li Bufan and prepared to exit the room. only to be halted by Li Bufan's voice. Wait, it's best we clarify matters first. Li Bufan then lifted the dark-skinned man's chin with his hand and inquired. This is your fiancé. You willingly offer him to me in exchange for my assistance in securing a position as a guard, correct? Yes, yes, yes. Yang Jun nodded repeatedly, his demeanor resembling that of an eager dog. And do you consent? Li Bufan patted the dark-skinned man's shoulder, smiling. Shock, confusion, and anxiety flooded the dark-skinned man's eyes, filled with disbelief. He and Yang Jun had grown up together. Although they had never professed deep love, their mutual affection was undeniable. To think that this man would willingly relinquish him for the sake of power. In a moment of bitter irony, the dark-skinned man shook his head, tears glistening as they cascaded down his cheeks. He opened his mouth, but could produce no sound. Unsure of what to say, he suddenly found the man before him. The very fiancé he thought he knew, to be utterly alien. Yang Jun, am I correct? Li Bufan observed the dark-skinned man's silence and slowly rose, casting a genial gaze at Yang Jun. Yes, master. I am Yang Jun, he replied. Yang Jun immediately responded, his heart brimming with delight at the thought that Li Bufan inquiring about his name was a prelude to speaking well of him in the future. However, in the next moment, Li Bufan's right hand gripped the hilt of his blade, and with a swift motion, he unsheathed it. A resonant clang echoed as a flash of steel cut through the air. Yang Jun, still wearing a smile, found his head severed and rolling on the ground. Blood stained the earth in a crimson pool. Yet, Li Bufan felt no remorse for the act. Instead, he relished it. You have two choices. Either remove your makeup, and if I find you satisfactory, you may follow me and live here in comfort and ease, or clean up the body and leave. With these few words, he paid no further heed and reclined upon his bed. He was untroubled by the prospect of the guards next door hearing the commotion. After all, to slay a mere servant was as inconsequential as crushing an ant. No justification needed. The dark-skinned man remained silent for a long while. Once his tears ceased to flow, he dragged the corpse outside the courtyard. He then fetched water from the kitchen, scrubbing the bloodstains from the ground repeatedly. By the time he finished, Li Bufan's rhythmic breathing filled the air. The dark-skinned man glanced at the sleeping figure of the handsome youth, hesitated for a moment, then made his way outside. Half an hour later, he returned, gently closing the door behind him. At this moment, he was no longer the dark-skinned man. His hair, damp and cascading, emitted the fragrance of water. Clad in a simple outer garment, his delicate shoulders and collarbone were exposed, his skin as pure as mutton-fat jade. His exquisite features and thin lips painted the portrait of a refined beauty. Apart from not possessing particularly ample curves, everything else was quite perfect. This, of course, was understandable. Had he been endowed with more voluptuousness, it would have been impossible for him to masquerade as a man for over 10 days without being discovered. At this moment, Li Bufan appeared to be asleep, yet he maintained a keen vigilance. One must always be wary in the world of martial arts. He would not be foolish enough to lower his guard around a stranger. He observed as the woman transformed back into her feminine guise. He was, to say the least, satisfied. The woman approached the bedside with graceful steps, a delicate fragrance enveloping the air. As she elegantly settled beside him, Li Bufan slowly opened his eyes. Have you come to a decision? He inquired. Yes, rather than suffer an existence worse than death, I would prefer to depend on you. At least you possess humanity. The woman nodded. In her previous life, she had been a lady of distinction. Without the formalities of betrothal and elaborate ceremonies, how could one act so hastily? However, after more than 10 days in this realm of cultivation, she had come to understand its brutality. Humans were no longer human, but rather beasts. Creatures willing to employ any means for survival. You shall not regret your choice, Li Bufan remarked with a smile, reaching out to grasp her delicate hand. This simple gesture sent a flush of surprise to her cheeks. Wait, my name is Meng Jiro. If one day you tire of me, please do not send me to the mass grave. Just kill me directly, all right? She pleaded softly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a deep yearning. She understood well the fate that awaited those who had become tiresome to their guardians. I am Li Bufan. If you remain true to me, I shall reciprocate. As long as I draw breath, I can promise you a day of safety. Li Bufan nodded in affirmation. In those few simple words, Meng Jiro felt a subtle stir in her heart. She had heard love declarations before, yet Li Bufan's words resonated deeply. In essence, his promise conveyed, if you do not betray me, even in death, I shall be the one to precede you. No sweet nothings could rival such a vow. At least within this realm of menial tasks, having a man make such a commitment left Meng Jiro with no room for doubt. As the sky brightened, when Li Bufan rose, the room was empty. Ding! Meng Jiro felt the sense of security provided by her host, and her affection level surged past 50. Ding! Page 2 of the Reincarnation Scroll. Reward obtained. Mid-grade martial skill blade draw, and 5 reincarnation points awarded. Reincarnation Scroll. Continuous earnings of reincarnation points. 1. 6 points? Li Bufan was momentarily taken aback. This implied that individuals recorded in the scroll would continuously supply him with reincarnation points. Was there a limit to this provision? Or a frequency of distribution? Regardless, what mattered was the potential for strength. After a brief contemplation, he cast aside his thoughts and allocated all 6 reincarnation points to enhance his cultivation. Host Li Bufan. Cultivation level 11, postnatal stage 1. Martial skills, level 1 superior. 9 swords of the stunning swallow, entry level. Level 1 mid-grade, blade draw, entry level. Reincarnation points, 0. Upon seeing his postnatal stage 1 cultivation, Li Bufan took a cursory glance and understood the intricacies involved. Advancing in cultivation became increasingly arduous. To elevate even a minor realm within the postnatal stage required 10 reincarnation points. Fortunately, with 2 experience-giving companions by his side, if they could each provide 1 point daily, within 3 years he could amass over 1,000 points. Goodness! Li Bufan shook his head. With 1,000 reincarnation points, he could likely leap into the innate 9th stage. What an existence that would be! He was acutely aware that a master of the innate 9th stage would surpass even Liu Yan, potentially reaching the pinnacle of the entire menial district. Chapter 10. The Guardian's task. Stepping outside, the once lifeless courtyard now billowed with wisps of smoke. A delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Li Bufan glanced toward the kitchen, where Meng Zhiro was skillfully preparing breakfast. The gentle breeze played with her hair, rendering the scene serene and beautiful. At last, he felt the warmth of the world. Finally, a sense of warmth in this world, Li Bufan murmured. His heart was filled with various sentiments. In a lawless world, power was the sole foundation for a stable existence. My husband, you are awake. Come, let us eat. Upon catching sight of Li Bufan, Meng Zhiro immediately filled a large bowl with freshly cooked rice porridge and placed it before him. After receiving the plain congee, I hastily consumed my meal, as the day's patrol duties were about to commence. After a while, Li Bufan noticed that he was the only one with congee, prompting him to curiously inquire, "Aren't you eating?" Meng Zhiro's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hesitated to respond. Though she remained silent, Li Bufan deduced the reason. The guards earned a higher salary than the miscellaneous laborers and had the privilege of preparing their own meals. However, he had always opted for the communal dining hall, where he consumed the less palatable meals meant for the laborers. It was free and, most importantly, convenient. The meager rice in the kitchen was left behind by the previous guards who resided here. Go ahead and eat, Li Bufan offered, extending his half-full bowl of congee to Meng Zhiro. Afterward, I'll take you to Sister Yu, and she can arrange some light work for you. Not only will you have company, but you can also earn a bit of pocket money. He said this without waiting for Meng Zhiro to object. Striding over to a stone bench in the center of the courtyard to sit, Meng Zhiro stole a glance at him, her heart slightly stirred. Although the physical pain was indeed hard to bear, how could a practitioner afford to be delicate? She found merit in Li Bufan's proposal. After all, she could not possibly spend her days idling in the courtyard. What a bore that would be. After their meal, Li Bufan took Meng Zhiro directly to Liu Yu, the woman who had previously saved him. To be honest, within this realm of miscellaneous labor, Liu Yu was the only person he genuinely felt grateful for. Sister Yu, this is my wife. Could you arrange some tasks for her? Li Bufan said, offering a slight bow to Liu Yu, who was weaving a flower basket. Although she was the partner of a golden guard, and thus held a higher status than ordinary guards, Li Bufan's respect for her was not rooted in her position. Certainly, Liu Yu replied, glancing up at Li Bufan with a sweet smile. She had never smiled like that even in front of the golden guards. For some reason, each time she saw this young man, her heart swelled with joy. I am Meng Zhiro. She introduced herself with a slight bow, acknowledging Liu Yu. Very well. You will come here from now on. The ladies here are all family members of the guards. If you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out. Liu Yu responded politely, her gaze occasionally drifting back to Li Bufan. Yes, Zhiro, why don't you spend today getting acquainted with Sister Yu? You can officially start your duties tomorrow, Li Bufan instructed, offering a few more words before turning to depart and begin his day of work. As he walked away, Meng Zhiro's face flushed a deep red. How considerate of him to delay her start. Since becoming a guard, Li Bufan's duties had not significantly changed. He merely observed the laborers at work each day. Although he was relatively easygoing, no laborer dared to disregard his authority. For the other guards had firmly instilled the concept of respect in the minds of the laborers. Hey, what is going on with you? Li Bufan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the indolent woman in the distance, admonishing her sternly. Being amiable does not equate to neglecting one's duties. After all, if the workload remains unfulfilled, it is the overseer's guards who bear the brunt of the consequences. My lord, my waist aches, the female laborer purred, casting a coy glance at the handsome guard approaching her. This sight stirred an uncomfortable sensation within Li Bufan, for the laborer's complexion was dark, and she possessed hardly any figure to speak of, resembling a male laborer adorned with a mere wig. Her lack of beauty was inconsequential, yet her attempts at seduction were undeniably excessive. Regardless of your discomfort, commence your work immediately, Li Bufan retorted, suppressing his impulse to strike her. Suddenly, the female laborer lunged forward, attempting to embrace him. Fortunately, Li Bufan, agile and quick, retreated a few steps, evading her grasp. "Li Guard, what are you doing?" At that moment, the Golden Guard, accompanied by the King Guard, ambled towards them. "Captain, nothing of note. Everything is as it should be," Li Bufan promptly replied, casting a wary glance at the female laborer, as he wished to avoid any trouble. Regrettably, the laborer was entirely oblivious to the notion that it was for her own good. Upon hearing Li Bufan address the Golden Guard as captain, she steeled her resolve and hastened into the Golden Guard's embrace. Before he could react, she planted a kiss on him, exclaiming, "My lord, I am ill-suited for strenuous work. Enough, enough, enough. Li Guard, you are to manage the affairs hall. There are matters requiring the attention of several guards over at Miss Su Qingqing's side. I shall handle this," the Golden Guard exclaimed in exasperation. The female laborer remained unaware that her misguided charms would ultimately lead her to regret her sojourn in this world. Li Bufan nodded and strode away. He understood that for many matters, he currently possessed neither the power to alter nor the option to voice discontent. Upon arriving at the affairs hall, 3 guards were already waiting. Shortly after Li Bufan entered, Su Qingqing leisurely emerged from the inner chamber. Recently, a mystical herb, the Star Moon Flower, has been discovered on the outskirts of the Buried Bone Mountains. I have summoned you for tomorrow's operation. Supporting you is not an invitation to flaunt your prowess before the laborers, Su Qingqing stated in a measured tone. It was during this meeting that Li Bufan realized the labor district was not a monolithic entity. The affairs committees of various peaks were embroiled in fierce competition for resources, and unless large-scale battles ensued, the higher-ups of the labor district would remain indifferent to their disputes. Typically, the battlegrounds resided in the uninhabited region south of the labor district, a place known as the Buried Bone Mountains. This implied that no matter how formidable one might appear within the labor district, they could very well meet their demise within those mountains. At this juncture, one might still lack an understanding of the magnitude of the laborer peaks. To illustrate, while I have not visited other sects, the labor district of the Lingyun Sect was immensely vast, akin to an entire nation in the outside world. The Zai Peak boasts a total of 10,086 summits, each occupying an area comparable to that of a town in the outer world. The Zai district is further characterized by the presence of 2 formidable forbidden zones, the depths of the Burial Bone Mountain range being undeniably one such sanctum. The other restricted area is Yuanyang Peak, where an intricate array envelopes the entire Zai district, rendering it an absolute no-man's land. Any individual daring to approach, even a steward from the peak, would face immediate execution. Following a brief assembly, the guards rose to depart. As Li Bufan reached the doorway, he noticed Su Qingqing had also emerged and was following him, either intentionally or inadvertently. Sensing the unspoken connection, he instinctively slowed his pace. Chapter 11. Arson and Murder. The Golden Belt. Once the 3 guards ahead had distanced themselves, Li Bufan came to a halt and respectfully turned to Su Qingqing. "Sister Qingqing, I happened to find something you dropped." As he spoke, he produced a small purse containing his meager wages. "Thank you," Su Qingqing replied. Accepting the pouch without a moment's hesitation, her adeptness at accepting ill-gotten gains quite remarkable. However, she did not take the money without reciprocation. After receiving the purse, she winked at Li Bufan and whispered, "The guard Zhao, who distributes wages to the Zai workers, has recently been indulging in quite a bit of corruption." "What do you mean, Sister Qingqing?" Li Bufan inquired, raising an eyebrow, sensing an overwhelming presence of deceit in this place. The woman before him, seemingly as innocent as his first love, harbored schemes as intricate as a pig wearing a bra. "I have no ulterior motives. I merely think that if the money obtained through dubious means were to be stolen or seized, he would be unlikely to make a fuss about it." Su Qingqing smiled, her words suggestive yet measured. "What if, hypothetically, Lord Liu were to cast blame?" Li Bufan probed again. "Rest assured, such matters typically escape the notice of the Lord. If you call me Sister Qingqing, should anything arise, I'll be there for you." Su Qingqing chuckled, patting Li Bufan on the shoulder before leisurely turning to depart. As he observed her retreating figure, a glint of determination flickered in Li Bufan's eyes. He resolved to act. In the past, he would have shied away from such risks. Understanding that the guards were formidable, with many possessing innate abilities at the first or second stages, the strength of the 4 head guards was particularly unfathomable. Previously, he had given all his earnings to Su Qingqing in pursuit of a semblance of stability, hoping that in times of need, someone might advocate on his behalf. After all, his standing among the guards was rather poor, and seeking protection was essential. Back then, he could surrender his income, as it was simply a matter of foregoing luxuries. Now, however, circumstances had changed. He had a woman, Meng Zhuro, by his side. While extravagant feasts were not necessary, a modest meal every few days was indeed warranted. Moreover, the pedals for bathing were not inexpensive. Li Bufan, despite having a partner, found himself lacking in decent attire. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he touched the dagger at his waist. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he hurried back and retrieved a rusted sword from under his bed. As night fell, he changed out of his guard uniform and donned a black cloth to conceal his face. Stealthily, he made his way toward the courtyard where Zhao, the guard, resided. Perched cautiously on the rooftop, Li Bufan awaited his opportunity. He had only two options, either to launch a surprise attack and eliminate Zhao, or to stealthily abscond with the man's money. While the plan sounded straightforward, it was anything but simple. The guards' quarters were closely situated. If a fight broke out, it would undoubtedly alert the others, making escape impossible. Stealing required finesse, a skill that was not his forte. Time ticked away slowly. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man emerged from his room with two women, making their way into the courtyard. Before long, the trio had poured themselves drinks and begun to revel in the evening. During this time, the women performed an enchanting dance, their graceful movements captivating Li Bufan, who could not help but be amused. It was not only he who was entranced. Zhao watched intently, clearly enjoying the spectacle. As the dance concluded, a few minutes passed, and Zhao slowly closed his eyes to rest. At that moment, a shadow descended from the rooftop. With a swift motion, a blade cut through the night air, and before Zhao could react, his head was cleaved in two. Li Bufan felt no remorse. Those who take lives are often met with their own demise. Bring forth all valuables, he commanded the two women, lowering his voice in an attempt to maintain discretion. Please, sir, do not kill us. We will retrieve it immediately. They pleaded, their fear evident as they dared not raise their heads, hastily rummaging for their possessions. Before long, the women returned with a small chest, presenting it to Li Bufan with great respect. Sir, all the wealth is contained herein. If you require anything further, we are at your service. Please spare our lives. The slightly older woman implored, prostrating herself on the ground like a dog begging for mercy. The other woman quickly mimicked her actions, both continuing their desperate pleas. Unbeknownst to them, Li Bufan had already taken the chest and departed with an air of nonchalance. Upon returning to the courtyard, he changed back into his attire and opened the chest. To his delight, he discovered a total of 7,200 miscellaneous coins, even with the guards' higher wages. It would take 5 years of unrelenting labor to amass such wealth without sustenance. Li Bufan pocketed half, stowing the majority beneath the bed in the side room, while the remainder would rightfully belong to Su Qingqing. After completing his tasks, he cast the discarded garments into the courtyard and set them ablaze. My husband, you have returned. Dream Zhuro exclaimed, startled by the flickering flames. She stealthily opened the bedroom door, peeking out to inquire. Yes, return to your room. I shall join you shortly. Li Bufan replied with a smile. Before long, as the clothes turned to ashes, Li Bufan refreshed himself and returned to his chamber. At that moment, Dream Zhuro resembled a gentle kitten, snugly wrapped in her blanket, peering out with curiosity at Li Bufan. I shall be leaving tomorrow for a mission. Be cautious at home and ensure your safety, he advised while hanging his attire. In this predatory world, worry not at him. His newlywed wife was more precious than any delicacy, and he could not help but be anxious. Is the mission perilous? How long will you be gone? Dream Zhuro inquired, her head tilting slightly. With her mere third stage of physical cultivation, she was indeed vulnerable without Li Bufan's protection. Strangely, her first thought was of Li Bufan's safety. No wonder the ancients spoke of striking at the heart of the matter with precision. They had done so yesterday, after all. Of course, the system's peculiarities also played a part, subtly fostering affection in those bound to the host. It should be manageable. The 4 guards are merely gathering medicinal herbs. Li Bufan reassured her, gently sitting beside her and running his fingers through her hair. In a world where life and death were unpredictable, the act of embracing warmth became irresistibly intoxicating. As they conversed, the sky gradually lightened. Experienced baby is in high spirits. Reincarnation points can be collected. After allocating the 9 reincarnation points gained to his cultivation, he successfully advanced to the second stage of postnatal development. If he were to face yesterday's guard Zhao, he would no longer need to cower, but could confront him decisively. The enhancement of strength instilled confidence. Li Bufan tenderly bid farewell to Dream Zhuro, leaving behind 100 miscellaneous coins at the bedside before heading to their agreed-upon location. Chapter 12. Blade drawn and struck. Inside the management hall, 3 guards had already arrived. While Su Qingqing instructed everyone to wait quietly, Miss Qingqing, this newcomer, Guard Li, seems utterly oblivious to the rules, grumbled one of the burly guards. Named Yongwei, he was a seasoned guard with an impressive second stage of postnatal cultivation. Although the mission was not explicitly stated, the 4 guards were subtly aligned under his leadership. The other 2 guards nodded in agreement, It was disheartening to wait for a newcomer when they were all veterans. Su Qingqing refrained from responding, her brows slightly raised. With a smile, she shifted the conversation to another topic. I heard Guard Zhao has passed away. He had only been managing the wages for a month before his demise. Who do you think is responsible? As Su Qingqing's words left her lips, the three guards exchanged bewildered glances, each pondering the mystery of the man's demise. The guards responsible for managing the wages of the auxiliary staff were not fixed, but rotated among the more seasoned guards. In plain terms, each individual indulged in a share of the spoils for a time, and even if Lord Liu discovered it, the outcome would merely result in a collective reprimand. However, with the rotation having fallen upon Guard Zhao, it was shocking that he had been murdered, and all his possessions had been plundered. The very thought was utterly perplexing. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wei respectfully replied, I do not know, but it is almost certain that it was one of the guards. This morning, as I passed by Guard Zhao's quarters, I inspected the scene. The weapon was one of the guard's own daggers. Oh, that seems to indicate a vendetta. Let us ensure a thorough investigation is conducted. Su Qingqing nodded, a smile creeping into her heart. She had long coveted that exquisite tricolored feathered garment, and now it seemed she would be able to acquire it in full payment. Simultaneously, her regard for Li Bufan elevated significantly. To have slain Guard Zhao with a single strike, albeit through ambush, was a testament to his prowess, likely having reached the acquired realm. Having just joined the guard team, and without receiving any training resources, to have broken through to such a level was nothing short of astonishing. As the group engaged in idle chatter, Li Bufan approached with purposeful strides. He did not even acknowledge the three guards, but instead bowed respectfully towards Su Qingqing and placed the bundle he carried upon the table. Elder Sister Qingqing, I have procured the items you requested. Understanding his implication immediately, Su Qingqing flashed him a captivating glance, then retrieved 2 auxiliary coins from her coin pouch and tossed them his way. Thank you for your trouble. Now that everyone is here, let us depart without delaying my lord's important business. Indeed. Brothers, follow me, Yang Wei declared, seizing his dagger from the table and gesturing for them to head outside. Although the 3 seasoned guards were somewhat displeased with Li Bufan's tardiness, they begrudgingly suppressed their irritation, noting his proximity to Su Qingqing. After leaving the auxiliary quarters at peak 7749, the 4 traversed the main road, passing through several desolate groves, eventually arriving at the outskirts of the Buried Bones Mountains as nightfall deepened. Tonight we shall rest here. Li Guard, you gather firewood and scout the area for any game. Yang Wei commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. If I am to gather firewood, then you all should go hunting, Li Bufan replied with a smile, merely suggesting that they work in tandem as they undertook their mission. With the night growing darker, all 4 sprang into action to quickly set up camp. However, his words immediately drew the fierce gaze of Yang Wei. Say that again. Yang Wei adjusted the long knife at his waist, his eyes glinting with menace. Brother Wei, there is no need for such severity. Let us not squabble with the youth. Beside them, a relatively younger guard, Zhang Hai, swiftly intervened, playing the role of peacemaker between Yang Wei and Li Bufan. Another guard, Wu Jian, also sought to diffuse the tension, urging, Li, quickly apologize to Wei Ge. We are all here on a mission, and harmony is paramount. The motivation behind their conciliatory remarks was not an altruistic desire to assist Li Bufan. Rather, it stemmed from a pragmatic need to preserve their collective strength. In the treacherous Baigu mountain range, danger lurked at every corner, with formidable beasts frequently prowling the area. Should fortune turn against them, they might encounter guards from rival peaks. In such instances, if their own strength was lacking, mercy would be a rare commodity. It was not uncommon for adversaries to kill for sport or plunder. Persuaded by their words, Yang Wei recognized that infighting was ill-advised under the circumstances. He released his grip on the knife's hilt and, casting a cold glare at Li Bufan, barked, This time, I shall spare you. Quickly, go gather firewood and hunt. Believing himself magnanimous, he flicked his sleeve and prepared to rest against a nearby tree. However, the adage man does not harbor the intentions of a tiger. Yet the tiger harbors the intentions of man rang true. Li Bufan had sensed Yang Wei's murderous intent and had no intention of letting him off the hook. The only reason he had refrained from attacking thus far was due to his prior experiences. He knew that striking unexpectedly made for a more efficient kill. Just as Yang Wei was about to settle down, Li Bufan sprang into action. His previously relaxed arm suddenly surged with power, and with a swift, resounding draw of his blade, he unleashed a stunning slash that cleaved the air and severed Yang Wei's neck down to his chest in a singular, decisive stroke. The draw and slash technique was lethal, for one slash was all that was necessary. Though Li Bufan had never witnessed others wielding martial skills, he could feel that the so-called mid-tier body-refining techniques of the system were indeed remarkable for the menial labor district. Blood dripped as he slowly sheathed his sword, and when Yang Wei's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, blood pooled around him. Zhang Hai and Wu Jian, still in shock, were jolted back to reality. A renowned expert among the guards, a formidable second-tier practitioner, had been slain by this seemingly gentle man who appeared easy to bully. The magnitude of the shock was immense, akin to a mouse clashing with a cat, and, in an instant, the mouse delivering a fatal blow to the cat. The scent of blood would attract ferocious beasts. We must find another place to rest. Li Bufan smiled faintly and walked forward, gradually merging with the night. Wu Gu, should we follow him? Zhang Hai's face remained pale, gripped by fear, as he dreaded that this seemingly harmless individual might suddenly turn on him. Those who do not outwardly display their anger are often the most terrifying, as one cannot predict when they might strike. Let us follow Li. He has not harmed us. He likely harbors no ill will. Yang's death was his own doing. Wu Jin contemplated before stepping forward to join the figure ahead. He was acutely aware that the Bone Burial Mountains were fraught with peril. With only the cultivation level of a late-stage adept alongside Zhang Hai, it was uncertain whether they could complete their mission, let alone return alive. Should the guards fail to accomplish their task, their fates would hinge upon the whims of their overseer. As for Yang Wei's demise, they paid it no mind. Throughout history, the strong have dictated life and death. Those who provoke the unworthy deserve their fate. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, weakness itself is a sin. Chapter 13, Novice Reward, Body of Dominance. The Bone Burial Mountains stretched endlessly, almost encircling the entire servant area. It was said that fierce beasts lurked deep within, and even the leaders of the servant district dared not venture there lightly. Fortunately, the star moon flower that Li Bufan and his companions sought was located only on the outskirts. Following the map's rough indications, after 3 days of searching, they finally found their objective. In a canyon, beneath towering ancient trees, a vibrant green blade of grass emitted a unique hue. Its leaves resembled emerald crescents, and atop it bloomed a star-shaped white flower. A gentle inhalation revealed a sweetness in the air, as if it were saturated with nourishment. Li Bufan's gaze shifted. He yearned to claim this treasure for himself. Though he was uncertain of the star moon flower's exact grade as a medicinal herb, he could distinctly sense its beneficial properties for the body. While he might not require it due to his system, what of Meng Jiro? Li Bufan did not believe he loved Meng Jiro, yet he could not deny that she was indeed his woman. Crucially, according to the system's revelations, the budding affections that might blossom into rewards would, without doubt, lead her to gradually fall for him. As a man of worth, Li Bufan found himself perplexed by the concept of love, a sentiment he had not grasped in his past life either. However, as a son of China, he bore the weight of responsibility in his heart. Meng Jiro was his woman, and thus he felt compelled to ensure her well-being, to consider her needs. Of course, he would advise others that without a system, one should not take on blind responsibilities. Betrayal could lead to dire consequences. Brotherly, I will gather the herbs, and then we shall return. Zhang Hai respectfully called out to Li Bufan, hastening forward to pluck the star moon flower. Guardianly, please take a moment to rest. We can handle the trivial matters. Wu Jin said, standing beside Li Bufan with a demeanor of utmost respect. After days of interaction, they had come to genuinely admire Li Bufan. Despite his formidable strength, he treated them with remarkable kindness, often placing himself in front of them during encounters with fierce beasts. Hence, both men felt a deep sense of reverence and gratitude towards him. Little did they know that, at that very moment, had it not been for the sudden onset of a peculiar mist surrounding them, they might have already met their end. Perhaps dying at Li Bufan's hands would have seemed somewhat unjust. However, in his pursuit to monopolize the star moon flower, Li Bufan felt no guilt in eliminating 2 individuals irrelevant to him. Nature selects the fittest, survival of the strongest prevails. The air around them felt strangely ominous, prompting Zhang Hai to retreat. Li Bufan pressed the hilt of his sword and quickly called out to prevent Zhang Hai from plucking the star and moon flower. Just then, several figures clad in guard uniforms emerged from the surrounding woods. The leader, sporting a smile, held a burning incense burner in his left hand and yawned with his right, saying, "Which peak do you belong to, daring to seize my belongings?" Li Bufan of Peak 7749. May I inquire who you are and why you resort to poison? Li Bufan managed to suppress his shock and posed the question. No wonder the atmosphere had turned so peculiar. The source of the problem surely lay in the incense burner held by the man. Alert. Host detected poison erosion, triggering divine favor. Newbie reward, body of dominance. Defense activating. The system's voice echoed, and a mysterious force coursed through his body, instantly disintegrating the toxins within him. The heart-piercing poison was firmly suppressed at that moment. Li Bufan's previously anxious heart finally found solace. The system was indeed impressive. However, despite the alleviation of his poisoning, he had no intention of taking action. In an instant, a brilliant plan formed in his mind. The star and moon flower was first discovered by us of Peak 7748. Depart at once. The guard with the incense burner smirked coldly, arrogance etched on his face. His name was Huang Zhang, a notorious poison expert from Peak 7748. He had absolute confidence in the toxin within his incense burner, which contained the venom of a three-step snake. Against mere guards, the outcome was certain. Thus, he did not instruct others to act, deeming it unnecessary to concern himself with those who were destined to perish. Thank you for sparing my life. Li Bufan interjected before Zhang Hai and Wu Jian could respond, swiftly leading the two away. After a considerable distance, both Zhang Hai and Wu Jian expelled a mouthful of foul blood, their conditions visibly deteriorating. Having settled the two in a cave, Li Bufan fetched some clean water and, after a brief examination, slowly explained, "You have been poisoned by a highly potent snake venom. I will venture outside to see if I can find an antidote." "Brotherly, there is no need. Life and death are predestined. You should return." Zhang Hai weakly waved his hand. "Indeed, Li the guard, you are unharmed, so hasten your departure. Everyone meets their end eventually. We were destined to die." Wu Jian forced a smile, struggling to maintain composure. They did not question why Li Bufan remained unpoisoned, for it was unnecessary. Everyone is entitled to their own secrets. Nor did they plead for his assistance, having taken countless lives themselves. They did not wish for a favorable outcome. "I shall search for an antidote. Your fate rests upon luck," Li Bufan nodded, casting one final remark before heading towards the cave's exit. His intentions were clear, to slay and seize treasures, for if he could eliminate those from peak 7748, he might obtain the antidote he sought. Li Bufan would return to rescue them, for upon returning, without the Xingyue flower to account for, having two witnesses could effectively exonerate him. This was also the reason for his earlier hasty retreat. Should he fail to find the antidote, he would not dwell excessively on it. After all, his connections with them were superficial, and friendship was scarcely a consideration. However, the attitudes of the two individuals did stir something within Li Bufan. Some individuals are not inherently malevolent. Humans are born with a nature inclined towards goodness. Perhaps it is this world that has fostered the darkness. Upon leaving the cave, Li Bufan retraced his steps to the previous location. As anticipated, the individuals from peak 7748 had already harvested the Xingyue flower. Moreover, the air was thick with the scent of ferocious beasts, and the bloodstains on the ground indicated the direction in which several had departed. It is well known that rare medicinal herbs are often protected by formidable beasts. Many wild creatures evolve into ferocious beasts after consuming such precious flora. It is said that these ferocious beasts can further evolve into advanced forms, even into demon beasts, which can, through cultivation, enhance their strength, akin to humans. Of course, this is a digression. The crux of the matter is that those from peak 7748 had engaged in battle with the ferocious beasts and had likely not ventured far. Furthermore, since they carried the carcass of a beast, their speed would undoubtedly be hampered. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Bufan hastened forward in pursuit. Before long, he arrived at an open area where several guards from peak 7748 were taking a rest. A campfire blazed at the center, while two men were busily tending to the carcass of a wolf-like beast, seemingly preparing for a leisurely barbecue. Just as they had finished preparing the beast meat and the delicious aroma wafted through the air, the unmistakable sound of footsteps emerged from the forest. These individuals had become overly complacent. Otherwise, it might have taken Li Bufan considerable effort to locate them. Their smoke signals rose high, visible from afar, and as he approached, the enticing scent of meat became even more pronounced. "Who is there? Come out." Huang Zhang frowned, coldly commanding towards the source of the footsteps. The surrounding guards immediately became alert, standing tall and drawing their swords. From the woods emerged a somewhat emaciated figure who spoke no superfluous words but seemed to exude an aura of coldness, advancing step by step towards them. Chapter 14. Death sentence transformed into torture. Li Bufan's appearance caused Huang Zhang's pupils to constrict sharply in disbelief. How could he still be full of vitality, seemingly unaffected by poison? A glimmer of greed crossed Huang Zhang's face as he mused. "You must possess some treasure that can resist my poison. Hand it over, and I may leave you with a complete corpse." "Come and take it," Li Bufan replied, raising his finger and beckoning to the group. "Attack!" Huang Zhang commanded, and the four guards around him charged at Li Bufan with their weapons drawn. The blades sliced through the void, producing a resonant sound. Li Bufan took a slight step back, and with a clang, he unsheathed his sword and struck at the leading guard. The guard's weapon was merely 3 inches from Li Bufan's head when his blade severed the guard's head. Blood sprayed forth as the remaining 3 guards swiftly changed their formations, their 3 great swords descending from different angles. In an instant, Li Bufan abruptly withdrew his sword to block, the sounds of clashing metal ringing out, the force reverberating through his hands, causing a sharp pain in his palms. Activate dominance. Li Bufan focused his thoughts, eager to explore the capabilities of the system's reward, dominance. As he channeled it, a mysterious power surged through him. In that fleeting moment, he could distinctly feel his strength and defense nearly doubling. With a resounding clash, a striking arc of light from his blade cleaved through the air, sending 3 heads flying, blood gushing forth. In just 2 brief encounters, the 4 innate guards had met their demise, their bodies severed. Isn't it treasures you seek? Come and take them. Li Bufan stepped over the fallen bodies, striding towards Huangzhang. Let us talk this over, brother. I'm merely following orders. I can offer you the Star Moon flower, anything you desire. Huangzhang pleaded, his lack of resolve evident, primarily due to Li Bufan's astounding display of power. Though Huangzhang was at the second stage of innate cultivation, his long-standing obsession with poisons had rendered his combat prowess comparable to that of the guards, perhaps even inferior. Anything you say? How generous of you. Li Bufan chuckled, advancing, drawing his sword. With a swift motion, Huangzhang's head rolled away, leaving a pool of blood. Li Bufan rummaged through their bodies for valuables and discovered the antidote on Huangzhang, also claiming the poison burner used by him. Holding the burner, he examined it briefly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He wondered if this poison would be effective against Liu Yan. However, he surmised it likely wouldn't be beneficial. Liu Yan had presumably reached innate mastery, rendering the poison intended for innate warriors of little consequence against her. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this poison could be useful for Su Qingqing. Indeed, Su Qingqing possessed the 6th stage of innate cultivation. Li Bufan had long desired to secure her as his enduring shield, yet her strength posed a significant risk. Acting recklessly would be akin to inviting trouble. However, if he could effectively utilize the poison, it might pave the way for his ambitions. No one wishes to be a mere dog, and certainly not Li Bufan. After some contemplation, Li Bufan gathered his belongings and settled by the campfire, savoring some roasted meat that tasted delightful. He then retrieved the beast's skin that had been drying nearby and wrapped up the remaining roasted meat. On the journey back, feeling the weight of the beast's flesh on his back, Li Bufan pondered how Meng Zhiro would react upon seeing such delectable offerings, her gentle surprise igniting a sense of happiness within him. In his previous life, as a solitary man, he had never comprehended the plight of those who ventured far from home to toil relentlessly, earning meager wages while leading austere lives. At this moment, Li Bufan began to grasp the significance of emotional value. Upon returning to the cave, Li Bufan administered the antidote to Zhang Hai and Wu Jian. After resting until the following morning, the two regained their strength. The trio set forth on their journey home. For Zhang Hai and Wu Jian, despite the looming punishment for their failed mission, they were fortunate to have salvaged their lives. As for Li Bufan, he had neatly packaged the Xingyue flower and other spoils within animal hides. En route to Peak 7749, he found a particularly secluded spot to conceal his treasures. As long as he did not perish, surrendering them was out of the question. Zhang Hai and Wu Jian chose to overlook his actions, for the behavior of hiding spoils after a hunt was entirely customary among guards. Human nature is inherently self-serving. 4 days later, at noon within the management hall, the three stood respectfully, awaiting their reprimand. Moments later, Su Qingqing summoned Liu Yan. Given the gravity of the guards' failure to complete their mission, she dared not act unilaterally. We have met with Lord Liu. The three bowed in unison. Liu Yan nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over them before she took her seat at the head. Reporting to you, my lord, we located the Xingyue flower as marked on the map, but while harvesting, we were ambushed and poisoned by those from Peak 7748. Guardian Yang was killed, and it was only through Guardian Li's assistance that we narrowly escaped with our lives. Wu Jian stepped forward to relay the situation. Naturally, the blame for Yang Wei's demise fell squarely on the shoulders of those from Peak 7748. We implore your punishment, my lord. Zhang Hai moved forward, affirming Wu Jian's account. We beseech your judgment. Li Bufan followed suit, respectfully stepping forward. Very well, the reasons are compelling. Let us defer this matter to the next life. Liu Yan waved her hand dismissively, as if addressing a trivial matter, thus sealing their fates. Shock and disbelief washed over them. Li Bufan's lips twitched involuntarily. It was no wonder that guards were reluctant to undertake missions. The perils of the task aside, failure resulted in an unceremonious death sentence without distinction. Had he known this, he would have thought twice about hiding the Xingyue flower, for no treasure was worth a life. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Su Qingqing gently massaged Liu Yan's shoulder, softly suggesting, "Miss, to execute them like this would be too lenient." Upon hearing these words, Li Bufan, who had initially harbored hopes for Su Qingqing, felt a sudden tremor within his heart. "Are you even human?" he exclaimed. "What do you think is an appropriate course of action?" Liu Yan inquired, her brows slightly furrowing. She surmised that only Su Qingqing's counsel would be heeded among the entire miscellaneous peak. Perhaps we should confine them in the dung pit until the next assignment, allowing them to redeem themselves through service, Su Qingqing suggested, her expression devoid of any compassion. To her, these guards were merely ants to be manipulated at will. With Liu Yan's nod, the fate of the three was nearly sealed. Su Qingqing clapped her hands, and several guards stepped forward to disarm the trio, escorting them toward the dung pit. Accompanied by Su Qingqing, A supreme expert, Li Bufan found no inclination to resist. Throughout the journey, Li Bufan cast furtive glances at Su Qingqing, hoping that, in light of their past transactions, she might show him a modicum of mercy. Chapter 15. What is the dung pit? Su Qingqing noticed Li Bufan's subtle movements, but chose to disregard them. She had accepted his monetary offerings, yet she would never transgress Liu Yan's orders for the sake of a trifling sum. In essence, she would reap the benefits in times of peace, but when trouble arose, she would feign ignorance. Li Bufan had committed a grave error, naively believing he could win Su Qingqing's protection through the machinations of human sentiment. Regrettably, he overlooked the fact that this was a realm devoid of rules, where the powerful and the elite do not engage in discourse with those beneath them. Much like how he had mercilessly slain Yang Jun, who had delivered his fiancée, Su Qingqing now mirrored that very attitude. As they approached the dung pit, a foul stench permeated the air. Su Qingqing instinctively covered her nose, her delicate brows knitting together in disdain. She had no desire to enter and thus halted her steps. Commanding, "You may take them down." "Yes," the guards replied respectfully. The three individuals being escorted were consumed by fear and trepidation. The dung pit was, in fact, a vast cesspool. Anyone confined within it would first be placed in a cage before being unceremoniously tossed into the filth. The guards overseeing this abominable place would thoughtfully select a suitable position based on the height of the condemned, where suitable meant being able to lower one's head to drink from the excrement. The cage was specially designed, rendering the occupants immobile, essentially making it impossible for them to perish, even if they wished to. The dung pit did not provide sustenance to the prisoners. As time relentlessly progressed, they would be crushed under the weight of hunger. In a state of desperate longing for death, their minds would succumb to a void as they neared starvation. At that moment, looking down, the filth would cease to be merely filth. Once the prisoners were satiated, their faculties would return, plunging them into yet another cycle of torment. Li Bufan, recalling past memories, had not personally endured such an ordeal, yet the mere thought sent shivers down his spine. "Sister Qingqing, I have something to say to you." Li Bufan mustered his courage and shouted loudly. "Wait a moment." Su Qingqing smiled gently, her bright, sparkling eyes curving into a delightful arc. As her words fell, the guards accompanying Li Bufan immediately halted their steps. "Sister Qingqing, do you have any instructions?" One of the guards inquired. "Release him. I wish to hear what he has to say." Su Qingqing spoke calmly, unfazed by the potential tricks Li Bufan might play, for in the face of absolute strength, all schemes are rendered futile. Once released, Li Bufan bowed respectfully to Su Qingqing and gestured towards a distant spot, indicating a desire for a private conversation. The two moved to a relatively secluded area, ensuring their dialogue remained unheard. Before Li Bufan spoke, "Sister Qingqing, I have acquired the star moon flower." He avoided any circumlocution, well aware that trivial matters would not impress Su Qingqing. Instead, he boldly presented the star moon flower as his bargaining chip. Although its grade remained unknown to him, he was certain it was far from ordinary. "Do you seek death by withholding the star moon flower? 100 deaths would not suffice for your atonement. Do you understand?" Su Qingqing chuckled softly, sensing a hint of intrigue in the individual before her. "I do indeed wish to keep it for myself. In the servant quarters, every ounce of strength translates to greater security. No one desires to share treasures. Yet, as you have witnessed, I would rather surrender the star moon flower to ensure my safety than face punishment," Li Bufan whispered, wagering on Su Qingqing's greed and audacity. As his words lingered, a brief look of contemplation graced Su Qingqing's charming face. After a moment, she replied, "Where have you hidden the item?" "In a relatively concealed spot at the foot of the peak. If Sister Qingqing agrees, we may retrieve it now," Li Bufan promptly stated. He was aware that should Su Qingqing lay her hands on the treasure, she might very well eliminate him to guarantee her security. Nevertheless, Li Bufan had his own plans, intending to delay their departure to avoid unnecessary complications. Su Qingqing nodded, then instructed several guards, "Take those two and confine them to the muck prison." "Understood." The guards responded respectfully, escorting Zhang Hai and Wu Jian directly to the muck prison. They dared not utter another word. A testament to Su Qingqing's transcendent status in the servant quarters of Peak 7749. After dispatching the guards, Su Qingqing remained vigilant, leading Li Bufan to a simple cell for confinement. As night gradually descended, she quietly opened the cell and released Li Bufan. Under the cover of darkness, the two made their way to the foot of the peak. As the moon ascended higher, they finally arrived at the location where Li Bufan had concealed the item. "Sister Qingqing, the item is hidden within. I will retrieve it," Li Bufan declared, moving towards the thicket. However, Su Qingqing seized his shoulder with a grip of immense strength, as if capable of splitting gold and stone. "I shall accompany you." Su Qingqing appeared harmless, exuding an aura of innocence akin to that of a naive young girl. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. To secure the position of second in command at the 7749 peak, one must possess far more than mere simplicity. Li Bufan nodded and proceeded ahead. Soon, the two arrived at the location where he concealed his belongings. As he slowly unfurled the animal hide, he seized the moment when Su Qingqing was momentarily distracted by the star moon flower. In a swift motion, he grasped the incense burner and deftly retrieved the rusty sword hidden within. With a roll, he evaded to the base of a nearby tree. A few meters away from Su Qingqing. Look at how tense you are. Since Sister Qingqing has obtained the benefits, she will naturally fulfill her promises. Fear not. Su Qingqing seemed unfazed by Li Bufan's defensive stance, gently crouching down to carefully stow the star moon flower wrapped in the hide into her bag. At that moment, Li Bufan noticed that her bag held a deeper mystery. After accommodating the star moon flower, its size remained unchanged. A storage bag? Li Bufan felt a flicker of surprise within, quickly grasping the bag's enigmatic nature. It was said that storage bags contained unique spaces, appearing to be mere pouches, yet capable of holding 2 or 3 large chests. Bring your belongings, and let us return. Rest assured, I shall intercede on your behalf with Lord Liu regarding your punishment. Su Qingqing spoke in a seemingly harmless tone, yet a glint of coldness flickered in her gaze, revealing her understanding of the art of killing. However, Li Bufan was no fool. He had anticipated that Su Qingqing might turn against him. His apparent inaction was a calculated wait for the incense burner behind him to manifest its effects. Within mere seconds, the incense burner was ignited, releasing tendrils of blue smoke that wafted into the night, cloaking the surroundings. An unusual, somewhat metallic scent permeated the air. Su Qingqing furrowed her delicate brows, immediately sensing something amiss. You seek death. No sooner had she spoken than her fingers curled into claws, lunging toward Li Bufan's throat, her movements generating a gust of fragrant wind. Perhaps it is you who shall meet your end. Li Bufan thrust the rusty sword forward with a powerful kick, engaging in a fierce exchange. Chapter 16, Capturing Su Qingqing. Swords and claws intertwined, the air around them trembled, and leaves scattered in the wind. Su Qingqing's strength was formidable. Boasting a cultivation level of the 6th stage of the acquired realm, her 6,000 gene force compelling Li Bufan to avoid direct confrontation. He could only rely on the exquisite technique of the stunning Swan 9 swords to contend with her. As time slipped by, approximately 2 minutes later, Su Qingqing's overwhelming force firmly suppressed Li Bufan. A delicate hand clutched his throat. With the slightest exertion, this battle of stark disparity in strength seemed destined to conclude. Yet, at that moment, the snake venom Li Bufan had previously activated finally took effect. Su Qingqing's brows knitted slightly as she felt her vital energy surging chaotically, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. Despicable scoundrel, may you open your eyes in your next life. Su Qingqing's delicate face turned slightly cold as she summoned her strength, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. However, the poison from the snake had diminished her power, reducing her once formidable strength of 6,000 caddies to merely half. Li Bufan seized this opportunity, activating his dominant physique, and a surge of formidable force coursed through his body. In this ebb and flow of power, the tides of battle subtly shifted. With a flick of his wrist, Li Bufan executed the stunning Swan 9 swords, directing his blade at an acute angle towards Su Qingqing's wrist. Caught off guard by such exquisite swordplay and the sudden escalation of Li Bufan's strength, Su Qingqing hastily withdrew to defend herself. As time gradually passed, the snake's venom continued to spread through her system. Seizing the moment, Li Bufan pressed his sword against her throat. Shock, fear, and a whirlwind of emotions enveloped Su Qingqing as she gazed at him in disbelief. A hint of self-mockery flickered in her beautiful eyes. She had initially perceived her own formidable strength as a means to toy with her opponent, never anticipating such a rapid reversal of fortune. Go ahead, she murmured, slowly closing her eyes as if resigning herself to her fate. Rest assured, I am not a bloodthirsty individual, Li Bufan replied, shaking his head and gently caressing her exquisite face. A sleepless night passed. As dawn broke, Su Qingqing opened her eyes in confusion, feeling the absence of poison in her body. Suppressing a myriad of emotions, she gradually propped herself up and glanced at Li Bufan, who was roasting meat by the campfire. Why do you not kill me? She asked coldly. I initially intended to end your life, but in the end, I could not bring myself to do it. Li Bufan confessed, shaking his head. Acquiring her heart through the system and securing Su Qingqing's protection on the 7749 peak was a much wiser choice. While killing her would have been simple, it would only lead to more complications afterward. Moreover, he was not lying. Killing her had indeed crossed his mind. Thank you. Su Qingqing moved directly to sit across from Li Bufan and continued. Let us act as though nothing has transpired. Upon my return, I will persuade Lord Liu to revoke the penalties against you. You shall continue as a guard. Very well, Li Bufan nodded, having expected her to react with anger or tears upon awakening. He had underestimated the resilience of the ladies in the cultivation world. Their fortitude was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. After a brief exchange and a simple meal of beast meat, Li Bufan finally stood up. Let us depart. And I hope you will keep your word. He referred, of course, to her promise to intercede for him, as matters of life and death warranted his utmost attention. Previously unafraid of death, he now found himself appreciating the beauty of life. Fool, come help me, Su Qingqing chided, casting a playful yet reproachful glance at Li Bufan. Her heart awash with conflicting emotions. She remarked as if nothing had transpired, merely out of the modesty characteristic of a young woman. She consented to intercede on behalf of Li Bufan, subtly indicating that Su Qingqing had tacitly approved of yesterday's events. The reason was simple. Li Bufan's appearance was quite striking, and even the most reserved heart might harbor a flicker of affection. Moreover, Su Qingqing had never before been so closely acquainted with a man. Additionally, the prowess and intellect demonstrated by Li Bufan yesterday left Su Qingqing with a profound impression of his exceptional qualities. After all, humanity is inherently drawn to companionship, and it was with a moment's consideration that Su Qingqing found herself thinking that perhaps Li Bufan was not so bad after all. Li Bufan promptly stepped forward, gently grasping Su Qingqing's delicate hand to assist her as they ascended the peak. Upon their return to peak 7749, Su Qingqing led Li Bufan directly to her quarters. After a brief exchange of words, she made her way toward the management hall. Inside, Liu Yan was meditating with her eyes closed. The early hours of the day are crucial for cultivation, as it is with all endeavors. Miss, Su Qingqing tentatively called out, gracefully taking a seat beside Liu Yan. What is it? Liu Yan exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened her eyes to inquire. Take a look at this. Su Qingqing extended her hand, placing an incense burner on the table. Upon seeing the incense burner, Liu Yan's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. A postnatal weapon? It appears to be of medium quality. Weapons correspond to the cultivation level of the wielder and are classified as body refinement level, postnatal level, and innate level, each further divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. Beyond the innate level, they are no longer referred to as weapons, but rather as legendary spiritual tools. I digress. A medium-quality postnatal weapon would be considered a treasure in the servant quarters. Although Peak 7749 possesses such items, they are typically reserved for the leaders of the 4 great guards, while ordinary guards still wield body refinement level weapons. To put it simply, body refinement weapons are merely a notch above farming tools. Miss, do you know to whom this weapon belongs? Su Qingqing feigned mystery, her large, sparkling eyes piquing Liu Yan's curiosity. With a playful slap on Su Qingqing's head, Liu Yan chuckled. You mischievous girl, why the suspense? Speak up. Rubbing her head, Su Qingqing began her explanation. This weapon belongs to the captain of the guard from Peak 7748. Although it is merely a postnatal medium-grade weapon, as you are aware, poison-laced weaponry is far rarer and more precious than ordinary blades. It was given to me personally by Guard Li when I detained those 3 guards yesterday. Upon hearing this, Liu Yan quickly grasped Su Qingqing's intent, as the two had shared a close bond over time, leading to an intimate understanding between them. She smiled and remarked, So? You have come to intercede on their behalf? Yes. Su Qingqing nodded, unabashed in her intentions as she continued. Although the mission was unsuccessful, Guardian Li managed to seize the enemy's weapon despite being gravely poisoned, while also rescuing 2 other guardians. I believe punishing him would dishearten our subordinates. Liu Yan nodded in agreement. To her, the guardians were merely dogs, and their treatment mattered little. Feeling somewhat pleased by Su Qingqing's plea, she replied, Handle it as you see fit. By the way, I would prefer a lighter meal for lunch. Understood, I shall arrange it immediately. Su Qingqing nodded fervently and dashed out. Though she did not wish to run, the biting pain from last night's cold wind gnawed at her, yet she had no choice. Her usual disposition compelled her to act swiftly. If Liu Yan detected any unease, Su Qingqing feared she would find it difficult to explain herself. Chapter 17, Martial Techniques and Movement Arts, Gale Step. Meanwhile, Li Bufan sat quietly in Su Qingqing's residence, sipping tea. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed unexpectedly. Ding. Su Qingqing's favorability has increased. Binding successful. Ding. Page 3 of the Reincarnation Scroll. Gained 50 reincarnation points. Rewarded with the acquired middle-grade movement technique, Gale Step. Impressive. Li Bufan's lips twitched in astonishment. This time, the triggered reward yielded an unexpected 50 reincarnation points. An idea struck him, and he began to grasp the situation. Perhaps Su Qingqing's cultivation was higher, leading to a greater reward upon successful binding. The system had previously indicated that the higher the cultivation of the individual recorded in the reincarnation scroll, the more reincarnation points would be provided. Moreover, the martial techniques rewarded by the system were also based on the beauty's cultivation level, suggesting that the quality of the techniques might correlate with the individual's aptitude. As his thoughts whirled, Li Bufan allocated all his reincarnation points to enhance his own cultivation. Host, Li Bufan. Cultivation, 70, postnatal stage, 7. Martial techniques, level 1 superior. Stunning 9 swords, entry level. Level 1 middle grade, blade draw slash, minor accomplishment. Level 2 middle grade, gale step. Reincarnation points, 0, feeling the rapid advancement of his strength. A smile crept across Li Bufan's face. Now, dealing with Su Qingqing should not prove too arduous, should it? Just as his thoughts meandered, the door creaked open. Su Qingqing entered, a smile gracing her features. Gale step. Li Bufan's thoughts shifted, and his figure moved with the swiftness of a gale. The system's peculiarity lay in the fact that the martial techniques it rewarded required no training. They could be utilized immediately, and the more they were employed, the greater the proficiency gained. A gentle breeze swept through, prompting Su Qingqing to instinctively retreat. Before she could react, Li Bufan had already drawn her into his embrace. His strong arms encircled her securely, leaving Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Her lips parted slightly as she exclaimed, "How could you be this formidable?" "Hush," Li Bufan replied with an enigmatic smile. "The true prowess lies yet ahead." With a playful demeanor, Su Qingqing repeatedly tapped her small fist against Li Bufan's chest, appearing to be a bit spoiled, and indeed, she was. An hour later, exasperated, she exclaimed, "I still have to prepare meals for the young lady." Rolling her eyes dramatically, she shot a resentful glare at Li Bufan. "How can I be blamed for your beauty?" He teased lightly in response to her reproach. Upon hearing his words, Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed, and she chose to abandon the topic, shifting to more pressing matters. "I have already resolved your punishment," she stated, retrieving all of Li Bufan's belongings from her storage pouch, including the precious star moon flower. "Everything is here. I entrusted the incense burner to the young lady. After all, to absolve you of your punishment, a valid reason was necessary." As she spoke, Su Qingqing absent-mindedly fiddled with the star moon flower on the table, clearly reluctant to part with it. "Qingqing, what is the remarkable use of this star moon flower?" Li Bufan inquired, wrapping his arms around her from behind and inhaling the fragrance that enveloped her. "It is a postnatal grade herb, beneficial for postnatal warriors in nourishing their meridians. If consumed appropriately, it may enhance one's cultivation level," Su Qingqing explained with a smile before retracting her hands. Though she desired it, the thought that Li Bufan might need it more led her to instinctively relinquish her claim. Postnatal grade. Li Bufan was momentarily taken aback, releasing his embrace and promptly packing away the beast's skin, ferocious beast meat, and some miscellaneous coins. He slung them onto his back, leaving behind the star moon flower. Initially intended for Meng Zhiro, he realized that her current physical cultivation level was insufficient to harness the flower's true potential. Rather than let it go to waste, it was better to leave it with Su Qingqing, who was now part of his life. "I'll take my leave now. You keep the star moon flower," he said with a smile. "Keep it?" Su Qingqing echoed in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. After all, it was a potent herb capable of elevating one's cultivation level. "Well, your man cares for you. Are you not a bit touched?" Li Bufan playfully ruffled her hair, bid her a brief farewell, and stepped outside after confirming that no one was around. Behind him, Su Qingqing's voice called out, "The guard's dagger is in the auxiliary hall of the management office. You can just go and retrieve it." After receiving a nod from Liu Yan, she issued a command to rescind the punishments for the 3 individuals, allowing Zhang Hai and Wu Jian to bask in Li Bufan's good fortune. Gazing at the star moon flower on the table, a smile crept onto Su Qingqing's lips. After storing it away, she cheerfully busied herself with her own affairs. Leaving Su Qingqing's residence, Li Bufan made a trip to the management office to collect his dagger, reclaiming his identity as a guard. In high spirits, he admired the scenery as he made his way back home. Ding! The cycle scroll continues to provide cycle points. 5. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this morning, the news of the punishment meted out to the 3 individuals swiftly circulated throughout the guard district. What does this imply? The demise or removal of a guard signifies the forfeiture of all his possessions, including his courtyard and women. At this moment, in the Northern Guard District, specifically Courtyard No. 28, which is also the residence of Li Bufan, Meng Zhiro knelt at the entrance with tears brimming in her eyes. The Scarred Guard, accompanied by a bearded man and a portly fellow, gazed at her with lewd grins. "Brother Scar, this Li Guard certainly has good taste. The young lady is quite charming," remarked the portly man, licking his lips. "Indeed, she appears to be quite delightful. I just wonder how she performs," chuckled the Scarred Guard, his gaze lecherously scanning Meng Zhiro. The bearded man immediately grasped the implication and flatteringly suggested, "Brother Scar, why don't you take this woman to a room for questioning while we watch from outside?" "Haha. Very well. Once I am done questioning her, I'll let the brothers have a turn," replied the Scarred Guard, laughing heartily as he lunged towards Meng Zhiro. However, she skillfully evaded his grasp and made a desperate dash for the exit. Meng Zhiro's reasoning was simple. Rather than endure torment, she preferred to resist outright, hoping that her captors would end her life swiftly. Otherwise, even dying seemed a distant hope at that moment. Yet, she had overestimated her own capabilities. Escape? A laughable notion. Especially in the presence of 3 guards, particularly the scarred one who possessed formidable prowess. As soon as Meng Zhiro stood upright, the scarred guard sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen. The sheer force sent her sprawling several meters away, blood spilling from her lips. Damn it, you two, strip that wench bare. The scarred guard sneered, instructing the portly man and the bearded fellow. They promptly complied, lunging towards Meng Zhiro. Just then, a woman's voice echoed from behind, Brother Scar. Please cease your actions. Chapter 18. A blade for every little minx. Upon hearing the voice, the 3 guards paused momentarily and turned to see Liu Yu approaching gradually. Sister Yu, is this an order from Guard Jean? Given Liu Yu's special status, the scarred guard dared not act presumptuously. He immediately inquired. For if it were indeed an order from Guard Jean, he would not have the audacity to defy it. No, Liu Yu shook her head and continued. However, I have heard that the punishment imposed on Guard Li has been revoked. I implore you to verify the accuracy of this information. Revoked? The scarred guard's expression shifted slightly. He had indeed heard this news earlier, but had dismissed it in his fixation on Meng Zhiro's beauty. To put it plainly, with Li Bufan absent, the scarred guard thought it simple enough to feign ignorance and indulge himself for a moment. Even if Li Bufan's punishment had truly been lifted, he would bear no blame, for ignorance absolves one of guilt. What are you discussing? At that moment, a calm voice inquired from the entrance. Li Bufan's countenance was exceedingly grim as he strode purposefully into the courtyard, neglecting to acknowledge anyone along the way. His wife, Meng Zhiro, mustered the strength to sit up, hastily wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. The terror she had previously felt dissipated at this moment. The man she relied upon had arrived, and his timely presence filled her heart with an unexpected joy. Who harmed you? Li Bufan inquired, nodding as he handed his burden to Meng Zhiro. It was merely a misunderstanding. The burly man chuckled awkwardly at Li Bufan, aware of their shared history as guards and fully cognizant of Li Bufan's formidable prowess. He knew he could not provoke him, and the scarred guard nearby was also a seasoned warrior not to be trifled with. With a swift motion, Li Bufan unsheathed his sword, the dazzling arc of steel slicing through the air. Before the burly man could react, he found himself airborne, and in his final moments, he caught a glimpse of his own backside. Who injured her? Li Bufan sheathed his sword, raising an eyebrow as he turned to the pig-headed fellow beside him. It was the scarred guard. The pig-headed man stammered, still in shock as he pointed a trembling finger toward the scarred guard at the entrance. Before he could finish speaking, the resounding clash of steel echoed once more in the courtyard. Almost simultaneously, the pig-headed man's corpulent head thudded to the ground. Shock, confusion, and sheer terror enveloped the onlookers, who found themselves paralyzed with disbelief. While violence in the servant quarters was not uncommon, witnessing 2 esteemed guards fall dead in an instant left everyone bewildered. The scarred guard, too, felt a pang of anxiety, yet his confidence in his own abilities prevented him from fleeing. He merely regarded Li Bufan warily, saying, Li Guard, let us speak calmly. Yes, let us speak calmly, Li Bufan replied, sheathing his sword as he approached the scarred guard. Moments later, they were mere meters apart. Stay back. We can clarify this misunderstanding with Guard Jean, the scarred guard urged, pressing his hand against the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed warily on the man before him. For the first time, the scarred guard experienced genuine fear. There is nothing to explain. Li Bufan shook his head, his smile fading as he stepped forward, drawing his blade. The scarred guard barely managed to draw his sword 3 inches before becoming a headless corpse. With a thud, the headless body collapsed to the ground, and Li Bufan did not spare it a glance as he turned to Liu Yu, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Sister Yu, for taking care of Zhiro. You have stirred up trouble, Li Guard. You should consider how to manage the consequences. Liu Yu observed Li Bufan with a perplexed expression in her beautiful eyes, sighed, and turned to leave. She could not comprehend why, despite Li Bufan's timely arrival and the absence of any substantial insult to Meng Zhiro, he felt compelled to take lives. To brazenly slay 3 guards, regardless of the justification, seemed to seal Li Bufan's fate. After Liu Yu departed, Li Bufan dragged the 3 corpses outside to the yard and fetched a bucket of clean water from the kitchen to wash the ground with minimal effort. He then sat leisurely on a stone bench in the courtyard, as if nothing had happened. Dear husband, will there be trouble for killing them? Meng Zhiro adjusted her dress and sweetly nestled into Li Bufan's embrace, her voice laced with concern. Are you afraid? Li Bufan inquired, absent-mindedly running his fingers through Meng Zhiro's silky hair, evading her question. Not at all, with my husband by my side. If worst comes to worst, we could die together. And on the road to the underworld, we could still be a couple. Meng Zhiro shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. She was well aware that Li Bufan had slain the 3 guards solely for her sake. The feeling of being loved is cherished by all, and Meng Zhiro was not one to feign emotions. Lacking strength, She nonetheless offered her heart entirely to the man before her at this moment. It mattered not for other reasons. The mere fact that he valued her was sufficient. All right, go prepare a meal. Take the miscellaneous coins from the package. You can marinate some of the beast meat to hang in the kitchen. When you have time, treat the hides and lay them on the bed. It will be more comfortable for resting at night. Li Bufan pointed to the package on the ground, beginning to strategize his spoils. Wholly unconcerned about the 3 he had just killed, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Rather, he understood that had he not eliminated those 3, should he ever leave Meng Zhiro again, what perilous situation would she face? Li Bufan's motive for killing was to establish authority, to serve as a warning that others would think twice before plotting against Meng Zhiro. As for any potential trouble with Yu Qingqing's connections, he felt confident that it would not pose a significant issue. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the courtyard, the entire Northern Guard district was in disarray. The news of Li Bufan's slaying of the 3 guards rapidly spread among all the guards. After all, they were not foolish. Indeed, they were quite observant. Li Bufan had brazenly discarded the corpses at the entrance, visible to all who passed by. Within the courtyard of the Golden Guard captain, a dozen guards had gathered. Chattering animatedly, Li Bufan disregards the rules and recklessly slaughters fellow guards. Captain Jean, you must apprehend him, one guard suggested, bowing respectfully towards Captain Jean. I do not believe Li Bufan is at fault. The scarred guard went too far. Indeed, this morning the affairs hall already revoked Li Bufan's punishment. They attempted to usurp another's woman. No man could endure such an affront. I believe Li Bufan is the true man here. Immediately, 2 guards came to Li Bufan's defense. These were none other than Zhang Hai and Guijian. Silence. Let us await the affairs hall's decision on this matter. Captain Jean gestured for quiet, demonstrating that he was not one to act without thought. To become a captain, one must possess not only formidable strength, but also sufficient discernment. Upon receiving the news, he promptly ventured outside the courtyard numbered 28 to investigate. To his surprise, he observed wisps of smoke rising gently from within, where a young couple appeared to be going about their cooking with laughter and ease. The Golden Guard, with a mere glance, discerned that the Silver Guard felt emboldened. Thus he opted to report the matter directly. The other guards nodded in agreement, for the captain had already issued a command, and further debate would be futile. A dozen guards, led by the Golden Guard, marched towards the Hall of Affairs in an imposing manner. Chapter 19. The protection of Su Qingqing in the main hall of the Hall of Affairs. After having hastily finished her lunch, Liu Yan departed, having heard that new orders were forthcoming from above. Consequently, Su Qingqing found herself temporarily managing the affairs within the hall. Observing the guards below engaged in spirited discussions while reporting the situation, Su Qingqing rubbed her temples, feeling exasperated by her partner's propensity for trouble. After a moment's deliberation, she addressed the guards with a calm demeanor, inquiring, at what time did the Scarred Guard and his companions visit the Silver Guard's courtyard? Report to Sister Qingqing. It was around 11 o'clock in the morning, the Golden Guard replied promptly. Indeed, if my memory serves me correctly. I rescinded the punishment against the Silver Guard around 10 o'clock, did I not? Su Qingqing inquired again. Yes. It is possible that the Scarred Guard and his team did not have time to react. The Golden Guard was about to offer an explanation on their behalf, when Su Qingqing interrupted with a wave of her hand, saying, since I have already revoked the punishment, their unauthorized intrusion into the Silver Guard's courtyard, given their insufficient strength, warrants no sympathy for their demise. You may leave. Upon hearing Su Qingqing's declaration, the guards exchanged bewildered glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. 3 guards had been slain, even if the Silver Guard had justifiable reasons, according to past conventions. While the death penalty might be avoided, lesser punishments were inevitable, and yet, this matter was to be dismissed without consequence. The lives of 3 guards extinguished in vain. Despite their confusion, no one dared to voice dissent, for Su Qingqing's words were tantamount to orders from Liu Yan within the ranks of the miscellaneous peak, and none would risk openly contradicting her. The group of guards departed in an imposing formation, restoring normalcy to their surroundings. Li Bufan resumed his monotonous patrols. Although his interactions with Meng Zhiro yielded only a single point of reincarnation for his efforts, as a man determined to become formidable, diligence was his motto, and perseverance his nickname. In just 3 short days, he accrued 9 points of reincarnation from Meng Zhiro, elevating his cultivation to the 8th stage of the acquired realm. With the enhancement of his abilities, Li Bufan also discerned the strength of the 4 chief guards, each formidable in their own right. Being at the 9th stage of the acquired realm, it is noteworthy that during his patrol yesterday, Li Bufan encountered the female servant who had once attempted to seduce him. Ironically, her fortunes had taken a turn for the worse, as her failed attempt to entice Li Bufan had inadvertently led her to a liaison with the Golden Guard. The sight of the brutal punishment inflicted upon the female servant, whose limbs had been severed and tongue extracted, left the Golden Guardian seething with rage. When Li Bufan encountered her again, She was grotesquely suspended from the gnarled tree of the mass grave forest. Witnessing such harrowing scenes, Li Bufan became acutely aware that the servant quarters were indeed a place unfit for human existence. After spending time with Meng Zhiro and Su Qingqing, he found himself repeatedly pondering the future. What would he do if he had children? Could he bear to have them grow up in such a wretched environment? Each time the thought crossed his mind, it filled him with a sense of suffocating despair, igniting a fervent desire to escape the servant quarters. However, he understood that leaving was no simple task. Even someone as formidable as Liu Yan, the overseer of the servant peak, would find it exceedingly difficult to depart. After all, if it were possible to leave, one could scarcely imagine anyone willingly choosing to dwell in such dire conditions. One evening, it was Li Bufan's turn to patrol at night. Inside the room, Meng Zhiro twirled gracefully in a flowing green gown, her delicate features and well-proportioned figure radiating an alluring charm. "Darling, do you think it looks good?" she asked playfully after spinning twice, her exhaustion prompting her to sit beside him, affectionately seeking his opinion. "It looks splendid. You ought to acquire more beautiful garments in the future," Li Bufan responded, affectionately teasing her by gently tapping her nose, commending her for today's shopping excursion. After all, Li Bufan was no longer short of money, at least not in terms of servant currency. "I didn't want to waste money. It was Sister Yu who insisted I go with her," Meng Zhiro replied. "Oh, by the way, I've noticed Sister Yu seems troubled these past few days. Could it be that she is facing some difficulties?" Her expression revealed a hint of concern as they engaged in light conversation. What trouble could she possibly have? As Captain Jin's woman, she stands at the pinnacle of power on our peak. Just take care of yourself and indulge in more delightful treats and lovely clothes. Li Bufan reassured her. Meng Zhiro nodded obediently, a sudden thought causing her cheeks to flush. She leaned in close, whispering something into his ear, sending a delightful shiver through him. Feeling a tickle in his ear, Li Bufan's eyes brightened as he gently patted her back, smiling tenderly. "You should rest well, and I'll return from my patrol soon." With that, he hurriedly grabbed his dagger and stepped outside, humming a cheerful tune. Joyful drums resound, heralding years of happiness. His elation stemmed from Meng Zhiro's revelation that among the garments she purchased were two ethereal outfits, one black and one white, both sheer and translucent, promising to be a delightful surprise upon his return. In high spirits, Li Bufan approached his night patrol with exceptional diligence, unknowingly arriving at the courtyard near the overseer's hall. Naturally, this was the residence of Su Qingqing. Here, there was no need for a patrol, and upon seeing a patrolling guard at the entrance, Su Qingqing instinctively sought to dismiss him. She possessed a cultivation level of the 6th stage acquired through diligence, rendering her unconcerned about her safety. However, upon discernment of the faces of the patrolling guards, Su Qingqing's words abruptly ceased. Her originally indifferent countenance transformed into one of deep resentment, and with a forceful slam, she shut the courtyard gate behind her. Li Bufan, momentarily bewildered, had just raised his hand halfway to greet her, leaving him uncertain of what to do next. "Qingqing, it's me," Li Bufan called softly at the door. "Why are you here when you should be with your little darling?" Su Qingqing's irritated voice echoed from within the courtyard. Though her tone was not loud, the underlying bitterness made it clear to Li Bufan that she was envious. Reflecting on his recent neglect in visiting her, he felt a pang of guilt for his apparent favoritism. Thus, he quickly explained, "There are many eyes outside, and I feared that a malicious person might see me. That's why I came to check on you while the guards were patrolling." "Really?" she questioned. "Absolutely. Did you think of me at night?" "Not just at night. I think of you all day long, your flaws, your virtues." "And you haven't made any effort to see me either," he replied, employing the flirtatious phrases he had learned in his previous life, knowing she was already his, and finding no shame in being overly sentimental. With a creak, the courtyard door slowly opened a crack, and Su Qingqing, still a bit miffed, said, "Come in, lest someone sees you." Chapter 20. The Weeping of the Forsaken Forest. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Bufan immediately embraced Su Qingqing. "Let go, you're suffocating me," she protested playfully, extending her right hand to lightly tap his chest, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Observing the beauty struggling in his arms, Li Bufan gently lowered his head to press his lips against hers. In that moment, the tension of her anger dissipated. "You haven't visited me these past few days," she murmured an hour later, as they shared 2 cups of tea in the room. Su Qingqing rested her head on Li Bufan's shoulder, settling into a position she found comfortable. Her slightly pouting lips revealed her genuine jealousy. "But I'm here now," Li Bufan smiled, reflecting on how he once perceived Su Qingqing as untrustworthy, only to find her utterly captivating now. Indeed, in this world, there is no clear distinction between good and evil, only differing perspectives. "Humph, like a stubborn bull. It's only because your little darling is ignoring you that you remember me," Su Qingqing retorted, her tone unyielding. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she wisely chose not to pursue the matter further. Then why not be my little darling? After all, the guard quarters have 3 rooms, Li Bufan suggested, playfully tousling Su Qingqing's hair. His intentions were not merely driven by lust. The prospect of increasing her affection for him and gaining additional reincarnation points was undeniably alluring. Dream on. What makes you think I want to live with you? Unless you can become the captain of the guards and achieve some merits, she replied, dismissing him with a laugh. Perhaps I could try requesting a favor from the young lady, Su Qingqing remarked, her beautiful eyes brimming with hope. The thought had indeed crossed her mind. After all, no one relishes the idea of secrecy, even if it holds its own allure. Yet, nothing compares to the exhilaration of being forthright. Li Bufan, not one to be easily deceived, immediately grasped her implication and inquired, what must one do to become the leader of the guards? I'm not certain. It ultimately depends on opportunity. After all, our peak has only 4 guard teams, Su Qingqing pondered, a flicker of despondency crossing her gaze. She shook her head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. The two indulged in their affectionate banter, allowing time to slip away in their leisurely conversation. Suddenly, the token resting on Su Qingqing's bedside emitted a soft glow. She sprang to her feet, hastily grasping the token and touching it, eliciting Liu Yan's voice from within, Qingqing, come here for a moment. I've suddenly developed a craving for a midnight snack. Taking the token, Su Qingqing smiled awkwardly, perhaps another day. I need to prepare food for the young lady. Do you really expect you to cook at this hour? Is there something wrong with her? Li Bufan grumbled quietly while reaching for his coat, his displeasure evident. It was only natural to feel discontent in such a situation. Well, there will always be other opportunities, Su Qingqing said, playfully shaking Li Bufan's arm and adding a hint of flirtation. Once you make a name for yourself, I shall accompany you every day. Can't argue with you. Take care of yourself. I shall take my leave. With the young lady's playful teasing lifting his spirits, Li Bufan set aside his discontent and proceeded to continue his patrol. Exiting the area of the management hall, Li Bufan followed his usual patrol route, completing a circuit. As he passed the cemetery of the Forsaken, he heard the sound of a woman weeping emanating from within. Since becoming a guard, he had developed a habit of pausing to listen whenever he passed this place, ever watchful for an opportunity. If the moment was right, he would choose to escort the person within, believing that it was far better to grant a merciful end than to allow a pitiable woman to suffer further indignities at the hands of the menial workers. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Bufan considered this an act of virtue. Today was no exception. Hearing the sound of crying, he resolutely made his way toward the source of the lamentations. Minutes later, he arrived beneath a tree, where a naked woman hung limply from a branch. Her body bruised and exposed. Her legs bore numerous shallow cuts, blood oozing forth as she struggled, creating a scene both haunting and tragic. Help me, please, save me. The woman's eyes, once dull, now sparkled with a glimmer of hope upon seeing Li Bufan, and she implored him in a faint voice. I cannot save you, but if you wish, I can offer you a swift passage. Li Bufan replied calmly. He had no intention of courting unnecessary trouble for the sake of a stranger. Yet his desire to extend a moment of compassion was rooted in his humanity. He could not bear to witness the torment these women endured in their final moments. And that was all there was to it. Upon hearing his response, the woman's desire to survive flickered and dimmed, and she slowly closed her eyes. Deep down, she understood that no one would rescue her. Her cries for help were merely instinctual. Fortunately, she encountered a benevolent soul who could alleviate her suffering before her demise. As a blade swiftly sliced through the air, a gash appeared in her throat, blood gushing forth, and in that instant, her pain dissipated completely. Having completed this act, Li Bufan prepared to depart when he suddenly sensed a fleeting shadow in the distant thicket. Who could it be? He called out towards the woods, but received no reply. None could be expected. Thus, he hastened his pace in pursuit, emboldened by his strength. The cycle of reincarnation continually provided him with points, and after collecting 5 points, Li Bufan had elevated his cultivation to the 9th stage of the acquired realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that in the vicinity of Mount 7749, aside from Liu Yan, he regarded everyone else as mere trifles. This included the leaders of the 4 great guards, who, although possessing the same 9th stage of the acquired realm, would find themselves easily vanquished by Li Bufan. Bolstered by the martial arts granted by the system, with the wind at his feet, he executed the Gale steps, his agility allowing him to traverse the terrain with remarkable ease. In but a few minutes, he caught up to the shadow ahead. With a resounding clang, his blade was pressed against the figure's neck. The individual was slender yet well-proportioned, clad in dark attire and masked, but it was unmistakably a woman. Do not make a move, Li Guardian. It is I. The woman spoke immediately. Upon hearing her voice, Li Bufan instinctively hesitated. He was all too familiar with its owner. Liu Yu? What was she doing here? Moreover, she possessed the strength of the 9th stage of body refinement, albeit trivial in comparison to Li Bufan. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that among the ranks of the miscellaneous peak, she could be considered a formidable expert, as many guards there lacked such prowess. "Sister Yu, what brings you here?" Li Bufan inquired softly. Liu nodded, removing her black mask to reveal a visage of exquisite beauty. Yet, she did not immediately answer Li Bufan's question. Instead, her gaze fixated intently on the figure before them as she began recounting a tale. "The one who was just hanging there is my sister. 5 years ago, we arrived in the miscellaneous district. I was merely 16 then. My sister, with her stunning beauty, caught the eye of the Golden Guardian and thus became his woman. Under his protection, we lived a stable life, but the Golden Guardian coveted more than just my sister." At this point, Li Bufan understood and nodded in acknowledgement, listening intently to Lu Yu's narrative. Chapter 21. Tomorrow, I shall be a widow. The day after, he shall be mine. It turned out that while everyone knew she was the Golden Guardian's woman, it was indeed her sister who held the true status. She merely oversees the management of the entire bamboo forest, leading to a perception of her that surpasses even that of her sister. The woman who serves as a guard is merely a laughable figure in the miscellaneous area. In contrast, I find myself rather envious of Meng Zhiro. Following you should guarantee her a stable future. Lu Yu's voice faltered towards the end, a bitter smile gracing her lips as a few crystalline tears fell. Faced with her tears, Li Bufan appeared somewhat at a loss, quickly apologizing. "Sister Yu, I'm sorry, I didn't know she was your sister." His words trailed off, for he was unsure how to articulate the rest. Should he say that he had directly severed her sister's life? Though Li Bufan believed he was acting out of goodwill, it was absurd to expect the bereaved family to accept such a good deed. "You killed her, but I do not blame you. I understand you wish to spare her from further suffering in her final moments, but could you do me a favor?" A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Yu's beautiful eyes as she coldly stated, "If the opportunity arises, help me kill the Golden Guard." She did not inquire whether Li Bufan possessed the strength to do so, for it was unnecessary. In her fury, she placed her hopes solely upon him, as she could find no one else at the entire miscellaneous peak. Nodding, he repeated the motion. Li Bufan did not respond verbally, but simply nodded twice. Killing was merely a task, and even if it served to repay Lu Yu's life-saving grace, he found no reason to decline. With a swift motion, Lu Yu's toes touched the ground lightly. Her beautiful eyes fluttered shut, and her red lips gently pressed against Li Bufan's. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Li Bufan remained in a state of shock. As an upright man, he had indeed fantasized about something occurring between him and Lu Yu in the past. However, after forming bonds with Meng Zhiro and Su Qingqing, such thoughts had faded. His kindness towards Lu Yu stemmed solely from her previous act of saving his life. The sudden kiss took him by surprise. "I like you, but I also know that I am unworthy of you," Lu Yu uttered before hurriedly vanishing into the night. This time, Li Bufan did not pursue her, but stood frozen in place for a moment. Someone liked him. It felt rather delightful to be desired by a beautiful woman for the first time. The woman of the Golden Guard? No, tomorrow she would be a widow. And the day after, she would be mine. Li Bufan touched the long knife at his waist and strode purposefully towards the Golden Guard's courtyard. Inside the courtyard, the Golden Guard was resting with his eyes closed, accompanied by 2 women who gently massaged his shoulders and legs. As for the matter of Lu Yu's sister being hung in the mass grave, the Golden Guard was utterly indifferent. As the leader of the guards, he lacked for women. With a loud bang, the courtyard door was kicked open, and Li Bufan entered with a smile. Hearing the commotion, the Golden Guard slowly opened his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Li Guard, why have you come here instead of patrolling?" "To kill you." Li Bufan did not conceal his intentions as he strolled towards the Golden Guard. "Li Guard, are you aware of what you were saying?" The Golden Guard chuckled, gesturing for the 2 women beside him to leave. In the next moment, he seized a long blade nearby. With a swift motion, the blade was drawn, and the Golden Guard wielded it with both hands, the air whistling around him as he swung it towards Li Bufan's head. He would not question why Li Bufan sought to kill him. It was unnecessary, regardless of the reason, even if it were a jest. In the eyes of the Golden Guard, uttering the desire to kill was a death sentence in itself. Li Bufan wasted no time with words. He pressed his hand to his waist and swiftly drew his sword. In an instant, he executed a rapid draw and slash. The resonant sound of the blade echoed through the courtyard. When their blades met, sparks flew, creating a breathtaking display of violent beauty against the backdrop of the night. With a crack, the Golden Guard's sword shattered, and a fragment grazed Li Bufan's forehead, drawing a trickle of blood. "I thought you were formidable." "But it was merely a single strike," Li Bufan remarked, casually wiping the blood from his brow with a nonchalant smile. The Golden Guard clutched his throat, blood gushing forth as he realized the grim truth. A single strike indeed. He had merely grazed Li Bufan, while his own throat had been severed. Shock filled the Golden Guard's eyes. He could hardly fathom that as the head of the guards, a formidable warrior of the 9th tier, He had been slain by an unknown new recruit. How? How did you accomplish this? He stammered incredulously, before collapsing heavily to the ground, lifeless. How did I do it? The draw, the retraction, words won't suffice for you to grasp it. Li Bufan stepped forward, brushing the soles of his shoes against the golden guard's lifeless body. He turned to the two women, now pale with fear, and smiled. You both witnessed that, did you not? Startled, the two women shook their heads vigorously. My lord, we saw nothing. They cried in unison, kneeling and trembling like chaff in the wind. Take care of yourselves, Li Bufan advised before striding out. He was confident the women would not dare speak. Even if they did, who would believe them? And should anyone believe, unless Liu Yan intervened, who could challenge him? As for whether Liu Yan would act, Li Bufan doubted it. He had ingested the heart-eating ant concocted by Liu Yan, and in her eyes, he was akin to a dog, just as the Golden Guard had been. Since one raises dogs, who would not desire a fierce hound? Li Bufan believed he was that fierce dog now. Even if Liu Yan discovered he had slain the Golden Guard, she would likely tighten her control over him, utilizing him rather than extinguishing his life. After all, the dead hold no value. Embracing this indifferent mindset, Li Bufan returned to his quarters. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard, a delightful aroma of food enveloped the space. Meng Zhiro emerged from the kitchen, gracefully carrying a steaming bowl of noodles adorned with 2 slices of fierce beast meat, which lent the moment a sense of ritual. My dear husband, you must be weary from your patrol. Please sit and enjoy the noodles, she urged Li Bufan, her demeanor radiating the essence of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. All right, are you not going to eat? Li Bufan nodded in agreement, feeling a slight hunger. It wasn't solely from the patrol. Rather, he had been preoccupied with Su Qingqing, and they had just engaged in a vigorous confrontation with the Golden Guardian, which was quite physically demanding. In the room, Li Bufan savored his noodles while Meng Zhiro gazed at him with a blissful expression. After some time, she drew the bed curtains, and in the flickering candlelight, only the sight of her changing clothes was visible. Once you finished eating, please wash up and place the bowl in the kitchen. I will take care of it tomorrow. Her voice floated from behind the curtain. Have you washed up? Li Bufan lowered the bowl, responding absent-mindedly. Life had become comfortable, and he sometimes pondered that the absence of Huazi in the cultivation world might be a significant oversight. There seemed to be little to do in the moments following a meal. I prepared your noodles only after I had washed up, Meng Zhiro replied. Li Bufan paused, sensing something amiss. Chapter 22. Captain of the Northern Team, Li Bufan. Notification. The reincarnation scroll continues to provide benefits. Reincarnation points 3. After a night of pleasant dreams, Li Bufan gradually opened his eyes at the system's prompt. Host Li Bufan. Cultivation level, 93, postnatal 9th stage. Martial skills, level 1, supreme quality. 9 Swords of the Phoenix, beginner. Level 1, medium quality, blade draw slash, minor achievement. Level 2, medium quality, gale step, beginner. Reincarnation points, 0. Feeling the robust power coursing within him, a smile graced Li Bufan's lips. He was just 7 reincarnation points away from stepping into the innate realm. An innate expert, with immense strength capable of cleaving gold and jade, would surely command respect, even within the entire servant district. My dear husband, breakfast is ready. Meng Zhiro's gentle call resonated from outside the door. Li Bufan rolled out of bed and dressed quickly. However, instead of eating, he offered a few brief instructions and ventured outside. Last night, he had slain the Golden Guardian, regardless of the ensuing commotion. Li Bufan was more concerned that other guardians might attempt to usurp the Golden Guardian's woman, potentially taking Liu Yu away. That simply could not happen. His chosen widow must be returned. Thus, he dared not delay. Yet, he was overthinking. The death of the Golden Guardian had sent shockwaves throughout the Northern Guardian District. Early this morning, a guardian had reported the incident to the management hall. At that moment, guardians from the entire Northern District surrounded the courtyard of the Golden Guardian, respectfully awaiting the arrival of the officials from the management hall, with no one daring to act recklessly. Within the courtyard of the Golden Guardian, Liu Yu, along with several other women, knelt upon the ground, with all of the Golden Guardian's valuable possessions laid out beside them, awaiting distribution from above. Indeed, it is a matter of allocation. Women too are subject to such distribution. This is the menial area of the cultivation realm, where individuals may be regarded as commodities. Among the crowd, Li Bufan cast a glance towards Liu Yu, who, at that moment, fortuitously raised her gaze. Their eyes met, not igniting sparks but rather conveying Liu Yu's gratitude. Lord Liu has arrived. Everyone, please make way. The guards on the periphery of the crowd announced as Liu Yan and Su Qingqing strolled towards them, prompting a swift retreat from the throng. Notable figures commanded respect, and even Li Bufan instinctively stepped back with the crowd. A path was cleared, revealing Liu Yan adorned in gleaming silver armor, exuding an air of formality. Though her curved blade was not as grand as the sabers wielded by the guards, it emanated a palpable sense of danger. Beside her, Su Qingqing donned an elegant azure gown, embodying grace and poise. Upon spotting Li Bufan, Su Qingqing shot him a captivating glance, causing a flutter within his heart. Pray tell, what news have you gathered regarding the demise of the Golden Guard? Liu Yan inquired, her tone measured as she approached the front of the crowd. Reporting to you, my lord, we have yet to ascertain the full circumstances surrounding the incident, replied Guard Wang, bowing respectfully. As a veteran of the Northern Guard, he understood that, in the absence of a captain, it fell upon him to make a mark. Very well, let the new captain of the guard investigate the Golden Guard's death. The Northern Guard cannot remain without leadership, Liu Yan succinctly declared, setting aside the matter of the Golden Guard's demise to assess the array of guards before her. Intent on selecting a new captain. Upon hearing her words, several seasoned guards straightened, their expressions a blend of anticipation and reverence. The position of captain represented the pinnacle of power within the 7749 peak. Who would not desire such a role? Yet, mere desire was insufficient. One must possess the requisite strength. Liu Yan's gaze swept over the gathered guards, ultimately resting on Guard Wang, who possessed the formidable strength of the 8th stage and had considerable seniority, making him a fitting candidate. Just as she prepared to vocalize her decision, Su Qingqing interjected, Miss, I believe the previous Guardly would be an excellent choice. He is exceptionally capable and resourceful. Guardly? Who is that? Liu Yan inquired, surprised by Su Qingqing's suggestion, as she could not recall which of the nearly 100 guards she referred to. Oh, he is the one who was part of the trio that recently failed to acquire the starry moonflower. He is quite dashing. Su Qingqing quickly elaborated on Li Bufan's attributes. Having absorbed this description, Liu Yan's memory was jogged, and she began to scan the crowd until she spotted Li Bufan in a corner. Liu Yan's brow furrowed. What cultivation level does this individual possess? I cannot discern it. You cannot see through him either? Su Qingqing exclaimed, astonished. She had only assumed her inability to perceive Li Bufan's cultivation level was unique to herself, finding it remarkable that Liu Yan also found him inscrutable. There is nothing surprising. In the realm of cultivation, some individuals possess extraordinary abilities, and I have not specifically practiced the art of divination. Liu Yan waved her hand nonchalantly, displaying no concern over such matters. She then beckoned to Li Bufan. Li Bufan, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed Liu. What directives do you have for me? Li Bufan approached with utmost respect, bowing slightly. Qingqing has recommended you as the captain of the North Guard. Do you have confidence in this role? Liu Yan inquired with an indifferent tone. Esteemed Liu, I shall certainly live up to your expectations and those of Sister Qingqing. Li Bufan responded with a rather grandiloquent proclamation. Good. Liu Yan nodded, not even inquiring about Li Bufan's cultivation level. She proceeded with the appointment. From this moment forth, Li Bufan would be the captain of the North Guard, fully responsible for the matters concerning the Gold Guard. With that, Liu Yan stepped outside, leaving Su Qingqing deeply moved. To serve in such a capacity was indeed a source of great happiness for her. She had merely made a suggestion, and Liu Yan had instantly acquiesced without a second thought. As she departed, Su Qingqing cast a flirtatious glance at Li Bufan. He discreetly took note, planning to personally express his gratitude under the cover of night with a toast of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or even 8 cups. With Liu Yan's appointment, Li Bufan swiftly assumed the position of captain of the Gold Guard, and naturally, the vast estate of the Gold Guard became his domain. After ordering a few maidservants to tidy the estate, Li Bufan, not accustomed to keeping maidservants, entrusted them to Guijian and Zhang Hai for proper care. The rationale behind this gift was their closer acquaintance. Having become the captain of the North Guard, it would be illogical for him not to have at least 2 capable subordinates. Once everything was in order, Li Bufan promptly issued his commands. From now on, within the entirety of the North Guard district, no one was permitted to hang living individuals in the burial forest. Furthermore, no member of the North Guard was allowed to execute servants arbitrarily. Those deserving of death must be detained and reported. Upon the issuance of these 2 edicts, the servants residing in the jurisdiction of the North Guard were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy brimming in their eyes. They had long awaited this moment. Although it was but a small step, they felt a sense of human dignity. Li Guard, he is that Li Guard. My parents gave me life, and now it is Li Bufan who brings me rebirth. They exclaimed, yes, we servants shall no longer live in fear, under the governance of Li Guard. We can now abide by the rules and live like human beings. Of course, while some rejoiced, others fumed. Those male servants who had long scavenged corpses in the burial forest realized that Li Bufan's decree meant they would no longer have the opportunity to encounter women from the North District. However, despite the impact, it was not a grave concern, for there were still the East, South, and West districts to explore. The most incensed were the guards of the North Guard district. These 2 simple commands signified a ruthless diminishment of their power. Chapter 23, An Evening Toast, Drinking with You. That evening, Li Bufan had already relocated to the courtyard of the captain of the guard. Sitting on a stone bench within the courtyard, He raised his gaze toward the sky. Indeed, with the system augmenting my being, I indulge in sea cucumbers daily. Since acquiring the system, within a mere month, he had transformed from a mere errand boy into a figure of considerable authority, overseeing the entire northern district. It felt quite splendid. Husband, I am rather fatigued. I shall retire for the night, Meng Zhiro exclaimed, winking at Li Bufan as she pushed open the door. She was well aware that Li Bufan was unlikely to visit that day, as Liu Yu was still present in the courtyard. After Li Bufan took charge of the courtyard, he had dismissed everyone except Liu Yu, and Meng Zhiro could easily surmise the reasons behind it. She felt little concern regarding the matter. Having an additional sister to keep her company seemed rather pleasant. In a world that reveres the strong, where multiple wives and concubines are commonplace, Meng Zhiro had been exposed to such notions since childhood and found nothing astonishing about it. Instead, she gently expressed her intention to retire for the night. Li Bufan merely shook his head, feeling a sense of comfort regarding Meng Zhiro's understanding. What else could he do? However, he did not immediately seek out Liu Yu, but instead poured himself a jug of wine and began to drink alone. As the liquor slid down his throat, a fiery sensation surged within, an irresistible allure. Lacking extravagance, yet possessing a simple charm, life was still quite agreeable. Li Bufan chuckled to himself, momentarily transported back to the days of drinking without care, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. One does not merely reminisce due to age, when far from home. Who does not yearn for their roots? Do you require my company for a drink? A gentle voice inquired as Liu Yu approached Li Bufan. She appeared to have just bathed, her hair still damp at the tips. Adorned in a striking red embroidered short dress, she exuded both vibrancy and beauty. Her collarbones exposed, her alluring shoulders visible, Liu Yu draped a sheer red shawl over herself, enhancing her captivating figure with an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a mature beauty, akin to a neighborly older sister. Sister Yu, please have a seat, Li Bufan smiled, pouring a glass of wine for her. Liu Yu, unreserved, settled directly across from him and raised her glass, saying, I toast to you. You are the most exceptional man I have ever encountered. Sister Yu, you jest. Li Bufan replied, slightly taken aback by the compliment, and drained his glass in one go. I speak no falsehood. I recall you were merely an errand boy a month ago, Liu Yu chuckled as she reminisced. Unlike others, she vividly remembered each moment spent with Li Bufan. From the first time he crafted a flower basket, gazing at her with a rather foolish expression, to the chaotic graveyard scene where he valiantly fought alongside the errand boys, and ultimately to the present, where he stood as the proud captain of the guard, his demeanor imbued with an air of defiance. A month, just a month, had wrought such miraculous transformation in him. Upon hearing Liu Yu's narration, Li Bufan felt a sudden pang of anxiety. His progress was indeed astonishing. He quickly clarified, Sister, you may have idealized me in her mind. In truth, I have merely experienced a stroke of luck. Isn't luck also a facet of skill? Liu Yu replied with a smile, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of affection. The two engaged in a spirited exchange of drinks, reveling in each other's company until the last drop of wine was consumed. A subtle intoxication began to creep onto their faces. Shall I escort you back to rest? Li Bufan inquired, gently supporting Liu Yu's arm. No need, I'm not drunk. Liu Yu lightly pushed him away and staggered toward her room. Upon opening the door, she paused, glancing back at the still-standing Li Bufan with a flirtatious smile. Aren't you coming over? Me? Li Bufan was momentarily taken aback. Did you not say you didn't want me to accompany you? Indeed, I don't need you to escort me. But I never said I didn't want you to come over. Liu Yu chuckled, her flushed cheeks, tinted by the effects of alcohol, appearing particularly enchanting. She continued, if you don't mind, I could stay by your side in the future, helping you tidy up and wash your clothes. Of course, I could also do what you desire. Li Bufan chuckled in response, what I desire? I am not thinking of anything at all. I am merely a naive youth who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education. How could I harbor any ill intentions? Yet, how could one refuse a beauty's kind offer? When the sun rose, casting its warm glow upon the mountains and rivers, some people casually remarked, what a wonderful day. But Li Bufan opened his eyes, recognizing that this light was called hope. As he stretched his weary body, Li Bufan couldn't help but ponder the arduous journey of mortals seeking to ascend to the heavens. Nothing comes easily. At that moment, Liu Yu and Meng Zhiro had already left for work, while Li Bufan meandered through the kitchen. To his dismay, he discovered only a few steamed buns, eliciting a bitter smile. Indeed, when he had been living alone with Meng Zhiro, a simple bowl of congee was a daily staple. Now that Liu Yu had joined, it seemed they were 2 monks fetching water, and the breakfast congee had vanished. In truth, he had misunderstood. Meng Zhiro's lack of preparation stemmed from Liu Yu's first day of integration into their lives, and she felt compelled to take charge of the cooking. Liu Yu was unaccustomed to congee, lacking that concept in her mind, and had instead prepared a vegetable soup, which was far too bland for Li Bufan, who chose to overlook it. Holding 2 steamed buns, Li Bufan embarked on his first day in office at the Northern Guardian Hall, the administrative hub governing the entire Northern District's guardians. Li Bufan arrived at the entrance only to find Su Qingqing already waiting. Upon seeing him holding the buns, her lips pouted in displeasure as she complained, "Captain Li, is this all you're having for breakfast? Your little darling truly knows how to make one feel cherished." "Sister Qingqing, please do not take offense." Li Bufan offered a polite remark, yet in broad daylight, they could only maintain a superficial relationship. Such treacherous beings. Once they drew closer, Su Qingqing whispered her grievances. "Yesterday, I waited for half the night, hoping to celebrate with you, yet you chose to nibble on steamed buns instead. After a long day of moving, I am utterly exhausted. Is Sister Qingqing still preparing wine today?" Li Bufan raised an eyebrow with a knowing smile. "Preparing wine? Nonsense. Hurry inside and take charge." Su Qingqing rolled her eyes elegantly and shifted her focus to the tasks at hand. Her primary purpose for being here today was to bolster Li Bufan's standing. Upon learning of the 2 commands he issued yesterday, she sensed that his inauguration would not proceed smoothly. Thus, she chose to come and lend her support. As they entered the Grand Hall of the Northern Guards, they found only 6 guards present, far fewer than anticipated. "What is going on?" Li Bufan strode to the main seat and inquired of the few individuals below. "Reporting to you, my lord. The guard Wang has taken the others to work." Guo Jian clasped his hands in respect towards Li Bufan. Indeed, the few present were friends of his and Zhang Hai. Were it not for his and Zhang Hai's earnest persuasion, the attendance would likely have been even lower. On the first day of the new guard captain's tenure, such an attitude was hardly respectful of Lord Lu's orders. Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes darkened. Disrespecting her man was tantamount to disrespecting herself. Chapter 24. I will do as I please. Faced with Su Qingqing's ire, the guards nervously lowered their heads, hesitant to respond. Yet, this matter did not concern them. "Li Guard, I shall report to Lord Lu and have her take charge," Su Qingqing declared, her anger prompting her to seek retribution. However, she was swiftly halted by Li Bufan, who urged, "Sister Qingqing, there is no need to trouble Lord Lu. If one cannot manage their subordinates, then there is no point in shamelessly assuming the role of Northern Guard captain." His voice, though soft, carried a subtle confidence. Hearing this, Su Qingqing's anger subsided slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded obediently, stating, "Then you shall handle it yourself. I must return to prepare lunch for Lord Lu." "Indeed, the matter at hand is of utmost importance." Li Bufan nodded, acknowledging that Su Qingqing's cooking for Liu Yan was indeed a priority. Su Qingqing nodded, and as she reached the door, seemingly remembering something, she poked her head back in and whispered, "I will prepare wine today." As soon as the words left her lips, her charming face flushed crimson. Li Bufan observed her retreating like a startled rabbit and mused that a woman in love often loses her wits. How endearing. It was only after Su Qingqing vanished from sight that Li Bufan's smile gradually faded, and he turned to the 6 guards, inquiring with a calm demeanor, "Where are Guard Wang and the others?" The moment he spoke, the air around them seemed to chill, and the guards exchanged anxious glances. After some hesitation, Zhang Haikai responded, "Report to the captain. Wang the Guardian has gathered with other guardians in the cemetery of the Forgotten. He certainly knows how to choose a location." Li Bufan chuckled and stepped towards the direction of the cemetery. Only Zhang Hai and Guo Jian among the several guardians chose to follow. The other 4 remained behind. Their presence to welcome Li Bufan's appointment was merely out of respect for Zhang Hai and Guo Jian. It was evident that a conflict was brewing between the 2 sides, and the 4 guardians wisely chose to watch from a distance rather than stand with Li Bufan. Li Bufan paid no heed to this. After acquiring the system, his ambition was to leave the menial zone rather than to reign supreme at the menial peak. Thus, he did not require anyone to be on his side. However, should anyone attempt to undermine him, he would not show leniency. In the cemetery of the Forgotten, along the roads of the Northern District, Wang the Guardian was gathering with about 20 other guardians, leisurely drinking and feasting on roasted meat. "Brother Wang, what is that Li Guardian? Just a newcomer. Yet he has the audacity to become captain. I, Sanji, refuse to accept it," boomed a fierce-looking man, reeking of the underbelly of society. "You haven't seen it. Originally, Lord Lu intended to select Brother Wang as captain. I wonder what Sister Qingqing whispered to change her mind," a gaunt middle-aged man interjected, taking a sip of his drink. Upon hearing such gossip, Sanji immediately perked up. "I bet it was that wretched Su Qingqing, involved in some clandestine affair with that pretty boy Li. Haha, probably. After all, that Li lad does have a handsome face," Wang the Guardian exclaimed, slapping his thigh, finally finding a reason for his failure, which lifted his spirits somewhat. A group of guardians chatted animatedly, raising their cups in merriment. Unbeknownst to them, Li Bufan was quietly listening from a distance. After approximately 2 minutes, he called out to the guardians of the North team, "Why have you not reported to the North Guardian Hall?" At his words, the surrounding guardians fell silent. Instinctively startled, yet none answered, casting malevolent glances at Li Bufan. Is no one speaking? Li Bufan inquired again, striding towards the nearest guardian. You, speak up. I refuse to accept it. Why should you be the captain? The guardian's expression and words were still in a state of agitation, his sentence unfinished. In a swift moment, blood sprayed forth as Li Bufan slowly sheathed his blade, stepping over the fallen body to stand before the gaunt guardian, smiling. Now, share your reasoning. I believe Guardian Wang is more qualified, possessing extensive work experience. You are merely a newcomer. The gaunt guardian mustered his courage to express his thoughts. You think so? Li Bufan's brow furrowed slightly as he drew his blade once more, a swift motion creating a gash across the gaunt guardian's throat, blood dripping forth. The emaciated guard clutched his throat, his eyes fixed intently on Li Bufan, resembling a man on the verge of death. I do not seek your opinion. I demand my own. Li Bufan, with the bloodied tip of his blade, gestured toward the surrounding guards and inquired, Do you possess any justification? Silence enveloped the air as none dared to respond. Startled by Li Bufan's prowess, they discreetly retreated to the sidelines. They had been swayed by the senior guard Wang, who suggested demonstrating a bit of authority to the new captain, but none were willing to gamble with their lives. In light of the current predicament, they prudently opted to remain passive observers. However, two individuals remained seated, continuing to indulge in their drinks. One was Wang, and the other was the speaker, Sanji. Noticing Li Bufan approach, Sanji set down his cup and remarked, If you were to rescind the 2 orders you issued yesterday, I would have no objection to whoever assumes the role of captain. The moment his words left his lips, several guards nearby nodded in agreement. Their compliance with Wang was not solely due to his seniority, but stemmed from the fact that Li Bufan's directives had infringed upon their collective interests, effectively diminishing the guard's authority. Consequently, many harbored grievances over this matter. Very well, draw your sword, Li Bufan acknowledged, gripping his weapon firmly, intending to assert his dominance while also providing an opportunity for dissenters to respond. Upon hearing Li Bufan's words, Sanji, undeterred, slowly rose and unsheathed his long blade, revealing his formidable prowess at the 7th stage of combat. His audacity to remain seated after Li Bufan had dispatched 2 guards indicated that he was no ordinary adversary. Li, you have overstepped, Sanji prefaced, leaving himself an escape route. He initiated the exchange, clarifying that it was merely a sparring match. Winning would be splendid, but should he lose, he could salvage his life, having established it as a friendly contest. In an instant, Sanji lunged forward, targeting Li Bufan's right shoulder. This choice was deliberate, as Sanji understood that Li held his blade in his right hand. Should he strike there, Li would instinctively evade, thus falling into the realm of defensive maneuvers. Sanji, leveraging his combat experience, aimed to seize the initiative with a fierce offensive. However, he gravely underestimated Li Bufan's capabilities. In a flash, Li Bufan sprang into action, his movements swift as the wind. Almost as soon as Sanji made his move, Li had anticipated it. He deftly sidestepped and countered with a swift swing of his blade. With a sickening sound, Sanji's throat was nearly severed, his head tilting grotesquely to rest upon his left shoulder before his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Perhaps you should reconsider your orders after confirming the number of heads you possess, Li Bufan chuckled, sheathing his weapon. He beckoned toward Wang, saying, It is your turn. Do you have anything to say? Chapter 25, stationed at the Northern Guard Hall. Shock, confusion, terror. Wang's gaze remained locked on Li Bufan, who, in truth, was already in a state of panic. Everything unfolded at a breathtaking pace, leaving him in a perpetual quandary about how to address the situation. Guardian Wang never anticipated that his intention to instill a sense of intimidation in Li Bufan would result in such ruthless measures. In a mere heartbeat, 3 guards had fallen. What instilled greater fear in Guardian Wang was the prowess of Li Bufan. The 3 guards were formidable fighters within the Northern Guard team, yet they had met their demise with a single stroke, their bodies severed in an instant. At this moment, Guardian Wang comprehended that he could never be a match for Li Bufan. He immediately bowed in supplication, exclaiming, Captain Li, it is my fault. I have judged you poorly. Spare me, and I shall be your most loyal servant henceforth. In response to Guardian Wang's plea for mercy, the surrounding guards exhibited no surprise. It was only to be expected. The strength displayed by Li Bufan was overwhelmingly formidable, particularly his propensity for lethal retribution at the slightest provocation, which instilled an instinctive fear among them all. Li Bufan looked at Guardian Wang and smiled faintly, replying, If begging for mercy were effective, who would still toil to cultivate their strength? Be more mindful in your next life. Before his words could fully resonate, the sharp sound of a blade being drawn echoed through the forest. In an instant, Guardian Wang's head rolled to the ground like a fallen fruit. Li Bufan paid this no heed but turned to the remaining guards, inquiring, Do you have anything to say? Silence enveloped the scene. Suddenly, one individual knelt, followed by another. And soon the others followed suit, dropping to their knees in unison, declaring, We are willing to follow Captain Li. through fire and water, with unwavering loyalty. Li Bufan nodded in satisfaction. He could not afford to eliminate all the guards, for aside from potential repercussions from Liu Yan, as a captain, he needed subordinates to command, lest he become a mere figurehead. Zhang Hai, Guijian, you two are responsible for organizing everyone's information and overseeing the Northern District's watch. Divide these guards into 2 groups and manage them on my behalf. Report any misconduct or disobedience to me without fail. Li Bufan instructed Zhang Hai and Guijian, who were still processing the shock of recent events. Upon hearing his words, they felt a surge of delight. Li Bufan's directives had solidified their standing as influential figures within the Northern Guard team, an opportunity they had never dared to dream of. Though their individual strength was merely average among the guards, they had ascended to positions of authority, a testament to their fortunate timing today. Yes, rest assured, Captain Guijian, being the elder and more composed, was the first to respond respectfully to Li Bufan. Zhang Hai quickly followed suit. After addressing the immediate matters, Li Bufan paid little further attention and strode towards the Northern Guard Hall to commence his day's duties. However, unbeknownst to him, on a nearby hillside, 2 graceful figures had witnessed the entire scene unfold. This Li Guard is extraordinary, possessing the cultivation of the 9th stage. Liu Yan nodded in satisfaction. After issuing orders yesterday, she anticipated such events would transpire. Thus, upon receiving news today, she promptly came to investigate, curious to discern what extraordinary qualities the individual recommended by Su Qingqing possessed. Indeed, prior to making the recommendation, she had conducted thorough research. Su Qingqing, her face unflustered and her heart steady, stated, in truth, when Liu Yan brought me here previously, I was exceedingly anxious, fearing that Li Bufan might not handle matters adequately. Observing the prideful countenance of Su Qingqing, Liu Yan chuckled helplessly and gently patted her head, remarking, "You impudent girl, such individuals are not easily managed. Are you certain he has ingested the ant heart poison? We must avoid any untoward incidents." "Rest assured, miss. I administered his antidote just a few days ago," Su Qingqing promptly affirmed, continuing, "Moreover, I sense he is undoubtedly trustworthy. Do not place blind faith in your instincts. It is the control of the ant heart that ensures absolute security," Liu Yan replied with a smile. Regarding Su Qingqing's constant praise, coupled with Li Bufan's youthful and handsome appearance, she perhaps surmised more than she let on. However, she was not one to indulge in gossip. Adults understand the nuances of such matters. Crucially, although Liu Yan entrusted Su Qingqing with the distribution of the monthly antidote for the ant heart poison, she was the one who truly wielded control over it. Hence, once someone had ingested her poison, there was no way for them to escape her grasp, allowing Liu Yan to remain utterly unconcerned. The duties of the captain of the guard were thus rendered considerably simpler. There was no need for patrols or supervision. The captain merely needed to oversee the guard hall, intervening only in the event of unforeseen incidents that the guards could not manage. To put it succinctly, trivial matters were to be ignored, while significant issues were nearly non-existent. As a tranquil day was drawing to a close, Li Bufan was leisurely sipping tea, when he was abruptly disturbed by the hurried arrival of Guijian. "Captain, there's trouble. Could you perhaps begin with a different introduction?" Li Bufan set down his teacup slowly, devoid of joy or sorrow, and inquired, "What is it?" "Captain, while we were on patrol, we had a confrontation with the guards from the Western District at the boundary," Guijian reported earnestly, his brow furrowed with anxiety. "The Western District?" Li Bufan paused for a moment, realizing that his first day in command was proving to be eventful. Without hesitation, he commanded, "If they provoke us, draw your swords at once." Having spoken, Li Bufan prepared to return home to freshen up and don a new outfit. After all, Su Qingqing would be waiting for him tonight, ready to toast, making his work seem trivial in comparison. However, Guijian remained rooted in place, stammering, "It was indeed they who initiated the provocation, but we are no match for them. Some of our men are still engaged in combat with the opposing force." As he spoke of the battle, Guijian's complexion visibly paled, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. In truth, it was not a battle at all. Rather, the guards of the Northern District were subjected to a humiliating assault, and one of them managed to flee, intent on returning to summon reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Li Bufan could not remain oblivious to the situation. Wherever there are people, there exists a realm of camaraderie. It was evident that the guards of the Northern District had been wronged. As the captain, there was nothing more to deliberate. He promptly rose and commanded Guijian, "Lead the way. I wish to see how many heads the captain of the Western District possesses." Yes, at Li Bufan's assertive demeanor, Guijian felt an immediate sense of relief. After all, they were all human. As members of the Northern District's guard, they had endured humiliation. Without regard for the complexities of the situation, Guijian's first instinct was to retaliate. Unfortunately, his own strength was limited, and he had to place his hopes in the captain. Li Bufan's apparent disregard for the adversary instilled a sense of inexplicable confidence in Guijian. It seemed that they would indeed be able to reclaim their dignity. Moreover, having witnessed Li Bufan's ferocity, Guijian believed that if such ruthlessness were directed towards outsiders, the entire Northern District's guard would be held in higher esteem by the other districts. Chapter 26. I am not to be provoked at the border of the Northern District. In the open expanse of the Zai 7749 Peak, patrol guards frequently encountered one another. The four guard teams, East, South, West, and North, had long regarded the Northern team, being the last established and the weakest, with disdain. In the past, they would often endure ridicule and mockery. However, today was different. The Western District's guards had deliberately sought trouble, mercilessly attacking the patrolling personnel of the Northern District without provocation. Given that the overall strength of the Western Guards surpassed that of the Northern Guards, the latter found themselves in a position of passive suffering. On what grounds do you bully us? A young man from the Northern Guards incessantly questioned, unable to comprehend why they would attack one another despite being fellow guards. With a resounding slap, Luo Fengdog of the Western Guards unleashed his formidable prowess, startling the Northern Guards who dared to resist. As a seasoned guard of the Western District, Luo Fengdog was notoriously strong. In the past, only Wang Guard and Jin Guard from the Northern District dared to confront him. Now, with the elite fighters of the Northern District absent, the remaining members had little recourse but to endure the beating. I find your Northern team utterly repugnant. Just because you're guards, does that make you superior? We want to kill the laborers or indulge in women. What, do you lack the guts? Luo Fengdog exclaimed, delivering another thunderous slap to the young man, causing blood to seep from his mouth and nose. However, Luo Fengdog was cautious not to deliver a fatal blow. After all, they were all guards, and causing a death could lead to considerable complications. Just as Luo Fengdog and several guards were reveling in their misdeeds, Zhang Hai summoned the entirety of the Northern District's guards, who surged forth in response. In an instant, the 5 guards of the Western team encircled them. Stop! Zhang Hai summoned his courage to shout. Are you addressing me? Ro Fenggo released the youth, shook his neck, and completely disregarded the numerical superiority of the Northern team guards. He swaggered over to Zhang Hai and coldly questioned him. Yes, please cease your actions. Zhang Hai, emboldened by the presence of his comrades, responded assertively, despite knowing he was no match for Ro Fenggo. Haha, you want me to stop? Ro Fenggo laughed mercilessly, calling out to several nearby guards. These guys are nothing. The Western team guards erupted in laughter. Brother dog, they're insignificant. Just this group of cowards, and you alone could leave them searching for their teeth. The arrogance of the Western team guards incensed the Northern team guards, who gritted their teeth in frustration. Some spirited guards had already placed their hands on their blades. Yet none dared to act. The reason was simple. Ro Fenggo of the Western team was formidable. Even though they outnumbered him, a fight would not necessarily favor them. The crux was that once a scuffle broke out, the other Western guards would undoubtedly rush to his aid. That would escalate into a conflict between the entire Western and Northern teams, and ultimately, the Northern team would suffer. For they were weaker and would inevitably be the ones at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Ro Fenggo struck, delivering a powerful slap to Zhang Hai's cheek, visibly swelling from the blow. Zhang Hai gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Please leave. All right, I'm satisfied. I shall take my leave. Ro Fenggo chuckled heartily, waving goodbye to the members of the Western Patrol. Indeed, when a man is pleased, he must return to the pleasures of drink, rather than waste time with a bunch of softies. Ha ha ha, you garbage from the Northern team. Don't let us catch you on patrol again. If we do, we'll teach you a lesson every time. The Western guards released the Northern members they had beaten, who were now bleeding from their mouths and noses, and prepared to depart. The Northern guards, their expressions filled with fury and clenched fists, felt a growing resentment but remained hesitant to unleash their anger. At that moment, someone with keen eyes spotted Li Bufan approaching from a distance and whispered, "The captain is coming." Upon hearing this, the Northern guards turned their gazes, filled with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Although Li Bufan had previously suppressed them violently, leaving many with lingering grievances, they now hoped he would avenge their humiliation against the Western team. "Captain," one of the Northern guards called out, prompting others to join in. "Captain, we are here." At this point, the Northern guards had shed their defiance, replaced only by a sense of indignation, much like children bullied who find solace in the arrival of a parent. They all cried out in unison. Upon hearing the arrival of the captain of the Northern team, the members of the Western team, who were initially prepared to depart, halted their steps at the gesture of the infamous Luo Fenggo, displaying no fear as they fixed their gazes upon the approaching duo. "Which of you is the captain of the Northern team?" Luo Fenggo inquired, directing his question towards Li Bufan and Guijian, his demeanor brash and devoid of any respect. "I am," Li Bufan replied, stepping forward with a smile, probing, "Why do you bully my Northern team members? What do your 2 orders signify?" Speaking candidly, Luo Fenggo retorted, "To be frank, Captain of the North, your team is already the weakest among the 4 Guardian teams. You elevate yourselves to such a lofty status. Not only do we in the Western team find you displeasing, but the brothers from the other Guardian teams share our sentiments. With his head held high and a dismissive glance, he spoke with a calm confidence, convinced that the captain of the Northern team would not dare to retaliate. He was aware that the captain of the Northern team had perished and questioned whether the newly appointed captain could be his match, thus emboldening him. Indeed, my previous considerations were lacking. The graveyard can still hang the living. Bufan smiled amiably. The hearts of the Northern team members sank, their eyes dimming with disappointment. Was their captain truly of such a character? Harsh towards his own, yet timid in the face of outsiders, it was disheartening. However, in the next moment, as Bufan continued to speak, the glimmers of hope returned to their eyes. Henceforth, individuals from other districts may still be hung alive in the graveyard. As Bufan's command was issued, his smile gradually faded, a chilling aura enveloping the atmosphere. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding gripped Luo Fengao. What do you intend to do? There was no response, nor could there be. Instead, the resonant sound of a blade being drawn filled the air, a melodious yet ominous note. Startled, Luo Fengao hastily retreated, attempting to unsheath his weapon. Yet, before his blade was fully drawn, he felt a sudden chill in his abdomen as blood surged forth. A gash, the length of a palm, appeared on his stomach, the strike swift, precise, and merciless, leaving him incapacitated yet alive. Bufan slowly sheathed his sword, commanding, "Take him down. Pierce their collarbones and hang them in the graveyard." As his words echoed, the Northern team members, who had been holding their breath, swiftly drew their blades and charged towards the other Guardians of the Western District. The clash of steel resounded as several of the Western Guardians offered only minimal resistance before being easily subdued. After all, their strongest, Luo Fengao, had already been captured, and the shock of Bufan's prowess rendered any potential resistance woefully inadequate. "Captain, it suffices to give them a beating. If you truly kill them, I fear it may lead to complications. The captain of the Western team is not to be trifled with," Zhang Hai suggested, tugging at Bufan's sleeve. His voice was soft, yet all present heard him, causing those Northern team members engaged in restraining the Western Guardians to instinctively pause and turn their gazes towards Bufan. "Has the sting of the slap on your face subsided?" Upon being questioned by Bufan, Zhang Hai awkwardly lowered his head. Bufan then addressed the crowd, proclaiming, "Is the captain of the West team not to be trifled with? Today, allow me to inform you that the captain of the North team is even more formidable. Should any of you from the West team find this unacceptable, let your captain come and seek me out." With that, he left a final remark and departed with grace. He had an appointment with a beauty and could not afford to be delayed. As for whether the West Guard team would come seeking trouble, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. With the continuous benefits provided by the reincarnation scroll, Bufan sensed that he might very well achieve a transcendent position by the following day. He was well aware that the captain of the West team was merely at the 9th stage of the postnatal realm. Although the difference between the 9th stage of postnatal and the first stage of innate might seem minor, the chasm between them was indeed vast. Moreover, even if he did not attain the innate position, Bufan was confident that, with the martial arts granted by the system rewards, he had little to fear from peers of his level, at least within the Outer Disciple Peak. Exuding an aura of dominance, he felt invincible. "With such a captain as ours, what do we have to fear? Let's hang up those West team cowards." Guo Jian snapped back to reality and shouted to the North team guards, who immediately echoed his sentiments. "Exactly. If the captain isn't afraid, why should we be? Let's give them a taste of our might." In the past, Captain Jean had been timid in the face of others, but thanks to our Captain Li, we can finally hold our heads high today. A raucous group of guards dragged several members of the West team, shackled, towards the cemetery woods. During this time, Zhang Hai and the guards who had just been beaten took the opportunity to teach the West team a thorough lesson. The cemetery woods, in essence, encompassed an uninhabited forest surrounding Peak 7749. As such, the cemetery woods were vast, and the West team members who were hung in the northern cemetery woods went unnoticed by their comrades for the time being. As night fell, Luo Feng and his companions finally began to feel a sense of dread. The women suspended in the cemetery woods faced a grim fate, as they were subject to being scavenged, while the men fared even worse, facing the same harrowing destiny. Although there were not many scavengers interested in men, there were still a dozen or so among the multitude who had peculiar preferences. At this moment, Bufan was blissfully unaware of these developments. He had finished washing up, donned a clean outfit, and knocked on Su Qingqing's courtyard door. Upon opening the door, Su Qingqing had already prepared several exquisite dishes and poured 2 pots of wine. "I thought you might have perished in the embrace of your little wife," Su Qingqing said with a frown, expressing her discontent. "Aren't you the little wife?" Bufan replied with a cheeky grin, closing the door behind him. He extended his arms and embraced Su Qingqing from behind, inhaling the fragrant aroma of her post-bath freshness. "It smells divine. Come, Have a seat and taste my culinary skills. Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly wriggled free from his embrace. As the two took their seats, Su Qingqing had clearly put considerable thought into the meal today. The dishes, while not exotic delicacies, were undeniably delightful. Li Bufan savored a few bites and quickly understood why Su Qingqing was thriving by catering to Liu Yan's needs. Had this been the era of ancient Huaxia, she could have easily earned a substantial income through her culinary skills. Is it delicious? Don't just focus on eating. Have some wine. Su Qingqing observed his eager demeanor and, with a charming smile, promptly poured him a drink. Casually, she inquired, "How does it feel on your first day in office?" "Quite well, really. There wasn't much to do all day, except for reprimanding some members of the Western Guard in the afternoon," Li Bufan replied, raising his glass and savoring the rich, aromatic wine. The Western Guard. Su Qingqing rubbed her temples. Disbelief etched on her face as she cautioned him. "You should avoid stirring up trouble. I have no authority over the matters between the captains of the guards." She felt overwhelmed, although the captains were usually respectful towards her. Their ranks directly reported to Liu Yan. Su Qingqing was, at most, a figure of authority by proxy. In the face of significant issues, she truly felt powerless. "Qingqing, I'm rather curious. What would the consequences be if I were to eliminate a guard captain?" Li Bufan asked nonchalantly while continuing to enjoy his meal. "Did you kill the Golden Guard?" Su Qingqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "No, I'm not referring to him. I mean, if I were to kill another captain, what would happen?" Li Bufan clarified with a nod, maintaining the light-hearted conversation. "You would certainly face punishment. The specifics would depend on the lady's mood," Su Qingqing promptly replied. "It's best if you refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. I wouldn't want to end up a widow." "Understood," Li Bufan nodded, his mind beginning to grasp the situation. After indulging in pleasant conversation and satisfying their appetites, Li Bufan began to consider a post-meal rest. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly recalled his late-night conversation with Liu Yu from the previous evening and quietly asked, "Qingqing, I heard that using saliva to thread a needle makes it easier. Is that true?" "It is, but don't you know how to sew?" Su Qingqing asked, bewildered. "Use your imagination and make some connections," Li Bufan replied with a knowing smile, his gaze clear and innocent. Su Qingqing looked up, as if a realization dawned upon her, and awkwardly nodded. A half-hour later, Liu Yan approached the courtyard, intending to summon Su Qingqing for a late-night snack. Opting for a leisurely stroll, she refrained from using the communication token. However, upon reaching the entrance, she was taken aback. The sounds of feasting echoed clearly from within, the aroma wafting tantalizingly. "Qingqing, you rascal. What delicious food are you hiding from me?" Liu Yan kicked the courtyard door and called out. "Miss, just a moment." Su Qingqing's voice hurriedly responded. 2 minutes later, the courtyard door swung open. Su Qingqing, her gaze evasive, looked at Liu Yan and whispered, "Miss, what brings you here?" Liu Yan replied playfully, "Am I not allowed to check on you? Now tell me, what delectable treat did you sneak away to enjoy?" Liu Yan affectionately ruffled Su Qingqing's hair, seemingly oblivious to the blush on her cheeks and her anxious demeanor. She instinctively attributed it to Su Qingqing's covert indulgence being discovered by her. Upon entering the courtyard, the enticing aroma of a lavish spread wafted through the air. "See, I knew you were indulging. How can you possibly eat so much alone?" Liu Yan seated herself at the spot previously occupied by Li Bufan, her curiosity piqued. "Oh, you needn't ask. I'm not quite sure how to explain." Su Qingqing hesitated before deciding to feign innocence and charm. Such a tease. Liu Yan raised an eyebrow, as if seeing right through her. "You claim to be on a diet, yet here we are. Fetch me some chopsticks. I'll manage with what you have." Upon hearing Liu Yan's directive, Li Bufan trembled in the corner, relieved by his quick reflexes. Had there been 2 sets of utensils on the table, he would have found himself in quite the predicament. Soon, the 2 women began to clink their glasses, while Li Bufan remained motionless, feeling decidedly uncomfortable. "Miss, I've heard that the Northern Guard and the Western Guard have encountered some conflict. What is your take on this matter?" Su Qingqing recalled Li Bufan's earlier inquiry and decided to seek Liu Yan's perspective. "Let them be. The victors will survive, while the vanquished meet their fate." Liu Yan nonchalantly sipped her drink, feeling quite satisfied, before sampling a couple more dishes and finally setting her chopsticks down. In disbelief, Su Qingqing asked, "But what if the captain of the guards were to perish? If he dies, so be it. What can be done? I have deliberately turned a blind eye to the guards for years, allowing them to engage in their internal strife. Such conflict spurs progress. Only the strongest, forged in battle, can secure greater benefits for us in external confrontations. Qingqing, broaden your horizons. There are treasures aplenty within the mountain of bones." Liu Yan added, casting a knowing glance at Su Qingqing. "Never mind. I shall reveal more once you become an innate powerhouse." Chapter 28. The 3 captains gather at the Northern Hall. The 2 women conversed leisurely until the moon reached its zenith, at which point Liu Yan rose to depart. As soon as she left, Su Qingqing promptly locked the courtyard door, pressing her hand to her heart as she exhaled a long sigh of relief. When sunlight once again graced the ground, Li Bufan awoke to the system's notification, his heart racing with excitement as he allocated the acquired points to enhance his cultivation. A surge of formidable energy coursed through his body, and for the first time, Li Bufan distinctly felt the miraculous flow of his meridians. Host Li Bufan. Cultivation level, 111. Innate Stage 1. Martial Arts, Level 1 Exquisite, Stunning 9 Swords, Beginner. Level 1 Medium, Draw Sword Slash, Major Achievement. Level 2 Medium, Gale Step, Minor Achievement. Reincarnation Points, 0. Indeed, Li Bufan exclaimed in realization. Now, to ascend to a modest level of cultivation, one requires a staggering 100 reincarnation points. Such a daunting thought. Li Bufan discerned that the experience gathered from the little companion must be supplemented with more time spent together for greater rewards. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. I need to prepare breakfast for the young lady. Su Qingqing pushed Li Bufan aside, exasperated. At his age, he still had the audacity to sleep with his arm over hers, making it impossible for her to rise early. Such a nuisance. All right. Li Bufan quickly regained his focus. Putting aside thoughts of cultivation for the moment, he promptly rose, donned his attire, and, seizing a moment when no one was outside, hurriedly departed the courtyard. Upon leaving, noticing that it was still early, Li Bufan made his way directly to his own quarters, intending to have breakfast before engaging in work. Reflecting on it was indeed frustrating. In novels, characters often traverse worlds with ease, yet here he was, cursed with a life that still required labor. Who could he turn to for solace? As he pushed open the courtyard door, Meng Jiro and Liu Yu, engaged in conversation, were taken aback. Meng Jiro assumed Li Bufan was in Liu Yu's room, while Liu Yu believed he was in Meng Jiro's. Yet, here he was, returning from outside. Husband, why did you go out so early? Meng Jiro inquired, bewildered. I went to the administrative hall to report on work, Li Bufan replied, maintaining a composed demeanor, portraying himself as a diligent husband striving for his family. This moved the two women immensely. Meng Jiro swiftly approached, wrapping her arms around Li Bufan, her lips brushing against his in a tender kiss as she said, I made congee today, and sister you steamed fluffy, white buns, please eat something. Moments later, a steaming breakfast was laid out. After a simple meal, one could not help but marvel at Su Qingqing's culinary prowess. By noon, Li Bufan rested at the Northern Guard Hall, feeling invigorated. It was undeniably dull. As one ascended the ranks, the workload diminished. Captain, the few rascals from yesterday have been taken away by the Western Guard, reported a dark-complexioned young guard. Taken away? Doesn't that favor them? Li Bufan furrowed his brow, a hint of discontent brewing within. Oh, you have no idea. Last night, several of us observed from the sidelines. The dozen or so male laborers in our district thoroughly handled those rascals, the dark-complexioned youth exclaimed animatedly, painting a vivid picture that almost made Li Bufan lose his lunch had he been eating. Enough. You truly are a genius. What is your name? Li Bufan couldn't help but compliment, impressed by the keen observation and vivid description, undoubtedly a form of innate talent. Reporting to the captain, I am called Lu Dejio. The young man with dark skin scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. While the two were engaged in casual conversation, a boisterous roar echoed from outside. Captain Li, I demand an explanation from you. The voice reverberated, followed by a cacophony of footsteps. And soon the entire Northern Guard Hall was completely surrounded. Dozens of guards, each adorned with a small West emblem on the left side of their uniforms, clearly indicated their allegiance to the Western Guard, and their intentions were glaringly evident. Big Jew, let us step outside and see, Li Bufan said, setting down his teacup and leading the way. Upon emerging, they beheld a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, wielding a large knife, who was glaring intently in their direction. Who are you? Li Bufan inquired with a smile. I am Captain Feng Hu of the Western Guard. The bearded man replied coldly. Captain Feng, it is a privilege to finally meet you. What brings you to my humble establishment? Li Bufan feigned ignorance, continuing to question him. He maintained a nonchalant demeanor, which only served to stoke Feng Hu's inner fury. Captain Li, you injured one of my subordinates yesterday and humiliated them by hanging them in the Wailing Woods. You must provide me with an explanation for this matter, Feng Hu stated, struggling to suppress his anger, considering they were both captains. An explanation? They provoked me. My punishment was a mere stroke of fortune that allowed them to retain their lives. What more do you want? Li Bufan retorted, shaking off the dust from his clothes as he settled into a chair beside the door. Seeing his dismissive attitude, Feng Hu's ire was ignited, and he slowly drew his long knife, poised to strike. Captain Feng, Captain Li, let us all sit down and discuss this matter calmly. Two voices emerged from the periphery of the crowd, accompanied by two middle-aged men. Captain Dong, Captain Nan, it is not that I, Feng, am unwilling to negotiate, but rather that Captain Li of the Northern Guard is being quite aggressive. Feng Hu replied coldly, his brow furrowed. Feng, do not be angry. We are aware of the situation. Please grant me some grace, Captain Dong said, patting Feng Hu on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. He then turned his attention to Li Bufan, stating, the 2 orders issued by Captain Li are indeed somewhat inappropriate. While the laborers in your northern district may be pleased, it has caused discontent among the workers in our other districts, complicating our management. Thus, the brothers from the Western Guard are understandably upset, having injured members of your patrol. It's not a grave matter, but the issue lies in the severity of your actions, Captain Li. I believe it would be prudent for you to personally apologize to the brothers of the Western Guard, and we can discuss the specifics of compensation afterward. Captain Dong's words elicited nods of agreement from the surrounding guards, who found his perspective reasonable. Meanwhile, the arriving Northern Guard members clenched their fists in discontent. An apology? For their captain to apologize and then offer compensation, would they retain any dignity in the Northern Guard after this? Captain Dong, while ostensibly advocating for fairness, appeared more as a peacemaker, yet his true intention was to assist Team West in finding a resolution. Although everyone was acutely aware of this truth, no one dared to speak up at that moment. Instead, all eyes turned towards Li Bufan. Chapter 29, Liu Yan strikes, terrifyingly so. Upon hearing Captain Dong's assertions, Li Bufan could only think to himself, what utter nonsense. How could it be deemed unreasonable for him to retaliate after the members of the West Guard had attacked their own? Moreover, his 2 directives issued in the Northern District bore no relevance to the other districts whatsoever. Logically, Li Bufan felt he was in the right. However, being a man of the Li surname, he had no inclination towards reasoned discourse. Thus, he raised an eyebrow and, with a calm demeanor, addressed Captain Dong. Setting aside whether you possess any justification, I pose a singular question. Must the strong explain themselves to the weak? The words escaped him with a quiet intensity, startling those around him, who regarded him with disbelief. Was the Northern captain implying that he was the weak one? Feng Hu could no longer contain himself. He felt he had been exceedingly accommodating. Yet, what he received in return was an incessant stream of disdain. For even a clay figurine has its limits. No offense was intended towards you. I see all of you as the weak. Li Bufan smiled faintly and strode towards the 3 captains. The youth, brimming with defiance, was prepared to let actions speak louder than words. At that moment, the southern captain, who had remained silent until now, could no longer restrain himself. With a swift motion, he drew his long blade. Silence does not imply a lack of ferocity. Rather, the dog that barks seldom bites. Captain Dong nodded in agreement and promptly unsheathed his sword. He and the southern captain had come to bolster Feng Hu's standing. And since the confrontation had commenced, they would not hold back. Feng Hu, the crux of the situation, acted even more swiftly, wielding his blades with a powerful downward strike directed at Li Bufan. In an instant, dust filled the air, and the surrounding guards retreated to clear a spacious area. As the 3 blades descended, Li Bufan felt a surge of wind at his feet, charging directly towards the oncoming strikes. Retreat was not an option. After all, he had heard the adage, the best defense is a good offense. With a resounding clash, Li Bufan unsheathed his sword, its momentum akin to thunder, captivating all who bore witness. When his blade met those of the 3 captains, the overwhelming force was like a tempest, sending the trio flying. Shock, fear, and disbelief coursed through the hearts of the 3 captains, while the surrounding guards stared wide-eyed in astonishment. With a single stroke, the northern captain had overwhelmed all 3. What kind of strength was this? In that moment, reflecting upon Li Bufan's earlier query, must the strong justify themselves to the weak? Sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Indeed, why should the strong feel compelled to reason with the weak? In a fleeting instant, Li Bufan acted decisively. He had no intention of sparing the lives of the 3 captains. He had overheard Liu Yan's private conversation with Su Qingqing the previous day. Since it has been established that Liu Yan will not concern herself with matters between the guards, it is imperative to eradicate the roots of this issue. Li Bufan waved his hand to discard his weapon. With a tremor of his arm, the rusted sword behind him soared forth, landing in his grasp in an instant. A shadow of the sword emerged, followed by the manifestation of 9 additional sword shadows. With the elegance of the stunning 9 swords, one sword unleashed 9, effectively sealing the escape routes of the 3 captains. One sword was sufficient to slay 3 men. However, as is often the case, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A 2-foot-long crescent-shaped blade whistled through the air from a distance, breathtakingly beautiful yet fearsome. Faced with the sudden onslaught of the blade aimed at him, Li Bufan hastily withdrew his sword to block. With a clash that sent sparks flying, his sword was cleaved in 2. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to narrowly evade the strike, the curved blade grazing his chest before it swiftly returned to the hand of an enchanting woman, none other than Liu Yan. Your subordinate greets you, my lady. The surrounding individuals bowed in unison. Although Liu Yan seldom imposed restrictions on her subordinates, her prowess and authority loomed over the 7749 peak like a giant in the hearts of all leaving no one daring to act rashly in her presence. Liu Yan waved her hand, her gaze settling on the three fallen captains, and spoke coolly. Did you come rushing to the North Guardian Hall merely to seek death? In response to Liu Yan's derision, the three captains hastily rose to their feet, standing respectfully, yet none dared to utter a word. Noticing their timid demeanor, Liu Yan lost interest in them and turned her beautiful eyes towards Li Bufan, a faint smile gracing her lips. Li Bufan, I recall that just yesterday you were at the 9th stage, and today you have ascended to the innate realm. You exhibit quite a measure of talent. My lady overestimates me. I merely experienced a stroke of luck last night that led to my breakthrough, Li Bufan replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, maintaining a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Liu Yan nodded in satisfaction and continued, while the weak may deserve death for provoking the strong. Could you grant me the courtesy of letting this matter pass? After all, there are hardly any capable guards on this vast miscellaneous peak, and as the one in charge, it would reflect poorly on me. Her tone was remarkably calm, yet it was evident she was not truly seeking Li Bufan's agreement. Faced with such a situation, Li Bufan was wise enough not to provoke Liu Yan further, promptly responding, I shall abide by your command, my lady. I will heed your wishes. Very well. Liu Yan acknowledged with a nod, turning to the three captains beside her. You shall all apologize to Captain Li later. We must prioritize harmony among colleagues on the same peak. Understood, the three replied in unison. Liu Yan paid them little mind, casually departing, but as she left, she arched an eyebrow at Li Bufan, leaving him with the remark, I have damaged your sword. If you require compensation, you may come to the administrative hall to find me. Li Bufan interpreted her words differently. Believing that Liu Yan had matters to discuss with him or perhaps a task to assign, he promptly nodded in acknowledgement. After Liu Yan's departure, the three captains sequentially offered their apologies to Li Bufan. In response to their contrition, he instructed Liu Deju to prepare tea for everyone, and they engaged in casual conversation for a while. The leisurely manner in which guests were treated left the three captains feeling a sense of relief. None felt neglected, and all perceived Captain Li as quite amiable. Thus, a farcical episode came to a close, and within half a day, the renown of Li Bufan spread throughout the 7749 peak. The guards of the North Hall basked in this newfound glory, while the guards from other halls regarded them with utmost respect and courtesy. As the architect of this affair, Li Bufan quietly blended into the background until the end of the workday, sauntering leisurely on his way home. Good day, Captain Li. Good day, Captain Li. Along the path, the guards would occasionally bow in greeting, to which he courteously responded in kind. Upon entering the courtyard, he found two women had finished their tasks and were preparing dinner for the evening. My dear, you're back? Meng Zhiro, as direct as ever, leapt into Li Bufan's embrace, and the two shared a brief hug. If you prefer, you can rest first. I'm still simmering the soup. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her voice melodious and soft. Chapter 30, Conditions for Leaving the Servant District. Ding. The reincarnation scroll continues to provide benefits, earning 4 reincarnation points. The following day, as Li Bufan opened his eyes, he noticed Liu Yu seated beside him with a gentle demeanor. Suddenly, an immature thought crossed his mind, and he inquired, Sister Yu, are you currently at the 9th level of body refinement? The sun is up. Do you wish to rest longer? Liu Yu paused her task of arranging her coat. Realizing he was inquiring about her cultivation level, she felt a bit embarrassed, her lovely face reddening, and continued, Yes, but why do you ask? It's nothing. I was merely curious about how long it might take you to break through to the next stage. Li Bufan pondered aloud. He was actually contemplating whether Liu Yu's cultivation, upon breaking through, would yield a similar amount of reincarnation points as Su Qingqing. If so, it would imply that he could enhance the women's cultivation and thereby accrue more points. This would certainly simplify matters. How would I know how long it takes? Liu Yu shot him an exasperated glance, finishing her attire before preparing to assist with breakfast. Wait. Li Bufan quickly called out to Liu Yu, pressing further. How could you not know your own cultivation level? Confronted with this question, Liu Yu looked at him incredulously, then resignedly took a seat at the edge of the bed. Smiling gently, My lord, are you a bit muddled from sleep? How could I possibly know? The journey of a martial artist in breaking through to a higher realm is akin to crossing a barrier. Some achieve it swiftly, while others take their time. The specific duration remains uncertain, largely dependent on the practitioner's innate talent. What if my talent is limited, and I remain at the body refinement stage for life? Liu Yu remarked, her eyes sparkling with a tender allure. She felt that Li Bufan was deliberately engaging her in conversation, with motives that were, of course, quite clear. It was not without reason that Liu Yu entertained such thoughts, especially after hearing that Li Bufan was an innate martial artist. An innate martial artist questioning such rudimentary cultivation knowledge is simply inconceivable. It must be that they are grasping for conversation. Upon hearing these explanations, Li Bufan, recalling the fantastical novels he had perused in his previous life, began to form a vague understanding and suddenly pondered a possibility, inquiring, "Can one break through by consuming potent elixirs?" "Indeed, but only if the medicinal ingredients are appropriate. The specifics elude me," Liu Yu replied nonchalantly, her fair hand gently lifting to caress the hair cascading over her shoulder. An hour later, Li Bufan, fully attired, emerged after a modest breakfast, embarking on yet another tedious day of labor. Following the events of the previous day, it is not mere boastfulness to assert that, at the miscellaneous servants peak 7749, Li Bufan found himself devoid of tasks. After all, those surrounding him had all complied. Those who resisted had perished. In his profound ennui, he casually instructed his subordinates before making his way to the management hall. He was curious to discover the true intent behind Liu Yan's promise to compensate him with a sword. As he stepped inside, the melodious laughter of two women echoed from the management hall. It was evident that Su Qingqing and Liu Yan, in each other's company, felt no reservations, interacting almost as friends, for their laughter was utterly uninhibited. "Captain Li Bufan, seeking an audience with Lady Liu," he announced. Though he was acutely aware that Liu Yan had not appointed any attendants within the hall, nor were there guards at the entrance. Yet, he hesitated to stride in unbidden. The formidable power Liu Yan had exhibited the previous day instilled in him a deep-seated reluctance to provoke her. "Come in," Su Qingqing's voice resonated from within, clearly having received Liu Yan's nod of approval to act as a messenger. As Li Bufan entered the hall, he found Liu Yan seated regally in the main chair, while Su Qingqing stood obediently beside her, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. "Captain Li, are you here to discuss the sword I promised you?" Liu Yan inquired with a slight smile. "I would not presume to ask, merely wishing to ascertain if you have any directives," Li Bufan replied respectfully, not daring to exhibit any trace of complacency. "Directives may not be the right term. I merely wish to offer you a piece of advice. Dominance within one's own abode does not equate to true prowess. You now possess innate cultivation. I grant you a privilege to enter and exit peak 7749 at will," Liu Yan stated, her tone devoid of any overt emotion. Beside her, Su Qingqing's large eyes sparkled with curiosity, for it was well known that no one, apart from the management lord, had ever enjoyed such freedom within 7749 peak, not even she, who was quite favored. Li Bufan, however, did not immediately acquiesce. While the proposition was enticing, he pondered the utility of departing from peak 7749. The entire miscellaneous servants area was shrouded in a formation, and leaving the peak would only place him back in the miscellaneous servants zone, which could prove even more perilous without Liu Yan's protection. Should he encounter the management lords of other peaks, given his current strength, he did not believe he would stand a chance against them. Cautiously, he inquired, "Might you elaborate on what you mean, esteemed one?" "Certainly," Liu Yan continued. "Allow me to clarify. Although I hold the status of an Outer Sect disciple, I have never departed from this place, as I was once a servant myself." Upon hearing this, Li Bufan felt even more perplexed. There is no need for astonishment. Should I ever manage to leave this place, you would stand the greatest chance of becoming an Outer Sect disciple, thereby overseeing the 7749 peak. Liu Yan smiled and proceeded to elaborate on the regulations of the servant district. After her extensive narration that spanned most of the day, Li Bufan finally grasped the essence of her explanation. It turned out that within the servant peak, the highest-ranking servant disciple, bestowed with the title of Outer Sect disciple by the sect, was granted this identity. Once one achieved this status, if they could break through their cultivation and step into the foundational realm, they could petition to depart from the servant district and join the outer sect of Lingyun Sect, thus becoming a true cultivator in the fullest sense. Consequently, the overseers of each peak would dispatch their most capable subordinates to the Burial Bone Mountains in search of rare herbs, aspiring to elevate their cultivation and, one day, attain the status of a genuine cultivator. While the 7749 peak had occasionally sent guards to the Burial Bone Mountains to seek out these precious herbs, the limited strength of the guards meant they could only operate in the most peripheral areas, rendering the herbs they found practically useless to innate martial artists. Thus, Liu Yan's intent in conveying this to Li Bufan was quite straightforward. She wished for his assistance in locating the herbs, and in return, should she leave the servant district, she would nominate him to become the overseer of the 7749 peak. In truth, Li Bufan harbored little interest in the position of overseer. He merely sought to inquire of Liu Yan, if a servant disciple were to break through to the foundational realm, would there be a possibility of leaving this place? After pondering, he did not reject the prospect of collaborating with Liu Yan, for having ingested another's poison. He found cooperation imperative. However, before entering into an alliance, he yearned to ascertain whether he had any chance of departure. Chapter 31. Arrival at the 7748 peak. Upon hearing Li Bufan's inquiry, Liu Yan's brow furrowed slightly. A capable subordinate is something any overseer would appreciate, yet having overly ambitious thoughts may not necessarily be a virtue. Thus, she promptly admonished him, that is not feasible. Given that you are afflicted by the ant heart-devouring poison, I, as the overseer, shall command you for as long as I remain in authority. Moreover, lacking the identity of an Outer Sect disciple, even if one attained the foundational realm, the leader of the servant district would not permit your departure. Of course, there exists a possibility. It is said that ascending to the Yuanyang Peak and accessing the core of the formation could allow one to reach the Outer Sect directly. Liu Yan continued, her gaze shifting slightly, and with a light chuckle, added, however, you are well aware that recklessly ascending Yuanyang Peak would mean challenging the authority of the servant district's leader. Even a powerful overseer could be slain on the spot. Nodding in understanding, Li Bufan replied, I comprehend now. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed Liu. Here, take these 2 items. Liu Yan, with a flick of her wrist, retrieved a token and a thick tome from her storage bag, tossing them to Li Bufan. He explained, these 2 items, the communication talisman, can transmit messages within a certain range. If you encounter a primordial-grade elixir in the Bone Burial Mountains, inform me immediately. Do not entertain thoughts of hoarding it for yourself. For the guardians of such potent elixirs are extraordinarily formidable. A single misstep could cost you your life. The subordinate understood. Li Bufan respectfully clasped his fists. Even without Liu Yan's words, he was aware that his role was primarily to investigate the Bone Burial Mountains. The true competition rested upon Liu Yan, which was one of the reasons others felt assured in allowing him to seek it out. As for the thick tome, Liu Yan did not elaborate. But after perusing a couple of pages, Li Bufan discerned it to be a compendium on various grand elixirs. It provided detailed descriptions of numerous elixirs, along with a cursory overview of the various beasts that guarded them. After receiving the items from Liu Yan and following a few more instructions from her, Li Bufan took his leave. Upon returning to the North Guardian Hall, Li Bufan diligently studied the book, and at last, his perseverance was rewarded. He discovered several elixirs related to the breakthrough from the 9th stage of body refinement to the postnatal realm, red ginseng, mountain willow grass, and 4-leaf flower. After further research, Li Bufan was even more certain of his direction. It was time to venture into the Bone Burial Mountains. Even if he could not find a primordial-grade elixir, acquiring some postnatal herbs to enhance the capabilities of his women would also be quite commendable. They should be improved, and it was imperative they were. Li Bufan had contemplated this. Endowed with an abnormal cultivation speed by the system, his days in the servant district would not be prolonged. When he ultimately departed, would he possess the ability to take his women with him? He remained utterly oblivious to the external world, and perhaps even if he had the capability, he would hesitate to bring them along, for the unknown is the most fearsome of all. Thus, they needed to cultivate the ability to protect themselves in the servant district. Or how could he rest easy? Of course, the journey to the Bone Burial Mountains entailed more than just this. There was a particular desire. Li Bufan yearned to encounter beautiful female warriors of the primordial realm. If he could successfully forge a friendship, how many reincarnation points might he gain? The thought thrilled him. Initially, he had intended to pursue Liu Yan, but after witnessing her prowess, he had to relinquish such immature notions. The reason was simple. Liu Yan's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering him acutely aware that he currently had no opportunity. That night, Li Bufan sought out Su Qingqing, and the two engaged in light-hearted conversation for a considerable time until the night deepened. Do you wish to go to the Bone Burial Mountains? Su Qingqing asked, resting her chin on one hand, vaguely sensing her partner's ambitions. Yes, I yearn to leave the servant district, even if it means venturing into the mundane world outside. Eventually, I will bring you all along, and we shall live a simple life as a family. Li Bufan replied with a smile, already envisioning their future. Leaving this perilous place, living like a wealthy landlord with 7 or 8 wives, and raising dozens of children, life surely could not hold more ambitions than that. I believe in you, but can you stay with me a few more days before you go? Su Qingqing, a rare embodiment of gentleness, had a smile gracing her features. In the ensuing days, Li Bufan led an exceedingly mundane existence, dedicating his daylight hours to replenishing his energies within the Northern Guardian Hall. The cycle of reincarnation continued to yield ever-increasing rewards. Remarkably, within a mere 5 days, his cultivation ascended to the 2nd stage of innate mastery. Host Li Bufan. Cultivation, 200, 2nd stage of innate mastery. Martial arts, level 1. Supreme quality, stunning 9 swords, minor achievement. Level 1, mid-quality, blade slash, complete. Level 2, mid-quality, gale steps, major achievement. Reincarnation points, 0. It was not until midday on the 6th day that 2 unexpected visitors arrived at the management hall. The pair of middle-aged men, one tall and the other lean, were identified as Gu Ninghao, the steward of the miscellaneous tasks at peak 7748, and Huang Renjia, who was reputed to be the captain of the guard at the same peak. Steward Liu, we have recently discovered a star moonflower at our peak, which has come to be in your possession, has it not? Gu Ninghao began, his gaze coldly fixed upon the incense burner on Liu Yan's desk. "We have not obtained the star moon flower. Even if we had, it would have no bearing on you," Liu Yan replied with a smile, displaying an air of superiority. Undeterred by their intimidating demeanor. "Humph, my brother's poison refining furnace is right there on the table, yet Liu Darren adamantly denies it. That is a rather dismissive stance towards us," Huang Rinjia interjected suddenly. His brother, Huang Zhang, had recently ventured into the Buried Bone Mountains on a mission and had not returned since. After extensive inquiries, it was discovered that the guards from Peak 7749 had also been in the Buried Bone Mountains during that period. Consequently, he conferred with Steward Guninghao, deciding to come and investigate together. Upon arrival, they had spotted his brother's weapon, leaving little doubt that his sibling had met a grim fate. Thus, Huang Rinjia could hardly contain his agitation, prompting his outburst. "Do you truly think of a mere dog as worthy of respect?" Liu Yan's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and just as Liu Yan prepared to strike, Guninghao reacted swiftly, delivering a sharp slap to Huang Rinjia's face, admonishing, "How dare you speak to Steward Liu in such a manner? Steward Liu, I apologize for my subordinate's lack of decorum. Please forgive us." Guninghao maintained a polite smile, his swift actions providing Liu Yan with no justification to retaliate. While Guninghao might not fear Liu Yan, a rift between the two peaks would undoubtedly bode ill for both parties. No matter, Liu Yan waved her hand dismissively, continuing, "Pray tell, Steward Gu, what brings you to my humble abode? Indeed, it is not a matter of great consequence. However, it is rather significant to me, as the deceased happens to be the younger brother of my subordinate. If a brother falls victim to foul play, is it not the duty of a person to seek retribution?" Guninghao stated, his smile unwavering as he directly addressed the crux of the matter. He came to seek a venue, not specifically targeting Liu Yan, but rather wishing for his subordinates to engage in a contest. Liu Yan nodded directly and instructed Su Qingqing beside her, "Go summon Li Bufan. He is the one who has committed the act. Let him spar with Gu Guan's capable subordinates." Chapter 32. Soared like a cold night upon receiving the order, Su Qingqing stepped out of the management hall. She addressed the patrolling guards nearby. "Please inform the captains of the Eastern, Western, and Southern Guard teams to come to the management hall." The reason for notifying the other guards was entirely Liu Yan's intention. Su Qingqing, sharp as a needle, realized that although Liu Yan had provided Li Bufan with a communication token, she was personally tasked with the notification to ensure a larger audience gathered. The purpose behind this was undoubtedly to witness the spectacle of 7,748 Peaks disgrace. Before long, Su Qingqing arrived at the Northern Guard Hall, where only Li Bufan was present. Meditating with his eyes closed, she tapped lightly on the table, causing Li Bufan to awaken with a dazed expression. "Can we discuss this later? You?" Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed, her thoughts racing. Did he perceive her as some kind of predatory vixen? "Lord Liu has instructed you to go to the management hall to eliminate a target swiftly and decisively. Do you understand?" Suppressing her embarrassment, she addressed the matter at hand. Liu Yan wanted Li Bufan to defeat his opponent in a single strike, a notion Su Qingqing could easily surmise. While she was unaware of the conflicts among the management lords, she was confident in her ability to interpret Liu Yan's intentions. "Ah, I thought you were summoning me for something else," Li Bufan remarked, retrieving a dagger from the table and securing it at his waist as he strode outside. "You think I would devour you?" Su Qingqing, blushing, stamped her foot and hurried after him, wrapping her arms around his. Her affectionate demeanor reflecting that of a young girl in love. The management hall was now bustling with people, for the guards Su Qingqing had summoned were swift in their duties. "Lord Liu, I humbly request permission to take my brother's belongings back as a memento," Huang Rinjia said after much hesitation, pointing at the incense burner placed on Liu Yan's desk. Liu Yan gently lifted the incense burner for a moment, but did not address Huang Rinjia. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Guninghao and smiled. "If you win, I shall allow you to take this incense burner. But what if you lose?" In response, Guninghao quickly replied, "I shall wager a medium-grade weapon as a stake. How does that sound?" He expressed unwavering confidence in his subordinates. "Very well, Li Bufan is accustomed to using a sword. When the time comes, present him with a sword." Liu Yan agreed, viewing this merely as a means to acquire more items. Losing? In her eyes, it was inevitable that Li Bufan would repel the three captains with a single strike. Her words were brimming with assurance, yet Guninghao paid it no mind. All awaited the revelation of true prowess in the confrontation. Time ticked by, and moments later, Huang Rinjia, feeling somewhat impatient, murmured quietly, "Could it be that Guard Li is afraid and dares not come? What nonsense. Captain Li could dispatch you as easily as one would crush an ant." "Afraid of you?" The East captain immediately erupted with a coarse exclamation. In his eyes, Li Bufan was an unparalleled force. After all, it was Li Bufan who could defeat all three of them with a single stroke. To question his prowess would imply they were utterly inept. As soon as he uttered those words, the South captain chimed in. That fellow from Peak 7748, if you're itching for a fight. You need not wait for Captain Li to make a move. I can teach you a lesson myself. The West captain, Feng Hu, then requested to engage in battle. Feng Hu stood up, unable to contain his desire to showcase his abilities. After suffering a significant defeat at Li Bufan's hands last time, he was eager to seize an opportunity to prove himself. Stunned and bewildered, Huang Rinjia stood frozen. His face flushed crimson as he struggled to comprehend how a mere complaint had stirred such a hornet's nest. Just as he was lost in thought, Li Bufan and Su Qingqing stepped into the grand hall. Li Bufan had previously met Lord Liu and offered a respectful bow. Ah, Manager Go. The incense burner on the table was brought back by Guard Li. You may have your men proceed. Liu Yan gestured subtly toward Li Bufan. Gu Ninghao nodded and signaled Huang Rinjia to step forward. Are you the one who killed my brother? Huang Rinjia's gaze suddenly ignited with murderous intent as he advanced toward Li Bufan. Clang! The crisp sound of a blade being drawn echoed throughout the hall. A stunning flash of steel slicing through the air. Blood sprayed forth as Huang Rinjia's head was severed in a single stroke. Li Bufan slowly sheathed his sword and chuckled. I forgot to ask who his brother was. Stunned, Gu Ninghao's face paled to the point where one might think it could drip water. He never expected that one of his most capable subordinates would be slain before even drawing his weapon. What was intended as a contest had turned into a tragedy. Captain Li, you promised a friendly spar. How can you suddenly resort to murder? Liu Yan furrowed her brow, feigning disapproval. While internally, she commended Li Bufan for his impressive execution. It was my subordinate's rudeness. It will not happen again, Li Bufan replied respectfully. Not happen again. A man is dead, and you speak of a next time? Just as Gu Ninghao began to regain his composure, fury twisted his features. Fortunately, being a seasoned individual, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Heh, Li Bufan, a fine name indeed. I shall remember it. With those words, Manager Gu turned and, with a flick of his sleeve, departed in a huff. The three captains then hurriedly cleared the body from the ground, and after extolling Li Bufan for several minutes, they finally took their leave. My lord, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Li Bufan said, offering a respectful gesture to Liu Yan before preparing to return and gather his strength anew. Take this sword. Consider it a compensation from me, Liu Yan said as she waved her hand, tossing the sword left by Gu Ninghao to Li Bufan. With a swift motion, Li Bufan caught it and slowly drew the blade for inspection. The sword measured 3 feet and 6 inches in length, 3 fingers wide, gleaming with a silvery brilliance. Exuding a cold light, a truly remarkable weapon. The hilt bore the inscription Jun Xing, which conveyed a sentiment. Like the cold night, I shall walk alongside you. Li Bufan gradually sheathed the sword and offered a slight bow to Liu Yan, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. Indeed, he had a need for the sword. Although the blade draw technique was undeniably powerful and intuitive, it delivered only a single strike. If that blow failed to determine the enemy's fate, he would find himself in a perilous position. It was only through the agile coordination with the swift 9 swords that he could maximize his potential. In the world of martial arts, one could never have too many means of self-preservation. Upon returning to the Guardian Hall and enjoying a brief respite, Li Bufan entered the courtyard where the 2 women of his household had already prepared his belongings. Husband, you and I have packed some items for you. I hope they are suitable. Please check them again later, Meng Zhiro said anxiously while arranging the items. What is the point of checking the bags? Li Bufan pondered, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. What exactly does my lord wish to inspect? Liu Yu, setting aside her task, flashed a charming smile. Chapter 33, The 5 Elements Vermilion Fruit. Departing from the miscellaneous duties, Peak 7749, the journey was smooth sailing. 10 days later, within a secluded gorge surrounded by mountains, Li Bufan wandered aimlessly, a blade at his waist and a sword on his back. Initially, he believed that seeking the great medicinal herb would be a straightforward endeavor. However, after several days of fruitless searching, he found himself disheartened, having only hunted a few body-refining level ferocious beasts without a trace of the sought-after herb. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a beast echoed from the distant woods, causing Li Bufan to raise his brow and glance in that direction. Accompanying the beast's roar was the unmistakable sound of a fierce struggle. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to investigate. After all, while a place of conflict may not guarantee treasures, a place of treasures would undoubtedly attract conflict, an immutable truth throughout the ages. Moments later, perched leisurely on a tree branch, Li Bufan observed the commotion from afar. His gaze fell upon 4 individuals engaged in the hunt of a ferocious beast. The creature resembled a bear, its fur a pale golden hue, exhibiting immense strength as it charged, clearly a primal beast of the first tier. Among the hunters, 2 men and 2 women. The men were rather unremarkable, resembling little more than common monkeys in Li Bufan's eyes. However, One of the women possessed a well-proportioned figure and sported a short, practical haircut, exuding a certain gallantry. The other woman boasted fair skin and alluring curves. Although obscured by a veil that concealed her features, her form suggested she was undoubtedly a beauty. The four individuals had all entered the realm of innate strength. With one particularly cold-faced man having reached the second tier of power, there was little suspense as the fearsome beast in ape form was swiftly dispatched by the four. The precious ice mist flower, guarded by the beast, was collected by a masked woman. Observing their formidable assembly, Bufan had no intention of seizing the flower. After all, the ice mist flower, a low-grade elixir of the innate realm, possessed the remarkable ability to soothe the mind. Consuming it would allow the user to achieve twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation over the subsequent month. However, this wondrous effect was only beneficial for martial artists below the third tier of innate strength, as its efficacy diminished significantly with higher cultivation levels. Sir, you have hidden for so long. You do not intend to commit murder and theft, do you? The masked woman spoke in a tone that was calm, yet laced with an icy undertone. As her words fell, the other three became aware of Bufan's presence, their gazes converging upon the tree where he concealed himself. I am Bufan, merely passing by, he declared, exerting force beneath his feet as he leapt down from the tree. Once discovered, there was no point in hiding, though his adversaries were strong. Bufan believed he was no weakling himself. Passing by, you would do well to leave this place, or you shall meet a most unfortunate end, warned the masked woman, her voice melodious, yet chillingly devoid of warmth. Thank you for the warning, Bufan replied with a respectful fist salute. Among the four, he could not discern the masked woman's true strength, making him hesitant to act recklessly. Sensing that they had no intention of troubling him, Bufan carefully departed. However, once he was away, he promptly sent a message to Liu Yan, for the combination of these four was indeed intriguing. Within minutes, Liu Yan responded, be mindful of their direction. The masked woman you mentioned may be a steward. She ceased her words. Yet Bufan had begun to form a vague understanding in his mind. A steward accompanied by three protectors of innate realms. Surely their objective was a top-tier elixir. Liu Yan could not afford to be indifferent. Indeed, 5 days later, during a midday respite by a stream, Liu Yan arrived. Dressed in a white short skirt, her slender, fair legs were exposed to the air, the flowing hem of her dress swaying with her every step. Bufan felt a twinge of concern, worried that the underbrush might mar her flawless skin and anxious that her attire might not withstand the assault of the surrounding branches. Lord Liu, Bufan exclaimed, rising respectfully. Regardless of her beauty, he dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. It was best to remain prudent. Are the earlier individuals still within reach? Liu Yan inquired with a slow nod. They should be. I have followed their footprints to this point. According to the imprints on the ground, they have ventured deeper along this stream, Bufan explained, gesturing towards the bent grass beneath their feet. Let us proceed carefully in their footsteps. Liu Yan cast aside a phrase, her figure swiftly pursuing the distance, leaving behind a trail of fragrant air. Bufan was momentarily taken aback. This woman not only possessed formidable strength, but also boasted astonishing speed. In the brief instant of distraction, Bufan activated his swift wind step in an effort to keep pace with her fleeting silhouette. Unfortunately, after half an hour, he had lost her trail. As evening descended, the moon hung brightly amid a sparse, starry sky. Beside a crackling bonfire, Bufan leisurely prepared a small barbecue, having been left behind by Liu Yan, with little recourse. At this juncture, he had ventured deep into the buried bone mountains. Though endowed with innate strength at the second stage, he dared not let his guard down. The reason for his earlier disorientation was the sudden ambush by a golden armored wolf, a ferocious beast of the 5th stage, which had attacked him unexpectedly. Ultimately, Bufan had escaped danger thanks to his swiftness, yet he remained utterly lost. Days later, Bufan finally retraced his previous path, opting to follow along at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, in the heart of the buried bone mountains, a resplendent aura filled the sky, accompanied by an exceptionally pure aroma of herbs wafting through the air. Beneath this luminous halo stood a diminutive tree, about 2 feet tall, adorned with a fruit the size of a fist, gradually ripening to a deep red. The 5 elements vermilion fruit. Our luck this time is simply splendid, remarked a man with a cold demeanor among the four. To obtain a high-grade medicinal herb of innate caliber, without discussing the distance. Our rewards this time will undoubtedly be substantial. Do not let your pride cloud your judgment. You 3, keep watch around. Report any disturbances immediately, the masked woman coldly commanded, prompting the 3 companions to instantly assume a vigilant stance. As time ticked by, a red and black striped python, measuring 6 meters in length, emerged from a nearby cave. Its head raised, it flicked its scarlet tongue towards the masked woman. Vile creature, if you depart now, I shall spare your life. The masked woman arched an eyebrow. a blue sword suddenly appearing in her hand. Without hesitation, she struck, though the beast displayed a semblance of intelligence. It had clearly lost its reason in the face of the ripening medicinal herb. The masked woman, no weakling herself, wielded her sword with elegance, poised to strike the colossal serpent. As the battle raged on, Liu Yan, drawn by the sounds of conflict, approached with remarkable agility, leveraging her formidable cultivation to swiftly draw near to the 5 elements vermilion fruit. Just as Liu Yan was about to seize the prize, the masked woman, having repelled the giant serpent with a well-timed strike, produced a jade hairpin and deftly tossed it towards the distance. The hairpin flew like an arrow, aimed directly at Liu Yan's brow. Clang! In a moment of urgency, Liu Yan raised her sword to block, the tremendous force sending her staggering back over 10 meters. Astonished, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Was that an innate cultivation at the 9th stage? In the entire miscellaneous zone, encountering an existence that ranks among the top 100 is indeed a stroke of misfortune, or perhaps an exceptionally grievous twist of fate. It is essential to note that although Liu Yan is formidable, her cultivation level merely rests at the innate 8th stage. Are you the backing of that young man from earlier? I have already spared his life, yet it seems you are utterly ungrateful. The masked woman's voice was frigid. She had no penchant for killing, which is why she had refrained from slaying Li Bufan when they crossed paths. Yet, she was astounded that such a foolhardy individual would dare attempt to seize from her grasp. As she spoke, the sword in the masked woman's hand struck out with a profoundly intricate trajectory, piercing the giant serpent at its vital point. The scales, as hard as steel, were effortlessly penetrated, and dark blood gushed forth. The enormous serpent writhed in agony, curling into a ball, its massive body thrashing upon the ground. However, the masked woman paid it no heed, for it was a foregone conclusion that any creature with its vital point pierced would meet its demise. The thrashing was merely a desperate gasp for life. Esteemed one, I am the steward of Peak 7749. Might I beseech you, for the sake of our shared status as Outer Disciples, to show mercy? As the masked woman approached, Liu Yan could not help but retreat. Fear gripped her. The terms strong and weak are perpetually relative, and in the face of this formidable woman, Liu Yan found herself the weaker, a mere lamb to the slaughter. Do not reveal your identity to me. In the Bone Burial Mountains, the weak find their final resting place, and those who covet what belongs to me deserve such a fate. The masked woman's voice was ethereal, devoid of joy or sorrow. Yet her movements were decisively swift, as she raised her sword and struck. With a hum, the blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Liu Yan's chest. At that very moment, Liu Yan had prepared her countermeasure. Having cultivated to the innate 8th stage, she possessed her own life-preserving skills. In the blink of an eye, she swung her curved blade, which whirled through the air like a spinning top. With a resounding clash, sparks flew as their weapons collided violently, shaking the surrounding leaves and stirring up clouds of dust. If I survive this, I shall surely avenge. Leaving behind a statement of bravado, Liu Yan did not even have time to retract her blade before her figure flickered and vanished from sight. With her heart meridian injured, she forced herself to deploy the escape technique, foolishly contemplating vengeance in the future. That was likely a hope for another lifetime. The masked woman chuckled softly, but chose not to pursue Liu Yan. Instead, she turned and plucked the 5 elements vermilion fruit, placing it into a jade box. At that moment, Li Bufan was hastily following the trail of footprints. Suddenly, with a loud thud, a woman collided directly into his embrace, the force propelling him several meters back before he managed to steady himself. Li Bufan was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the pale-faced woman on the ground. Indeed, it was Liu Yan. In that fleeting instant, he felt a profound gratitude to the heavens for bestowing upon him such an unexpected encounter. As if a fairy had descended from the skies. Oh no, it was not a fairy, but rather Liu Yan herself. "Milady, Lady Liu," Li Bufan approached, gently shaking her, and called out softly. A gentle sway enveloped Liu Yan's frail form, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore, as blood continuously trickled from the corners of her mouth. With great effort, her beautiful eyes opened a narrow slit, weakly uttering a single word, "Escape." The echo of her voice faded into the silence. Li Bufan, not lacking in awareness, quickly discerned the perilous nature of their predicament. If Liu Yan was gravely injured, his chances of survival were equally bleak should the enemy discover them. Without further contemplation, he hoisted Liu Yan onto his back and sprinted down the path they had come, not out of lustful desire, but in search of a relatively secure refuge. There lingered a thought. Could a deceased soul be bound? Might there be some benefit to be gained? It was not lust, truly. It was the harsh reality of the perilous realm of cultivation, where only the strong could dictate their fates. As Li Bufan raced onward, he remained oblivious to the growing pallor of Liu Yan's complexion against his back, merely sensing the warmth of her body and instinctively believing that she could endure a while longer. That night, in a cavern beside a tranquil lake, Li Bufan concealed the cave's entrance with branches and ignited a small fire within. Though modest in size, the flames cast a soft glow upon the cave's interior and illuminated Liu Yan's exquisite features. Lady Liu, he spoke, I am compelled by circumstance. Should you perish, the 7,749 peak, lacking a strong protector, would surely fall to the whims of other peaks. We have already offended the formidable master Hao of the 7748 peak. The repercussions are all too predictable. The people of 7,749 peak would find themselves ensnared in a struggle for survival, unable to live or die. For the sake of my brothers and sisters at 7749 peak, I am left with no choice but to offend you. As he spoke, Li Bufan gradually approached Liu Yan, and her alluring, mature beauty became even more striking under his scrutiny, casting a spell upon him that quickened his heartbeat. I am not one to force a strong-willed person. Let us be frank. If you disagree, please voice it. Leaning down, he pressed his lips against hers. They felt cool, yet still bore a trace of warmth. After a moment of inner turmoil, he finally inquired, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. As dawn broke, Li Bufan shook his head and propped himself up. What have you done to me, beast? Liu Yan's voice suddenly pierced the stillness, startling him to the core. Chapter 35. You have been defiled by a beast. Li Bufan turned in confusion to see Liu Yan, her visage weary and hair disheveled. It struck him as absurd. He had presumed her to be on the brink of death, yet she appeared to have regained some strength. Though she struggled to prop herself up, she was undeniably awake. One must note that the slumbering beauty paled in comparison to the one who was awake. As Liu Yan slightly stirred, her perfect form radiated an undeniable allure. Especially when the other party furrows their brow in pain due to an injury, it becomes an undeniable point in their favor. Beast, are you ignoring my question? Liu Yan inquired, her teeth clenched. In truth, she was already aware of what had transpired. It was the incredulity in her heart that compelled her to ask repeatedly. If she were able to move at this moment, she would undoubtedly kill Li Bufan without hesitation. Unfortunately, despite regaining consciousness, her meridians were damaged, and her vital energy severely depleted, rendering her incapable of even standing upright. You have been ravaged by a beast, Li Bufan replied curtly, gently ruffling Liu Yan's hair. He was not excessively cruel, for her condition indeed seemed precarious. Ding. Page 5 of the reincarnation scroll. Gained 500 reincarnation points. Rewarded with the innate grade intermediate martial skill, Chongyang Sword Finger. Reliable. Has she truly enhanced her favorability towards me? Li Bufan was astonished yet could not help but inwardly lament the absurdity of it all. He promptly allocated the reincarnation points to bolster his cultivation. Uncertain of the adversaries that lay ahead, greater strength would offer greater security. Host Li Bufan. Cultivation, 700. Innate level 7. Martial skills, level 1 exceptional. Stunning 9 swords, achieved. Level 1 intermediate, blade slash, perfected. Level 2 intermediate, gale steps, perfected. Level 3 intermediate, Chongyang Sword Finger, entry level. Reincarnation points, 0. System notification. Level 1 martial skills cannot unleash their full potential given the host's current strength. The system will hide them from the martial skills list. Kindly note, hidden martial skills are not recommended for use, but do not prevent the host from utilizing them. Li Bufan moved his body, relishing the rapid enhancement of his strength. He then began to study the newly acquired martial skill, Chongyang Sword Finger. The technique was not overly complicated. It involved channeling the internal energy within his body along a specific trajectory, converging at the Zhongchong and Shanyang acupoints in his fingers. A single sword finger could shatter gold and jade. After a considerable time, Li Bufan finally sorted through the changes within himself and turned his gaze once more to the delicate beauty in his arms, who was weakened. He gently wiped away Liu Yan's tears, offering soft words of comfort. After all, you are a steward of the peak. Why are you crying? It has nothing to do with you, Liu Yan retorted angrily, attempting to struggle free from his embrace, but it was futile. Here's the deal. Do not say I am taking advantage of you. Given your current state, even if you awaken, you likely won't survive for long. If you have any last wishes, speak them now. If possible, I shall fulfill them for you in the future. Li Bufan caressed Liu Yan's hair. She was unlike other women, having once squandered many of his fantasies. If she were not grievously injured and could become his partner, how wonderful that would be. Alas, from Li Bufan's understanding, given Liu Yan's current condition, she would likely have no more than 10 or 8 days left to live. Last wishes? Liu Yan's gaze dimmed slightly as she shook her head and said, I do not wish to die. Her words were heartfelt. In that fleeting moment, her mind raced with countless thoughts. She couldn't help but worry about Su Qingqing, who, despite being her maid, she had nearly raised herself. When they first met, Su Qingqing was merely 6 years old, and Liu Yan was 15. Liu Yan was also curious about the outside world, pondering what it truly looked like. She had once dreamed of leaving the menial district to explore the world beyond. Born into the menial district, her mother had been the steward of the previous master of peak 7749. Liu Yan still remembered her mother's words when she left the menial district, promising to return after finding her father, yet she never came back. I want to see Qingqing establish her own family, to reunite with my parents, and to witness the world outside, Liu Yan murmured, tears streaming from her eyes. When one is on the brink of death, the fear of dying dissipates. Stop crying. Think of a way to save yourself, Li Bufan said, gently wiping the tears from Liu Yan's eyes. He found it unbearable to see a woman weep. If there were a way to ensure Liu Yan's survival, he would not be devoid of compassion. Furthermore, a meal may suffice for a day, but sustenance must be sought daily. In silence, Liu Yan moved her lips but spoke no further, instead delving into contemplation. Moments later, she reluctantly shook her head and stated, "Unless we find the woman who harmed me and seize the 5 elements fruit from her, perhaps I could be healed." At this point, Liu Yan refrained from elaborating further. Given her current state, how could Li Bufan possibly wrest the fruit from such a formidable opponent? Besides, she suspected that even if there were a glimmer of hope, Li Bufan would hesitate to take risks on her behalf. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Bufan said nothing more and directly approached the bundle, retrieving a change of clothes to fashion 2 makeshift ropes. Without further ado, he secured Liu Yan onto his back and began walking towards the cave's entrance. "What are you planning?" Liu Yan cautioned softly. "That woman possesses innate strength at the 9th tier. It is utterly impossible for you to simply seize the 5 elements fruit from her. It is not theft, it will be a direct confrontation," Li Bufan replied coolly, advancing deeper into the Maibone Mountains. "Don't go. You are courting death," Liu Yan warned. "While I wish to live, it is far more sensible for one of us to perish than for us both to meet our end. After all, you are still my man." With a decisive slap on her slender waist, Li Bufan interjected, "Quiet down. I know what I am doing." "Don't touch me," Liu Yan weakly protested, her cheeks involuntarily flushing, and she refrained from further comment. The two continued on their journey, moving at a slow pace primarily due to Liu Yan's injuries, which necessitated Li Bufan's careful attention to her condition. After a considerable time, the sun began to set. At a bend in the stream, 2 men and a woman sat leisurely around a campfire, roasting fish. The short-haired woman gazed intently at the curved dagger in her hand, occasionally exclaiming in admiration, "Forged from the finest steel, this exquisite and razor-sharp weapon is indeed a rare treasure of innate quality. Sister Lan, you have received a generous reward. I wonder what the Lord will bestow upon us after successfully acquiring the 5 elements vermilion fruit," remarked the stout-faced man with a hint of envy. However, the cold-faced man, displaying considerable impatience, retorted sharply, "What reward? You will know once you have it in hand." In response to his irritation, the woman, referred to as Sister Lan, merely smiled awkwardly, saying, "The Lord will surely reward us. Your contributions have far surpassed mine in this endeavor, so the reward cannot be lacking." As the three engaged in casual conversation, preoccupied with their own thoughts, they failed to notice the elongated shadow of a figure approaching in the waning sunlight. "Return my dagger." A soft voice broke the air as Li Bufan, carrying Liu Yan, drew near and immediately recognized the weapon in the woman's grasp. Though his voice was low, it resonated in the ears of the trio like a clap of thunder. Shocked, they realized the distance separating them was merely 3 meters, and none had sensed the presence of the newcomer before he spoke. What did that imply? "Esteemed sir, we are the guards under Lord Murong. The cold-faced man quickly invoked his patron in an attempt to intimidate the intruder. However, he overestimated his influence, for Li Bufan had never heard of Murong, and the notion of fear was as absurd as a eunuch's conference. In an instant, a figure darted forward, and the cold-faced man felt an overwhelming force strike his abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Bull slash. The stout man reacted instantaneously, wielding his blade with a fierce momentum. Yet, as he sidestepped and kicked, he too was launched like a kite severed from its string. With a resounding thud, Li Bufan swiftly advanced, delivering a heavy blow to the short-haired woman's chest. Her previously smiling visage turned crimson, and she spat forth a mouthful of bright red blood. "That dagger is not fit for your hands." Li Bufan showed no mercy, reclaiming Liu Yan's dagger without a shred of compassion. As he exerted force beneath his feet, the crisp sound of snapping bones resonated. Chapter 36. Defeating Murong. In a mere 3 moves, Li Bufan effortlessly and joyfully subdued the trio. At that moment, Liu Yan finally realized her mistake. She had always believed Li Bufan to be of innate first-stage prowess. It was only during the skirmish that she discerned, based on his earlier display of strength, that he possessed at least the might of the 7th stage. Such power would be more than sufficient for managing a peak. Yet Liu Yan was baffled as to why she had failed to notice such a formidable individual at peak 7749. What purpose could he have in concealing his strength? In the blink of an eye, as Liu Yan's mind raced, she could not grasp the crux of the matter. "Let them go." A clear and cold feminine voice echoed through the air. Without a moment's notice, a jade hairpin sliced through the air, aiming directly at Li Bufan's nape. An ambush is hardly a commendable act. Li Bufan chuckled softly, shifting his stance just in time to narrowly evade the attack. He pivoted, stepping forward and drawing his blade. A dazzling flash of steel illuminating the scene. The masked woman, wielding her sword with a single hand, executed a delicate slash, resulting in a magnificent clash of energies that sparked brilliantly. As they parted, astonishment marked both of their faces. "My dear, I have spared you once before. Why do you persist in your folly?" Murong Qing's voice, cold and devoid of emotion, resonated. "Words are futile. My woman claims you possess a 5 elements vermilion fruit that could save her life. Should you be willing to part with it, I shall overlook our previous encounter." Li Bufan regarded Murong Qing with vigilant eyes and replied coolly. He sensed her formidable strength, yet today, for Liu Yan's sake, if negotiations faltered, a decisive outcome between them was inevitable. It was not a matter of his affection for Liu Yan, but rather the fact that she was now his woman. That justification was sufficient. He did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, but he firmly believed that it was as it should be, and it must be so. "Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige." Murong Qing laughed, twisting her wrist, causing her ice blue sword to emit a delicate tremor. The snowfall petal sword unleashed a flurry of movements, its lethal intent palpable. At the moment Murong Qing thrust her sword, the surrounding air seemed to drop in temperature. 9 stunning swords. Li Bufan swiftly unsheathed his blade, manifesting 9 shimmering sword shadows that blossomed like a peacock's tail before converging into a singular strike. The clash of their blades rang out as invisible forces dissipated between them. 1, 2, 3, 4, there was no 5. In an instant, both combatants altered their tactics simultaneously. Murong Qing slightly tilted her body, a jade hairpin suddenly appearing in her hand, radiating an intimidating aura accompanied by a chilling whistle. Almost instantaneously, Li Bufan abandoned his sword, sidestepping to form a sword finger with his right hand. A faint current of energy swirled between his fingertips, seemingly innocuous, yet profoundly deadly. "Thank you," Murong Qing acknowledged, gazing at the finger poised against her throat. Her gratitude was evidently for his restraint from delivering a fatal blow. Although the jade pin in her grasp had already pierced the fabric over Li Bufan's heart, Murong Qing understood that if he advanced just a few inches further, while she could indeed pierce his heart, his strike would inevitably breach her throat. It was clear that had they not hesitated at this critical moment, both would have suffered injury. Li Bufan might have been wounded, perhaps severely, but Murong Qing would undoubtedly have met her demise. There was no room for doubt. Statistically speaking, the one to falter was Murong Qing. Hence her gracious concession was not mere formality, but an undeniable truth. "Hand over the 5 elements vermilion fruit, and I shall owe you a favor." Li Bufan's gaze remained fixed on Murong Qing, with the understanding that refusal would lead to dire consequences. "Agreed." Murong Qing nodded with great resolve. Although the 5 elements vermilion fruit is an exceptionally rare elixir, what does it truly amount to when compared to life itself? The crux of the matter is that, during the recent battle, Murong Qing had discerned that the man before him possessed merely a cultivation level of the 7th stage of innate mastery. What does it signify that someone with such a level could triumph over him? Murong Qing considered himself no weakling among his peers. Yet this individual was capable of defeating him while carrying a woman on his back. Throughout history, those who engage in battles beyond their level are invariably regarded as prodigies. The value of securing a favor from such an extraordinary individual might well surpass that of the 5 elements vermilion fruit. With this thought in mind, Murong Qing retrieved the jade box containing the 5 elements vermilion fruit from his storage bag and tossed it to Li Bufan. "Murong Qing, am I correct?" Li Bufan replied, having caught the jade box, smiling as he turned and vanished into the thicket. At that moment, Liu Yan remained in a state of profound shock, momentarily at a loss for words. In a fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of security leaning against the man's shoulder. Subsequently, Li Bufan sought a relatively secluded spot and administered the 5 elements vermilion fruit to Liu Yan. Her condition visibly improved, and within just 3 days, she regained her ability to move. Although her strength had significantly diminished, recovery was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, the potency of the 5 elements vermilion fruit was remarkable. Based on Liu Yan's own assessment, she might even experience an unexpected breakthrough to the 9th stage of innate mastery. Of course, all of this required time to settle, necessitating her complete absorption and transformation of the fruit's medicinal essence. On an evening 5 days later, as the remnants of clouds cloaked the sky and the sun dipped below the horizon, Liu Yan gazed at Li Bufan with a complex array of emotions swirling in her beautiful eyes. After a prolonged silence, as if having resolved to make a significant decision, she retrieved 3 small vials from her storage bag and handed them to him, stating, Taking the pills from these 3 vials simultaneously will alleviate the poison of the heart-eating ant. Bufan accepted the vials with a faint smile and replied, "Without the control of the poison, are you certain you can put your mind at ease? Words are futile. As long as you wish. You may still serve as the captain of the northern team at peak 7749. However, if you choose otherwise, that is entirely your prerogative. You saved my life, and I shall provide you with the antidote. We owe each other nothing." Liu Yan spoke calmly, having regained her previously lofty demeanor. Li Bufan was momentarily taken aback and asked with curiosity, "And what of our personal matters? Let us see how you perform in the future." Liu Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she hastened her pace, walking swiftly and vanishing from sight. Performance? Li Bufan chuckled softly before consuming the antidote. Moments later, the lingering threat of the poison dissipated entirely. After a slight stretch, he made his way back to his courtyard, pondering how his women had fared in his absence. Surely, they must have missed him. As for Liu Yan's so-called need to observe her future conduct, Li Bufan paid it no mind. What was there to perform? The immediate priority was to return and diligently cultivate his skills. At worst, he would exert himself for 10 days or half a month to elevate his cultivation to the 8th stage of innate strength. When the time came, he would seek out Liu Yan, and she would undoubtedly grasp a profound 4-character idiom. The strong are to be revered. Upon nearing the courtyard, he overheard a conversation between 2 women. "Jiro, I truly feel remorseful about today's events. After dinner, I will confront them," Liu said, her voice soft, yet brimming with indignation. "It's nothing, Yuejia, I'm unharmed. It's best we avoid trouble," Meng Jiro replied. Li Bufan, from the outside, quickened his pace. From their dialogue, he discerned that his beloved had been wronged. Chapter 37, A Finger to Deter. The courtyard door was suddenly pushed open, and the 2 women, engaged in their chatter, turned in surprise toward the entrance. There stood a man with striking eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding an undeniable charm, who opened his arms to them. Without hesitation, Meng Jiro and Liu Yu embraced him in succession. After savoring the warmth of their reunion, Li Bufan inquired, "I overheard your conversation at the door. Has Jiro suffered any grievances?" No, my lord. You must have misheard," Meng Jiro gently shifted, attempting to conceal the right side of her face with her hair. Such a subtle gesture would have gone unnoticed by an ordinary person. But Li Bufan was far from ordinary. He immediately sensed Meng Jiro's distress, brushing aside her hair to reveal her fair and exquisite visage, marred only by a faintly red handprint. Who did this? Li Bufan gradually let her hair fall back and turned to Liu Yu, seeking answers. "My lord, it's all my fault. While I was busy in the bamboo grove today, I went to the foot of the peak with Sister Chuang to buy some things, which led to Jiro being bullied," Liu Yu hurriedly explained. Although she too was one of Li Bufan's women, in her heart, she relegated herself to the role of a maid, believing it was her dereliction not to have protected Meng Jiro. "Do not blame yourself. First, let us prepare a meal. After we eat, we shall investigate who is so brazen as to mistreat others." Li Bufan playfully pinched Liu Yu's waist to ease her tension. Blame? There is no reason to blame Liu Yu. It is illogical to fault one's own for the transgressions of outsiders. "My lord, truly, I am fine. It no longer hurts." Meng Jiro blinked and reached out to grasp Liu Yu's hand, saying, "Yuejia, let us go prepare something to eat." Time passed as the 2 women busied themselves. An hour later, the fragrant dishes were laid out. The 3 of them shared laughter and conversation over their meal, as if meandering leisurely, making their way toward Captain Dong's residence. "My lord, I feel it would be best not to escalate the situation," Meng Jiro suggested. Meng Jiro, feeling a touch of anxiety, clutched the corner of Li Bufan's clothing, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. "Why do you feel apprehensive when it is your tormentors who should be trembling?" Li Bufan chuckled softly. At that moment, within the courtyard of East Guard Number 1, 2 women were engaged in lively conversation. The slender woman, named Wang Xiaofang, declared proudly, "I told you there was nothing to worry about, yet you still doubted me. I have already informed the lord." The other woman furrowed her brows slightly and cautioned, "What exactly did you say?" "I simply told the lord that I encountered an ill-mannered girl in the bamboo grove of the North District today," Wang Xiaofang replied nonchalantly. "Isn't it true, sister? Xiaoyu, you are as timid as a mouse, always hesitant about everything." "As long as everything is fine, I have heard that Captain Li of the North Guard is exceptionally formidable. It would be wise for you to avoid stirring up trouble in the future," Xiaoyu said, before turning to wash the vegetables, clutching her basket. Meanwhile, in the front hall, Captain Dong was leisurely sipping tea. Although the position of guard captain was relatively idle, one would still feel fatigued during work hours, irrespective of the nature of the task. "Captain Dong, I hope all is well." A soft voice broke the tranquility as Li Bufan entered with a smile. Without waiting for an invitation, he took a seat at the lower right. Meng Jiro stood obediently by his side, while Liu Yu thoughtfully poured a cup of hot tea for Li Bufan. They were quite unreserved, yet Captain Dong displayed no sign of displeasure. Rather, he welcomed them with a smile, saying, "Captain Li, I heard you were on a mission to the bone-bearing mountains. I did not expect your swift return. What brings you here?" While Captain Dong maintained a cheerful facade, he was internally trembling, having witnessed Li Bufan's formidable strength. Deep down, he understood that this unexpected visit could not be merely for pleasantries, given their lack of camaraderie. "It's a minor matter. Your woman has struck my woman. Out of respect, I suggest you handle it yourself," Li Bufan replied languidly, rising to toss the teacup lightly into the air. In an instant, his hand transformed into a sword-like gesture, and a mysterious current surged forth. With a sharp crack, his finger struck the teacup, shattering it into pieces, the force sending a spray of tea across Captain Dong's cheek. The piercing power left a scar-like mark on his face. With a resounding crash, the tea splattered against the wall behind Captain Dong, creating a hole the size of 2 fingers. Shocked, bewildered, and filled with trepidation, Captain Dong had repeatedly assessed Li Bufan's strength in his mind, but it was only at this moment that he comprehended how overly conservative his previous estimations had been. From that singular strike, he silently calculated that perhaps even Liu Yan could withstand such force, but he doubted even Lord Liu could endure it. "Handle it as you see fit. Farewell." Li Bufan smiled, turning to stroll leisurely home with the 2 women. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One must advance or risk falling behind. Upon returning, he would naturally strive diligently to attain the early stages of the innate 8th segment. Regarding the matter of Meng Zhiro being bullied, he was aware that as long as Captain Dong did not wish for death, he would handle it appropriately. Only after they departed did Captain Dong regain his composure from the shock, his countenance chilling as he made his way towards the backyard. Upon entering, Captain Dong gazed at the young girl, Xiao Yu, who was washing vegetables, and inquired coolly, "Where's Wang Xiaofeng? Was it she who assaulted a woman in the North District today?" Yes, Xiao Yu stammered, taken aback by Captain Dong's serious demeanor. Nodding, Captain Dong coldly called out to the kitchen, "Wang Xiaofeng, come here." "Coming, my lord." "What is the matter, to be so furious?" Wang Xiaofeng exclaimed, startled, as she hastily set aside her tasks and stepped outside. Yet, before she could comprehend the situation, Captain Dong struck her with a resounding slap that sent her reeling, spinning twice in midair before crashing to the ground. Dazed, Wang Xiaofeng looked up at Captain Dong, her mouth bleeding, yet she dared not voice a complaint, quickly pleading, "My lord, I do not know what transgression I have committed. Please enlighten me. Did you not have a confrontation with a woman in the North District today? Explain the circumstances. Was it the other party who instigated, or were you, the restless wretch, the one to provoke?" Captain Dong inquired furiously, already contemplating how to address the situation. If it were indeed Li Bufan's woman who initiated trouble, then they would be justified. Although even in such a case, Wang Xiaofeng must still be punished. At the very least, her life could be spared. "Yes, it was I," Wang Xiaofeng confessed. "I went with Xiao Yu to the North District to borrow some tools. And that woman insisted on consulting someone first before assisting us. In a moment of weakness, I struck her." Terrified, Wang Xiaofeng bowed repeatedly, realizing from Captain Dong's demeanor that she had landed herself in grave trouble. She pleaded for mercy, hoping to receive a lighter punishment. Chapter 38. Frenzied Cultivation. It was too late. Captain Dong slowly turned away, unable to bear the sight of Wang Xiaofeng's expression. After all, they had shared tender moments together. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Xiao Yu, prepare a bowl of broken heart soup for your sister Fong." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a chill run down her spine. Broken heart soup. It is a concoction brewed from the broken heart herb, half a bowl consumed. Even deities cannot save her. Is my lord truly intending to bestow death upon Wang Xiaofeng? Xiao Yu cautiously inquired, "My lord, must it truly come to this?" Sister Fong merely acted in haste. Her crime does not warrant death, does it? Whether it was an unintentional act or a deliberate one makes no difference. She struck the woman of Captain Li. The weak dare to provoke the strong, and the consequence can be death or complete annihilation of her family. Captain Dong murmured, "Such is the cruel reality. All I can do is ensure her remains are intact." With that, Captain Dong helplessly waved his hand, yet he still did not turn back. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two individuals, Wang Xiaofeng's countenance instantly turned ashen. She refrained from pleading for mercy, for such entreaties were now futile. The audacity of a weakling daring to provoke a stronger foe is indeed laughable. In the past, Wang Xiaofeng had mercilessly taken the life of a mere servant for an inadvertent brush against her. At that time, she reveled in her strength, perceiving power as the ultimate truth. Yet now, as a weakling, she found herself facing the dire consequence of her life for a single slap. 10 minutes later, after consuming a bowl of sorrowful soup, Wang Xiaofeng had transformed into a cold, lifeless corpse with a pallid visage. Captain Dong cast a final glance, shaking his head with a sigh, expressing a wish for her future reincarnation. Meanwhile, Li Bufan remained indifferent. He understood that any woman who dared to bully Meng Zhuro would meet her demise, and such a fate was inevitable. Should he choose to act, it would not merely result in the death of a single individual. The question of whether his actions would be cruel was far beyond Li Bufan's considerations. One must be resolute to stand firm. He was no novice in the realm of cultivation, having discerned the survival rules within this world over the past 6 months. Simply put, the strong can do as they please, while the weak must tread carefully. My lord, when we approached Captain Dong earlier, how will he deal with that, Sister Wang? Perhaps we should advise him to be lenient, Meng Zhuro inquired as she entered, brushing her hair. Before Li Bufan could respond, Liu Yu, who was tidying the room, interjected, why should he be lenient? She struck you indiscriminately, at the very least. She deserves to be struck tenfold, 100-fold. Wouldn't you agree, my lord? Yes, and yet no, Li Bufan replied after sipping his tea. The simplest resolution I can accept is the complete eradication of that individual from the ranks of the 7,749th peak of the servants. Otherwise, not a single soul shall remain in Captain Dong's courtyard. His words astonished the two women, their eyes wide with disbelief. Liu Yu managed to mask her shock. But Meng Zhuro could not contain her exclamation, my lord, how cruel. Surely we can administer a lighter punishment. Before she could finish, Li Bufan interrupted her. There is no such thing as mercy in this context. To show kindness to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Yet Meng Zhuro persisted in her argument. There are no buts in this matter. These are the rules of survival. If you cannot comprehend this, one day when we leave this place for a tranquil life in the mundane world, you must adhere to these rules while we remain here. Li Bufan smiled faintly. He wished to offer Meng Zhuro some words of comfort, but alas, such solace would bear no fruit. Meng Zhuro was overly gentle, lacking in assertiveness. Had she proclaimed her status as the woman of the northern captain before being bullied, it is likely that Wang Xiaofeng would have thought twice before laying a hand on her. However, events have transpired, and Li Bufan had no intention of altering Meng Zhuro's character, for it is said that while the landscape may change, one's inherent nature remains steadfast. Yet, he too could not transform his own disposition. Very well. Meng Zhuro obediently nodded and nestled into Li Bufan's embrace. Although her heart was still filled with myriad emotions, she refrained from uttering any dispiriting remarks, instead opening her arms to gently embrace Li Bufan. The following day, Li Bufan did not attend the Northern Guard Hall, nor did Liu Yu and Meng Zhuro venture into the bamboo grove for work. Once Li Bufan had calmed his heart, he bestowed upon the two women some low-grade herbs procured from the Buried Bones Mountains. He oversaw their cultivation, primarily to keep watch over Liu Yu, as among the medicinal treasures he had discovered was a crimson ginseng that could aid Liu Yu in breaking through to the acquired realm. Li Bufan was eager to witness whether Liu Yu's elevation in cultivation would result in an increase in the points provided by the cycle. That night, at the hour of the rat, Liu Yu achieved a breakthrough, and Li Bufan joined her in admiring the flowers, the moon, and the starlight. Indeed, it was evident that Liu Yu's continuous contribution of cycle points had equaled that of Su Qingqing. As for Meng Zhuro, her talent was average, yet not entirely lacking. Under the nurturing of the herbs, she had progressed through 2 stages in a single day, currently reaching the 5th stage of body refinement. It was not until 3 days later, after extracting the profits from the cycle scroll, that her cultivation was firmly established at the 8th stage of the innate realm. Only then did Li Bufan step out of the courtyard, preparing to seek out Liu Yan to test his skills. Just as he exited the courtyard, he could not help but slap his forehead, realizing, to his dismay, that he had completely forgotten about Su Qingqing during his few days back. That jealous soul must be brimming with resentment by now. At that moment, within the management hall, Liu Yan absent-mindedly sipped her tea, her gaze occasionally drifting to the door. Beside her, Su Qingqing paced restlessly, resembling an anxious ant. Miss, I just found out that Captain Li has not left the courtyard since his return 3 days ago. He has not attended to duties at the Northern Guard Hall, and neither have his 2 women participated in the work at the bamboo grove, Su Qingqing exclaimed, her large eyes shimmering with grievance. Did I not inform you? Captain Li is currently in a special situation. All his actions need not be questioned, Liu Yan replied nonchalantly, entirely oblivious to Su Qingqing's discontent. How can it be so? He is the captain of our Peak's Guard, yet neglects all responsibilities. Even if he does not manage, he should at least come to the management hall to request leave. Su Qingqing's impatience with Liu Yan's indifferent attitude was palpable, leading her to propose. Shall I notify him at once and ask him to report on his duties? No need to. Liu Yan leisurely sipped her tea, responding in a languid manner. That will not do. Even if he does not report, I will make him come here to request leave in your presence. Otherwise, if other captains follow his example, how will we manage in the future? Su Qingqing declared, not waiting for Liu Yan's reply as she moved toward the exit. Just as she reached the door, Liu Yan suddenly called out, Qingqing, do you have feelings for Li Bufan? Chapter 39. Su Qingqing's confession. Astonishment and bewilderment engulfed her. How could she have been discovered? Su Qingqing halted with one foot poised at the threshold, momentarily immobilized, lost in thought. Eventually, she lowered her gaze and obediently found a seat. Refraining from speech and daring not to meet Liu Yan's penetrating stare. "What's the matter, you impudent girl? Is there anything you cannot share with me?" Liu Yan managed to force a smile and continued. "Li Bufan possesses considerable strength. If you have feelings for him, I could assist in bringing you two together." This statement was, in fact, a test. Liu Yan had long sensed Su Qingqing's particular interest in Li Bufan. Yet, at that moment, she harbored a flicker of hope, yearning for Su Qingqing to deny any affection, believing that perhaps, just perhaps, she might entertain the idea of Li Bufan for herself. However, to her dismay, the opposite unfolded. Su Qingqing merely nodded, and that simple gesture sent tumultuous waves crashing through Liu Yan's heart. The very occurrence she most dreaded had come to pass, leaving her speechless. After a few moments of silence, Liu Yan suppressed her myriad of emotions and forced a smile, saying, "If you like him, pursue him boldly. It is often said that a woman chasing a man is but a thin veil apart. Our Qingqing is so beautiful, surely she will succeed." At that moment, Su Qingqing felt her cheeks flush with heat from Liu Yan's words. She momentarily overlooked the shift in Liu Yan's demeanor, assuming the other was merely teasing. In a fluster, she explained, "No, it's just that he has been back for days and hasn't even come to see me." The last part of her statement dwindled to nearly a whisper, her head sinking lower. Yet, even that barely audible confession rang clear in Liu Yan's ears. The forced smile vanished in an instant. Liu Yan stared at Su Qingqing, grappling with her thoughts for a long while, before finally offering a resigned smile and murmuring, "Truly, he has mistreated you." In truth, she did not mind Li Bufan having other women, but she did care about vying with Su Qingqing. It felt as absurd as competing with one's own sister for a brother-in-law, utterly ludicrous. Su Qingqing remained oblivious to the underlying tension and, upon hearing Liu Yan's words, assumed they referred to her. Flustered, she hurriedly clarified, "No, we share a mutual affection." "With whom do you share such affection?" Li Bufan's voice resonated from outside, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. As Su Qingqing lifted her gaze, she beheld the figure she had longed for, her flushed cheeks instantly transforming into a pout as she turned her head away in indignation. "None of your business," she muttered, her tone laced with annoyance. Li Bufan chuckled softly and leaned closer to Su Qingqing's ear, whispering, "I was afraid of disappointing you, so I practiced for several days before daring to come. As the old saying goes, a man, like broth, grows richer with time." Hearing his words, Su Qingqing playfully lifted her eyes to shoot him an incredulous glare. "What do you take me for? A vixen?" Alas, 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 the words were spoken, yet Su Qingqing's ire had dissipated, replaced by a sense of shyness. Li Bufan remained silent, fully aware that Su Qingqing's anger stemmed from his failure to visit her upon his return, not for any particular reason, but simply to see her. Such gestures convey a sense of importance. Women in love yearn for their partners to cherish them. Understanding the cause, Li Bufan chose not to clarify, opting instead for light-hearted banter to tease her, seeking to please Su Qingqing without dwelling on her displeasure. Surprisingly, this approach proved quite effective. "Later, I shall prepare a delicious meal for you," he promised. Su Qingqing shyly nudged Li Bufan, speaking softly. Her embarrassment, of course, was merely due to Liu Yan's presence nearby. "Very well," Li Bufan nodded, then withdrew his smile, bowing respectfully towards Liu Yan, who sat elevated. "It is a pleasure to see you, Lady Liu. You grow more radiant with each passing day. Captain Li, you are too gracious. I shall refrain from further pleasantries and merely remind you that rather than concern yourself with the beauty of other women, it would be prudent to pay closer attention to those beside you." Liu Yan replied coolly, her brow furrowed with displeasure. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, she departed, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. Su Qingqing, watching Liu Yan's retreating figure, timidly inquired, "Is she angry with me? I did not inform her of our relationship from the outset. She must be somewhat displeased." "It is not due to that," Li Bufan shook his head, confident that Su Qingqing's assumption was entirely incorrect. Shortly after departing the management hall, Liu Yan wandered aimlessly, a nameless fury simmering within her. She ordered the assembly of all personnel from Peak 7749, preparing to deliver an impromptu lecture. Understanding the nuances of authority, she realized that in times of joy, one gathers subordinates for commendation and entertainment, while in times of discontent, one gathers them for a sudden reprimand. No one would enjoy themselves if she was in distress. Within a mere 10 minutes, all personnel from Peak 7749 were assembled. Liu Yan furrowed her brow and admonished, "You inept fools. Why have the production tasks assigned from above not been completed? What purpose do you serve?" Upon hearing the reprimand, everyone stood in stunned silence. The workers bewildered yet too intimidated to respond. After a lengthy pause, Captain Dong stepped forward respectfully to answer, "My lady, we completed this month's production tasks yesterday. Now, everyone is merely doing some extra to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Fools, in the past, you were unable to complete your duties." A fleeting embarrassment crossed Liu Yan's face, but was quickly masked. She continued her tirade. "The fact that this month's production has been so stellar implies that you have all been slacking previously. Speak up. How shall I punish you?" Captain Dong has already sensed that something is amiss, yet the other two captains remain hidden among the crowd. Captain Li, even more audacious, has chosen not to appear at all, leaving him with no retreat. With a steely resolve, he can only respond, "My lord, have you forgotten? Some time ago, we increased our manpower. Knowing that I had forgotten, why did you not remind me earlier? Speak, what punishment do you deserve?" Liu Yan swiftly shifted her focus, directly admonishing Captain Dong. A tremor of anxiety coursed through Captain Dong's heart as he glanced around, understanding all too well that today, those in charge would be scrutinizing every detail, and regardless of the circumstances, punishment was inevitable. Consequently, Captain Dong ceased to speak. Such situations have arisen before. Typically, the penalty involved running several laps around the miscellaneous tasks peak, which would conclude matters, though the problem, while significant, was not insurmountable. "Ah, Liu, your enthusiasm is commendable. Have you gathered everyone at the peak in anticipation of Ji's visit to extend a warm welcome?" Gu Ninghao's laughter echoed from a distance as he approached, accompanied by a tall, slender, middle-aged man. The unexpected arrival of Gu Ninghao further darkened Liu Yan's already troubled mood. "Gu, why are you here instead of tending to your own peak 7748? Liu Yan inquired coolly, her voice laced with frost. For she understood better than anyone that Gu Ninghao's presence was undoubtedly a prelude to confrontation. His subordinate, Huang Renjia, had been slain by Li Bufan in a brutal display, and it was clear he would not let the matter rest easily. In response to Liu Yan's icy demeanor, Gu Ninghao merely smiled faintly, gesturing towards the man beside him. "This is a captain of my guard, Zhu Shangtian. Go and greet the skilled subordinates of Lady Liu." As he spoke, Gu Ninghao leisurely seated himself beside Liu Yan, pouring himself a cup of tea with an air of self-satisfaction. Upon receiving the command, Zhu Shangtian offered a simple bow, then strode forward, unsheathing his sword to cleave the nearest miscellaneous worker in two with a single stroke. Retrieving his blade, Zhu Shangtian licked the blood from its edge, reveling in the moment as he mused, "The taste of blood is simply exquisite." At that moment, the miscellaneous workers were gripped by fear, though their expressions remained unchanged. Fear was instinctive, yet they had become numb to their status, akin to livestock. In the face of Zhu Shangtian's provocation, no one appeared surprised. It seemed as though this was the natural order of things. "Is there a wager?" Liu Yan inquired, a slight arch to her brow. "Huh, no need for a wager this time. Let your people engage directly," Gu Ninghao waved dismissively. Intent on regaining the face he lost previously. After reaching an accord, the captain of the South team from Peak 749 stepped forward first, approaching Zhu Shangtian with a menacing air. "I am the South team captain, Yang Dapio. Today, I shall cleave you in two, you wretched cur." Throwing idle threats is a skill anyone can master. Zhu Shangtian sneered derisively, suddenly unleashing a punch that cut through the air with a resounding whoosh. Without further ado, he launched himself into action with unrestrained fervor. In a moment of haste, Yang Dapio was unable to even draw his knife, immediately resorting to a fierce punch. The impact resounded as their fists collided, revealing Zhu Shangtian's ferocity, as a staggering force of 40,000 pounds surged forth, coursing through Yang Dapio's arm. With a sharp crack, Yang Dapio's arm was violently shattered, a fragment of bone piercing through his elbow. In Stage 4, Yang Dapio was utterly astonished. He could scarcely fathom that his opponent possessed such overwhelming strength. "Now you comprehend my might." "Huh, too late." Zhu Shangtian's cruel grin widened as he slightly turned, swiftly drawing the long knife at his waist. With a swift motion, the blade descended, and Yang Dapio felt a chill in his abdomen, devoid of pain. Before his body could register the agony, he beheld his own entrails. Blood dripped as viscera splattered upon the ground. Yang Dapio let out a horrific scream, collapsing to the earth, convulsing for a few moments before falling entirely still. Silence enveloped the scene, a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone stood in disbelief. Witnessing such a gruesome sight, the esteemed captain of the Southern Guard, Yang Dapio, one of the most elite among the servants of Peak 7749, had perished. His body unceremoniously opened. The servants were inundated with mixed emotions. Becoming a guard was perhaps a dream for every servant, while attaining the rank of captain was a life they dared not even imagine. Yet, what did it matter to become a captain? They remained doomed to a fate as brutal as that of swine. "Huh, is there anyone from Peak 7749 who dares to come and meet their demise?" Zhu Shangtian laughed maniacally at the guards. Those who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads. In the current standoff between the two peaks, who would dare provoke Zhu Shangtian? A master of innate stage 4, seeing the guards cower, Liu Yan's expression darkened slightly, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, facing Zhu Shangtian's formidable prowess, any attempt to confront him would be tantamount to courting death. Captain Dong, Liu Yan called out to the crowd. Startled, Captain Dong shivered. To ignore Liu Yan's command would surely lead to a fate worse than death. However, he knew that engaging Zhu Shangtian in battle would undoubtedly result in his demise. In that moment, he resolved that if death was inevitable, then so be it. Just as he took a step forward, prepared to embrace his fate, Liu Yan continued. Go to the management hall and summon Captain Li to come and spar with Manager Ji's capable assistant. Understood. I shall do so at once. Captain Dong eagerly nodded, his heart pounding with exhilaration. With a rush of excitement, Captain Dong dashed toward the management hall. In a reception room within the hall, Li Bufan sat quietly, with Su Qingqing blissfully nestled in his embrace. Why not return first? I can prepare some wine for you later, Su Qingqing shyly suggested, her breath warm and tinged with a delicate tremor. After all, there is no one here. Li Bufan wrapped his arm around her slender waist, gradually leaning down. Breath exchanged. Her eyes like silk, Su Qingqing slowly closed her eyelids, choosing to defer all contemplation until she regained her clarity. Captain Li, Captain Li. Just as the two were poised to gallop away, an untimely voice echoed from the nearby Hall of Affairs, calling out not to anyone but the East Captain, who had been dispatched on an errand. The East Captain, feeling somewhat exasperated, had shouted hoarsely in vain from outside, and in a fit of desperation, burst into the grand hall. Bufan, it seems someone is outside, Su Qingqing said, startled as she swiftly extricated herself from Li Bufan's embrace. I'll go take a look. Li Bufan nodded subtly and rose to stride toward the exit. At that moment, his anger was palpable upon encountering the East Captain. He merely cast a fleeting glance and inquired, "What is it?" "The esteemed Lady Liu has summoned you at once," the East Captain promptly relayed, revealing that it was a command from Liu Yan. Although he was unaware of Li Bufan's displeasure, the astute East Captain discerned that provoking the current mood of Captain Li would be unwise. Li Bufan nodded lightly, following the East Captain outside. During their passage, the East Captain cautiously recounted the matter of Manager Go from Mount 7748, bringing Zhu Shangtian to seek an audience. After finishing his account, he observed Li Bufan's expression remained unchanged, and inwardly sighed. Acknowledging Li Bufan's formidable strength, he displayed no sign of concern upon hearing of an adversary at the 4th innate level. Upon arriving at the assembly point, Li Bufan frowned slightly at the sight of the southern captain's corpse on the ground, along with the remains of the attendants, brutally cleaved apart. The perpetrator had evidently acted with ruthless decisiveness, indicating they had come prepared. Nevertheless, Li Bufan merely smiled derisively and remarked, "Manager Go, it has been a while. Let your subordinates take action." As he spoke, he directed his gaze toward Zhu Shangtian, extending his right hand, slowly spreading his fingers and beckoning gently. Gu Ninghao offered no reply, for it was unnecessary. Zhu Shangtian had already made his move, his blade whirling as he unleashed tremendous force, his feet leaving deep impressions in the ground. "Pretty boy, watch as I tear you apart, haha." Zhu Shangtian's sinister laughter echoed as he brought his massive blade crashing down. In that instant, all present held their breath, witnessing the outcome of this deadly encounter. Buzz. Li Bufan suddenly drew his sword. 9 shimmering sword shadows flickered through the air. Surrounding attendants could barely discern the spectacle, only perceiving a fleeting blur. As the imposing Zhu Shangtian found himself marred by 9 gaping wounds, blood streaming forth. With a clang, Zhu Shangtian's weapon clattered to the ground, his aura dissipating instantaneously. The East Captain subdued him, hanging him in the mass grave forest. Li Bufan spoke with an air of indifference. He had the capability to slay Zhu Shangtian with a single stroke, yet he refrained, skillfully severing several vital meridians with the elegant 9 swords. As for his intent, it was quite simple. To confront a ruthless individual, the most effective and direct approach is to surpass their ruthlessness. Young man, taking a life is merely a fleeting act. Had you chosen to eliminate Zhu Shangtian directly, there would be no grounds for complaint. However, to entertain the notion of tormenting him is to disregard my presence altogether. Before Captain Dong could respond, Gu Ninghao abruptly slammed the table, leaping to his feet and launching an unexpected attack. Chapter 41. I have yet to exert my strength in the face of Gu Ninghao's sudden aggression. Liu Yan was not one to remain passive. Almost simultaneously, she sprang into action. With a resounding clash, they unleashed their full strength against one another. The immense recoil propelled them both backward several meters. "Go. Your reckless assault is rather excessive," Liu Yan remarked, her brow furrowed, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. Had it not been for the lingering injuries sustained in the Buried Bones Mountains, she would have been fully capable of contending with Gu Ninghao. Thus, her instinctive response had been impulsive, lacking careful consideration. Seeing Liu Yan falter, Guninghao laughed, a wild and unrestrained expression on his face. Liu, while we may not be able to decide each other's fates, that fellow named Li must perish today. Guninghao had shed all pretense, openly declaring his intent to kill Li Bufan, motivated solely by the repeated losses of his subordinates at the latter's hands. This infuriated Guninghao immensely. The bystanders were taken aback, rendered speechless by the scene before them. As a manager of the peak, the expectation was for him to allow his subordinates to spar. Yet here he was, disregarding his status to personally intervene after his people had fallen. It was somewhat shameless, to say the least. Nevertheless, Guninghao's prowess allowed him to dominate Liu Yan, granting him the audacity to act with such arrogance. Though the onlookers found his behavior disgraceful, none dared to voice support for Li Bufan. In the face of sheer strength, reason held little weight, akin to a jest. Should you wish to kill him, proceed at your leisure. Liu Yan gestured with a sign of acquiescence. In the heat of the moment, she had acted without thought. Now, reflecting on the situation, she realized that Li Bufan had managed to overcome even Murong Qing, a 9th-tier innate master. Thus, Guninghao, an 8th-tier innate master, was hardly a formidable opponent. Noticing Liu Yan's demeanor, Guninghao instinctively assumed she had conceded due to her inability to match him. With a powerful push against the ground, Guninghao launched himself into the air, his hands swirling as if channeling some mystical energy. Great strength, golden ape palm. His palm struck forth like a ferocious beast, exuding an overwhelming force, embodying the principle of brute strength overcoming skill. In the face of this formidable assault, a smile graced Li Bufan's lips. He remained still, as though a current of energy swirled around him, ultimately converging at his fingertips. Solar Surge Sword Finger. Using his finger as a sword, he pierced through steel with ease. With a swift thrust, their attacks collided, Li Bufan's finger piercing through Guninghao's palm as effortlessly as breaking through a layer of thin paper. The force did not wane. It surged onward, and in the next moment, it penetrated Guninghao's brow. Blood gushed forth, mingled with fragments of shattered bone, cascading to the ground. You, Guninghao, stared wide-eyed, trembling as you uttered the final word of your life, your body crashing to the earth. I hadn't even exerted myself. Li Bufan smiled faintly, stepping over Guninghao's lifeless form and departing with nonchalance, leaving those around him in utter bewilderment. Who could have foreseen that the formidable overseer of Peak 7748, renowned among the nearby servant peaks, would meet his end in such a manner? A mere finger from Li Bufan pierced not only Guninghao's brow, but seemed to plunge into the hearts of all present. Each person gazed at the retreating figure, an involuntary sense of reverence welling up within them. Yet, there was an exception. Zhu Shangtian, sprawled on the ground, was consumed by shock and despair. For he knew all too well what it meant to be dragged towards the hanging forest by Captain Dong, a fate that loomed ominously. After all, the hierarchy of Peak 7748 mirrored that of Peak 7749 almost precisely. Minutes later, Captain Dong was hauling Zhu Shangtian towards the dreaded site. As they passed, several male servants were already brimming with anticipation, their malevolent gazes seemingly taunting Zhu Shangtian. Aren't you fierce? Aren't you bloodthirsty? Aren't you deranged? Just wait. Tonight will teach you the true meaning of madness. Following these events, Liu Yan abandoned her intention to vent her frustrations on her subordinates, instead meandering with a heavy heart. Li Bufan's slaying of Guninghao appeared to fit the natural order of the strong prevailing over the weak, yet Liu Yan understood the underlying complexities. For while the servant quarters seemed devoid of rules, they were, in fact, governed by them. Guninghao, esteemed as an overseer and bearing the reputation of an outer disciple, would have been inconsequential had he perished in the burial mountains. However, dying within the servant peak would undoubtedly prompt an investigation from those above. There were at least 800 witnesses present today. Concealing the truth was patently impossible. What punishment would befall Li Bufan? Liu Yan's heart sank with apprehension. As evening fell, she remained at a loss for how to address the matter. Drifting into the overseer's hall, it was devoid of life, with even Su Qingqing absent. Regardless of the circumstances, he had always come to my aid. Perhaps I should offer him a word of caution. Liu Yan murmured to herself, finding a semblance of justification, before turning towards Su Qingqing's courtyard. Why seek Su Qingqing? In truth, Liu Yan merely speculated, uncertain whether fortune or misfortune awaited her. As she approached the courtyard entrance, the voices of two individuals engaged in conversation confirmed her suspicions. Minutes passed, and then tens of minutes, until the moon ascended slowly into the night sky, and silence enveloped the courtyard. Liu Yan hesitated repeatedly before finally knocking on the courtyard door. Qingqing, remind Li Bufan that he killed Guninghao today. It is likely that someone from above will come down to investigate. If possible, let him escape to the Bone Burial Mountains. I will bear the consequences here. After receiving a weak response from Su Qingqing, Liu Yan felt a sense of relief and slowly departed. In truth, Liu Yan had already contemplated that given Li Bufan's current strength, he could easily hide in the vast mountains for a lifetime, provided he did not encounter extraordinary dangers. Though such solitude would be lonely, it was certainly preferable to facing the repercussions from above, whose exact punishments remained unknown, perhaps death, or a fate worse than death. In the courtyard, inside the room, Li Bufan nudged Su Qingqing's arm, puzzled. What did Liu Yan just say to you? Wasn't he paying attention and didn't he hear clearly? Su Qingqing replied weakly, rolling her eyes. Her concentration had faltered, and she genuinely could not recall what Liu Yan had said. The pangs of longing are fleeting, yet love and hate linger long. You don't wish for me now, do you? Li Bufan teased, flicking Su Qingqing's slightly flushed cheek. Don't touch me. I need to rest for a few days, she replied, weakly pushing his hand away, her eyes betraying a hint of feigned annoyance. I'll go ask Liu Yan what was said, lest we miss something crucial, Li Bufan said, his heart racing as he prepared to investigate. Go on, don't come back. I need my peace, Su Qingqing said without looking back, waving her delicate hand dismissively. Don't come back? A smile curled at the corners of Li Bufan's lips. Darling, you understand me. He had no intention of returning, at least not tonight. Chapter 42, A Step into Foundation Establishment. Outside the management hall, in a nearby tranquil spot, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. A gentle breeze occasionally rustled the grass, stirring myriad thoughts. Liu Yan stood with her hands clasped behind her, gazing at the cold moonlight. Indeed, the long night brought no inclination for sleep. She found herself perplexed, unsure of what truly troubled her. Was it the fear that Guninghao's death would bring trouble to the 7749 peak? Or was it the worry that Su Qingqing would one day discover her relationship with Li Bufan? In truth, it was neither. Liu Yan simply felt that if Li Bufan followed her advice, they might never meet again. Is my lord thinking of me? Li Bufan had searched for a while before finally spotting her exquisite figure and teased. I found you. Upon hearing his familiar voice, Liu Yan's body quivered slightly. She did not turn, perhaps wanting to maintain an air of aloofness, or perhaps the fluttering of her heart rendered her too anxious to look back. Guninghao was an Outer Sect disciple. He died on the Servant's Peak, and it would be no more than 3 days before someone from above comes down. Liu Yan spoke softly, her voice devoid of joy or sorrow. From above? Are they from the Outer Sect? Li Bufan asked, slowly moving to stand beside Liu Yan. His curiosity piqued. It won't attract the Outer Sect's attention, she replied. Liu Yan shook her head and continued. The head of the servant area, Lord Yang, has 2 trusted aides, Hu Qing and Tai Shou. One of them is bound to come. What is their cultivation level? Li Bufan instinctively inquired, understanding that knowledge of the enemy would enhance his chances of success. Foundation establishment, Liu Yan replied, though she was uncertain of their exact realms. She was certain of their foundation establishment prowess. In the past, when a steward from the Servant Peak defied Lord Yang's orders, both aides had subdued him with a single strike, never needing a second. Anyone capable of such decisive action against a steward must indeed possess foundation establishment strength. Oh, Li Bufan replied nonchalantly, nodding. Merely foundation establishment seemed unimpressive, and he shared that sentiment. With the ever-increasing benefits from the reincarnation scroll, it would not be long before he would no longer fear them. As his thoughts swirled, Li Bufan reached out and grasped Liu Yan's delicate, pale hand. The touch was gentle, slightly cool, sending a tingling sensation coursing through their fingertips. Liu Yan instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. However, Li Bufan's strength had transformed significantly. After a brief struggle, she realized escape was futile and allowed him to hold her hand, casting a cold glance at him and demanding, "What do you intend to do? What do you think?" Li Bufan raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Just that smile made Liu Yan feel as though she were prey under a hunter's gaze, a blush creeping onto her fair face. Yet she quickly suppressed it, asserting, "Impossible. I cannot accept what happened between you and Qingqing." Her words were devoid of deception. Given the circumstances, Li Bufan was indeed formidable, handsome, and not someone of indecisive character. The reality of their entangled fates could be accepted by Liu Yan, but the crux of the matter lay in her perception of Su Qingqing as a sister. Competing with a sister was a barrier Liu Yan found insurmountable. You will grow accustomed to it, Li Bufan chuckled softly, leaning in to place a gentle kiss on her lips. Faced with this unexpected advance, Liu Yan sought to escape, but Li Bufan anticipated her move, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. As she struggled, her efforts only seemed to bolster his resolve, the sensation akin to defiance making him stronger. 3 minutes later, their lips parted. I warn you not to go too far. Liu Yan, regaining her composure from the overwhelming sensation, fixed her beautiful gaze on Li Bufan and threatened. Unfazed by such a harmless warning, Li Bufan lightly patted her soft back, teasing, "Too far? Then I assure you, I will be on my best behavior. Is that acceptable?" Before his words had fully dissipated, he swept Liu Yan into a princess carry, striding towards the steward's hall. Possessing strength, yet finding it cumbersome to expound upon reason, Li Bufan perceived little necessity in doing so. While he despised others who wielded their power with impunity, he relished the notion of exercising his own strength freely. A seemingly paradoxical sentiment, yet one that is, in truth, entirely rational. Beneath the resplendent moon, the stars dimmed, and the flora swayed gently as the sun ascended. It forgave the world's mundane existence, dispelling the shadows within the heart. Li Bufan shook his head, momentarily beset by a flicker of self-reproach, pondering whether his actions might be excessively extreme. Suddenly reminded of the ceaseless bounty provided by the cycle scroll, which had inexplicably surged following Liu Yan's binding. He was jolted from his immature musings. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he noted the continuous yield of 200 points, heralding brighter days ahead. Without hesitation, for hesitation was not an option, he swiftly allocated all his cycle points to his cultivation. In an instant, the air around him seemed to shimmer with countless refreshing streams. Akin to mint, a sensation of unparalleled coolness surged through every pore of his body. Remarkable. Li Bufan felt an extraordinary wonder as he distinctly sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowing into his dantian, an exhilarating expansion that was simply marvelous. Host Li Bufan. Cultivation level 1100, initial foundation establishment. Martial skills, level 2, middle grade, Gale steps, perfection. Level 3, middle grade, solar sword finger, minor accomplishment. Cycle points 0. Li Bufan momentarily paused. Though the system was formidable, the cycle points required for future advancements were utterly daunting. To elevate his cultivation to the mid-foundation establishment stage would necessitate 2,000 points. Moreover, he had glimpsed the fleeting system prompt indicating that a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm would demand a staggering 10,000 cycle points. This implied that accumulating 4,000 points would permit him to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment, yet he must amass 10,000 points at that peak to transcend directly to the Golden Core. Li Bufan murmured, indeed, the authors of those fantastical tales in his previous life were not entirely fabricating their narratives. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges when confronting the bottleneck of significant realm breakthroughs. In the brief moment of contemplation, Li Bufan observed a viscous layer of dark brown substance upon his body. With a mere flicker of thought, he comprehended that this was the expulsion of bodily impurities following his breakthrough to foundation establishment. Without much astonishment, he called out towards the door, Yenner, please prepare a bucket of bathwater for me. Upon hearing the summons, Liu Yan, with reddened eyes and a face awash with grievance, gazed up in confusion. You scoundrel! Do you still expect me to attend to your needs? Dream on, she retorted with a biting tone. However, after a brief moment of reflection, Liu Yan ultimately proceeded to prepare the water, for no other reason than that a wise individual recognizes the times. She contemplated that the best form of revenge she could currently muster was to slightly raise the temperature of the bathwater. Chapter 43. The higher Yes. Li Bufan reclined comfortably in the bath, the water exceedingly hot, yet undeniably soothing, especially as it washed away the sticky impurities clinging to his skin, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed. You scoundrel! A glimmer of icy disdain flickered in Liu Yan's beautiful eyes, yet she chose not to exit the room. Her decision to remain was driven by a desire to witness Li Bufan's pained reaction to the scalding water, but to her dismay, he seemed to revel in it instead. Liu Yan naively assumed that Li Bufan was feigning comfort merely to provoke her. However, as time passed, she realized her error. Throughout, Li Bufan's expression radiated sheer delight, a joy so genuine that it was undeniable. How she came to this conclusion was a mystery, yet she knew it to be true. When Li Bufan finally emerged from the bath, donning a bathrobe, Liu Yan gazed at the dark brown water, her brows knitting together as comprehension dawned upon her. In disbelief, she inquired, have you successfully established your foundation? As she uttered those words, Liu Yan felt foolish. How could that be possible? Just yesterday afternoon, during Li Bufan's battle with Guninghao, she had distinctly sensed that the latter's cultivation was at the innate 8th stage. Yet, within less than a day, he had managed to establish his foundation. If breakthroughs were truly this effortless, he would indeed be an unheard-of genius. But then again, why would such a prodigy be relegated to the servant's quarters? Nevertheless, she couldn't suppress her curiosity, for the transformation she observed in Li Bufan bore an uncanny resemblance to what was documented about successfully establishing a foundation, if not identical. Yes, Li Bufan affirmed with a nod, his body vibrating slightly as a mysterious current surged from his fingertips. With a resounding crack, the teacup on the table shattered into pieces. A foundation cultivator could indeed project their true essence outward, capable of shattering boulders from a distance. This marked a definitive departure from the realm of ordinary mortals. It was important to note that even innate 9th-stage martial artists relied on weapons, hidden projectiles, or brute force to kill. Only those who had established their foundation could unleash their true essence, wielding extraordinary power. Liu Yan was left utterly astonished. Not merely due to Li Bufan's handsome appearance, though that may have played a part, but primarily because of the sheer force he had just demonstrated in shattering the teacup. The ability to project true essence was a clear hallmark of the foundation stage, leaving no room for Liu Yan's astonishment. As she stared at Liu Yan, visibly stunned, Li Bufan offered a faint smile, his gaze lingering on her beautiful yet bewildered face. "Don't come any closer. What are you trying to do?" Liu Yan instinctively retreated, sensing his intense gaze. However, after merely half a step back, she realized her overreaction. Retreat? She hadn't escaped yesterday, and it was even less likely now. As for what he intended, that question was superfluous. An hour later, in the room, the two sat opposite each other. Liu Yan, feeling a mix of grievance and mild anger, quietly asked, "How will you explain things to Qingqing? Just say it plainly. There's no need for further explanation." Li Bufan reached out to caress Liu Yan's flowing hair and spoke softly. "There's no need for explanations. To be his good friend, one must accept the presence of sisters. You say it. I feel too shy to speak up." Liu Yan shot him an exasperated glance, exuding an air of resignation. The two conversed for quite some time, only to be interrupted by Su Qingqing's voice echoing from the grand hall. "Miss, it's time to eat." Su Qingqing felt puzzled, having been excessively fatigued the previous day and rising late that morning. Based on her past experiences, she anticipated a reprimand from Liu Yan upon her arrival. Consequently, she hurriedly prepared the meal, searching high and low but finding no one. "I'll be right out. I overslept," Liu Yan replied, her voice tinged with a hint of guilt. She then whispered to Li Bufan, "I'm going out. You stay here and keep quiet." Nodding in agreement, Li Bufan called out, "Qingqing, come in for a moment." Hearing Li Bufan's voice emanating from the room, and realizing it was the same room as Liu Yan's, Su Qingqing felt a bit bewildered. However, she quickly regained her composure. She had witnessed Li Bufan's excellence and could easily surmise what had transpired. Inside the room, Liu Yan looked at Li Bufan in disbelief and awkwardly exclaimed, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? I told you to keep quiet." Li Bufan remained silent, gently patting her on the head. With a creak, the door swung open. Su Qingqing shot a peculiar glance at Liu Yan and respectfully said, "Miss, it's time to eat. I've made your favorite lotus seed porridge." "Oh, all right," Liu Yan responded, her face flushed with embarrassment from Su Qingqing's gaze, and she hurriedly fled outside. Su Qingqing turned to close the door, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she approached Li Bufan, saying, "Tiskakisakise, even the young lady has fallen under your spell. You're quite the beast." "A beast indeed," Li Bufan chuckled, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Liu Yan, who was outside enjoying her porridge, cast a puzzled look back at the room, her expression gradually shifting. When the two emerged, Liu Yan, ever the capable steward, adeptly adapted to the awkward situation in a remarkably short span of time. Both she and Su Qingqing tacitly avoided discussing matters of the heart, fully aware, yet choosing to leave the proverbial windowpane unbroken. For Li Bufan, this was of little consequence. In the days that followed, he diligently attended to the affairs of the steward's hall by day and returned to the courtyard by night, earnestly engaging in conversation with them without a moment's hesitation, striving for balance and maintaining an impeccable harmony. The cycle of reincarnation continues to yield rewards. Please collect, host. Similar notifications arrived twice daily, marking the monotony of his life. Until one afternoon, 4 days later, a voice resonated across the entire 7749 peak, akin to the tolling of a grand bell. "The steward of 7749 peak has come forth to receive visitors." The robust voice echoed throughout the mountain, carrying an extraordinary impact. In the stewardess hall, Liu Yan frowned slightly. "Oh no, someone from above has arrived. Should we go out to welcome them?" Li Bufan set down his teacup and stretched slightly, inquiring. Liu Yan nodded. 10 minutes later, the two made their way outside, where Liu Yan commanded Su Qingqing to summon the entire guard of the 7749 peak. The group assembled in the most spacious training ground of 7749 peak. Standing in orderly formation, Liu Yan stood at the forefront, with Li Bufan and Su Qingqing half a step behind her, followed closely by Captain Dong, Captain Shi, and the guards. "Iron Beast, it has been quite a while since we last ventured out together. I would rather not be in your company. Either you leave, or I shall." Enough of this nonsense. The matter of the peak's steward being killed is no triviality. Let us address the important issues first. Their conversation resonated clearly in the ears of those present. However, strangely, there was no one around. This scene left the onlookers utterly astounded, with the exception of Li Bufan, who understood that this was a result of having cultivated a certain martial technique after entering the foundation establishment stage, allowing them to amplify their voices through the manipulation of true essence energy. Although it sounded casual, he knew that for a practitioner at the Foundation establishment realm, executing such a feat was not easy and likely required considerable effort. The reason the two chose to amplify their voices was transparently clear. It was a display of prowess, a means to showcase their strength to intimidate others. Chapter 44. Be wiser in the next life. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, two figures approached with measured steps. One of the men was emaciated, his sunken eyes giving him a precarious appearance. Yet, his hands exuded an extraordinary aura, even at rest. One could sense a faint current of energy swirling around them. Or rather, it was true essence energy. Li Bufan's expression grew serious. This man was likely the legendary Hu Qing. Beside Hu Qing stood a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique. An iron chain, as thick as his arm, coiled around his muscular, bare torso. Given his appearance, it would be quite unreasonable for him not to be called Iron Beast. Steward Liu Yan. I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed gentleman. Liu Yan stepped forward promptly, offering a respectful bow. Hu Qing acknowledged, his gaze lingering on Liu Yan's graceful form for a few seconds before he averted his eyes. He continued, did Guninghao perish on your peak? Faced with Hu Qing's inquiry, Liu Yan hesitated momentarily, initially inclined to deny it. However, after a brief contemplation, she realized that the two must have already gathered some evidence since they had arrived here. To argue would only be counterproductive, so she promptly replied, yes, my lord. Come with us. The specifics of how to address this matter will be determined by Lord Yang. Hu Qing nodded, appearing satisfied with Liu Yan's demeanor. Their task was merely to escort her, and the punishment was beyond their jurisdiction, thus cooperation was paramount to avoid unnecessary exertion. Liu Yan remained silent as she prepared to leave with the two men. Logically speaking, even if she were to reach Lord Yang, it is unlikely that she would face execution. In the past, similar incidents in the service quarters resulted in the responsible parties suffering the loss of an arm. While this is indeed cruel, it pales in comparison to death. Esteemed gentlemen, it was I who took the life of Guninghao. Should I depart, I will do so alongside you, Li Bufan declared, stepping forward to position himself protectively in front of Liu Yan, his gaze unwavering and filled with defiance. A jolt of trepidation coursed through Liu Yan's heart. This was indeed a grave situation. Before she could react, Hu Qing spoke, a mocking glint in his eyes as he addressed Li Bufan. You did it? Indeed, Li Bufan affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, the previously silent iron beast lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. The chains binding him rattled ominously with the force of his strike, creating a cacophony that reverberated through the air. The sheer force was terrifying, causing the bystanders' eardrums to throb painfully. In the face of such aggression, Li Bufan did not flinch, nor could he afford to. He stepped forward, coiling his body, and unleashed a punch. What appeared to be a slow motion was, in reality, a swift and thunderous action. With a resounding crash, their fists collided. Li Bufan's single blow sent the iron beast staggering back, struggling to steady himself as he retreated several paces. Hu Qing, he possesses the strength of a foundational practitioner. The iron beast exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. Though he had not voiced it, Hu Qing had already discerned this, as had those around them. Hu Qing's eyes narrowed, lost in contemplation. The others from Peak 7749 were engulfed in a state of utter bewilderment. Initially, when Li Bufan first displayed his prowess, repelling 3 captains with a single strike, many assumed he was merely at the 2nd or 3rd stage of innate cultivation. However, when he subsequently incapacitated Zhu Shangtian with a single sword strike, the realization dawned upon them that they had gravely misjudged him. He evidently possessed the strength of a 5th or 6th stage innate practitioner. It was only after he pierced Guninghao's brow with a mere finger that the crowd was left in shock, suddenly recognizing him as a 9th stage innate master. At this moment, the truth was finally unveiled. They had all been mistaken. He was, in fact, a formidable foundational practitioner. Years later, in the memoirs of Captain Dong, he would remark, strength unknown, but formidable against the strong. I killed Guninghao. I shall accompany you, Li Bufan stated nonchalantly, clapping his hands and smiling. Shaking his head slowly, Hu Qing replied coldly, if you indeed took Guninghao's life, you need not accompany us. Should it be a matter concerning Liu, as she holds the status of an outer disciple, the decision must rest with Lord Yang. As for you, a mere servant disciple, to act against authority warrants immediate execution. Hu Qing's words dripped with menace, yet he hesitated to act. The reason was simple, based on Li Bufan's earlier display of strength in repelling the iron beast. He lacked absolute confidence. In truth, he was merely fulfilling his duty. When faced with someone who posed a genuine threat to his life, caution was essential. It was I who took the life, yet should you seek to execute me, it is not arrogance on my part. I suggest you return and have your Lord Yang address me personally. Li Bufan spoke calmly, harboring his own intentions. The two individuals returned to report. And even if Lord Yang were to come immediately, it would likely take several days. While a few days may not bring about significant changes for others, Li Bufan understood that he could utilize this time to cultivate diligently, should he reach the mid-foundation stage. Armed with exquisite martial techniques and the remarkable application of the dominant body, he would not fear even a late foundation stage Lord Yang. If Lord Yang were at the pinnacle of the foundation stage, there might still be a glimmer of hope. As for whether Lord Yang could possess Golden Dan cultivation, that seemed improbable. A Golden Dan master, capable of flying through the skies, would never squander time in the menial district. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. The truth could only be discerned through direct interaction. Faced with Li Bufan's assertive demeanor, Liu Yan felt a twinge of anxiety for him, but chose to remain silent, instinctively stepping aside, not for any other reason, but because she understood the current situation, where all decisions rested solely with Li Bufan. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? I was careless earlier. Let me have a proper encounter with you. Before Fox Qing could finish her contemplation, the iron beast suddenly swung its body, launching its chains toward Li Bufan once more. The chains sliced through the air with a deafening sound, and the dust swirled, filling the atmosphere with a suffocating tension. In an instant, Li Bufan moved, fingers coalescing into a sword as an enigmatic force of true essence gathered at his fingertips. With a sharp sound, a faint sword silhouette cut through the void, akin to a blade being unsheathed. In a heartbeat, the chains launched by the iron beast were violently severed, and with a swift thrust, the sword silhouette pierced through the colossal frame of the iron beast. The iron beast shook its massive head in disbelief, staring at the gaping wound in its chest. Be wiser in your next life. Li Bufan retracted his hand and stood with his hands clasped behind him, his clothes billowing without wind, exuding an aura of mastery. As his words lingered in the air, the iron beast's enormous body collapsed with a thunderous crash, blood staining the ground, its chest no longer rising and falling. So-called foundation stage cultivators were nothing more than this. Li Bufan paid no heed to the fallen corpse. Instead, he turned his gaze to Fox Qing and smiled faintly. You are an astute individual. Reflect on today's events and consider how to proceed. Shock, confusion, and trepidation enveloped Fox Qing. He stared incredulously at Li Bufan. Previously, he believed the other to be formidable. At most their strengths were equal. Now, he comprehended the truth. What equality! Others possess 8 tails of gold, while he was merely half a gene of scrap iron. Gunning Hao, a scourge committing every atrocity, deserved no sympathy in death. The iron beast accompanied me to the burial mountain range to hunt demonic beasts. Yet misfortune led to its demise at the jaws of a mid-foundation stage beast. Fox Qing suppressed the astonishment within, slowly articulating, this is the truth, isn't it? Chapter 45, Rooting Out the Problem. Ultimately, the nature of the truth is of little consequence, is it not? Li Bufan responded with a smile. Indeed, indeed, indeed. You speak wisely. Fox Qing nodded vigorously, not out of cowardice, but because, given the current circumstances, refusing to acknowledge the truth might very well lead to him being the next lifeless body on the ground. In comparison to life itself, Hu Qing felt that appearances were of little consequence. Your demeanor is commendable, and you are indeed astute. However, there exists an ancient saying in Huaxia, mow the grass but do not uproot it. The spring breeze will cause it to grow anew. Li Bifan chuckled. In that fleeting moment, he briefly considered sparing Hu Qing, but the thought was merely a passing fancy, and he quickly regained his composure. Once enmity is established, one must eliminate the threat, for one cannot ascertain whether others might seek retribution in the shadows. After all, while overt schemes are easily evaded, covert treachery is much harder to guard against. Furthermore, with the iron beast already slain, whether he killed Hu Qing or not, he had irreparably offended Lord Yang. Thus, it was best to act decisively. Huaxia. Hu Qing's face reflected confusion. He had never heard of such a place. Yet the essence of the proverb was immediately clear to him. In light of this, let fate decide their lives and deaths. Hu Qing's smile vanished, replaced by a cold nod. Suddenly, he clenched his fists tightly, and with a swift punch, he unleashed a torrent of true essence that rent the air asunder. Buzz. Li Bifan did not hesitate, immediately countering with a strike of his own. The two assaults collided midair, the force of their true essences radiating outward, sending a powerful wave that forced several nearby attendants to retreat. All present held their breath, captivated by the spectacle of a foundational realm confrontation, a sight that would furnish the attendants with tales to boast about for a lifetime. Sir, if this is the extent of your prowess, though formidable, it may not suffice to detain me. Hu Qing grinned, suddenly retracting his attack. Utilizing the recoil, he propelled himself swiftly away. Unlike the iron beast, while their strengths were comparable, Hu Qing was sufficiently clever to recognize his disadvantage against Li Bifan and had no intention of engaging in a futile struggle. Moreover, he excelled in the art of escape. What appeared to be desperate was, in fact, a well-crafted strategy he had devised beforehand. Swift wind steps. Li Bifan accelerated, the wind swirling beneath his feet as he pursued. Titanic body. Almost simultaneously, a faint golden true essence surged from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones, causing Li Bifan's aura to swell dramatically. In an instant, he intercepted Hu Qing's retreat. Are you testing my current strength? Li Bifan smiled, his grin in Hu Qing's eyes resembling that of a demon. In that moment, Hu Qing sensed the scent of death. The next instant, he realized how astutely he had judged the situation. Buzz. A shadow of a sword pierced Hu Qing's throat in an instant, blood cascading forth. With a final, unwilling glance at the world, Hu Qing's body came crashing down to the ground. Having resolved the matter of the two, Li Bifan slowly collected their storage bags and instructed Captain Dong. Dispose of their bodies. Yes. Captain Dong bowed respectfully, showing even greater deference than he had towards Liu Yan, kneeling on one knee. Li Bifan nodded, shifting his gaze to Su Qingqing, and commanded, Qingqing, prepare some fine dishes for dinner tonight. We shall dine as a family. Family? Su Qingqing pouted, murmuring softly to herself. The term family encompasses certain individuals, a fact that Su Qingqing is well aware of, though it leaves her feeling somewhat discontented. When it comes to dining, everyone partakes together. Yet in terms of tasks, she finds herself alone. It is a situation that would dampen anyone's spirits. Meanwhile, Liu Yan, upon hearing Li Bufan's arrangements, experienced a flicker of complexity in her beautiful eyes. She felt inclined to refuse, having long served as a steward at Yifeng. She harbored a sense of pride intrinsic to her role. Although she had come to accept the reality of her relationship with Li Bufan, the thought of confronting this truth alongside other women made her wish to vanish into the ground. As this thought crossed her mind, Liu Yan opened her mouth, gazing at Li Bufan's departing figure, yet ultimately found herself unable to voice her refusal. At the pinnacle of Peak 7749, the rocky outcrops stood resolute. Li Bufan sat quietly upon a stone, gazing at the distant sunset. The servant area? Lingyun Sect? The realm of cultivation? Should I venture beyond these confines? A faint smile graced his lips as he basked in the last rays of sunlight. Within his heart, he had already resolved to leave this place. From the very first day he had traversed into this strange land, he vowed to escape. Over time, he had grown numb, eventually ceasing to even entertain the thought of departure. However, the emergence of the system rekindled his hope. Yet, after acquiring Meng Jiro, he found himself wavering on the dream of leaving, contemplating that perhaps remaining here was not so bad after all. In the subsequent encounters with Su Qingqing, Liu Yu, and Liu Yan, Li Bufan even began to believe that life in the servant area could be extraordinarily delightful. Yet today, with the arrival of Iron Beast and Fox Qing, as well as the enigmatic Lord Yang, whom he had yet to meet, he sensed a profound truth. Beyond the mountains, there are greater mountains, and within the strong, there are strong individuals. Li Bufan finally understood the wisdom of the ancients. In times of peace, consider potential dangers. In times of danger, seek advancement. In times of advancement, pursue gain. Currently, although the atmosphere at Peak 7749 appeared devoid of peril, he realized that his position was too lowly to discern any real threats. Thus, his request for Su Qingqing to prepare the meal was aimed at engaging in a serious discussion with his companions. He intended to leave this place, to personally meet Lord Yang, to escape the servant area. Amidst Li Bufan's myriad of thoughts, the communication talisman at his waist suddenly trembled. He gently pressed it, and Liu Yan's voice resonated forth. Husband, Qingqing has prepared the meal in the steward hall. Please come quickly. Li Bufan promptly replied, then stowed away the talisman, rising slowly to make his way toward the courtyard. In the courtyard, Liu Yu and Meng Jiro were engaged in hushed conversation. Jiro, do you think we should join the others since the Lord has requested Su to prepare the meal? Liu Yu inquired cautiously. Upon first meeting Li Bufan, her kindness towards him stemmed largely from the benevolence of a superior towards an inferior. However, the recent developments left her feeling a sense of trepidation, as if she could not keep pace with the unfolding circumstances. Sister Yu, you always refer to him as the Lord. Don't you find it distant? Our husband undoubtedly shares a unique bond with Sister Su. Did you not hear what he said back then? I suspect he intends to introduce us shortly. Meng Jiro set aside the handkerchief she had been embroidering and replied nonchalantly. Her time at the servant's peak had been brief, and she had mostly been sheltered under Li Bufan's protection. Thus she held little concept of the fear that strong individuals instill. However, her ignorance did not extend to Liu Yu, who was startled by Meng Jiro's casual mention of Sister Su, and quickly covered her small mouth with her hand. Whispering urgently, Jiro, you mustn't speak carelessly. Yuejia need not worry. What Jiro says is the truth, came Li Bufan's voice from the entrance. Having entered the foundation establishment stage, his physical senses had been significantly enhanced, allowing him to hear the whispered conversation between the two women with remarkable clarity, even from outside the courtyard. Before the two women could gather their wits, Li Bufan gently pushed open the courtyard door and smiled at them. Prepare yourselves. We shall dine at the management hall today. Darling, should we bring pajamas? Meng Zhiro blinked. Her question, while seemingly simple, was actually quite intricate. She was inquiring whether the purpose of the meal was merely to eat or something more. Faced with such a unique question, Li Bufan shook his head, thinking too much. He merely wished for the women to become acquainted. Nonetheless, Meng Zhiro's suggestion was indeed tempting, and he promptly replied, bring them along. Chapter 46. The night before departure at the management hall, in the grand hall, 9 exquisite dishes were laid out, and the 5 took their seats. Meng Zhiro curiously surveyed Su Qingqing and Liu Yan, while Liu Yu lowered her head, somewhat apprehensive. Unbeknownst to them, Liu Yan was even more anxious, her inner turmoil matching that of Liu Yu. Only Su Qingqing remained relatively at ease. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, she took the initiative to break the ice with a smile. Bufan, why don't you introduce us? Sure. Li Bufan nodded and provided a brief introduction. After a polite exchange of greetings among the women, the atmosphere remained tense. After a long silence, Liu Yan finally mustered the courage to address the pressing matter. You killed Hu Qing and Tai Shou. How do you plan to deal with Lord Yang? This was her greatest concern. Lord Yang was the overseer of the entire servants' district, a figure of formidable strength. It was not just his power that worried her. Lord Yang's position commanded the entirety of the servants' district. Even if Li Bufan possessed the strength to defeat him, it would be of no consequence. For if Lord Yang were to perish, it would undoubtedly alarm the Outer Sect. Just imagine the number of powerful individuals within the Outer Sect. There would be innate talents aplenty and foundation establishment cultivators in abundance. I am uncertain, for now. I plan to spend a few days with you, Li Bufan replied, taking a gentle sip of wine. If Lord Yang does not seek me out, I shall go to him. Perhaps I will leave the servants' district then. At his words, a complex expression flickered across the faces of the women, except for Liu Yan, who understood that upon witnessing Li Bufan's success in foundation establishment, it was inevitable that he would depart. I shan't remind you of the dangers. Speak. Did you call us together to convey something? Liu Yan raised her delicate brows slightly and inquired softly, will you protect them? Once I grow stronger, I shall return to take you away. Li Bufan pondered for a long while before responding. If anyone could care for several women in his absence, it would undoubtedly be Liu Yan. Her cultivation, after consuming the 5 elements Zhu fruit, had already begun to approach the innate 9th stage. As long as she refrained from venturing into the Bone Burial Mountains, she would remain within a relatively safe realm at the miscellaneous servant peak of 7,749. Indeed, Liu Yan nodded, refraining from further comments. My husband, when do you plan to depart? I would like to prepare your garments, Meng Zhiro said with a gentle smile, her heart feeling reluctant. Yet she understood the hierarchy of husband and wife. Perhaps in 7 days, Li Bufan contemplated before answering. Presently, he possessed a cultivation level of 1588 points, and to enter the mid-stage of foundation building, he needed to wait a mere 7 days. In terms of beauty, Liu Yan was the most stunning. However, those who understood would realize that no matter how delectable a dish, one could not solely indulge in a single course, it would become tiresome. Moreover, with this departure, it was uncertain when he could retrieve the women from the miscellaneous servant area again. The time and place of their next meeting remained unknown. Thus, the 7 days would serve as both a time to relax and a prelude to parting. How could he favor one over the others? As the banquet progressed, the few of them gradually grew more familiar with one another while exchanging cups. Liu Yu had shed her previous tension, replaced instead by curious glances, wondering if the esteemed Liu Duran was perhaps akin to herself. Liu Yan, no longer reserved, felt a sense of ease, residing at the peak as a steward. Her only friend to converse with was Su Qingqing. However, the truth was that having been inseparable since childhood, their conversations often lacked substance. Sharing trivialities such as stepping on an ant on the road only illustrated their boredom. At this moment, listening to Liu Yu and Meng Zhiro recount their past lives in the mortal realm felt quite entertaining. When I was engaged back in my hometown of Jiangcheng, the scene was something you all have likely never witnessed. Silk adorned a 3-mile-long street, and the flower baskets on either side were edged with gold thread, Meng Zhiro said. Clearly exhilarated, her cheeks flushed as she reminisced about her opulent life in the mortal world. Then why did you come here? Liu Yu interjected. Why leave such a splendid life behind? What constitutes a splendid life? It was a life akin to that of deities. The 3 women gazed at Meng Zhiro with curiosity. Although Liu Yu had also lived in the mortal realm for a time, she recalled that her days were filled with hardship. If her life had been as fortunate as Meng Zhiro's, she would never have longed for any celestial destiny. Meanwhile, Liu Yan and Su Qingqing looked on with longing expressions. From their earliest memories, they had been enveloped in the mundane existence of the miscellaneous servant area, accustomed to that way of life. Even in their elevated positions, they had never experienced the kind of life Meng Zhiro described. Or rather, the scenes Meng Zhiro painted had only existed in their imaginations. Forgive me, sisters, for my greed. After all, the heart is insatiable, like a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Meng Zhiro shook her head, took another sip of wine, and smiled with resignation. Those who cultivate their bodies live for 120 years, postnatal warriors for 150, and upon entering the innate realm, one can expect 200 years. If one can establish a foundation, perhaps 500 years. In the mundane world, people pursue wealth and power, while those who are not lacking in these seek the long and arduous path of immortality, yearning for eternal life. As Meng Zhiro spoke eloquently, the other women nodded in quiet agreement. After all, we are all human, and it is the insatiable desires that define our humanity. However, when Li Bufan heard this, an instinctive shiver ran through him. He had never considered the relationship between cultivation realms and lifespan. Hearing Meng Zhiro's words only solidified his determination to leave the menial district. It was imperative to seek the so-called miraculous elixir. His women needed to elevate their realms. With such an enhancement, their affinity would grow, granting more reincarnation points. Moreover, he could not bear to one day witness his beloved women withering away as their lifespans dwindled. The family banquet continued until the moon hung high in the sky. The cheeks of several women flushed with drink, rendering them somewhat incoherent. Li Bufan slowly rose and smiled. Shall we find another place to converse? It seems I've been the silent one while you all chat. Where shall we go? Liu Yan furrowed her brow, sensing an underlying meaning in Li Bufan's words. Miss, let's retreat to a room. It's getting chilly outside, Su Qingqing suggested, offering her arm to support Liu Yan as the two women swayed toward the chamber. We should rest as well, Liu Yu said gently, assisting Meng Zhiro. Before long, a puzzled voice echoed from the room. Miss, why do you seem different today than usual? Be quiet, no more nonsense. Don't you feel embarrassed? Liu Yan scolded playfully, her cheeks tinged with shyness. The night stretched on, the stars twinkling above. The next day, when the Eastern and Western captains reported to the management hall, they were met with a single word, scram. Terrified, they departed in disarray. For the next 7 days, the doors of the management hall remained closed. It was not until the morning of the 8th day that Li Bufan slowly pushed open the grand doors. With a stern demeanor, he stepped forward, heading into the distance. Take care of yourselves, and remember my words, he remarked, leaving without a glance back. It was not that he did not wish to look back, but rather that he dared not. It was not Li Bufan's lack of strength that was to blame, but the absurdity of parting. Chapter 47, Master Yang. As the sun rose, Li Bufan carried his long sword upon his back. This time, he did not bring a dagger. It was simply unnecessary for the current circumstances. The sword-drawing techniques were no longer suited for the battles he faced. Unknown to him, 4 women watched him depart, grateful that he did not turn around. Otherwise, witnessing their tear-streaked eyes would have stirred a myriad of emotions within him. He truly left. Could he really abandon the menial district? Su Qingqing murmured in a daze. I believe the master can certainly succeed. He is the most formidable person I have ever encountered. Without exception, Liu Yu stated with certainty, vividly recalling the first time she met Li Bufan, who was then merely an ordinary servant. In less than 2 months, the transformations that occurred in Li Bufan were clearer to Liu Yu than anyone else, while outsiders recognized only his formidable strength. Liu Yu understood that it encompassed much more than mere prowess. His talent and various attributes were equally exceptional. As this thought crossed her mind, Liu Yu couldn't help but blush. Her husband would undoubtedly prevail. Meng Zhiro nodded, possessing little knowledge but harboring an inexplicable trust in Li Bufan. Observing the demeanor of the 3 women, Liu Yan stretched slightly and remarked, what you should concern yourselves with is not whether he can leave this place, but rather how many more sisters there will be when you next meet. The 3 women exchanged glances of exasperation with Liu Yan. They initially wished to retort, but found a degree of truth in her words. After Li Bufan departed, Meng Zhiro and Liu Yu did not return to their original courtyard, but, under Liu Yan's arrangement, moved in with Su Qingqing, who also relocated. Although Liu Yan was uncertain if she loved Li Bufan, one thing was clear, she had chosen this man, and whether love would follow could be addressed later. For she believed that affection often grows with time. After several days of interaction, Liu Yan became quite familiar with Meng Zhiro and Liu Yu. Following Li Bufan's departure, she naturally assumed the responsibility of overseeing their training and ensuring their protection. After leaving the servant area at peak 7749, Li Bufan made his way toward the central Yuanyang peak, reputed to be the core of the formations enveloping the entire servant area and the only exit. Of course, the area was also guarded by the overseer, Lord Yang. On a certain afternoon, 10 days later, beneath Yuanyang Peak, outside a courtyard, Li Bufan approached without encountering any dangers. Upon arriving at this location, Yuanyang Peak itself bore no remarkable differences compared to other servant peaks, though one could faintly sense peculiar fluctuations emanating from the summit. Halt! Step forward and meet your demise, resonated a commanding voice belonging to a middle-aged woman. causing the air around to tremble. Li Bufan paused, raising his gaze to survey the surroundings, ultimately fixing his eyes on the adjacent courtyard. Without hesitation, he took several steps forward and gently pushed open the courtyard gate. Inside the courtyard, a stone table was set, accompanied by a pot of tea, where a woman, roughly in her 40s, was leisurely savoring her tea. Dressed in a simple, gray linen garment, her beauty was not striking but certainly commendable, qualifying her as an attractive woman. Were you the one speaking just now? Might you be the renowned overseer of the servant area, Lord Yang? Li Bufan inquired, offering a respectful bow. Please, do not address me as Lord, the beautiful woman replied, shaking her head gently as she set down her teacup. However, I am indeed the overseer of the servant area, named Yang Xia. Upon hearing her response, Li Bufan was not surprised. He could distinctly sense the extraordinary aura emanating from her. Among those within the servant area capable of instilling a sense of danger in him, she was likely the only one. Please, have a seat. Did you slay Fox Qing and Iron Beast? Yang Xia gestured invitingly. It was indeed I who did so. How did you come to know? Li Bufan replied without preamble, striding directly to the stone table and taking a seat across from Yang Xia. Merely a conjecture. I only know that they are deceased. Yang Xia's face displayed no hint of joy or sorrow, as though discussing a matter of utmost triviality. With the ease of conversing with an old friend, she poured a cup of tea for Li Bufan. Yet, he refrained from drinking, for although the system claimed that his body could withstand all poisons, there were certain toxins that could not be entirely disregarded. For instance, the hard-eating ants from earlier, while his body could suppress their effects, could not entirely eradicate the poison once inflicted. Thus, Li Bufan remained cautious. Should someone have poisoned the tea, it would spell disaster. After all, prudence begets longevity. Do you wish to leave this place? Yang Xia suddenly raised her gaze, her eyes filled with curiosity as they scrutinized Li Bufan. Before he could respond, she continued. What good is it to go outside? Would it not be better to remain here, to become an enforcer in the servant district, just like Fox Qing and Iron Beast? A position of authority above countless others? I killed them. You do not hold me accountable? Li Bufan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Yang Xia's intentions. Ordinarily, I would reprimand you. However, the number of Foundation establishment cultivators in the servant district is so scant that once one reaches that level, all aspire to leave. If you choose to remain, I shall spare your life and grant you a status superior to many. Yang Xia smiled, having spent an extensive period in this place. The so-called rules were merely the words of the powerful, and rather than eliminate Li Bufan, she preferred to have an additional subordinate at the Foundation establishment stage. And if I insist on departing? Li Bufan inquired, his demeanor not cold, for he recognized the politeness in the woman before him. One does not strike at a smiling face, after all. Desire to leave? While you have reached Foundation establishment, you lack the identity token of an Outer Sect disciple. According to regulations, anyone who unlawfully ascends to Yuanyang Peak shall be executed by me, Yang Xia replied, shaking her head. Everyone wishes to venture outside. Is it truly as splendid as they say? And what if you cannot kill me? Li Bufan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then it would signify your ability to leave the servant district and become an Outer Sect disciple, though no one has ever succeeded in such a venture, Yang Xia responded, gently pushing the tea set to the center of the table. Rising slowly, she asked, have you made your decision? Life affords but a single attempt. Her voice, though gentle, carried an underlying chill, a sensation rooted in the aura formed from too many lives taken, what practitioners might refer to as murderous intent. Unfazed by Yang Xia's formidable presence, Li Bufan resolved to take his chances. Shall we engage outside, or remain here? He chuckled softly. Follow me, she beckoned. With a swift motion, Yang Xia sprang upward, her figure soaring over 10 meters high, the wind swirling beneath her feet as she leapt beyond the courtyard. Her agility was commendable, and her physique, quite admirable. Alas, time is a relentless blade. Li Bufan shook his head in contemplation, activating his swift steps to follow closely behind. Chapter 48. Just one sword needed. Before long. Approximately 2 minutes later, at the northern edge of Yuanyang Peak, amidst a grove of bamboo, Li Bufan and Yang Xia stood poised on the tips of bamboo shoots, confronting each other. Though neither made a move, the palpable tension enveloped them, the bamboo leaves rustling in response to the brewing energy. What is your name? Should I be compelled to end your life, I shall erect a monument in your honor. Yang Xia spoke slowly, her voice laced with a subtle confidence. Li Bufan, he replied with a smile, choosing to forego any verbal sparring, recognizing that true prowess would soon be revealed in action. In an instant, Yang Xia moved, her toes barely grazing the bamboo tip as a long sword materialized in her hand, her figure fluttering like a butterfly. The sword thrummed with a resonant vibration, its blade shimmering with a captivating azure light, rendering her technique even more formidable. Li Bufan sensed that as Yang Xia thrust her sword towards him, evasion seemed futile, instinctively. He retreated without a moment to ponder. You will not escape. My swordplay is known as the Three Swords of Spring Rain, a technique conceived by a predecessor amidst the rain. The sword flows like spring rain, a continuous, gentle cascade. Seeing Li Bufan falter, Yang Xia revealed a charming smile, generously sharing the origins of her technique. Is that so? I wonder if Lady Yang has heard of the saying, one force can overcome 10 skills. Li Bufan suddenly exerted force beneath him, his figure soaring upward. Activating his robust form, he simultaneously shaped his hand into a sword gesture. A sword shadow emerging from his fingertips, striking down with a resonant clang. Shocked, Yang Xia was momentarily taken aback by the explosive aura Li Bufan unleashed, swiftly adapting her stance for defense, with a thunderous impact that reverberated through the surroundings. The bamboo grove beneath them, spanning several dozen square meters, was obliterated by the force of their clash. Both were merely at the foundation building stage, and without support. They plummeted to the ground. In that moment, time seemed to hang suspended. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3, 4 seconds. Yang Xia stared blankly at the broken sword in her grasp, enveloped in an unreal sensation. She could never have anticipated that despite Li Bufan's mid-foundation cultivation, he could sever her sword without even employing his weapon. While she did not consider herself an unparalleled warrior, she held confidence among her peers. Yet, at this moment, she realized how laughable that confidence was. As a late foundation cultivator, she had been so easily overpowered by someone of a lesser rank. May I take my leave now? Li Bufan inquired with a smile. At the sound of his voice, Yang Xia snapped back to reality, glancing down at the tear in her clothing. The spring light now revealed. Startled, Yang Xia quickly wrapped her arms around herself, her fair face flushing with a hint of crimson, and she stammered, "Thank you." Her gratitude was not directed at Li Bufan for tearing her clothing, but rather an acknowledgement that had he not halted at that critical moment, it would have been her chest that was cut open. Truth be told, I had intended to kill you, but your unique status presents complications for me. So, there is no need for thanks. You should be grateful for your position as the overseer of the minor servant district, Li Bufan replied candidly. Were it not for Yang Xia's rank, he would not have shown mercy simply because she was an aging woman. Regardless, you have ultimately spared my life, Yang Xia said with a faint smile, her earlier fluster now suppressed. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired again, with such strength, why remain in the minor servant district? Is the outside truly so desirable? I do not know, Li Bufan replied, shaking his head, avoiding a direct answer to her question. Seeing his distant demeanor, Yang Xia's desire to converse waned, and she pointed towards the highest point of Yuanyang Peak, saying, within the depths of the formation above, there lies a portal of light. Crossing through it will transport you to the Outer Sect. Thank you, Li Bufan said, bowing slightly. He had taken only a few steps when a sudden thought struck him. He retrieved the Juanqing sword from his back and, without looking back, tossed it to Yang Xia. I probably won't need this sword anymore. Consider it compensation. I would appreciate it if you could look after Peak 7749 for me. I will surely repay the favor in the future. His voice faded as he walked away, unable to let go of his women. Yang Xia weighed the sword in her hand, slowly drawing it out to examine. It was indeed satisfactory. However, given her strength, she possessed swords far superior to the Juanqing sword within her storage pouch. Yet, she did not refuse it. Instead, she gently secured it at her waist and watched his departing figure, shaking her head with a sigh. I shall remember your kindness, and Peak 7749 will remain unharmed. But is it truly as splendid outside? Upon hearing her final words, Li Bufan glanced up at the mountain's peak, pondering, how splendid could it be? One will only know upon venturing forth. It was not until the following dawn that Li Bufan finally stepped into the formation and discovered the fabled portal of light. Rather than a door, it resembled a frame, a white energy portal approximately 9 feet high and 5 feet wide. As he stepped through, an overwhelming sense of dizziness engulfed him, akin to being on a pendulum. After about half an hour, with a resounding thud, Li Bufan felt the reassuring solidity of the ground beneath his feet. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a cold object pressed against his neck. Without needing to look, he sensed it was a sword. Escaped from the minor servant district? Remarked a man wielding the sword, a scornful smile on his face. Li Bufan then clearly saw that the youth, barely 16 or 17, clad in the azure garb of an Outer Sect disciple, possessed a cultivation level surpassing even that of Yang Xia. This indeed took Li Bufan by surprise. He had envisioned that the Outer Disciples would be composed of numerous foundation-building experts, yet he never anticipated that they would be so youthful. Furthermore, he observed that the disciples passing by not far away all seemed quite young. At just over 20, he felt like an old bird among them. As his thoughts briefly wandered, Li Bufan promptly replied, Yes, I am the servant disciple Li Bufan. Servant disciple? How did you emerge? The sword-bearing youth inquired with a hint of astonishment, having assumed that Li Bufan was an outer disciple from the servant area who had achieved the foundation-building realm. He never imagined that the person before him was, in fact, a servant disciple who had triumphed over the overseer of the servant area. Li Bufan responded truthfully, as according to Yang Xia's words, his emergence was entirely justifiable. There was no need for concealment, especially since he did not possess the identity of an outer disciple. Even if he wished to hide it, he could not. I am Yao Longfei. You may call me senior brother Yao from now on. Follow me. The sword-bearing youth sheathed his sword and led the way into the distance. Half an hour later, he guided Li Bufan to the registration office, where he recorded his identity and received an outer disciple token. During the registration, Li Bufan had anticipated that his victory over the overseer of the servant area would earn him special treatment or at least some recognition. However, he was sorely mistaken. No one paid him any mind, not even casting a glance in his direction. Chapter 49, Rules of the Outer Sect. Who is stronger? Who is weaker? In the Outer Sect of Lingyun Sect, there are 108 elder peaks. The disciples selected by the elders are typically young and exceptionally talented. This cohort represents the most formidable members among the outer disciples and should not be trifled with. Beneath them are disciples from various divisions, endowed with authority and referred to as law enforcement disciples. They assist the division heads in managing the multitude of outer disciples. Thus, despite being part of the outer sect, law enforcement disciples hold a status superior to that of ordinary outer disciples. Within the ordinary outer disciples, a hierarchy of disdain exists, as cultivation places great emphasis on innate talent. Consequently, younger disciples often look down upon their older counterparts. Li Bufan found himself at a loss. What could he do at the age of 23? The outer sect is vast beyond measure. If the servant area is likened to a colossal factory, then the outer sect resembles a true realm, encompassing a diverse array of industries. According to the introductory materials, the outer sect even boasts numerous brothels. The existence within the outer sect is relatively straightforward, as the task hall issues various missions. Disciples may undertake tasks commensurate with their abilities to earn low-grade spirit stones. The universal currency within the outer sect. All expenditures within the outer sect are contingent upon low-grade spirit stones. The avenues for acquiring spirit stones are not limited to accepting missions. One may also engage in trade or seek employment at others' establishments. Alone in the wooden cabin while reviewing the introduction, Li Bufan couldn't help but utter a curse. He had thought that becoming an outer disciple would propel him to great heights. Yet, what was the reality? He still had to work and toil, which left him feeling rather disheartened. Newcomer, step forward. The voice of Yao Longfei resonated outside. Li Bufan, not daring to be negligent, hurriedly rushed out. His apprehension was not rooted in fear of Yao Longfei, but rather in his status as a newcomer. It was prudent to maintain a low profile, for caution begets longevity. Brother Yao, what brings you here? Li Bufan greeted with a respectful bow. As new disciples join the outer sect, the sect provides 10 low-grade spirit stones as initial resources to familiarize yourselves with the outer sect. I have collected them for you. You merely need to press your fingerprint to confirm, Yao Longfei explained, producing a small jade tablet and presenting it to Li Bufan. Upon receiving the jade tablet, Li Bufan cast a cursory glance at it. It appeared unremarkable, save for a fingerprint-like indentation on its surface. Without a second thought, he extended his finger to press upon the jade pendant. In an instant, it shattered with a sharp crack, and an enigmatic message was transmitted forth. At that moment, the resource distribution location had automatically registered the information, noting that Outer Sect Disciple 952714, Li Bufan, had completed his initial resource collection. When will the low-grade spirit stones be distributed? Li Bufan inquired politely. They will be distributed in due course, Yao Longfei replied curtly before striding away with a swift pace. Just as he distanced himself, a stout figure poked his head out from a nearby wooden cabin, murmuring softly, "In the future, you shall never receive them." Upon hearing the stout man's voice, Li Bufan turned to glance back. The individual appeared to be around 18 or 19, with a simple and endearing countenance. Li Bufan inclined his hands in greeting and asked, "Are you suggesting that Brother Yao will embezzle my low-grade spirit stones? What do you think?" The stout man retorted with irritation. "Will the sect not intervene?" Li Bufan's brow furrowed in concern. Intervene? With over 100,000 outer sect disciples, how could they manage? It's a survival of the fittest. Do not be surprised if they steal your spirit stones, or worse, take your life. The stout man lamented, his voice tinged with bitterness as he recalled the injustices he had endured, resonating with empathy. Is murder permitted? Li Bufan questioned, perplexed. He remembered a rule stating that disciples must not harm one another, and yet the stout man's words seemed to suggest otherwise. The sect forbids murder. But who would know who killed you if your body is never found? Unless you are an exceptionally outstanding outer disciple, no one will care about your fate. While the sect disallows pillaging, deceit, and violence, one must present irrefutable evidence to the law hall to lodge a complaint. Otherwise, the higher-ups are too preoccupied with their cultivation to bother, the stout man concluded, his gaze dimming as he shook his head, perhaps realizing he had divulged too much. With that, he cautiously retracted his head and firmly shut the door of the wooden cabin. Ah, I see. Li Bufan nodded in understanding. The servant area was already a chaotic mess. How much better could the Outer Sect be? With this in mind, Li Bufan gradually set his feet in motion. Trailing after the figure ahead, the act of murder, to be candid, stirred a sense of reluctance within Li Bufan's heart. Yet, as the number of lives he took increased, his aversion began to wane. Yaolong Fei's appropriation of his possessions stemmed from Li's perceived weakness as a newcomer, which rendered him a target for bullying, a justification that was all too convincing. At this moment, Li Bufan's intention was clear. If you believe my weakness grants you the right to oppress me, then I shall assert my strength to dominate you. A perfectly reasonable stance. As the night deepened, Yaolong Fei pushed open the gate to his residence with a creak. With his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he had garnered a modicum of fame among the Outer Disciples, and thus, his living quarters were considerably more favorable. According to the regulations of the Outer Sect, Li Bufan, possessing mid-stage foundation establishment, should also have been entitled to better accommodation. However, his advanced age and the obscurity of his cultivation level led the registrar to regard him with indifference. It is worth noting that, despite the vastness of the Outer Sect, the number of Golden Core cultivators was lamentably scarce. Once one ascended to the Golden Core realm, they were eligible to participate in the Inner Sect selection each year, and entering the Inner Sect would elevate them to an esteemed status. Every year, Outer Disciples of the Golden Core would strive fervently to pass the Inner Sect evaluations. Even if they failed, they would seek secluded places to hone their skills for future opportunities. Consequently, Golden Core disciples were seldom seen within the Outer Sect. Thus, those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment represented the strongest cohort among the Outer Disciples, while those in the late stages were considered top tier. In fact, possessing any foundation establishment level in the Outer Sect granted one a significant degree of dominance, given that Outer Disciples comprised merely 1% of the total. Upon emerging from the servant quarters, Li Bufan fortuitously encountered Yaolong Fei alongside several Outer Disciples of foundation establishment, leading him to initially assume that the Outer Sect was teeming with formidable individuals. In truth, he too was among the ranks of the proficient, albeit not the most distinguished. Sister, I'm back. Today, fortune smiled upon me, as I met a newcomer, Yaolong Fei declared with a grin as he stepped into the courtyard. Within the courtyard, a young woman of 18 or 19 years was quietly observing the leaves fall from the trees. Clad in a striking crimson skirt, she possessed an exquisite beauty. With willow-like brows and a delicate cherry blossom mouth, her thin lips exuding a tender allure. Her fair, slender legs were exposed to the air, seemingly infusing it with a subtle fragrance. You've taken the spirit stones from the newcomers. They likely won't survive long enough to grasp the Outer Sect's rules. Even if they are fortunate enough to live, they will find it exceedingly difficult, the girl in the red skirt lamented. A flicker of sympathy in her eyes as she continued. You must not go again next time. Do you hear? Chapter 50, The Fragrance Pavilion. In response to the girl's admonition, Yaolong Fei shook his head in feigned indignation, though he genuinely felt that way. How long would it take to gather enough spirit stones for the purchase of foundation establishment pills through task completion? Sister, you needn't concern yourself with that, he retorted, extending his hand to close the courtyard door. Suddenly, a hand grasped the door firmly, startling Yaolong Fei into instinctively retreating 2 steps. The girl in the red dress had also noticed the unexpected visitor at the door. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of coldness as she inquired, Who are you? What brings you here? Li Bufan smiled but did not respond to the girl. Instead, he slowly extended his right hand towards Yaolong Fei and declared, Return my spirit stones. The opportunity is only once. What a joke, Yaolong Fei scoffed, for there was no reason to relinquish something he had just acquired. Almost simultaneously, Yaolong Fei drew his sword and lunged towards Li Bufan's neck with a swift slash. Stepping aside and pivoting, Li Bufan evaded Yaolong Fei's sudden attack and landed a powerful punch to his chest. The force erupted from his fist, sending Yaolong Fei flying back like a bamboo raft caught in a tempest, landing about 10 meters away before he barely managed to regain his footing. At that moment, Li Bufan realized his mistake. He had initially thought Yaolong Fei's momentum surpassed that of Yang Xia, making him a worthy opponent. However, it soon became apparent that while Yaolong Fei possessed considerable cultivation, his combat skills were alarmingly lacking, perhaps due to a deficiency in lethal experience and insufficient mastery of martial techniques. Without further contemplation, after suppressing his opponent with a single move, Li Bufan struck again, delivering a heavy kick that knocked Yaolong Fei down. He ruthlessly pinned him beneath his foot and, leaning down, retrieved the storage bag from Yaolong Fei's waist. Li Bufan then remarked, Next time, keep your eyes wide open. As his words left his lips, Li Bufan suddenly exerted force with his foot, preparing to end Yao Longfei's life. Stop. You may take the spirit stones, but please do not harm him, the girl in the red dress interjected. At the instant she spoke, the withered leaves in the courtyard stirred without a breeze, coalescing midair into a disc the size of a grinding stone, hurtling towards Li Bufan with astonishing speed. Another ally? Li Bufan chuckled, and in an instant, a shadow of a sword erupted from his fingertips. Although everything unfolded in a flash, Li Bufan found the response uncomplicated. He had been attentive to the movements of the girl in the red dress since their encounter. After all, he was no stranger to the world of cultivation, where not everyone was benevolent. Even though the girl appeared kind-hearted, his mother had long taught him that the most beautiful women often concealed the greatest dangers. With a sharp sound, the sword shadow sliced through the disc of withered leaves, scattering them throughout the courtyard, enveloping the space in dust. Once the leaves settled and Li Bufan regained his bearings, he discovered that Yao Longfei had vanished, and the girl in the red dress had also disappeared without a trace. After scanning the surroundings and confirming their escape, he could not help but marvel at the vastness and wonders of the world. A brief search through the courtyard yielded no valuable treasures. However, in a room to the west, he found 2 exquisite red skirts adorned with embroidered magpies perched on plum blossoms and edged with golden threads. They appeared quite beautiful, and without hesitation, Li Bufan tucked them into his storage bag. It is not merely a matter of lewdness. He simply wishes to present gifts to the women he encounters in the future, which is indeed a thoughtful sentiment. Subsequently, Li Bufan departed from the courtyard, initially contemplating claiming the space for himself. However, after a moment of reflection, he relinquished this immature notion, realizing that the 2 individuals had not perished. Should others covertly return, it could lead to complications. Although Li Bufan harbored no fear of them, he would not be intimidated even if they teamed up. One could never know if there were other allies lurking outside. If dozens of supporters were summoned to seek retribution, anyone would find it insurmountable. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Li Bufan briefly assessed the contents of Yao Longfei's storage bag, discovering over 200 low-grade spirit stones. One must admit, this was quite a fortune. According to the External Sect's informational materials, a law enforcement disciple's monthly salary amounted to a mere 60 low-grade spirit stones. In the days that followed, Li Bufan busied himself with familiarizing himself with the External Sect's regulations. Given that conventional cultivation held little significance for him, his days passed relatively leisurely. As for Yao Longfei and his companions, Li Bufan had not encountered them again until the evening of the 8th day, when Li Bufan left his cabin and made his way towards the nearest trading area. The trading area, as its name suggests, serves as a marketplace for disciples, bustling with activity akin to a vibrant earthly bazaar, where a plethora of goods can be found and various shops abound. There were no negotiations or haggling. The market thrived on the allure of enticing bargains. Step right up. Don't miss out on the 10 complete nutritional pills. For those in need, come take a look. Buy what you must and take what you desire, all at affordable prices and high quality. The Ancestral Knife. With each purchase, you receive 3 additional packs. Premium materials from the Black Mist Mountain's top demonic beasts are up for sale. Stroll about, take a look, and if you choose not to buy, feel free to explore. The air was filled with the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, yet Li Bufan paid little heed to it. He was not there to shop. Rather, he sought to explore, having heard tales of a courtesan who offered her talents without compromising her dignity, hoping to broaden his horizons. As Li Bufan continued forward, he soon beheld the gilded sign of the Xiangxiang Pavilion. Upon stepping into the establishment, he was greeted by opulent decor and a lively atmosphere. "Sir, is this your first visit?" the attendant inquired with a sycophantic tone, extending a courteous welcome. Indeed, Li Bufan nodded, casting a glance at the ostentatious women on the 2nd floor, feeling a wave of reluctance rise within him. It all seemed so garish and overly flamboyant. "Please, this way. As it is your first visit, you can only be seated on the ground floor. Should you find a lady to your liking, you may bid for her through the offering of flower wreaths, with the highest bidder winning. Each wreath costs 5 low-grade spirit stones," the attendant elaborated while leading him. Li Bufan merely nodded in silence, settling into a corner on the 1st floor under the attendant's guidance. As time passed, the First Lady gracefully traversed the corridor on the 2nd floor. She bore a slender figure, clad in revealing attire, her gaze imbued with a seductive allure, though brazen. She possessed a certain beauty. Li Bufan paid little attention, immersed in his own drinking, not out of arrogance, but simply because the usual fare held little allure. This sentiment was not unique to him. Those around him shared a similar indifference towards the woman on stage. As the night deepened, a gong sounded, igniting the interest of all diners. They set down their cups, eyes ablaze with anticipation as they beheld the enchanting Chapter 51, the courtesan Murong Qing. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, A woman clad in a delicate lavender dress gracefully stepped forth. Her slender waist and striking figure captivated all. With each step, her long, graceful legs seemed to sway elegantly. Her shoulder-length hair fell loosely, devoid of excessive adornment, yet exuding an ethereal beauty. Ha ha ha, 2 floral rings, today. The courtesan shall be mine. Who dares to contest me? A burly man suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. The surrounding patrons were momentarily stunned. 2 floral rings to claim the courtesan. It was absurd, a mere jest. In past performances at the Listening Fragrance Pavilion, it typically took at least 20 or 30 floral rings to secure the courtesan's favor. Yet, as the burly man's proclamation echoed, the crowd remained silent, not out of disbelief, but due to the man's formidable reputation. Many recognized him as Xiao Feng, a notorious enforcer among the disciples. I shall offer 10 floral rings, came a voice from the second-floor private box. The expression of the crowd shifted, intrigued by the speaker's identity. Long Haobua, a disciple of Elder Peak 107. Since young Master Long desires her, I shall concede to him. Xiao Feng responded without a hint of embarrassment, bowing to the private box with a sycophantic gesture. Li Bufan was momentarily taken aback, glancing incredulously at Xiao Feng. He had anticipated a fierce rivalry, perhaps even a clash. Instead, the exchange felt rather anticlimactic. Shaking off the thought, Li Bufan redirected his gaze to the woman above, just as her eyes met his. In that fleeting moment, their gazes intertwined. Her exquisite features and sorrowful eyes struck him, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze, as if those eyes were hauntingly familiar. Extending his right hand, he raised his voice. 40 floral rings, Li Bufan boldly declared, announcing the 200 low-grade spirit stones he possessed. It was not for any other reason than that singular glance. Shock, confusion, and disbelief swept through the crowd as they turned their attention to Li Bufan. It was not the audacity of his 40 floral rings that astonished them. Rather, it was the audacity of one who dared to raise the bid after Long Haobua had spoken. Such an act, in the eyes of many, was tantamount to courting disaster. 40 floral rings? What are you doing, kid? Do you know what you're getting into? Long Haobua's voice emanated from the second-floor box. A stark contrast to his earlier arrogance, now laced with an unmistakable threat. Understanding my existence, one might ponder, who would present a floral crown to me, Li Bufan? If not the heavens themselves? Li Bufan took a sip of his wine, responding with nonchalance. Moments ago, he had sensed the formidable presence of Long Haobua. Indeed, he was strong, yet perhaps not quite on par with Li Bufan. There is no need for you to become enraged, young Master Long. Allow me to deal with this insignificant fellow. Xiao Feng clasped his hands towards the private room on the second floor and promptly approached Li Bufan. He well understood the implications of being a disciple of the Elder Peak and thus spared no effort in his attempts to ingratiate himself. With a resounding clap, Xiao Feng slammed his palm onto the table. You insignificant wretch, procure 40 floral crowns for the courtesan and respectfully present them to young Master Long. Do you comprehend? Li Bufan raised his gaze slightly to regard Xiao Feng before swiftly averting his eyes. According to the external sect's documentation, those who operated establishments in the trading area were required to regularly submit a percentage of their earnings to the elder meetings. In simpler terms, it was akin to paying taxes, and thus disturbances in the trading area were strictly forbidden, one of the most unyielding rules of the external sect. Are you deaf? You pathetic worm? Xiao Feng bellowed once more, his indignation at Li Bufan's disregard igniting a sense of profound humiliation within him. I have no inclination to converse with the dying. Pardon me. Li Bufan rose slowly, circumventing Xiao Feng as he made his way to the counter. After settling the payment with spirit stones, the attendant led him to a private room on the 4th floor. The earlier incident did not weigh heavily on Li Bufan's mind. He merely noted Xiao Feng's appearance, considering that if their paths were to cross again in a more suitable setting, he would not hesitate to extend a courtesy. As he awaited in the private room, it is worth mentioning that the 200 inferior spirit stones he had dispensed were not in vain. At the very least, the Listening Fragrance Pavilion had graciously prepared a few small dishes and 2 jugs of fine wine for him. What a remarkable twist of fate, that we should meet here. A soft, melodious voice broke the silence, as the striking courtesan gracefully approached and seated herself opposite Li Bufan. Is it truly you? Li Bufan was taken aback, gazing at the individual before him with disbelief. Although he had never seen her face, he recognized the voice. It belonged to Murong Qing, the veiled woman he had encountered in the Buried Bone Mountains. Murong Qing nodded, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her exquisite features. Once a notable figure in the servant quarters, her current role as a courtesan in the external sect was a stark contrast, amplifying her discomfort in the presence of an acquaintance. Yet, the harshness of reality was inescapable. I broke through to the Foundation establishment stage 5 days ago and arrived at the external sect. However, due to my age exceeding 30, the management deemed me unworthy of cultivation and assigned me here. Murong explained cautiously. But it is not all bad. I can avoid selling myself. What talents do you prefer? Singing, dancing, or the guzheng? Is it possible to leave this place? Li Bufan pondered, inquiring. Lacking friends. Encountering Murong in the external sect felt like a twist of fate. Li Bufan recalled that he had seemingly promised to repay a favor, and if possible, it would not be amiss to lend a hand. However, it was only feasible if someone was willing to pay 50,000 low-grade spirit stones for his release, allowing him to cultivate like the other Outer Disciples. Yet, even if he could cultivate, according to the Outer Sect's overseer, given his age and lack of talent, it was likely he would remain stagnant for life. As he reflected on this, a hint of despondency flickered in Murong eyes. The words of Lord Yang from the servant area echoed in her mind. Is it truly better out there? At that moment, Murong realized that Lord Yang was not merely questioning her, but rather cautioning her that the outside world was fraught with difficulties. She should not venture beyond. Regrettably, at that time, she had been singularly focused on ascending to greater heights, completely oblivious to Lord Yang's well-meaning intentions. Surely they won't make things difficult for you? Li Bufan tapped the table, feeling a pang of discomfort. Not at the moment, just allowing me to drink in peace. Murong forced a smile. Finding solace in the present, though uncertain how long this tranquility would last, they engaged in idle conversation until the night deepened, both feeling a gentle intoxication rising within them. Li Bufan glanced at the exquisite woman before him, a bold idea surfacing in his mind. He needed her to enhance his favorability, and given Murong current plight, why not propose a transaction? With this thought in mind, Li Bufan spoke. I will find a way to help you escape from here. Shall we strike a deal? What kind of deal? Murong eyes brightened, disbelief etched upon her face. Could she truly leave this place? For her, there was no better news. Follow me, and I will do my utmost to procure the 50,000 low-grade spirit stones for your release. What do you say? Li Bufan's gaze fixed on Murong, though unspoken. The meaning was clear to both. Chapter 52. Teaming up? Don't be absurd. Follow you. Can you genuinely take me away? A flicker of panic crossed Murong beautiful eyes. After contemplating for a while, she slowly rose and closed the private room door. She stepped directly in front of Li Bufan, smoothing her dress before sitting in his lap. The air grew thick with tension, her heart racing. At that moment, Murong mind was a whirlwind. She was uncertain of her own thoughts. Her audacious action stemmed entirely from a lack of direction, or perhaps from not knowing whom to rely upon. Ding. Murong favorability exceeds 50, binding successful. Ding. Page 6 of the reincarnation scroll. Acquired 5,000 reincarnation points. Reward. Mid-level foundation establishment martial skill wind step. Li Bufan was taken aback. A movement martial skill? He had not anticipated that the reward would be a martial technique. Although swift wind step was somewhat insufficient, it would suffice for now. Acquiring another movement technique indicated that his offensive capabilities were currently rather limited. The passive ability can activate the invulnerability, while the active option allows only the use of the rising sun sword finger. This distribution of capabilities suggests that engaging in a protracted battle is currently ill-suited. With this thought in mind, Li Bufan did not linger on the matter. The duration of the battle was inconsequential as long as it was swift and fierce. A single strike that overwhelms the enemy could indeed wield greater deterrent power. Regardless, this would grant him yet another experienced companion, which is undoubtedly a positive development. Returning to his senses, Li Bufan embraced the delicate figure beside him and whispered into her ear, "If you dare to gamble with me, I shall ensure you do not lose. Can I trust you?" Murong murmured, her beautiful eyes filled with conflict. She yearned to escape this place. No one wishes to be merely a companion to drink, euphemistically termed a songstress or dancer, but bluntly labeled a courtesan. 32 years prior, Murong was born in the servant quarters, sharing a similar fate with Liu Yan. Through her unwavering determination and diligent cultivation, she ascended to the innate realm before the age of 20. After her father departed from the servant quarters, it was only natural for her to assume his role as the steward of a peak. Although born amidst the chaos of the servant quarters, she had always occupied a position of privilege. Now, however, facing a fate destined for a life of servitude was indeed unbearable. Li Bufan's appearance felt like a glimmer of hope bestowed upon her by fate. Under such circumstances, Murong ultimately chose not to refuse. She was aware that perhaps she could not fully trust Li Bufan, yet she also understood that, apart from him, she could find no one else within the expansive outer sect capable of making such a promise. The paths of life are manifold, no matter which one is taken. Success is achieved through exploration. While the notion of success may sound simple, its execution invariably involves countless attempts. After a night of pleasant dreams, Li Bufan awoke to find himself alone. Upon inquiring with the attendant, he learned that Murong had departed in the dead of night. Being a songstress, she was bound by the rules to not spend the night in a guest's private chamber. Such are the customs of her profession. Li Bufan did not dwell on this. He merely glanced at the note Murong Qing had left behind. I hope you can keep your word. A simple statement, devoid of excessive lament or attachment, suggesting that rather than friendship, they had engaged in a transaction. Given her absolute disadvantage, Murong Qing had relinquished all her bargaining chips, leaving her solely concerned that Li Bufan might not honor his promise. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. That should not be overly complicated, Li Bufan muttered to himself, channeling his recently acquired reincarnation points into his cultivation. Instantly, a profound aura began to surge within him. Host Li Bufan. Cultivation, 7,000. Peak Foundation Establishment. Martial Arts, Level 3 Intermediate. Rising Sun Sword Finger, Major Completion. Level 4 Intermediate. Wind Step, Entry. Reincarnation Points, 0. Constitution, Invulnerability, 0, 10,000. System Notification. Dear Host. The special constitution, invulnerability, has reached a mature state at this stage. The host may utilize reincarnation points for upgrades. Upon receiving this information, Li Bufan could not help but shake his head in disbelief. A mere 10,000 reincarnation points required for an upgrade? Surely, this could not be a jest. However, it was not overly complicated. As more individuals were recorded in the reincarnation scroll, the continuous provision of reincarnation points would increase. Life would only become more bearable. Shortly after departing from the trading area, he sensed someone trailing behind him. The newcomer was at the mid-stage of foundation building. Had it been yesterday, Li Bufan might have paid more heed, but at this moment, he dismissed it, assuming the individual merely sought to deliver a storage bag. In an open area flanked by small trees and shrubs, Li Bufan gradually came to a halt, choosing not to proceed further. Huh, you little scoundrel, you dare to run? Xiao Feng approached him with an arrogant gait, devoid of familial ties. However, before he could finish his taunt, a shadow flickered before him, and in the next instant, a searing pain gripped his throat. Clutching his neck desperately, Xiao Feng attempted to stem the flow of blood, but was it even feasible? With a crash, his body collapsed heavily to the ground. In his final moments, the last vestige of consciousness registered Li Bufan's indifferent mockery. To confuse the hunter with the hunted is the epitome of folly. After claiming Xiao Feng's storage bag, Li Bufan did not linger, making his way directly to his humble abode. Upon inspecting the contents, he found a meager sum of 300 low-grade spirit stones. Contemplating the paltry amount, he fell into a long silence. 300 stones represented the worth of a law enforcement disciple. What would be the worth of an ordinary Outer Sect disciple? Likely not even 100 stones. Yet, to redeem Murong Qing, he required 50,000 stones. The thought made him instinctively rub his temples. In truth, he could choose to disregard the agreement, having already reaped the benefits. But the thought of his future child calling another man father was utterly intolerable. After much deliberation, Li Bufan resolved to give it a try. For there is an old adage that states one must push oneself to discover one's true potential. 2 days later, Li Bufan visited the task hall, where completing a single task typically yielded between 50 to 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Naturally, higher rewards correlated with greater task difficulty. Brother, we have taken on a team mission to hunt the foundation building initial stage beast, the iron-skinned bull. We require one more teammate. Will you join us? As Li Bufan pondered, a plump man from the adjacent wooden house happened upon him. Having encountered Li Bufan a few times, the man appeared quite familiar and extended the invitation. I shall not partake. I do not require teammates for my tasks, Li Bufan replied, shaking his head in refusal. Teammates? Such a notion elicited a derisive chuckle. When one is engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a beast, teammates face two choices: to fight together for limited task rewards or to ambush and kill you to monopolize the rewards, along with the contents of your storage bag. Consequently, Li Bufan believed it prudent not to overestimate the virtue of others. You are quite arrogant. The Black Fog Mountain Range is teeming with demonic beasts, and many disciples form teams specifically to seize others' cultivation resources, committing murder and theft. I wonder how you will meet your demise if you venture alone. A girl, teaming up with a stout fellow, exclaimed angrily. She possessed a charmingly innocent beauty, not quite breathtaking but undeniably lovely. The key was her youth, lacking the allure of maturity, which rendered her slightly less impressive. In a few years, she would undoubtedly outshine all others. Chapter 53. The Black Fog Mountain Range Murder and Theft. Upon hearing the girl's words, Li Bufan experienced an epiphany. Indeed, how slow is the process of earning low-grade spirit stones through tasks? Those who engage in murder and robbery must possess a considerable amount of low-grade spirit stones. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and a smile curved upon his lips. Could there be a more perfect plan? To rob those bandits not only promises swift acquisition of low-grade spirit stones, but, from a moral standpoint, also grants one the reputation of a hero who eliminates evil. Although reputation is not of paramount importance in the realm of cultivation, it does hold some influence. How many members are in your team? When shall we depart? Li Bufan retracted his thoughts and inquired of the stout fellow. Including you, there are 4 in total. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Miao. This lovely maiden is Ji Yanxin, and this tall and handsome gentleman is Zheng Xiaoxing. The stout fellow promptly introduced them, revealing that their team was relatively weak. Apart from Zheng Xiaoxing, both he and Ji Yanxin were merely at the 9th level of the innate stage, so they were quite pleased to have Li Bufan join them. An additional member meant greater security. Li Bufan. He nodded at the 3, providing his name. Ji Yanxin and Wu Miao warmly nodded in welcome, while the slender man beside them, clutching a sword, regarded him with disdain and asked nonchalantly, "What is your cultivation level?" Peak Foundation Establishment. Li Bufan answered truthfully. In return, he received looks of incredulity from the trio. Would a powerful practitioner at the peak of Foundation Establishment come to the first floor of the hall to accept tasks? It was clearly improbable. Those who possess peak Foundation Establishment cultivation are among the top-ranking Outer Disciples. Others ascend to the 2nd floor for tasks, where the rewards are greater and the challenges more formidable, befitting the stature of experts. Li Bufan was unaware of the full scope of this reality. He had stated his cultivation level honestly, and he could not compel them to believe him. After all, it was not as if he could perform a demonstration for them. After their brief introductions, the 4 set off together towards the Black Fog Mountain Range. The Black Fog Mountain Range stretches endlessly, deep and unfathomable. It is said that after delving 8,000 miles, one reaches the core of the Lingyun Sect, the inner door. However, similar to the duty area, the outer door is shrouded by a vast formation. To enter the inner door, one must adhere to the established protocols. Moreover, none of the Outer Disciples dared to venture deep into the Black Mist Mountains, as beyond 5,000 miles, formidable golden core beasts roamed freely. Who could fathom what dangers lay further within? Fortunately, such considerations were not on the minds of Li Bufan and his companions, as their quarry, the iron-skinned barbarian bull, could be encountered at the fringes of the mountain range, merely a few hundred miles in. While it may sound perilous, Li Bufan, possessing peak Foundation Establishment strength, was virtually invincible beyond a 2,000-mile radius, excluding the Outer Disciples, of course. The strength of those they encountered depended entirely on luck. A stroke of bad fortune could lead them to cross paths with a golden core Outer Disciple, which would spell trouble. 5 days later, amidst a thicket, the 4 continued their advance with methodical precision. Along the way, they encountered numerous innate 9th-tier ferocious beasts, which Li Bufan deemed beneath his notice, allowing Wu Miao and Ji Yanxin to handle them instead. Zheng Xiaoxing observed this with a multitude of grievances brewing within, for his teammates, Li Bufan, despite refraining from action, was still expected to share a portion of the spoils as per their agreement. It was exceedingly vexing. Li Bufan, next time we encounter a beast, it's your turn to take action, Zheng Xiaoxing remarked, visibly displeased. Before Li Bufan could respond, Ji Yanxin interjected, Zheng Xiaoxing, what do you mean? Knowing full well Li Bufan's limited strength, you would have him face the beasts alone? Are you trying to lead him to his demise? Indeed, Zheng, we are teammates. We cannot turn against one another. If Brother Bufan is somewhat weaker, we ought to support him. United, we can surely accomplish our task, Wu Miao chimed in. Echoing his sentiments, Zheng Xiaoxing stared at them in disbelief, astonished that these 2 fools genuinely believed in the concept of teamwork. It felt akin to conversing with the witless. Yet, it suited his intentions perfectly. Nearby, Li Bufan's astonishment equaled that of Zheng Xiaoxing's. He had not anticipated Wu Miao and Ji Yanxin to hold such a high regard for camaraderie. What rendered him speechless was their assertion of his weakness. Had they ever witnessed him in action? Where was the weakness to be found? Just as the debate unfolded, a sudden beastly roar erupted from the woods ahead. Moo! With the bellowing echoing, the distant trees began to sway, and the ground trembled as if an army of thousands were charging forth, leaves swirling and dust clouds rising. Before the 4 had the chance to flee, a single iron-skinned barbarian bull emerged into view, swiftly followed by another, and then a third. A total of 3 initial Foundation Establishment iron-skinned barbarian bulls roared at the group, their robust forelegs pawing the ground, poised to launch an attack at any moment. Zheng Xiaoxing, can you manage to restrain 2 of them? The 3 of us are somewhat weaker. You should hold back the 2 beasts while we team up to take down one. This will clarify the situation, Ji Yanxin proposed, her beautiful eyes fixated on the bull at the far side, clearly prepared to make her move against it. Very well. Zheng Xiaoxing nodded in agreement and swiftly activated his movement technique to dash out. On the surface, he appeared to be engaging the 2 iron-skinned bulls. Yet Li Bufan could distinctly perceive a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. The battle was about to erupt. Although Wu Miao and Ji Yanxin were both only at the 9th level of innate cultivation, their audacity to hunt foundational-level beasts signified they possessed considerable skill. At least in the absence of Li Bufan's intervention, the duo was able to jointly subdue one of the iron-skinned bulls, albeit only marginally. Li Bufan, Could you please make your move? Ji Yanqing exclaimed, her fair cheeks flushed as she battled the iron-skinned bull. Very well, Li Bufan replied, stepping forward to join the fray, though he merely feigned effort. For he sensed Zheng Xiaoxing's intentions were far from pure. He was biding his time, awaiting the revelation of Zheng's true ambitions. Before long, through their combined efforts, the besieged iron-skinned bull was ultimately pierced through the neck by Ji Yanqing's sword, collapsing in defeat. Haha, Miss Ji is formidable. Let us hasten to assist Zheng Xiaoxing. Wu Miao laughed heartily, turning to rush towards Zheng Xiaoxing's battle, with Ji Yanqing swiftly following. However, upon their entry into the fray, Zheng Xiaoxing utilized the recoil from his clash with the bull to retreat rapidly, swiftly exiting the combat zone. Perched upon a sturdy tree branch, he observed the distant conflict with keen interest, saying, I've grown weary. I shall rest for a few hours. You won't mind, will you? Rest for a few hours? Both Wu Miao and Ji Yanqing felt a jolt in their hearts. They were not naive. And it was clear Zheng Xiaoxing had ulterior motives and did not intend to intervene. Faced with two foundational-level iron-skinned bulls, if their adversary chose to abstain from action, they would surely meet their demise at the hands of the beasts. Furthermore, in their desperate struggle, they would undoubtedly exhaust the bull's stamina. By that time, Zheng Xiaoxing could effortlessly slay the two beasts, claiming the spoils for himself while conveniently gathering their remains. In an instant, the realization of the situation dawned upon them, and a myriad of emotions surged within, prompting a bitter smile and a shake of their heads. Zheng Xiaoxing's actions were indeed despicable, yet who could blame them for foolishly trusting a so-called ally? Chapter 54. The Complexity of Human Nature. Confronted with their current precarious predicament, Wu Miao and Ji Yanqing immediately fell into disarray, retreating under the relentless assault of the two beasts. Suddenly, one of the iron-skinned bulls charged forward, its massive head colliding heavily against Ji Yanqing's sword. The tremendous impact nearly sent her flying, fortuitously landing at Li Bufan's feet. Do you require my assistance? Consider it a personal favor owed, Li Bufan chuckled, his smile appearing to Ji Yanqing as a mockery. In her instinctive response, Ji Yanqing regarded Li Bufan as akin to Zheng Xiaoxing, for he too had retained his strength throughout, never truly engaging in battle. Disgusting trash, scum. Ji Yanqing spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, despair evident on her delicate features as her gaze fixated on the approaching iron beast, the barbaric bull. In that fleeting moment, she grasped the inscrutable nature of humanity. Just as the massive hoof of the bull was about to descend, Li Bufan sprang into action. No one could discern his form. They merely sensed a fleeting shadow. Subsequently, with a resounding clang, the colossal head of the iron bull was severed, blood gushing forth. And Ji Yanqing's azure dress was instantly transformed into a deep crimson hue. Time for her shock was fleeting. In the next instant, a sword light erupted from Li Bufan's fingers, aimed at the iron bull battling Wu Miao. The sword light tore through the air with a hum, piercing through the bull's skull and emerging from its rear, the residual force shattering several trees of considerable girth before dissipating into nothingness. The iron bull let out a mournful cry before crashing down heavily, the entire occurrence transpiring in a flash, as if it had never happened. Yet who would dare deny the reality of what had just unfolded? Stunned and bewildered, the three stood as if petrified, their eyes locked onto Li Bufan, struggling to regain their senses. Peak Foundation establishment? Is it truly? Zheng Xiaoxing, perched upon a tree branch, paled in astonishment, murmuring to himself. Initially, when Li Bufan claimed to be at the peak of Foundation establishment, he had assumed it was a jest. Throughout their journey, Li Bufan's displayed prowess had merely seemed to align with the 9th stage of innate. Never did he expect, absolutely never. You may betray your comrades, but I find you loathsome, and believe you deserve to die? Li Bufan chuckled softly, directing a sword gesture at the astonished Zheng Xiaoxing. The sword light sliced through the void, arriving in an instant. Just as Zheng Xiaoxing attempted to defend himself, a piercing sound echoed, and he felt a chill in his abdomen, a new blood hole appearing. He fell heavily to the ground, and Li Bufan slowly turned to Ji Yanqing, who lay on the ground, commanding, that was merely a casual strike. It appears I did not take his life. You should finish the deed. After all, we are teammates. Perhaps we should let it go? Ji Yanqing struggled to rise, hastily shaking her head. While she bore no grievance against Li Bufan for slaying Zheng Xiaoxing, the thought of turning against a fellow disciple, a comrade, was indeed a moral quandary. With a nod, Li Bufan merely acknowledged her with indifference, shifting his gaze to Wu Miao, inquiring, then will you take his life? Upon hearing the question, Wu Miao immediately shook his head, his sentiments mirroring Ji Yanqing's as he declined. Perhaps we should just let it be. After all, in the Black Mist Mountains, he likely won't survive anyway. To cut down the grass without uprooting it allows it to grow again. You should consider your actions wisely. Li Bufan uttered no further words in response to their indecision. After issuing a brief command, he ventured alone deeper into the mountains. Had they possessed the resolve to eliminate Zheng Xiaosheng entirely, Li Bufan would not have minded including them in his quest to eradicate evil and secure a fortune. Yet, reality rarely favors absolute virtues. It was their compassion that prompted Li Bufan to intervene on their behalf. Due to the benevolence of the two individuals, Li Bufan felt that they were ill-suited to accompany him. Wu Miao, do you think we will encounter him again? Ji Yinxin inquired, gazing at the departing figure. She couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps she had erred. Maybe, as Li Bufan suggested, she should have taken the drastic step of eliminating Zheng Xiaosheng. Perhaps we will meet again, but when we do, he certainly will not remember us. A figure at the peak of Foundation establishment may soon transcend to become a formidable Golden Core master, capable of flight and evasion. Wu Miao shook his head, scratching his head in earnest confusion. He could never have imagined that the person residing in the adjacent wooden cabin would possess such extraordinary prowess. Wu Miao also understood that the reason this individual appeared here was most likely due to his recent entry into the Outer Sect, still unfamiliar with its rules. It wouldn't be long before Li Bufan, having fully grasped the regulations, would vanish like other peak Foundation establishment cultivators, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to even catch a glimpse of him. Li Bufan paid no heed to the two's lamentations. As he ventured deeper, he encountered several demonic beasts, yet he refrained from striking unless they posed a direct threat. It was not until the afternoon of the third day that he once again crossed paths with two individuals whose cultivation levels were not particularly high, both at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. I wonder what the boss is thinking, letting us lie in wait here instead of competing for the precious spirit mine, complained a tall, lean man. The triangular-eyed man beside him immediately retorted, you lack understanding. The battles within will be far more intense than you can imagine. Our boss possesses foresight. We merely need to scour the vicinity, and upon discovering any solitary, injured, or vulnerable targets, we must promptly inform him to reap the benefits. As they continued their idle chatter, they remained oblivious to the fact that Li Bufan was quietly trailing them at a distance of less than half a meter. Where's your boss? Li Bufan suddenly inquired, startling the two men. Before they could react, they felt a heavy hand resting on their shoulders, and they realized that a mere flick of his wrist could spell their demise. This senior brother, our boss, is Pei Wuqing. Might we discuss this calmly in light of his reputation? The tall man stammered, invoking his boss's name in an attempt to intimidate Li Bufan. Pei Wuqing, a distinguished disciple of Elder Peak 72, was known for his arrogance even within the Outer Sect. Alas, Li Bufan had never heard of him and was quite displeased by the tall man's irrelevant response and threatening demeanor. With a slight increase in pressure, the tall man felt an overwhelming force on the back of his neck. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and blood spilled from his mouth and nose as he collapsed limply to the ground. Now, you answer me. Where is your boss? What is his cultivation level? Li Bufan inquired, shifting his attention to the triangular-eyed man, disregarding the fallen figure entirely. The leader established a camp in the valley beside the mountain, possessing the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Alongside him were over 10 Outer Disciples, all followers of his. The triangular-eyed man immediately responded, and upon witnessing Li Bufan's decisive actions, he dared not withhold any information, divulging everything in a rush. Chapter 55. The wretched woman listening to the triangular-eyed man's introduction. Li Bufan gained a general understanding of this so-called gang. Essentially, their leader, Pei Wuqing, along with a band of followers, occupied the Black Mist Mountain range. Their motives being to kill and plunder, specifically targeting the solitary and weaker individuals. Li Bufan found this quite normal. After all, humans die for wealth, and birds perish for food. In the mundane world, where imperial power reigns, some would inevitably take risks, let alone in such a place. However, what intrigued Li Bufan was the rumor of a small spirit stone mine located 800 miles deeper into this region. The discovery of this mine attracted numerous powerful Outer Disciples vying for control, and Pei Wuqing, being a man of intellect and strategy, understood the brutality of the competition. Thus, he chose to lay an ambush at this location. With towering mountains on either side, the only flat terrain they occupied was strategically advantageous. It was expected that over 60% of those seeking the Spirit Stone mine would return via this route. Pei Wuqing had his subordinates patrolling day and night, signaling immediately upon spotting a viable target. Of course, if they encountered someone they could not gauge, they would let it go, for Pei Wuqing's aim was wealth, not courting death. While the pinnacle of foundational cultivation among Outer Disciples was indeed considered top tier, one must not forget the formidable presence of those at the Golden Core stage above them. Moreover, within the same realm, the disparity in combat prowess could vary dramatically due to differing cultivation techniques, martial skills, and individual talents. Upon hearing this, Li Bufan developed a slight interest in Pei Wuqing, courageous and astute, with a meticulous mind. Although his methods were ruthless, one must be unscrupulous to thrive in the realm of cultivation. Li Bufan suddenly pondered whether the elders and overseers of the Outer Sect would intervene regarding the spirit stone mine. He inquired, "Is it not the case that the elders would take part?" The triangular-eyed man responded obsequiously, "What you may not know, senior brother, is that disciples are forbidden from mining medium to large spirit stone veins. However, small ones are permissible. To put it plainly, those who look down from their lofty positions disregard such trivial matters, but for us disciples, they are invaluable treasures." His demeanor towards Li Bufan was more amiable than that of his own father, not merely due to Li Bufan's strength, but also because of the chilling indifference displayed when he had dispatched the tall, slender man, instilling deep fear within the triangular-eyed man. Li Bufan, uninterested in further conversation, instructed the triangular-eyed man to lead the way to their encampment. His purpose, of course, was to seize wealth, though not in the most pleasant terms. It was to uphold justice and eliminate wickedness. Despite hearing that Pei Wuqing also stood at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, Li Bufan felt no trace of trepidation in his heart. The reason is simple. The martial skills and invulnerability granted by the system led Li Bufan to believe that he was unmatched among his peers. Indeed, his journey thus far had been smooth sailing, for he had yet to encounter anyone of equal standing who could instill fear in him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, birds returned to their nests. A fragment of the setting sun streamed through the gaps in the clouds, casting a golden hue upon several wooden structures. At the center stood a tall edifice, where a stern-faced man with a square jaw gazed down at a woman bound below. This man was Pei Wuqing, the leader of the place, and the woman, adorned in a striking red dress, was tightly restrained. Though she appeared quite disheveled, her beauty was akin to that of a delicate flower. "Yao Songning, I shall ask you one final time. Either behave like a loyal dog and cooperate, or I shall show you no mercy." Pei Wuqing sneered, his expression rife with mockery. To be a bandit has its perks, two in particular: robbing and indulging in women. Life is akin to that of pigs and dogs, and death is but decay. If one must die, then let it be. The young woman, Yao Songning, merely managed to squeeze out a retort through clenched teeth before falling silent. Her fate, once fallen into the hands of this group, had long been sealed. "Haha, our boss has found himself quite the spirited lass." One of the men chuckled. "Isn't it obvious? Miss Yao is renowned in the Outer Sect as a stunning beauty, so a little arrogance is to be expected. Once we have our fun with her, I doubt that pride will remain." As the men observed Yao Songning's desperate demeanor, they could not help but burst into laughter. "Death? Does one think it so simple to seek death? Quiet down." Pei Wuqing waved his hand dismissively. "Dahu, go fetch Miss Yao's brother. I am curious to see her expression when we flay her dear sibling before her eyes." "Ha! What expression could it be? Surely one of utter despair." Dahu, seemingly not the sharpest, replied vacantly. Zhang Erju, standing nearby, patted Dahu on the head and scolded, "If the boss says to go, then go. Think well, when this beauty is in agony, we shall revel in her suffering. How delightful that will be. The boss truly has foresight." Upon hearing the discussion among his subordinates, Pei Wuqing merely nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was precisely his intention. One must admit, the brothers he had raised were quite attuned to his thoughts. "You beasts!" Yao Songning gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at them. Slap. Zhang Erju swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her exquisite cheek before she could utter another word, hastily muffling her mouth with a rag. It was impossible for them to show any tenderness. The world was vast, and beautiful women were never in short supply. To them, Yao Songning was merely a toy for today. Tomorrow, it is impossible for her to survive. Old things must be discarded for the new to emerge. Before long, a man named Da who dragged a young man with broken limbs into the hall, carelessly discarding him onto the ground as if he were mere refuse. "You bastards will meet a grim fate. If you have the courage, come at me. Let my sister go." The young man, lying on the ground, shouted with all his might, his voice sorrowful, reminiscent of an injured fox-wolf. Beside him, Yao Songning, upon hearing her brother's cries, let tears cascade from her eyes, emitting soft whimpers of despair. The scene was heartrending, evoking deep sympathy. Yet those seated in the hall were accustomed to such brutality. They remained unmoved, even hinting at a perverse excitement. "Haha, this little brat still dares to curse us," Zhang Erju taunted, stepping forward to grasp a pair of pliers from the nearby table. He pressed his foot onto the boy's chest and, with a swift motion, severed the youth's tongue, causing blood to gush forth. The boy's expression twisted in agony, yet he could only emit muffled sounds of distress. As time passed, every minute felt like a hammer striking Yao Songning's mind, the pain within her heart akin to being stabbed by a dagger. She wished to close her eyes and look away, but a man beside her forcefully pried them open, compelling her to witness her brother's suffering. She was forced to watch as Pei Wuqing stepped closer to her brother, producing a dagger and slicing open his chest. Before long, he held a pulsating object in his hand. Indeed, the heart is a mystery. Pei Wuqing remarked with a cold smile, clenching his fist to unleash a spray of blood that scattered in all directions. He then wiped the remnants of blood on the clothing of a subordinate, approaching Yao Songning with a sinister grin. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 or 4 steps. Just as he was about to reach her, a voice from outside interrupted. Boss. Senior brother Li Bufan wishes to see you. He has important matters to discuss. Chapter 56, Upholding Justice. The announcement startled Pei Wuqing, and he pondered for a moment, unable to recall who Li Bufan was. He was certain he had never heard that name before. However, the Outer Sect was vast, filled with formidable figures. And Pei Wuqing dared not underestimate anyone. Since someone had come seeking him, it was only reasonable to meet. Thus, he called out, "Bring Senior Brother Li in." His use of the term Senior Brother Li did not indicate fear. Rather, it reflected his experience. Pei Wuqing understood that when uncertain of another's strength, it was prudent to adopt a humble demeanor. Caution, after all, ensures longevity. Before long, a man with triangular eyes entered alongside Li Bufan. The man with triangular eyes cautiously shifted to the side, fearing to reveal that Li Bufan had killed the tall, thin man. The very fact that Li Bufan had the audacity to come here indicated he was not afraid of Pei Wuqing. The man's subtle movements were merely an attempt to distance himself from Li Bufan, in hopes of preserving his own life. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Senior Brother Li?" Pei Wuqing offered a respectful bow, unable to fathom the man before him. A sudden tremor coursed through his heart, prompting a shift towards greater deference. "I have heard that you have been waylaying travelers on this road, acquiring quite a number of spirit stones. Might you share a portion?" Li Bufan replied with a subtle smile, casually pulling out a chair to sit down. As his words lingered in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Pei Wuqing's expression shifted rapidly, a myriad of possibilities flashing through his mind. The nearby subordinates exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. All present were astute individuals. Those with an air of arrogance invariably possessed a foundation to support their bravado. Hence, no one dared to act recklessly. "Brotherly, you jest. Surely, there are no spirit stones to be found. However, if you find yourself in need, I could arrange for my brothers to gather 8 or 1,000 for you. What do you think, brother?" Pei Wuqing wore a smile, yet his gaze incessantly scrutinized Li Bufan, attempting to discern his cultivation level, but ultimately to no avail. Li Bufan shook his head and continued, "Shall we engage in a demonstration before further discussion?" He understood that Pei Wuqing's inability to see through him led to this incessant probing. Such futile attempts at testing were tiresome. Thus, Li Bufan spoke directly, urging Pei Wuqing to reveal his true capabilities. Very well, Pei Wuqing immediately retracted his smile. The prospect of a confrontation suited him perfectly. He was eager to ascertain the source of Li Bufan's audacious confidence. As he spoke, Pei Wuqing exerted force, reaching into his storage pouch to retrieve a reddish stone. One should not underestimate this stone. It was a gift from his elder brother, purportedly a piece of fire gold from the depths of a volcano, a material for forging spirit tools, yet Pei Wuqing had not yet had the opportunity to refine it, rendering it a mere semi-finished product. Nevertheless, even in its incomplete state, it surpassed ordinary weaponry, verging on a half-step spirit tool. The grapefruit-sized red stone, infused with Pei Wuqing's vital energy, radiated an intense firelight. In an instant, the temperature within the hall escalated significantly. Pei Wuqing unleashed his ultimate move. Should he falter, he would accept defeat willingly. If his opponent proved inadequate, he would strike decisively. Fierce Tiger Fist. As his fist surged forth like a tiger descending from the mountains, he advanced with unwavering determination, grounding his stance with every punch, his fists propelled by his waist. Pei Wuqing struck the stone with a powerful blow, the force converging with the stone, hurtling towards Li Bufan. In the face of this overwhelming assault, Li Bufan, riding the momentum of the incoming punch, retreated slightly. To an observer, it appeared swift, yet in truth, it was nearly imperceptible, leaving Pei Wuqing unable to catch a glimpse of his figure. The next moment, Pei Wuqing felt a chill at his neck, faint traces of blood appearing. When he focused his gaze, he discovered that his fierce attack had been effortlessly cleaved apart by Li Bufan's sword. The explosive sound resonated, shaking the very structure of the building. The onlookers appeared utterly stunned. Pei Wuqing was left in a state of shock, realizing that Li Bufan had executed 2 moves in quick succession, the scar on his neck serving as undeniable evidence of his prowess. Moreover, it is astonishing that he could maintain such control over his opponent without the use of weapons. The thought of what might transpire should weapons be drawn is beyond imagination. Brother Li possesses profound cultivation, and I, a humble disciple, am in awe. Pray tell, how many spirit stones does my esteemed brother require? I shall arrange for them immediately. Pei Wuqing swiftly suppressed his astonishment and offered a sycophantic smile. 50,000. Li Bufan spoke slowly. His stance of nonviolent resistance, coupled with a display of strength, made negotiations considerably more convenient. Pei Wuqing gazed at Li Bufan with a troubled expression, and after a few moments of silence, he summoned the courage to respond. To be frank, I have been hovering here with my brethren for several months, and have only managed to gather 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. 50,000. Otherwise, I shall take your lives myself. Li Bufan reiterated, his voice firm yet not raised, exuding an air of undeniable authority. With a thud, Pei Wuqing fell to his knees, and nearly all present followed suit. Brotherly, I assure you, not a word of what I have said is false. Even if you were to slay us, we could not amass the 50,000. I dare to propose a transaction with you, Pei Wuqing hastily declared. He wished to survive, for no one desired death. With life, there remained hope. Yet, in living, Pei Wuqing was confident he could ensure that Li Bufan would pay a price, his patience merely a strategic maneuver. A transaction? Li Bufan regarded Pei Wuqing with keen interest, sensing that the latter indeed could not produce 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even if he were to eliminate them and sell their weapons, it was unlikely he would procure the amount needed, especially since the weapons of warriors bore distinctive markings. Should someone recognize them, perhaps a brother, sister, uncle, or relative, it could spell disaster. My junior will prepare 20,000 low-grade spirit stones for you immediately. As for the remainder, grant me 3 months, and I shall undoubtedly gather it. If you have any doubts, you may administer poison to me, or simply observe. Pei Wuqing pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. He was no stranger to ruthlessness. In his quest for survival, he would forsake his pride. What was dignity when faced with the specter of death? Living offered a glimmer of hope. Li Bufan nodded slowly. For the moment, it seemed prudent to allow them to assist in amassing the funds. After all, collective strength is formidable. Realizing this, Li Bufan cautioned, you have committed numerous misdeeds, and I am merely reclaiming what you have stolen. I have not instructed you to commit any vile acts. In 1 month, I shall return to seek you out. Yes, we have indeed done much wrong. Brotherly, you embody chivalry and compassion, showing mercy upon our wretched lives. Pei Wuqing adeptly played along with Li Bufan's charade, feigning remorse for the sake of survival. There was no room for negotiation. Li Bufan smiled. Indeed, we shall heed your words. As Pei Wuqing spoke, he slowly rose and promptly removed a storage pouch from his waist, presenting it to Li Bufan with utmost respect. Yet, as he extended his hand, it trembled uncontrollably. For this pouch contained the fruits of their labor over several arduous months. Li Bufan accepted the storage bag, only then noticing the corpse on the ground. Accustomed to life and death, he did not pay much attention to the body, but upon a cursory glance, it appeared somewhat familiar. After a brief recollection, Li Bufan realized it was the young Yao Longfei, whom he had encountered shortly after leaving the servant quarters. It was astonishing that the boy had managed to evade his vengeance, only to meet his demise here. Such is the peculiar nature of fate. Is this youth the one you have slain? Li Bufan inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, it was my younger brother who did the deed. He also has a beautiful sister. I had initially intended for my brothers to enjoy her company. If senior brother Li is interested, I could offer her to you, Pei Wuqing reported, striving to ingratiate himself, revealing no hesitation in admitting to the act of murder. After all, killing was commonplace here, and he could discern that Li Bufan was far from benevolent. That is a commendable suggestion, Li Bufan nodded, recalling the young woman in the red dress he had seen in Yao Longfei's courtyard. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. In an instant, Li Bufan shook his head, dismissing his nefarious thoughts, determined to retain at least a modicum of humanity. Yet, as he momentarily lost his focus, he finally noticed Yao Songning in the corner, bound and disheveled, her mouth gagged with a rag. Had he not known it was her, he might have struggled to connect her to the enchanting girl in the red dress he had encountered previously. Why have you silenced her? Li Bufan asked. Pei Wuqing maintained a cordial smile, internally exasperated. How could one leave the sister of the slain unrestrained, knowing the harshness of their words? Was this not a question posed with full awareness of its absurdity? Yet, even in the face of such rhetorical inquiry, Pei Wuqing dared not show any sign of displeasure. Promptly instructing Zhang Erju, did you not hear senior brotherly? Remove the gag from Miss Yao. Also, loosen her bindings, Li Bufan added. Reflecting on the plight of the girl in red, who had just witnessed her brother's death, he felt a twinge of compassion, although tensions were rising among them. It was a trivial matter. His intention was clear, to release Yao Songning. To save a life is more meritorious than to construct a 7-tiered pagoda with such power. It is but a small favor. In no time, Zhang Erju complied, unbinding Yao Songning. Though he longed to remark, senior brotherly, if you are not inclined to play, we could take our turn, he refrained from uttering such thoughts. Once freed, Yao Songning did not emit any heart-wrenching cries, nor did she engage in any desperate gestures. Instead, she walked directly to Yao Longfei's corpse, knelt by his side, and let her tears fall freely, murmuring, I met you when I was 2. We shared meals, caught cicadas, and experienced the changing seasons together. At 12, a wandering immortal remarked upon your potential for ascension. Together, we traversed mountains and rivers to arrive in this place that devours souls without remorse. I do not relish cultivation, nor do I take pleasure in killing. Compared to the pursuit of power, I would much rather quietly watch you grow. However, when our parents were alive, they once said that an elder sister must protect her younger brother. To fulfill the role of a sister, do you remember? The one who bullied you, Brother Hao. It was I who, under the cover of night, crept into his chamber and ended his life with a dagger. Moreover, brothers Zhang Yu, and all those who had tormented you, they were also dealt with by me, Yao Songning, with my own hands. I believed I had done sufficiently well. I was a qualified sister. Yet, why do you still walk ahead of me? Yao Songning murmured continuously, tears cascading down her cheeks like a dam bursting. No one dared to interrupt. At that moment, Li Bufan was present, and his silence was a deterrent against any interference. After a brief moment of distraction, the reproach and resentment etched on Yao Songning's face were swiftly suppressed. She wiped away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes and bowed several times to the lifeless body, saying, I am sorry. It is my inadequacy as a sister that I should not blame you for. It is my failure to protect you. Having said that, Yao Songning slowly rose and walked directly to Li Bufan. With a thud, she knelt before him, her voice trembling as she implored, Please help me avenge my brother. Yao Songning is willing to endure any hardship, to serve as a dog or a slave. Should I transgress, may I never find peace in the afterlife. You may leave. I shall spare your life. There will be ample opportunities for revenge in the future. A gentleman avenges himself, and 10 years is not too late. Li Bufan spoke calmly. As his words settled in the air, the tension among the onlookers notably eased. They remained apprehensive, however, fearing that if Li Bufan acquiesced to such a request, it would spell disaster for them. In truth, Li Bufan weighed his options. Killing Pei Wuqing and the others posed a dilemma regarding the whereabouts of the remaining 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. To agree or to decline. In an instant, Li Bufan found himself deep in thought. There is no time to waste. Either avenge me, and I, Yao Songning, shall repay you with my life. Or end my suffering by killing me. I beg you. Yao Songning did not raise her head, still kneeling, her body trembling involuntarily. Before Li Bufan could respond, Pei Wuqing, unable to contain himself, acted. He was not a fool and quickly discerned that Li Bufan was deliberating on whether to grant Yao Songning's request. Should Li Bufan agree, it would mean certain death for them all. Pei Wuqing felt he lacked the confidence to conquer Li Bufan. Seizing the moment while Li Bufan was lost in thought, Pei Wuqing raised his hand, aiming a strike at Yao Songning's head. If this woman were to die, Li Bufan would no longer be conflicted, and they could preserve their lives, at least for the time being. The sound of his hand slicing through the air was ominous. Just as Pei Wuqing's palm was about to descend, Li Bufan suddenly intervened. With a firm grip, he caught Pei Wuqing's wrist with a sharp clap. I said I would spare her, yet you took it upon yourself to decide her fate? Disobedient dogs should know the consequences, Li Bufan stated coldly, his hand transforming into a fist. With a resounding thud, he struck Pei Wuqing squarely in the chest. A tremendous force erupted, propelling Pei Wuqing 3 meters away. Before he could react, Li Bufan formed his hand into a sword-like gesture, piercing the air with a single finger that instantly penetrated Pei Wuqing's dantian. Boss is dead. Run! Shouted the dim-witted Dahu. The 10 or so individuals surrounding them hastily fled towards the exit. However, having engaged in battle, Li Bufan had no intention of sparing any of them. After all, when examined closely, each one of them was a wretched soul stained with blood. The shadow of the sword flickered ominously, severed heads soaring through the air. Li Bufan's wind step was astonishingly swift. Within mere minutes, everyone around him lay lifeless, and the room transformed into a sea of crimson. Pei Wuqing is still alive. You must act yourself. Remember your promise from earlier. Li Bufan remarked as he slowly exited the room. He was not averse to the sight of blood. Rather, he wished to avoid witnessing the ruthless side of Yao Songning. A beauty destined to be his. Preserving a favorable impression was essential. As Li Bufan departed, Yao Songning gradually rose and approached the fallen Pei Wuqing. At that moment, with his dantian pierced and unable to muster any true essence, he could only watch helplessly as she drew closer. Her deliberate pace seemed akin to the footsteps of a grim reaper, each step causing Pei Wuqing's heart to tremble. It became evident that no matter how many lives one took or how merciless one was, fear still crept in when facing one's own fate. Li Bufan stood outside, listening to the continuous wails from within. He neither inquired nor intervened. It was not until half an hour later that the cries ceased. Inside, Yao Songning stared at the crimson object in her hands, lingering in her indecision. Why must you torment yourself? You have avenged your brother. He will rest peacefully in the afterlife. Li Bufan's voice resonated from outside, fully aware of her intentions. This, he could not permit. Without waiting for her response, he extended a finger, and with a sharp sound, transformed the object in Yao Songning's grasp into a mist of blood. As the curtain fell on the grim affair, Yao Songning mourned for a long while before burying her brother on the spot. Meanwhile, Li Bufan busily scavenged everything of value around them. The two departed together, with Li Bufan contemplating a pressing question. Given that others' brothers lay unburied, would it be excessively callous to voice unreasonable demands at this moment? Chapter 58. The environment does not change. What changes is the human heart. The two journeyed together until the night deepened. Ultimately, Li Bufan remained silent, recognizing Yao Songning's sorrow. By a small stream, beneath a tree, he ignited a campfire, quietly roasting game while gazing contemplatively at the starry sky. The moon graces the sky, unchanged from years past, and my thoughts wander far and wide. Moments later, Yao Songning cleanses the blood from her body by the stream, dons fresh attire, and slowly takes a seat beside Li Bufan. 1 second, 2 seconds, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds pass in silence, neither of them breaking the tranquility. After a prolonged stillness, Yao Songning gently inquires, "Master, do you require my company this evening?" "No, you need time to grieve for your brother, who has just passed. We can discuss it later," Li Bufan replies absently, his gaze fixed upon the moon, unable to meet Yao Songning's eyes. He has come to realize a troubling fact. Since acquiring the system, he finds himself unable to suppress a growing excitement whenever he is in the company of a solitary woman. He wonders whether this affliction can ever be cured. "Master, I often hear others say that cultivating immortality is the path to eternal life, and that to live this life without entering the cycle of reincarnation is a torment. Yet, why is it that Fei, at merely 18 years of age, must be forever separated from me in pursuit of this endeavor? For what purpose?" Yao Songning's eyes brim with tears as she expresses her inner turmoil. In truth, she feels not only sorrow but also profound confusion. From the moment she embarked on her cultivation journey, it was to accompany her brother. Now that he has departed, what is the purpose of her cultivation? Or rather, what should one strive for in life? "Do not call me master. From now on, you may call me Bufan or even husband," Li Bufan responds, seemingly missing the essence of her inquiry. An uncomfortable silence envelopes them, lingering for quite some time. Li Bufan glances down, observing the bewilderment etched across Yao Songning's face. Seeing her in such a state causes his heart to sink. At this moment, Yao Songning appears lost and despondent, her spirit wandering aimlessly. To articulate it more precisely, her Tao heart is fracturing. If this continues, her cultivation will stagnate, potentially leading her astray. Of course, Li Bufan is unaware of this terminology. He only recalls that in his previous life, when the second son of the Chun family lost his sanity, it exhibited similar signs. He ventures to console her. "Would you care for a story? In my homeland, we rose with the sun and toiled the fields for our sustenance. During moments of leisure, we would gather beneath the bamboo groves at the village's edge, where men would drink, women would chat, and children would play hide and seek. Though life was not affluent, it was tranquil and free." Upon hearing this, a flicker of curiosity ignites in Yao Songning's beautiful eyes. Did they not cultivate? In that world, there was no cultivation system. People coexisted peacefully, Li Bufan replies. Then they must have been truly happy. "Indeed, happiness," he nods, continuing. "However, as time passed, people discovered pathways to prosperity. One by one, they left their homes, driven by dreams of success in distant lands. Through their relentless labor, they eventually found themselves residing in more prosperous abodes." Yao Songning furrows her brow in confusion and asks, "Are you suggesting, Master, that only through hard work can one alter their circumstances?" "Not quite. Allow me to finish." Li Bufan shook his head, remarking that after moving into a better house, people realized that the difference from sleeping in a wooden hut was not as significant as they had imagined. Yet, they found it impossible to cease their relentless pursuits. For each individual was tirelessly striving to inhabit a more desirable abode. "One day, I wished to halt this ceaseless chase and began to reminisce about my childhood. Upon returning to that grove of bamboo, I discovered that I could never return. The beautiful scenes from my memory, when revisited, appeared as desolate wilderness, wholly unsuitable for life. My husband says that the changes in our surroundings are not something one can choose, correct?" Yao Songning murmured, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. "Yes and no," Li Bufan replied, nodding before shaking his head. "It is not merely the environment that has changed. Rather, it is the transformation within our hearts. Take us, for instance. You have witnessed the extraordinary powers of those who can traverse the heavens and alter the earth. If you were to live a tranquil life in the fields, could your heart remain at peace?" "Certainly not." Yao Songning seemed to grasp the meaning, gazing at the distant stars. "Because I understand that a quiet life devoid of strength may vanish in an instant. Even if I possess a harmonious family with a husband and children, I would constantly worry about attracting the attention of significant figures, even if unintentionally. Perhaps someone might merely pass by, and with a casual wave, everything I cherish could turn to ash. Li Bufan nodded in agreement. A serene existence hinges on one's ignorance of the vastness of the world. Once a person comprehends the enormity of the heavens, how can they dare to pause their journey? Just as he had once thought of leaving the menial labor area, dreaming of taking his partner to lead a simple life of tilling the land and weaving. At this moment, however, that thought had dissipated, for he dared not entertain it any longer. The two continued their idle chatter until the moon reached its zenith. Li Bufan gently embraced Yao Songning, feeling the warmth of her presence. Unable to resist, she shifted her head to find a more comfortable position. Husband, what do you think lies at the end of the long path of immortality? At this question, Li Bufan fell silent. As a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, he found it difficult to conceive an answer. However, recalling the absurd ideas of certain authors from his past life, he pondered and fabricated an answer, transcending heaven and earth, reversing yin and yang. A single thought can create worlds, and another can bring about their destruction. If such a day were to come, could my brother truly be resurrected? Yao Songning lifted her gaze to meet Li Bufan's, astonishment evident on her face. Can one truly reach such a point? Regardless of others' beliefs, upon Li Bufan's nod, she chose to believe. The reason was simple. Rather than accept that her brother was irretrievably lost, she preferred to hold on to the hope that one day, if she became strong enough, she could bring him back to life. Though it seemed absurd, it at least offered a semblance of hope. In their embrace, Li Bufan remained awake through the night, enchanted by the unique fragrance of Yao Songning that filled his senses, rendering sleep elusive. However, Yao Songning slept soundly, and upon awakening, she discovered that her true essence had become buoyant. Am I on the verge of a breakthrough? Li Bufan inquired tentatively. Indeed. Yao Songning nodded slightly. The shadows that once clouded her face had dissipated with the night, and at this moment, her eyes reflected no sorrow. I shall guard you. Focus on your breakthrough. Li Bufan replied softly, his figure shifting toward the nearest towering tree. In just a few strides, he reached the treetop, scanning the surroundings with vigilant scrutiny. Although Yao Songning was merely advancing from the late stage of foundation establishment to its pinnacle, a progression that seemed uncomplicated, Li Bufan understood that for martial artists, even minor breakthroughs entail certain risks. After all, during the critical moment of breakthrough, a warrior's entire focus is directed inward, guiding the flow of true essence. This process is inherently distinct from merely augmenting one's abilities through a system. Chapter 59. The Three Masters of the Outer Sect. Time ticked away. Yao Songning sat cross-legged in quiet meditation, an almost imperceptible flow of air swirling around her. Despite its subtlety, Li Bufan could still sense it, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as spoken of by cultivators. Martial artists absorb this energy, guiding it through their meridians along predetermined paths, eventually refining it into their own true essence, which settles into the dantian. This describes the method of cultivation. It sounds straightforward, yet the practice itself is far from simple. A breakthrough requires a process, and Li Bufan chose not to dwell on it, instead casting his gaze into the distance, wary of any disturbances that might disrupt Yao Songning's advancement. However, what one fears often comes to pass. A few minutes later, a man's figure surged toward them with remarkable speed. He appeared to be in his 20s, wielding a long sword, his long hair flowing freely. The aura of his cultivation was formidable. Even through the ground, Li Bufan could discern that the newcomer was at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Halt! Li Bufan summoned his true essence, issuing a warning. Though his voice was not loud, the robust power of his essence startled the surrounding creatures, causing the flora to sway. Upon hearing this, the swiftly approaching man curled his lips into a cruel smile and replied indifferently, You alone wish to stop me? Tell me, what benefits did Hu Badayo and Duan Xiushui bestow upon you? Benefits? There are none. Li Bufan shook his head, sensing that the man before him might be mistaken about something, though it mattered little. As long as he did not continue to impede Yao Songning's breakthrough, all could be negotiated. Haha. The man, known as Zhang Tiangang, laughed boisterously. What if I, Zhang Tiangang, were to monopolize a low-grade spirit mine? Hu Badayo and Duan Xiushui together could not detain me. What can you do? As he spoke, the edges of Zhang Tiangang's garments fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, and his raven hair cascaded around him. An invisible aura surged around him. Zhang Tiangang was one of the three masters beneath the Golden Core realm in the Outer Sect, the other two being Hu Badayo and Duan Xiushui, who had recently joined forces to compete for a vein of spirit stones. With all three united, who could rival them? Unsurprisingly, the three individuals seized the majority of the spiritual stone veins. However, just as they prepared to divide their spoils, Zhang Tiangang, relying on his formidable strength and superior agility, was overtaken by a pang of conscience. This led to an internal conflict with Hu Badayo and Duan Xiushui, resulting in Zhang Tiangang absconding with the low-grade spiritual stones. Enraged, Hu Badayo and Duan Xiushui rallied the surrounding disciples, who had failed to acquire any low-grade spiritual stones, to encircle Zhang Tiangang. Despite his might, Zhang Tiangang found himself overwhelmed by the relentless pursuit, causing his composure to shatter. After a strenuous struggle, he finally carved a path to escape and thought he was on the brink of freedom. Once he returned to the Outer Sect as a disciple of the esteemed First Peak Elder, any attempt to besiege him would be utterly futile. Yet, at that moment, he encountered Li Bufan, who blocked his path. Instinctively, Zhang Tiangang presumed that Li Bufan was allied with Hu Badayo and the others, hence the fervent pursuit. Ironically, Li Bufan had merely intended to advise him to take a detour. Upon learning that this swordsman had monopolized the low-grade spiritual mine, Li Bufan's interest was piqued. He was in search of low-grade spiritual stones, and this opportunity was simply too fortuitous to resist. Li Bufan leapt onto the treetops, swiftly maneuvering until he landed gracefully before Zhang Tiangang, offering a polite smile. "I had no intention of killing you, my apologies." As he spoke, Li Bufan moved with the wind, drawing a sword from his storage bag. The stunning 9 swords. Like a startled swan, once the sword was unleashed, it appeared as if 9 swords were simultaneously drawn. "Kill me? Are you not afraid of your own bravado?" Zhang Tiangang scoffed at the seemingly intricate, yet mediocre attack. He swiftly summoned his sword from his back, grasping it tightly in his hand. The eagle returns to its nest. With a nimble thrust of his toes, he leapt into the air like a hawk swooping down on its prey. The sword in his hand transformed into the talons of a fierce eagle, imbued with a devastating force. With a mere clash, Li Bufan's sword was severed, and the stunning 9 swords naturally crumbled. The system's judgment is grounded in reason. At this moment, even the most exquisite techniques could not allow Li Bufan to unleash his full combat potential. Against a peer like Zhang Tiangang, the disparity was instantly revealed. Nevertheless, Li Bufan remained unperturbed, maintaining control over the situation. His use of the stunning 9 swords was merely a ruse to project weakness. After all, his current combat style was rather straightforward, and an element of surprise was essential to catch the opponent off guard. Just as Zhang Tiangang believed he could easily dominate his opponent, Li Bufan's speed underwent a sudden transformation. In an instant, he was at Zhang Tiangang's side. Fingers poised like a sword, and a formidable sword shadow emerged. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Tiangang, caught off guard, hastily raised his sword to defend himself. The sound of clashing metal reverberated around them as Zhang Tiangang was violently propelled backward, a metallic taste filling his throat as blood spilled from his mouth. Before a response could be made, a shadow whisked past, and in the next instant, 2 storage bags at Li Bufan's waist fell into his hands. Li Bufan briefly inspected the contents and nodded with satisfaction. Although a cursory examination could not reveal the exact quantities, it was likely sufficient to redeem Murong Qing. "Brother, feel free to take the spirit stones," Zhang Tiangang said, fear evident in his demeanor. He could never have anticipated the existence of such a mysterious individual within the Outer Sect. His once prized agility was rendered utterly insignificant in the presence of another, particularly given the formidable might of their attacks. No matter how precious the spirit stones, what good were they without life? "Forgive me, but the spirit stones are mine. Your life shall be forfeit." Li Bufan smiled, lightly tapping his toes as he prepared to conclude the uncertain fate of Zhang Tiangang. In this world, the principle is to settle scores swiftly. Once enmity is established, what reason is there not to kill? Furthermore, Li Bufan understood a crucial truth. Fortune and misfortune may shift in the blink of an eye. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. Today he was strong. If he did not eliminate the threat in its infancy, what would tomorrow hold? However, as fate would have it, unexpected events transpired. 2 figures leapt from the treetops with remarkable speed, their presence radiating an overwhelming aura, rivaling that of Zhang Tiangang. Accompanying their arrival was a cacophony of footsteps, drawing nearer, hinting at the presence of a multitude, perhaps 100 souls. Zhang Tiangang's reaction was swift. Seizing the fleeting moment when Li Bufan hesitated, he retreated at a frenzied pace, quickly joining the 2 newcomers. Although they were the very individuals he had referred to as Hu Badu and Duan Xiushui, who, by all accounts, were supposed adversaries, Zhang Tiangang was acutely aware that their intentions were merely to seize the spirit stones. They had no desire to kill him, for each had the support of elders behind them, fostering a tacit understanding not to push matters to extremes. Li Bufan, however, was different. In that fleeting instant, Zhang Tiangang had sensed the chilling breath of death. "Zhang Tiangang, where do you think you can run? Surrender the spirit stones, and I shall spare your life." Hu Badu, a robust figure wielding a long knife, admonished. "Brother who speaks wisely, surrender the spirit stones, and you shall not perish," added the androgynous man beside him, a sinister smile gracing his lips. The words of both men left Zhang Tiangang momentarily stunned. It dawned on him that the man who had previously bested him was not allied with Hu Badu and his companion. Reflecting on the recent events, he was filled with self-reproach, wishing he could strike himself for his foolishness. Others had merely halted his advance, leading to the ensuing chaos. His own imagination had spiraled out of control. Alas, gentlemen, the spirit stones have been taken from him. Zhang has no means to retrieve them. If you are interested, you may persuade him to hand them over, he said, having finally grasped the situation and resignedly raised his hands in surrender, leaving the conflict for them to resolve. Chapter 60. The Transformative Journey of Yao Songning. Upon hearing Zhang Tiangong's words, Hu Badu and Duan Xiushui simultaneously turned their gazes toward Li Bufan. Upon making eye contact with the storage bag in Li Bufan's hand, they comprehended that Zhang Tiangong had not uttered a falsehood. Brother, the spirit stones just now were obtained by the three of us, including my share. Rest assured Hu Badayo, only require my portion. I shall repay your great kindness in the future. Hu Badayo clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, speaking courteously. Despite his rugged appearance, his thoughts were as delicate as fine silk. To seize the storage bag from Zhang Tiangong's possession, his prowess could not be underestimated. Thus, Hu Badayo only requested 1/3 and made a promise of goodwill. Logically, the individual before him had already offended Zhang Tiangong and would likely not seek to create further enemies. Come and take it, Li Bufan said, tucking the storage bag into his bosom and gesturing with his finger. His words were few, yet the intention was unmistakable. Offended, Hu Badayo's jovial demeanor faded, and he nodded slowly, suddenly drawing his blade. The resounding clash of the blade being unsheathed echoed, slicing through the clarity. A torrent of true essence converged upon the long sword, crashing down with tremendous force. Li Bufan moved, and this time he was different. He activated his invincible body, his already sharp aura transforming into something utterly terrifying in an instant. With the wind at his feet, he formed a sword with his hand. Clang. A breathtaking sword shadow swept across. The surrounding onslaught of blades recoiled as if they had encountered a cat before a mouse. A thunderous explosion resonated through the valley, causing the hundreds of outer disciples trailing behind to halt in astonishment, their eyes glued to the battle atop the treetops. Zhang Tiangong showed no signs of hesitation, immediately entering escape mode. He was adept at movement, his speed unparalleled. Beside him, Duan Xiushui, unsure of why Zhang Tiangong chose flight over confrontation, instinctively followed suit. However, as he could not restrain himself from glancing back, he witnessed a blood pillar soaring into the sky, Hu Badayo's head still spinning in the air. Shock, bewilderment, and sheer horror gripped him. Hu Badayo was renowned as one of the three greatest masters beneath the Golden Core stage. It was said that when the 8 blades were unleashed, they paved the way to the underworld for his foes. Such a ruthless individual met his end with such swiftness. In a single move, his body was cleaved asunder. Run, run! Someone yelled among the pursuing outer disciples, and a chaotic rush ensued as they scattered in all directions. Li Bufan descended slowly, rummaging through Hu Badayo's storage bag and weapons. He did not pursue the fleeing individuals. Logically, he should eliminate them to silence any witnesses. Yet, with so many scattering in every direction, even with his superior skills, it was impossible to slay them all. Thus, he chose to let it go. Having resolved all matters, Li Bufan made his way toward the location of Yao Songning, who was now nearing the culmination of her breakthrough. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered swiftly, and moments later, Yao Songning slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through them. Clearly, her breakthrough had been remarkably successful. Darling, why have you been staring at me? Yao Songning asked softly, a hint of unease in her voice. Simply because you are beautiful, Li Bufan replied with a gentle smile. The two individuals instinctively drew closer, gently embracing one another, savoring the tenderness in their arms. Li Bufan leaned in and softly whispered into Yao Songning's ear. Shall we find a place to rest? The suggestion made in broad daylight was not born out of desperation. Rather, it stemmed from the unsettling realization that the man he had just slain, Hu Badu, seemed to possess some significance. Li Bufan was not naive. He understood the implications of having dispatched someone of potential consequence. Unable to suppress the gravity of the situation, his only recourse was to enhance his strength. Only through the augmentation of his abilities could he find stability and security. Yao Songning's cheeks flushed with warmth, nearly reaching her neck, as she cautiously inquired, her understanding of rest being tinged with a hint of shyness. Li Bufan merely nodded in agreement, though they reached a mutual understanding. Resting in the jungle was not a feasible option, after all. The mosquitoes of Lingyun Sect were no ordinary pests. They could deliver a painful bite even to those at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. As they journeyed onward, they arrived beside a serene lake, where Li Bufan thoughtfully excavated a cave. Remarkably, this cave was exquisitely crafted, suspended 3 feet above the lake's surface, making bathing exceedingly convenient. Above the cave's entrance, a gnarled tree leaned at an angle, providing a natural cover that shielded the entrance from prying eyes. Years later, a pair of disciples would stumble upon this place, and after a rain, they couldn't help but marvel, a heavenly gift of land, a blessing for countless fated souls. Now, returning to the matter at hand, after bathing in the water, Li Bufan settled into a meditative posture within the cave, enveloped in a mist of white vapor. It appeared as though he was in the throes of cultivation, yet in truth, he was simply circulating his vital energy to dry off the moisture on his skin. A delicate hand, slender and graceful, gradually rested upon his shoulder. "Husband, what must I do?" Upon hearing Yao Songning's inquiry, Li Bufan slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay her long legs, only discernible through her garment, their length accentuated, though the pale complexion remained obscured. Fresh from her bath, the closeness was palpable. Rising from her slender waist, she exuded beauty and fragility, devoid of any excess flesh, a quintessential embodiment of youthful vitality. The next morning, the valley was alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrances of flowers, imbued with a serene yet slightly expansive atmosphere. The two companions, treading upon fallen leaves like a couple on a leisurely stroll, found their rapport increasingly harmonious. Ding! Yao Songning's favorability has exceeded 50, binding successful. Page 7 of the Reincarnation Scroll, acquired 5,000 reincarnation points. The system has granted you a special physique, tyrant body. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the foundational grade Superior Martial Technique, Thundersword Classic. Host Li Bufan. Cultivation level, 7,000, Pinnacle of Foundation Establishment. Martial Techniques, Level 3 Intermediate, Rising Sun Sword Point, Perfection. Level 4 Intermediate, Wind Walking Step, Minor Accomplishment. Level 4 Superior, Thundersword Classic, Entry Level. Reincarnation Points, 0. Physique, Tyrant Body, 5,000, 10,000. Upon receiving the information from the system, Li Bufan was momentarily taken aback. He had been contemplating a swift descent into the Golden Core realm. As a result, when the need for physical enhancement arose, the priority was unexpectedly given to physical prowess. Meanwhile, within mere days, news spread throughout the Outer Sect. Numerous disciples eagerly shared the tale of a formidable individual who had vanquished 3 eminent masters and effortlessly slain Hubadu with a single strike. They reverently referred to him as the foremost individual beneath the Golden Core stage. "Brother, have you heard? Li Bufan, senior brotherly. The foremost individual beneath the Golden Core stage. They say he emerged from the same humble beginnings as us, from the servant area." "Haha, of course I've heard. How delightful it is to see those Outer Sect disciples look down upon us, the ones from the servant ranks. What a satisfying blow to their pride. I heard that when senior brotherly struck down Hubadu, Zhang Tiangang and Duan Qiushui fled faster than rabbits. Who says those from the servant ranks are destined to be subordinates for life? Senior brother Bufan is truly magnificent." In a secluded corner, a group of individuals aged 30 to 80 gathered, each wearing radiant smiles. They were all disciples who had emerged from the servant area. Although they were also Outer Sect disciples, those directly selected looked down upon them. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of others, those who came from the servant area were merely the discarded, fortunate enough to barely cultivate to the foundation establishment realm, with their life's endpoint reached there. Conversely, the directly selected disciples had a greater than 50% chance of entering the inner sect. For them, the Outer Sect was merely a starting point. Today, however, was different. The exhilarating news spread. The foremost individual beneath the Golden Core stage had emerged from the servant area, causing all the disciples from that background to feel as though they had expelled a long-held grievance. Yet, joy can often be accompanied by worries, and misfortune may follow. Before they could revel in their happiness for long, dozens of individuals slowly approached. At the forefront was none other than Zhang Tiangang. "Capture them all. Let them gossip behind our backs, and give each of them 30 lashes. As for the 2 ringleaders, cut out their tongues." Zhang Tiangang spoke indifferently. He did not order killings, for within the encampment, the death of 1 or 2 might be overlooked. However, large-scale slaughter would certainly draw the attention of the law enforcement hall. After all, it was a sect, and while it generally allowed for some leniency towards its disciples, its ultimate goal was the cultivation of talent, not the annihilation of its own. Yes, the dozens following Zhang Tiangang bowed respectfully before swiftly taking action, like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Meanwhile, Li Bufan and Yao Songning, having journeyed tirelessly, finally arrived at the trading district a few days later, just as evening fell. Inside the listening fragrance tower, Li Bufan and Yao Songning sat quietly, awaiting the steward of the establishment. Before long, an elderly man with graying facial hair approached. Guided by a waiter, the old man had a ruddy complexion and wore a flowing brocade robe, moving with remarkable grace until he stood before Li Bufan. "I hear the young hero intends to redeem Murongqing?" The elderly man spoke kindly, his demeanor exceedingly amiable. However, Should one mistake his affability for weakness? They would likely be gravely mistaken. Li Bufan nodded, refraining from unnecessary words. She was merely a servant of modest origins, lacking in talent. Did you truly wish to offer 50,000 low-grade spirit stones? The old man inquired incredulously. This price was, in fact, a mere fabrication on his part, intended to provide those women with a glimmer of hope, albeit one that remained forever elusive. He never truly contemplated their release. Crucially, he was in collusion with the overseer of this trading district, capturing only those who were helpless and devoid of talent. Regardless of his claims, these women had no choice but to believe and submit. After all, any rationale could be concocted, merely to seek free labor. Bring her to me. As long as she is unharmed, I shall provide the spirit stones. The young man, filled with admiration for the elder, daringly inquired about his name. Li Bufan smiled politely. He did not choose to haggle, for it was unnecessary. He only needed to know the old man's name and remember his aura. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Bufan recalled two ancient sayings from Huaxia. Those who recognize the times are wise. At this moment, he embodied such wisdom, prioritizing Murongqing's safety and avoiding trouble. He endured. Another adage came to mind. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. He need not wait a decade. Li Bufan was confident. This old man was insignificant. 3 months would suffice. Why wait a decade? Haha, young hero, you possess great fortitude. I am Wang Fuguei. You may simply call me Wang Lao. The elder chuckled heartily. He gestured for a nearby waiter to summon someone, relishing in this no-lose venture, pocketing 50,000 with ease. As a merchant at heart, Wang Fuguei felt an indescribable joy, seeing Li Bufan akin to encountering the god of wealth. Chapter 62, A Night Aboard the Flower Boat. Wang Fuguei. Li Bufan silently noted this name, for soon enough, he would ensure the elder's journey to the afterlife. Yet, as a person of the Jianghu, one must conceal their emotions. This was a fundamental skill. Li Bufan respectfully clasped his hands and said, "It is not that the younger generation fails to disclose the esteemed name of my master. Rather, it is because he forbids such mention. I hope Wang Lao can understand." Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguei nodded slowly, his expression unchanging, still radiating a warm smile. However, he comprehended that the individual before him must be a disciple favored by a particular elder, hence the abundance of spirit stones. As for the reluctance to reveal his origins, Wang Fuguei deemed it entirely reasonable. After all, should a prodigal disciple squander several thousand low-grade spirit stones on a courtesan, it would undoubtedly incur their master's wrath. Assuming that Li Bufan feared punishment from his master upon revelation of his peak affiliation, he chose not to dwell on the matter further. The two engaged in idle conversation for a short while. Soon, the waiter appeared, leading Murongqing toward them. Along the way, she had been contemplating whether the one willing to redeem her would indeed be him. If it were truly him, how had he amassed such a fortune of spirit stones in such a short time? All her speculations and anxieties dissipated upon encountering the familiar visage, allowing her to lower her guard. "Young Masterly, it has been a long time since we last met." Murongqing gracefully performed a courteous bow, cleverly refraining from uttering Li Bufan's full name. Li Bufan understood that this was not an appropriate place for conversation. After a subtle nod, he slowly rose to his feet and, with a respectful gesture towards Wang Fuguei, said, "Old Wang, since Miss Murong is safe and sound, I kindly ask you to return her disciple token. I shall not intrude further." As he spoke, Li Bufan gently placed a storage bag on the table. Inside the bag were 50,000 low-grade spirit stones that he had meticulously prepared in advance. Wang Fuguei, after a brief inspection, wore an even broader smile and promptly retrieved Murongqing's disciple token from his own storage bag, tossing it to Li Bufan with a grin. "Young friendly, you are truly generous. You youngsters must have much to discuss. I shall not keep you any longer. Travel safely." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Bufan departed from the listening fragrance tower with the two young women. Along the way, not a word was spoken. Even though Yao Songning was particularly curious about the nature of Li Bufan's relationship with Murongqing, she restrained herself from asking. Once the trio reached the opposite side of the trading district, they directly entered the renowned tavern, Yugu Tower. Inside Yugu Tower, in a fine guest room on the 4th floor, Li Bufan instructed the waiter to prepare several signature dishes and 2 jugs of wine before closing the door. "Murongqing, this is one of your sisters," Li Bufan said, gently patting the still-dazed Yao Songning. The latter quickly understood and rose to perform a slight bow. "Greetings, Sister Murong. I am Yao Songning." "Sister Songning, you are too kind," Murongqing replied politely, casually pouring herself some wine. After Li Bufan took a few simple sips, he listened to the two women engage in light-hearted conversation until they became acquainted. Only then did he interject. "We are likely to remain in the trading district for some time, so we shall temporarily settle in this tavern." "Very well, I shall heed my husband's wishes," Yao Songning replied with a nod, fully aware that Li Bufan had opted not to request any additional rooms, presumably to conserve spirit stones, a commendable trait. Murongqing, on the other hand, blushed deeply, lost in her own thoughts. Regarding the attitudes of the two women, Li Bufan felt nothing but satisfaction. He could find no fault in them. As the three dined and conversed, the meal was exceedingly pleasant. Once they had all finished eating, Yao Songning slowly got up and suggested, "Oh, by the way, husband, why not take Sister Murong out for a stroll? I will tidy up the room, and it will be more comfortable for resting later." While it sounded like a suggestion, Yao Songning did not wait for Li Bufan's response and immediately busied herself. As for the empty plates on the table, they would eventually need to be placed in the food box and left at the door for the tavern staff to clean. The task was not demanding. Yao Songning simply wished for Li Bufan to accompany Murongqing for a while, believing they likely had private matters to discuss. "Let us go then. A stroll sounds delightful. We should not squander Songning's kind intentions." Li Bufan smiled, taking Murongqing's delicate hand and leading her outdoors. What are the merits of the realm of cultivation? As long as one possesses sufficient strength, every aspect is delightful, and even the young ladies are obedient and amiable. The night is aglow with brilliant lights, and the trading district remains bustling with activity. Walking along the cobblestone streets, one observes the throngs of people entering and exiting the shops lining either side. Murongqing finds herself momentarily entranced. Here, there is no bloodshed, and regardless of one's strength, everyone adheres to the peaceful regulations of the trading area. She muses about how enchanting it would be if the entire sect upheld such stringent discipline. Over yonder, a flower boat appears to be particularly lively. "Shall we go take a look?" Li Bufan inquires, gazing at the enormous vessel moored by the riverside. Startled from her reverie, Murongqing turns her gaze in the direction of Li Bufan's focus. The tranquil riverside showcases the grand boat, resembling a pavilion, adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant lanterns, the various lights emanating a beauty that captivates the heart. A considerable crowd gathers below, boarding the vessel in an orderly fashion. To be honest, Murongqing is eager to see it, and although she remains silent, her expectant eyes betray her excitement. Li Bufan, a man educated for 9 years, can easily discern the thoughts of the young lady. Without awaiting her response, he takes her hand and leads her towards the riverside. "Sir, the fare for today's boat ride is 5 low-grade spirit stones per person," announces a middle-aged man dressed as a servant at the boarding area. Li Bufan nods lightly, tossing out 10 low-grade spirit stones. Truthfully, even after spending 50,000 low-grade spirit stones to redeem Murongqing, he still possesses over 10,000 spirit stones. 10 stones are merely a trifling expense. Once aboard, the two order a few simple snacks and settle into a spot near the riverside, watching the flower boat slowly drift away from the shore. Floating lanterns occasionally grace the water's surface, resembling charming little boats. These lanterns are thrown into the river by those aboard who have purchased them, akin to wishing lanterns. In the mundane world, such trifles might cost only a few coins. Yet here they sell for a low-grade spirit stone each, a rather exorbitant price. However, there is no alternative, after all. The items released by ordinary women are not comparable to those cast by little fairy sisters, even if they appear similar. Murongqing delights in these simple pleasures, unaware that they require spirit stones for purchase, and thus joyfully tosses them into the water. With each lantern she releases, Li Bufan discards 1 low-grade spirit stone, and soon he has spent 4 or 5 dozen. Yet, he remains unfazed, considering it a mere bargain. Others, however, perceive it differently. The monthly salary of a law enforcement disciple amounts to only 60 stones, and their extravagant display quickly draws the attention of many onlookers. The man was utterly captivated by Murongqing's sweet smile as she released each lantern, while the young ladies were transfixed by Li Bufan's ostentatious display of wealth. Indeed, they were all human, regardless of their origins. Women universally adored men who flaunted their riches, while the men were merely aware of the necessity to spend. "Brother Bo, I too wish to set one free," remarked a pair of individuals seated diagonally opposite Li Bufan. The woman playfully teased the man beside her, yet his gaze remained fixated on Li Bufan, unmoving. This man was none other than Long Haobua, whom Li Bufan had encountered previously at the Listening Fragrance Tower. Although Li Bufan had not glimpsed his true visage, Long Haobua distinctly remembered the scoundrel who had disrespected him. As the flower boat glided along the river, Murongqing and Li Bufan were engrossed in their merriment, oblivious to the world around them. Suddenly, an unfriendly voice intruded upon their enjoyment. "Oh, is this not the courtesan of Listening Fragrance Tower who sells her artistry, but not her body? Feeling lonely, have you brought a pretty boy for a rendezvous?" Long Haobua, accompanied by his companion Xiao Hui, approached Li Bufan and his company with an air of condescension, mockingly scornful. "Mind your words and be gone," Li Bufan replied coolly. He did not recognize this individual, but if they were not in a trading zone, that single utterance would have sufficed for him to obliterate his adversary. "Heh, Long Haobo jeered. You little wretch, it was you who disrespected me at the listening fragrance tower. It's not too late to kneel and beg for mercy now. Begone. Li Bufan interjected, not waiting for further nonsense. With a swift motion, he sent the teacup before him sailing through the air, splashing tea directly onto Long Haobo's face. While one could not harm others in the trading zone, there were no restrictions against splashing water, and this Li Bufan understood well. The immediate discord drew the attention of several law enforcement disciples aboard the vessel, who swiftly converged towards the scene. Are you seeking death? Long Haobo's expression twisted in rage, as he clenched his fists, preparing to teach Li Bufan a lesson. Although violence was prohibited in the trading zone, a few strikes could be overlooked thanks to his connections. Long Haobo was well aware of this. With a resounding clap, one of the law enforcement disciples, a burly man, swiftly seized Long Haobo's fist, sternly reprimanding. According to the external sect's ironclad rules, no violence is permitted in the trading zone. His authoritative gaze was imposing, embodying the pride of the law enforcement disciples. However, the moment his eyes fell upon Li Bufan, he involuntarily trembled. Is it him? A tempest surged within the burly man's mind. He had witnessed Li Bufan from a distance during the ambush of Zhang Tiangang, where he had seen Li Bufan slay Hu Badayo with a single strike. Hu Badayo, renowned as one of the three great masters beneath the Golden Core stage, was effortlessly dispatched by this man in front of him. The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him. Unable to suppress a shiver, the burly man stammered. This esteemed brother, violence is forbidden in the trading zone. Otherwise, it will alarm the management. He had no other recourse but to speak cautiously. Who dares to act violently in the trading area? The overseer will surely take action and eliminate them. To be appointed as an overseer in the Outer Sect, one must possess at least the Golden Core cultivation level. Hence, the bearded man sought the overseer's backing for his own security. However, his stammering words betrayed his trepidation, for the flower boat had already sailed for quite some time, nearing the edge of the trading zone. At this point, should Li Bufan choose to strike, the overseer would undoubtedly be unable to arrive in time. Alternatively, it could be said that before the overseer could reach the scene, Li Bufan could easily dispatch him and escape. Whether he could indeed flee remained uncertain, but his demise was all but assured. Thank you, I understand. Li Bufan replied with a nod. Do not place your faith in anything. My fate lies in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. One must comprehend the art of survival, knowing when to yield and when to be steadfast. In times of insufficient strength, one must abide by the rules and heed the call. Under normal circumstances, matters would have concluded here, as Li Bufan had no inclination to take risks by committing murder in the trading area. A mere small fry. He only needed to remember his opponent and wait for an opportune moment. However, Long Haobo evidently failed to grasp his predicament. He cast a furtive glance towards the bearded enforcer, presenting a storage bag with a smile. Brother Huang, grant me a favor and allow the flower boat to continue its journey for a while longer. The bearded man paused momentarily, quickly realizing Long Haobo's intentions. He sought to bribe him to instruct his men to maneuver the flower boat out of the trading zone's limits, so he could then mercilessly teach Li Bufan a lesson. The bearded man glanced around for assistance. He dared not accept the storage bag, even knowing it contained dozens of spirit stones. Perhaps the river beyond the trading area would be more enchanting. Li Bufan subtly nodded toward the bearded man, then wrapped an arm around Morong Qing, gazing contentedly at the shimmering waters, no longer concerned with other matters. Very well, the bearded man nodded, casting a pitying glance at Long Haobo. Though he and Long Haobo were only slightly acquainted, he felt a twinge of sympathy for him. He then issued a few instructions to the surrounding enforcers. The flower boat, initially set to turn back, continued to sail forward. Just as they departed the trading zone, a glint of malice flashed in Long Haobo's eyes. With a resounding thud, the bearded man, quick to react, delivered a powerful kick to Long Haobo's abdomen. His strength slightly surpassed that of Long Haobo, and the element of surprise enabled him to swiftly subdue him. Brother Huang, what are you doing? Long Haobo was bewildered. The flicker of battle intent he had just summoned was extinguished in an instant. A resounding slap echoed as the bearded man chastised him. You had better kneel immediately and apologize to Brotherly. This is the renowned Li Bufan, the foremost figure below the Golden Core. Shock, confusion, disbelief. Long Haobo felt engulfed in a haze, unable to comprehend the reality before him, spiraling into panic. Brotherly, the very individual whose name had been fervently discussed just days prior? The one capable of dispatching Hu Badayo with a single strike? A chill spread through Long Haobo's spine. Although it was hard to believe, he understood that the bearded man had not deceived him. Given their acquaintance, it was unlikely that such a grave demeanor would be displayed unless facing someone formidable. As thoughts raced through his mind, Long Haobo suddenly collapsed before Li Bufan, slapping his own face as he pleaded for mercy. Senior Brotherly, please spare me. It is I, a fool, who has offended you. You, with your great generosity, Surely will not hold it against a worthless wretch like me. Li Bufan paid no heed to the pleas for mercy. Adhering to the age-old adage, if begging were of any use, then why bother with cultivation? He merely turned his gaze towards the bearded man and commanded, throw him into the river to feed the fish. Upon hearing this, the bearded man's mind raced. He realized that disobedience would result in offending an unparalleled Peak Foundation establishment expert, a fate that was all but sealed. Conversely, compliance would only cost him an unfounded friendship. After a moment's contemplation, the bearded man reached his conclusion and swiftly brought down his blade upon the kneeling Long Haobo. Slicing from the back of his head to his chin, blood spilled forth, and the viscous contents of Long Haobo's brain splattered upon the ground. He scarcely had time to utter a cry before losing consciousness. The bearded man then unceremoniously cast him into the river. In the Outer Sect, disciples were prohibited from wanton slaughter. This was a rule that must be remembered, particularly the emphasis on without cause. Those around witnessed the act of violence, but, in reality, no one dared to intervene. Instead, the previously jovial atmosphere was dampened by the unexpected turn of events. When the matter was settled and the boat returned to shore, each disembarking passenger bore a look of relief. Senior brotherly, should you ever require my assistance, I, Huang Xiaochong, will surely give my all. The bearded man mustered the courage to call out to the departing Li Bufan. Clearly, his words were intended as a gesture of goodwill, a proposal for camaraderie. In response, Li Bufan neither nodded nor rejected the overture, offering only a nonchalant reply, perhaps another time. After leaving the flower boat on the street, Li Bufan gently massaged Murongqing's back and smiled tenderly. Did you enjoy yourself earlier? It was fine, though the later encounter did dampen my spirits, Murongqing replied honestly. She could have feigned delight, but chose sincerity, believing it to be the best way to connect with others. Never mind, let us return now, I assure you. There will be joy to come, Li Bufan said, leaning closer to inhale the delicate fragrance emanating from Murongqing. Chapter 64. The Old Man and Young Wife of the Weapon Shop. Upon returning to their room in the inn, the table, once cluttered with leftover dishes, had been cleared. Yao Xingming had adorned it with fresh flowers, filling the room with a fragrant bouquet. 2 red candles beside the blossoms cast a warm glow throughout the space. My dear husband, I have tidied up Sister Murong's room. Did you enjoy your outing? Yao Sang's enchanting eyes brimmed with emotion, as if she were recounting a trivial matter. Yet, the thoughts swirling within her heart were anything but tranquil. In the early hours of the morning, Murongqing unexpectedly sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. As time progressed, the accumulation of reincarnation points from the cyclical scroll had reached an impressive 3,000. This latest acquisition of reincarnation points, much like the previous one, was directly added to her physical constitution, leaving only 2,000 more points needed for the successful enhancement of her formidable physique. In light of this, Li Bufan rubbed his forehead, contemplating the unsatisfactory nature of a life lived in idleness, realizing that he must strive harder. You all continue your cultivation in the room. I shall step out for a moment, he declared, slowly rising. Darling, where are you going? Murongqing inquired. As time passed, the term darling rolled off her tongue effortlessly, devoid of any awkwardness. I'm heading to the weapon shop, Li Bufan replied candidly. Ever since acquiring the Thunderblade manual, he had yet to find a suitable sword. As the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. He intended to forge a spiritual weapon and was uncertain if the weapon shop in this trading district possessed the requisite abilities. After a brief exchange, Li Bufan took his leave and made his way outside. On the bustling street, after much inquiry, he finally located the most renowned weapon forging shop within the trading district. The name was straightforward, sword and blade weaponry. Such simplicity often hinted at a unique quality within the establishment. Li Bufan recognized this from his previous life. Lavishly decorated restaurants with ostentatious names seldom served authentic cuisine, while those that didn't focus on appearances often boasted a certain level of skill. After all, how could they profit otherwise? An old wooden sign hung above the dilapidated entrance, marking this as the most famous weapon shop in the entire trading district. Upon pushing open the gate, Li Bufan stepped inside, but before he could fully survey his surroundings, a gruff voice echoed, "Get lost. I'm in a foul mood today." Taken aback, Li Bufan found this approach to business utterly bewildering. Just as he hesitated, unsure of how to respond, a small girl's voice piped up from within the courtyard. "You grumpy old man, does a bad mood mean you stop doing business? Why don't you say you want to eat if you're in a bad mood?" As the girl's scolding voice filled the air, the door to the side room swung open. A girl, perhaps 12 or 13 years of age, peeked out. She was strikingly beautiful, with her hair styled in lovely twin ponytails that bounced adorably as she ran. Soon, she stood before Li Bufan, beaming with a smile that resembled that of a deity of wealth. "Senior brother, what weapon do you need? We have everything here. Do you have spiritual weapons?" Li Bufan inquired. "None," she replied. Didn't you just say you have everything? Upon hearing the question again, the young girl awkwardly scratched her head, caught off guard by her own contradiction, momentarily at a loss for a suitable response. In the center of the room, an aged voice echoed once more. You possess the materials. I can forge them. The remuneration is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you have them? Indeed. Li Bufan replied with a smile, for he had more than enough. 10,200 low-grade spirit stones resided within his storage pouch. As for the materials, he had acquired a particular stone after vanquishing Pei Wuqing, which he later discerned to be an excellent material for crafting. Unbeknownst to him, his candid response had incensed the old man within the room, who, in a fit of displeasure, rolled twice on his bed before reluctantly rising. The elder, known as Su Changfeng, had once held the esteemed position of an Outer Sect elder. Disillusioned by the sect's inaction and the brutal infighting among disciples, he had grown weary of witnessing the chaos within the Outer Sect, disciples resorting to desperate measures for survival. Overwhelmed by sorrow and powerless to instigate change, he abandoned his elder title in a fit of rage and retreated to the trading district, severing ties with sect affairs. Yet, time is relentless, and even the ageless must eventually succumb. 3 centuries later, his spirit stones were depleted, yet he remained alive. With no other recourse, he opened a weapons shop. The little girl he had taken in years prior, named Xiao Nuo, had been an orphan. His decision to adopt the girl was not born of benevolence, but rather a desire to nurture her as a companion. Before long, a venerable elder, with a beard half a foot long and hair flowing like silver, approached Li Bufan. Upon seeing the elder, Li Bufan momentarily paused, struck by the man's ethereal presence, reminiscent of a celestial being. Present the items and illustrate the weapon design you require, Su Changfeng said, his tone devoid of emotion. Understood, Li Bufan nodded, handing over the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones before retrieving the reddish stone. Respectfully, he inquired, might these materials suffice to forge a longsword? Indeed, Su Changfeng replied coldly, accepting the materials before settling onto a nearby stone bench, leaving Li Bufan feeling somewhat awkward. At a crucial moment, Xiao Nuo retrieved paper and pen from her storage pouch, offering them to Li Bufan with a sweet smile. Senior brother, just draw the style of weapon you desire. Thank you, he replied before commencing his design. He sketched a simple sword, then respectfully handed it to the elder, stating, please forge it according to this design. The elder could not suppress a soft exclamation, and his gaze towards Li Bufan shifted from indifference to curiosity. Typically, those who sought to forge weapons would embellish their designs, some even requesting intricate carvings. Yet, the youth before him had opted for an utterly unadorned and commonplace form. This piqued Su Changfeng's interest, after all. Even he had pondered deeply before finalizing the design for his own crafted weapons. Youth, I am capable of forging a myriad of spirit artifacts. Are you certain you wish to forego any embellishments? Su Changfeng inquired. No need. The sword, sharp on both edges, is born for the purpose of killing. I prefer a straightforward approach to murder, Li Bufan chuckled. Elaborate embellishments serve no purpose in combat and only add unnecessary hindrance. As a man educated for 9 years, he understood the existence of wind resistance, particularly when one wields a sword with considerable speed. Any additional resistance would diminish that speed. Chapter 65, A Tool for Murder, demands a blood offering. The sword, sharp on both edges, is meant for killing. Su Changfeng gazed incredulously at Li Bufan, saying, in my many years of crafting weapons, this is the first time I have encountered someone who perceives things so clearly. Your praise is unwarranted. May I inquire how long it will take to complete? Li Bufan smiled, inquiring about the time required for the forging process. 3 days hence, you may come to collect it. Thank you. After this brief exchange, Li Bufan took his leave from the weapons shop. He had intended to return, but as soon as he stepped outside, he caught a whiff of enticing aromas from a nearby tavern. Though he wasn't particularly fond of alcohol, he did possess a curiosity to sample it on occasion. Delicious, isn't it? There's a quaint tavern up ahead where the drinks are delightful. Shall I escort you there? Little Nuo had appeared by his side, her large, sparkling eyes blinking innocently as she made the suggestion. Do you not need to assist in forging the weapons? Li Bufan regarded the girl, pondering the nature of her connection with the elderly craftsman. No need. That old man can manage by himself. I face the same old fellow daily. How boring. Dear brother, please show some kindness and take me out for a bit, won't you? Little Nuo grasped Li Bufan's arm and gently shook it. Faced with the adorable pleas of the young girl, Li Bufan hesitated momentarily before acquiescing. The two companions soon arrived at the source of the enticing aroma. Before them stood a roadside tavern, where patrons occupied 3 tables. The tavern keeper was a scruffy middle-aged man who, upon noticing Li Bufan and company, offered only a curt gesture towards the central table, indicating that they were welcome to share it with another guest. At that table sat a solitary man, clearly indicating they were to share the space. "Excuse us." Li Bufan inclined his head respectfully and took a seat, with little Nuo following suit. After they settled, the man who had been seated previously cast furtive glances at little Nuo, a flicker of lascivious intent flashing in his eyes. However, he refrained from acting on his impulses, for this was a trading zone governed by stringent rules. Li Bufan noted the man's unsettling behavior but chose to overlook it. A desire for beauty is universal, and as long as it remained unexpressed, it was of little consequence. Shortly thereafter, the tavern keeper served drinks and dishes. The moment the wine touched his lips, its rich fragrance enveloped him, and he could not help but exclaim, "What exquisite wine!" It was full-bodied with a hint of roasted aroma, simply divine. Despite her tender age, little Nuo was quite the adept at drinking. The two exchanged cups and engaged in light banter intermittently. Through their conversation, Li Bufan discovered that Xiao Nuo was actually the young wife raised by Su Chongfeng, nearly causing him to spew his drink in disbelief. What a jest! A man of several centuries nurturing a girl barely in her teens. How utterly shameless. Initially, he had presumed their relationship to be one of master and disciple, or perhaps grandparent and grandchild, which certainly presented a stark contrast. "Brother Bufan, why don't you take me away? Let us leave this place, and in the future, I shall be your wife," Xiao Nuo, flushed with intoxication, shyly suggested. Though it was uncertain whether her boldness stemmed from the wine or her embarrassment, Li Bufan shook his head resolutely. It was simply impractical, utterly unrealistic. How could he possibly offend the enigmatic Su Chongfeng for the sake of a mere girl? Besides, escape was impossible. The outer gate was ensconced within a formidable array. Moreover, the girl was far too young. Though undeniably beautiful, she lacked any real allure. As is well known, little girls are fond of older men, and young fellows are attracted to mature women. Li Bufan felt he did not fit the aesthetic favored by Xiao Nuo, surely a consequence of her inebriation. After a leisurely chat, the two left the tavern, with Xiao Nuo persistently indicating, nay, directly stating, that she wished for Li Bufan to take her away, even offering to serve him as a maid. Her entreaties were met with Li Bufan's silence, which only served to infuriate the man trailing behind them. His fists clenched tightly in frustration. He longed to proclaim his willingness to rescue the girl from her dire predicament. Eventually, the three arrived at a weapon shop, where Xiao Nuo clung to the hem of Li Bufan's garment, reluctant to let go, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Please, Bufan, I beg of you," she implored. Li Bufan did not respond. He had no intention of courting danger. With a firm push, he propelled Xiao Nuo into the courtyard, perhaps misjudging his strength. The young girl stumbled and fell within the yard. Li Bufan chose not to look back, swiftly departing, unwilling to witness her pitiful state. He could stir trouble, could fight fiercely, but for a girl he had only just met, he felt no compulsion to act with such benevolence. However, this scene ignited a profound sense of protectiveness in the man who had followed them. Without a second thought, he dashed into the courtyard, declaring with righteous fervor, "Fear not. Fair maiden, with me here, I, Su Ergu, shall surely escort you away from this place of turmoil. Even if it costs me my life, I shall see it through." But before his voice could fully dissipate, it was abruptly silenced. A massive hand, conjured from pure spiritual energy, appeared out of thin air and slowly tightened its grip. Su Ergu, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, was effortlessly subdued as if he were but a child caught in the grasp of a giant. With a resounding thud, the courtyard door slammed shut, and an aged voice declared in a nonchalant manner, "A killing tool requires a blood sacrifice, with one delivered to my door. There is no need for this old man to venture out." Silence enveloped the scene, as if nothing had ever transpired. At the opposite end of the trading district, a middle-aged man with red hair suddenly opened his eyes and glanced around. Upon sensing the source of the disturbance, he shook his head and sighed. "Even you have forsaken the rules. Is there any semblance of order left in this vast outer sect?" With a heavy sigh, the man cast his gaze towards the distant inner gate, as if attempting to glimpse something beyond reach. Yet, with his level of cultivation, how could he possibly see anything? All that remained was a bitter smile, employing the method of nurturing puppets, solely to select outstanding disciples each year. How can you be so certain that those who emerge from chaos will still feel a sense of belonging to the sect? The men of the outer and inner gates, who treat the servant quarters worse than pigs and dogs, engage in murder and theft as commonplace. Are you not inclined to open your eyes and truly observe? Oh, Lingyun Sect, when did you become such a shadow of your former self? If memory serves me right, beneath the statue of the immortal, my esteemed teacher once proclaimed that we are one of the 3 great righteous paths of the 8 desolations. Is this the righteousness you speak of? One that smiles even while taking lives? The red-haired man lamented deeply for a considerable time before slowly closing his murky eyes. If the world upon opening one's eyes is unbearable, why not simply close them and live in peace? Upon departing, Li Bufan wasted no time and headed straight for the tavern. Cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. One must either advance or regress. As an aspiring man determined to leave Lingyun Sect, how could he afford to be lazy? Diligence is his motto, and effort is his alias. After climbing the stairs, he pushed the door open with a creak. Two exquisite figures came into view, the serene and ethereal Yao Ning, reminiscent of a moon hidden behind flowers, and the mature and enchanting Murong Qing, whose allure was both inviting and elusive. Two distinct temperaments, yet both radiated a beauty that was strikingly similar. Is everything going smoothly? They inquired softly, their voices harmonizing almost perfectly. Chapter 66. Inferior Spiritual Weapon, Red Shadow. The ensuing moments passed without notable incident, time flowing like a gentle stream. Ding. System warm reminder, Tyrant Body, upgrade successful. Physique enhancement in progress. As the voice faded, an enigmatic force surged throughout his body, causing Li Bufan's eyes to brighten suddenly. The Tyrant Body activated instantaneously. Powerful indeed. Activating the Tyrant Body once more resulted in a five-fold enhancement across all aspects of his physique. This implied that in an instant, his explosive strength equated to 5 times his normal self without the Tyrant Body. Li Bufan pondered this development. Noting a slight drawback, he could only maintain the Tyrant Body state for half an hour. Half an hour. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later arrived. The cycle scroll continued to yield benefits, successfully accumulating 500 reincarnation points. Just 500 more, and he would step into the realm of Golden Core, becoming a being capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. However, while it sounded simple, executing it proved to be a challenge. Ultimately, he still required time to accumulate points, and it was now the appointed time to retrieve the sword, prompting him to exit his room. Half an hour later, he stood outside the weapons shop. Li Bufan gently knocked on the door, exhibiting remarkable politeness. Rudeness was not an option, particularly given the inscrutable mastery of the elder within. It was evident that the individual was at least a Golden Core practitioner. To be impolite would be akin to attempting to catch a fart with a cupping glass. Come in, a hoarse voice resonated. Upon receiving permission, Li Bufan slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. As he entered the courtyard, he beheld a sword, entirely crimson, embedded in a withered corpse. The blade was elongated, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches in length. Its striking red hue, devoid of embellishments, exuded an aura of sharpness and lethality. What a magnificent sword! Li Bufan's eyes sparkled with astonishment, far surpassing his previous expectations. Why are you dawdling? Blood must be dripped to acknowledge ownership. Then get as far away as you can. Su Changfeng waved his hand dismissively, his tone irritable. It was clear he was displeased, not least because of the fact that Xiao Nua had been clandestinely observing Li Bufan through the door crack. However, he could not directly express his frustration and thus directed it towards Li Bufan instead. Understood, Li Bufan nodded, feeling a twinge of irritation at Su Changfeng's demeanor. Yet, in the adult world, one must often endure discomfort. A momentary patience would allow it to pass. He squeezed out a drop of his essence blood, which fell straight onto the sword. In the next moment, the crimson blade seemed to forge a mystical connection with him. With a slight thought, the sword soared into his grasp, and Li Bufan felt its smoothness and sharpness resonate within him. What a splendid weapon! I shall bestow upon you a name, Lu Mang. He murmured in admiration, only to sense an unsettling feeling. The sword's blood-red hue and its aura of death prompted him to rename it Qi Ying. Leave at once. Su Changfeng could no longer restrain himself. He was reluctant to see the sword he had forged be diminished by an unsuitable title, fearing future ridicule. Thank you for your guidance, Li Bufan replied with a respectful bow, then turned to depart. Not far from the courtyard, he attempted to communicate with the sword, drawing it into his body. One cannot deny the advantage of spiritual tools, which possess the remarkable ability to resonate with their master's intentions and can be seamlessly stored within. In the heat of battle, such weapons could be wielded with the precision of a limb, far more convenient than being stored in a spatial pouch or carried on one's back. Moreover, their power was immeasurable. Even a low-grade spiritual weapon could sever several superior-grade weapons of innate quality without difficulty. Crucially, it possessed the function of blood acknowledgement. As long as the master lived, no one else could wield the sword, rendering it merely a stick for kindling in the hands of others. With the sword now in hand, Li Bufan found his supply of spirit stones nearly depleted, thus forfeiting his financial capacity to remain in the trading area. Consequently, he made his way back to the original encampment alongside the 2 women. Although he had only been allocated a modest wooden hut, there were merits to such simplicity. The disciples residing there were predominantly of lesser cultivation, ensuring that Murong Qing and Yao Songning would not attract formidable adversaries while they were alone at home. Upon returning to the hut, the diligence of the 2 women transformed the space within a mere half-day, revitalizing it entirely. Dearest, I tidied up a bit, but we lack a vase. Otherwise, we could display some fresh flowers, one of them remarked. Let the surrounding air be infused with sweetness. Yao Sanning turned to Li Bufan with a smile and remarked, what woman does not adore flowers? Murong Qing, who was beside them brewing tea, nodded in agreement, affirming Yao Sanning's insightful observation. I shall take a look next door and inquire if the hefty fellow has any jars or bottles, Li Bufan said, casting a smile at the two women. His beloved had but a minor request, one that must be fulfilled. As for whether the stout Wu Miao next door would lend them anything, Li Bufan was confident. After all, he had saved Wu Miao's life. And this trivial matter should pose no challenge. Before long, Li Bufan knocked on the door of the adjoining room. He rapped persistently, yet there was no response. Wu Miao, are you home? He called out, but his voice echoed back in silence. Just as he was about to turn away, the wooden door creaked open, revealing a desolate scene. It was only when he glanced down that he spotted Wu Miao sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Wu Miao's hands and feet lay bare, having opened the door with his teeth, straining with effort. Seeing Wu Miao in such a pitiful state, Li Bufan furrowed his brow and inquired, what happened? How did you end up in this predicament? A flurry of questions surged as Li Bufan genuinely sought to understand the unfolding events. Though he and Wu Miao were not particularly close, their acquaintance stirred a sense of empathy within him. Alas, it is my own doing, Wu Miao lamented, shaking his head in despair, tears cascading down his cheeks as he murmured, after you left, Brother Li, I observed for some time alongside junior sister Ji Yanxin near Zhengshaoxing. We intended to heed your advice and deliver a fatal blow. Unfortunately, neither of us could summon the resolve. Zheng Xiaoxing's incessant pleas for mercy, his cries echoing from his throat, moved both Ji's sister and me. We compelled him to vow never to pursue past grievances, and thus we spared his life, bringing him back. Little did we anticipate that upon reaching the outer gate, we would encounter Zheng Xiaoxing's brother, Zheng Xiaodong. That wretch immediately incited his brother against us. Junior sister Ji had her beautiful visage marred, as Zheng Xiaodong savagely disfigured her. She gazed at her reflection upon the water, consumed by resentment, ultimately succumbing to her fury. I was left mutilated, my limbs severed, condemned to die in regret. Indeed, I lament my failure to heed your words, Brother Li, and my choice to come to this morally ambiguous place. As Li Bufan beheld Wu Miao's anguished expression, he was reminded of the gentle and kind-hearted Ji Yanxin. What despair must she have felt in her final moments? A fierce tremor coursed through Li Bufan's lips. What kind of world was this? Was there any justice for the virtuous? In that instant, a flash of wrath ignited in his eyes. If this was the case, let the wicked be dealt with by their own kind. Where are they? Li Bufan's voice turned cold, and the air around them seemed to freeze momentarily. Chapter 67. To combat evil with evil. Within the outer gate, there lay hundreds of martial arenas. The disciples are provided with opportunities for sparring and practice. The nearest arena to Li Bufan and his companions is the Hongyuan Martial Arts Arena. At this moment, numerous disciples are diligently honing their skills, drenched in sweat from their exertions. None among them require external motivation. Indeed, there is no one to do so. Even the disciples from Elder Peak merely practice the martial techniques provided by the elders. Typically, no one monitors whether one trains or not. Yet every disciple is fervently dedicated to their practice. Some aspire to distinguish themselves, while others seek to assert their dominance. The majority, however, are driven solely by the desire to survive. In the center of the arena stands a robust man, bare-chested, engaged in a spirited exchange with another man wielding a long sword. Their movements are swift and powerful. Despite being unarmed, the muscular man maintains a dominant position over his opponent. It is worth noting that both possess equal prowess, both at the late stage of foundation establishment, marking them as true experts within the arena. Brother, you're truly formidable, exclaimed Zheng Xiaoxing, seated in a wheelchair nearby. Unable to contain his admiration, the muscular man is his elder brother, Zheng Xiaodong, the very source of Zheng Xiaoxing's arrogance. As all are absorbed in their training, none notice the arrival of Li Bufan, who is followed by two men of innate ninth tier, carrying Wu Miao. These two men are merely commoners Li Bufan hastily recruited from a nearby wooden hut. Since they are here to punish the wicked, Li Bufan believes it would be perfect for the victim to accompany him. Hold on, Zheng Xiaoxing, Zheng Xiaodong. I am here to claim your lives, his voice, amplified by his true essence, resonated throughout the arena. All activity ceased as the disciples halted their movements, with some daring souls stealthily approaching to witness the unfolding spectacle. Everyone relishes a good show, and even practitioners are not immune to such inclinations. Zheng Xiaodong abruptly withdrew his fists, directing his gaze towards Li Bufan, his eyes narrowing slightly as he coldly inquired, "Who are you? I do not believe we are acquainted." Zheng Xiaodong is not a fool. He understands that someone bold enough to openly declare their intent to kill him cannot be an ordinary individual. If one lacks strength, how could they dare to be so audacious? Thus, he opted to ascertain the situation before making any plans. Before Li Bufan could respond, Zheng Xiaodong noticed Wu Miao behind him, seemingly grasping the answer. Brother, it's this brat. He.S. the one who ambushed me and inflicted severe injuries. Quickly, take him down. I want to tear him limb from limb. Zheng Xiaoxing shouted, his fury surging uncontrollably. Zheng Xiaodong refrained from acting immediately, his gaze fixed intently on Li Bufan as he sought to discern the latter's true capabilities. Meanwhile, he pondered Zheng Xiaoxing's words, realizing that the injuries were inflicted through an ambush, suggesting that Li Bufan's cultivation was likely not very high, most probably at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Zheng Xiaodong continued to deliberate while the man he had previously sparred with had already deduced that Li Bufan's strength was not formidable. The man known as Zheng Bei, a cousin of Zheng Xiaoxing and Zheng Xiaodong, resolved to avenge his brothers. Thus, he struck. With a fierce thrust, Zheng Bei's sword sliced through the air, a piercing whistle accompanying its swift advance towards Li Bufan. Slowly extending his hand, Li Bufan deftly pointed, precisely striking the sword's tip. With a subtle exertion of force, the sword in Zheng Bei's grasp shattered into countless fragments, akin to glass splintering apart. A flash of light flickered, and a crimson hole was pierced through Zheng Bei's brow, blood streaming down. Such power! Terror filled Zheng Bei's gaze as he uttered the final words of his life. His body collapsing softly, an eerie silence engulfed the training ground, the stillness so profound that a pin drop could be heard, sending a tremor through every heart present. A formidable cultivator at the late stage of foundational establishment could only endure a single finger from this man? The surrounding spectators, initially caught in astonishment, instinctively began to retreat. Zheng Xiaodong, his throat dry with fear, turned pale as he realized the disparity between his strength and Zheng Bei's. If Zheng Bei could not withstand a mere finger, it seemed his fate was likewise sealed. Without hesitation, Zheng Xiaodong fell to his knees before Li Bufan, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Senior brother, please do not kill me. I beg you, do not take my life. I truly had no knowledge that the portly gentleman was your friend. At this juncture, he hastily pointed towards Zheng Xiaoxing, exclaiming, it was he, that beast. He incited me to harm the portly gentleman. He is the true culprit. Witnessing his brother's desperate plea, even at the cost of betrayal, a glimmer of fear crossed Zheng Xiaoxing's eyes, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Oh, is that so? Li Bufan chuckled, having encountered many who begged for mercy. In novels, characters often displayed unyielding resolve, refusing to succumb. Yet, those he encountered seemed to betray this notion, each one fearful of death. A thought crossed his mind, and Li Bufan addressed Zheng Xiaodong. Since you claim him to be the mastermind, then you shall be the one to deal with him. How does that sound? Yes, I will heed my senior brother's words. Zheng Xiaodong eagerly nodded, a flicker of delight brightening his eyes. As long as he could survive, it was preferable for his brother to perish alone than for both to meet the same fate. This arrangement was indeed favorable. However, I have one condition. My friend must be satisfied. Upon concluding his statement, Li Bufan gestured for the two innate disciples behind him to move Wu Miao forward. As Wu Miao beheld his nemesis prostrated before him, his hatred ignited anew. With a fierce countenance, he gritted his teeth, declaring, that beast Zheng Xiaoxing commanded you to carve flesh from junior sister Ji's cheek. I shall ensure you methodically peel away his flesh bit by bit. Very well. I shall comply with the portly gentleman's wishes. Zheng Xiaodong sycophantically nodded, gradually rising to approach Zheng Xiaoxing step by step. Brother, please don't. Zheng Xiaoxing panicked, feeling a chill creep into his heart as he gazed at the sword in his brother's hand. He yearned to flee. However, his grievous injuries severely limited his mobility, rendering escape impossible. Zheng Xiaoxing resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, helplessly observing as Zheng Xiaodong drew closer, brandishing his sword. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 strikes. Each time Zheng Xiaodong's blade fell, a chunk of flesh was severed, eliciting heart-wrenching cries from Zheng Xiaoxing. As time trickled by, after a quarter of an hour, there was not a single intact piece of flesh left on his body. He was a grotesque amalgamation of blood and gore, with wounds deep enough to expose bone. Yet the most excruciating torment was that he still clung to life. Regret burgeoned within him. Zheng Xiaoxing lamented his existence in this world, firmly believing he bore no fault, but rather that the world itself was to blame. The raucous scene attracted numerous Outer Sect disciples nearby, who flocked to witness the spectacle. At the rear of the crowd, Duan Qiushui and Zhang Tiangang walked side by side, exuding an air of leisurely authority. Have the disciples of today grown so arrogant as to commit acts of violence in the martial arena? Duan Qiushui remarked with a faint smile. Beside him, Zhang Tiangang nodded indifferently, stating, what of it? No one cares anyway. His words rang true. While there were many regulations in the Outer Sect, only a handful of ironclad laws were ever enforced, rendering the rest mere jest. In the heart of the throng, Li Bufan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly detached from the unfolding chaos. Yet he mused that it was time for this beast to await its demise in silence. Wu Miao trembled as he interjected, halting Zheng Xiaodong, who was poised to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, Zheng Xiaosheng cast a feeble glance at Wu Miao, realizing that anyone could embody a demon. He lamented his earlier choices, whispering, "Thank you, Lord Fat." Zheng Xiaodong wore a smile, bowing respectfully. Then, with a sudden thud, he knelt before Li Bufan, pleading, "Senior brother, I have followed your orders. I beseech you to spare my life." You seek my mercy?" Li Bufan raised an eyebrow, inquiring. "Yes, I implore you, senior brother. Spare my life," Zheng Xiaodong responded with a sycophantic grin. Shaking his head, Li Bufan replied, "I'm afraid I cannot consent." With those words, Zheng Xiaodong's smile froze. An overwhelming wave of hatred surged within him. He had feigned laughter, appearing carefree, yet he was torturing his own blood brother without hesitation. Debasing himself to beg like a dog in public. What was it all for? Merely to survive? Yet, Li Bufan's singular remark obliterated all hope within him. "No, you cannot be so untrustworthy." Zheng Xiaodong suddenly leaped to his feet, screaming in a fit of hysteria. In the next moment, a flash of sword light cut through the air, and his head was severed in an instant. Blood gushed forth as the lifeless body collapsed heavily to the ground. Li Bufan paid him little heed, instead turning to Wu Miao, offering solace. "I have avenged your grievances. All is now behind you." Unable to proceed, Wu Miao shook his head, tears streaming down his face. The image of junior sister Ji in her dying moments lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. "Now, I am but a shell of a man. Even if I were to slay them 1,000 or 10,000 times, the wounds we have suffered remain an indelible truth. Brotherly, may I ask you for one final favor?" Upon witnessing Wu Miao's despair, Li Bufan understood that the other harbored thoughts of death. A deep vendetta fulfilled. One would likely seek death when the future appears bleak. For Wu Miao, death at this moment might indeed be the most profound release. Therefore, Li Bufan refrained from offering counsel, instead patiently inquired, "What do you wish of me? If my brother were to rise as a dragon among men, could you not lessen the chaos in this world?" Wu Miao spoke, not waiting for Li Bufan's response. There was no need for an answer. He, Wu Miao, dreamed of one day becoming a rule maker, to diminish the injustices of the world. Alas, dreams often remain just that, dreams, ultimately becoming his dying wish. Rather than beseeching Li Bufan, this was his final heartfelt confession to the world, rendering a response unnecessary. As his words echoed, Wu Miao suddenly trembled and collapsed onto the ground, his head striking against a stone pillar in the training arena with a resounding thud. Blood trickled down as he cast one last defiant glance at the world, slowly closing his eyes. The heavens are not complete. If a mere commoner could become a formidable force, perhaps he might embody such tragic nobility. Li Bufan sighed, then slowly shook his head, replying, "You have entrusted your hopes to the wrong person. I am but a mundane man, greedy and lustful, preying upon the weak. If I were to rise as a dragon among men, I would be a malevolent dragon, or at best, a silver dragon. Thus, I must apologize." With that statement, Li Bufan had no intention of lingering. He truly could not fulfill Wu Miao's request, setting aside whether he could ascend to the heights necessary to change the rules. Even if he could reach that pinnacle, he would not act for the sake of the world. As the wise Chow once said, "Better to betray the world than to let the world betray me." One must live for oneself to find true freedom and ease. Li Bufan, you have unjustly slain a fellow disciple and violated the rules of the Outer Sect. Come with us to the law enforcement hall. A voice rang out, and the crowd parted. Zhang Tiangang and Duan Xiushui slowly stepped forward from the throng. The speaker was Zhang Tiangang, who had initially come merely to observe the spectacle. Little did he expect to witness the very man who had attempted to murder him, engaged in foul play. It was an opportune moment. While the ordinary rules of the Outer Sect were rather lax, if someone provided evidence to the law enforcement hall, the officials there would adhere to protocol. Zhang Tiangang's plan was straightforward, to threaten Li Bufan, compelling him to accompany them to the law enforcement hall, where he and Duan Xiushui would testify, using the officials' authority to ensure Li Bufan's demise. Such a simple notion, Li Bufan could see through it instantly. No, even less than that. He offered no words, his gaze suddenly turning cold. Stepping forward, he activated the quintuple strength of his formidable physique. A sword shadow erupted from his fingertips, and with a sharp sound, a gaping wound appeared in Zhang Tiangang's chest. Blood flowed in a steady stream as Li Bufan reached out to seize Zhang Tiangang's storage bag, then smiled and said farewell. No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhang Tiangang's body collapsed, unable to comprehend how he had been felled by a single strike. Was it not only 2 moves that had led to his defeat last time? "Senior brotherly, I was merely passing through," Duan Xiushui exclaimed, retreating nervously as he watched the man approach him. Fear gripped his heart to an unimaginable degree. He could not fathom that Li Bufan's strength was so terrifying. Had he known, he would have never dared to tread in these treacherous waters, even if it meant sacrificing Duan Xiushui. However, regret was futile. One must eradicate danger in its infancy, as the saying goes. If the roots are not removed, the grass will grow anew when spring arrives. With a resonating hum, a sword song pierced the air as the Qiang's sword shot forth from Li Bufan's hand, gliding like a red meteor. In the next moment, a gash appeared at Duan Xiushui's throat. Blood mingled with bubbles as his throat convulsed. He wished to utter something, but alas, there was no opportunity left. As his lifeless body fell, Li Bufan casually surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to escort me to the law enforcement hall?" A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone instinctively retreated, heads bowed in tension, none daring to meet Li Bufan's gaze. Li Bufan was no stranger to such reactions. Yet, unbeknownst to him, amidst the crowd, a short, thin man had been watching him intently for quite some time before hastily making his way towards a nearby peak. At Elder Peak 72, nestled within a courtyard at the foot of the mountain, a man with sharp eyebrows and a square jaw was meditating, his breath in sync with the rhythmic fluctuations of the surrounding spiritual energy. Suddenly, the courtyard door creaked open, and the short, thin man prostrated himself on the ground, reporting, "Senior Brother Pei, I sense the aura of fiery golden essence at the Hongyuan martial arena just now. That man is likely the one who murdered your brother, Pei Wuqing." Pei Wuxin's eyes snapped open, a flash of resentment flickering within them as he coldly commanded, "Lead the way, I shall kill him. Is it not prudent to investigate further?" "Senior brother?" the short man inquired. While fiery golden essence is indeed rare, it is not exclusively possessed by Pei Wuqing. To approach without verification could lead to a grievous mistake if the essence did not originate from Pei Wuqing. Better to wrongfully kill than to let him escape. Pei Wuxin said, a cold glint in his eyes. "Where is he, and what is his name? I will go myself to avoid wasting time." Li Bufan, after his senior brother descended the peak, could easily inquire about the recent commotion in the Hongyuan training ground from anyone present. A short, thin man was still reporting the events. Pei Wuxin's figure had already soared into the air, stepping onto a flying sword, vanishing from sight. Chapter 69, Battle of the Golden Core. Inside the wooden cabin, Li Bufan was leisurely sipping tea with two women, occasionally glancing at the picturesque scenery outside, which brought a unique charm. "Dear husband, how many sisters do we have left in the servant area?" Yao Songning inquired with curiosity, having overheard Li Bufan's casual conversation with Murongqing. "There are a few. Once I gain sufficient strength, I will bring them out and introduce you." Li Bufan replied with a smile, taking a gentle sip of tea. Currently, he was considered strong among the outer disciples, though not the strongest. Yet, what did it matter to be the strongest? The outer sect remained a cage for those of lesser strength, such as Meng Zhiro, Lu Yu, Su Qingqing, and Liu Yan. Staying in the servant area was comparatively safer. "Shall I and Sister Morong visit the affairs hall another day to apply for selecting maidservants? Can we secretly see our sisters?" Yao Songning's eyes sparkled. As outer disciples at the foundation establishment stage, they had the right to choose maidservants. If one had special preferences, male servants could also be selected. Li Bufan did not respond, but Murongqing frowned slightly, gently tugging at Yao Songning's sleeve to remind her, "We must heed my husband's arrangements. Their strength is too weak. If we recklessly make contact and attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, the consequences could be dire." Upon hearing Murongqing's response, Yao Songning immediately suppressed her curiosity, casting an apologetic glance at the two. She had merely been curious about the appearance of her sisters and had momentarily overlooked the safety concerns. As the three continued their idle chatter, Li Bufan's brow suddenly furrowed. A powerful aura surged forth. In the next moment, a dazzling sword light, several dozen meters long, descended with a thunderous crash, shattering the wooden cabin into ruins. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Li Bufan reacted swiftly, and the two women were close enough that they did not suffer any substantial harm. As the dust settled, Li Bufan shielded Yao Songning and Murongqing behind him, lifting his gaze coldly at the man hovering in midair. "Do you intend to act with malice?" he inquired. "Haha." Pei Wuxin laughed, a wild and unrestrained mirth. "Intentional or not, what does it matter? Why should he explain himself to an insignificant ant? Moreover, he had come to crush this ant. Have you heard of Pei Wuqing? Did you kill him?" Pei Wuxin slowly descended from the air, hands clasped behind his back. Regardless of the circumstances, he intended to crush the ant before him. However, it was essential to clarify. If this person had indeed killed his brother, the outcome would not be so simple. "Step back a bit." Li Bufan affectionately patted the arms of the two women, signaling them to retreat. The ensuing matters were to be dealt with by men. "Be careful, my husband." Yao Songning and Murongqing spoke almost in unison. Practitioners of martial arts could not afford to be timid. They understood that being too close would only become a burden to Li Bufan. it was wiser to ensure their own safety rather than encumber him. The two women swiftly retreated, and Pei Wuxin did not intervene. A colossal elephant would not concern itself with the fleeting escape of mere ants. In mere moments, the two women had distanced themselves significantly, yet their gazes remained fixed on Li Bufan's direction. In this brief interlude, a multitude of onlookers had gathered. Even several elders from various peaks had been stirred, hidden among the throng. However, their presence was not due to Li Bufan, but rather because of Pei Wuxin, a disciple in the nascent stage of the Golden Core. Such disciples were exceedingly rare in the Outer Sect, and their every action piqued the curiosity of the elders. Now, can you tell me, did you kill Pei Wuxin? Pei Wuxin coldly inquired once more, her gaze unwavering. Yes, Li Bufan affirmed with a nod. Feeling no need to deny it, he understood that even if he refuted the claim, the individual before him would still choose to end his life. The way she had swung her sword to cleave through the wooden cabin without hesitation indicated that had he not possessed some degree of strength, he would have already become a lifeless body from that initial strike. Very well, you are quite courageous. Having slain my brother, Pei Wuxin, you shall surely endure the most excruciating tortures of this world. As her voice echoed, Pei Wuxin made her move. With a single step, it seemed as if she had traversed dozens of paces. Swift, more than merely swift. With a mere flick of her sword, she did not employ any martial techniques. For to her, those beneath the Golden Core were akin to ants. Dealing with a mere Foundation establishment practitioner was as effortless as reaching into a pocket. However, Li Bufan's response was equally swift. Even as Pei Wuxin's movements were agile and her strikes rapid, he reacted instantly, sidestepping and closing his fingers. A shadow of his sword shot forth, striking true at the tip of Pei Wuxin's sword. The two forces intertwined, creating a tempest that swept through the onlookers, causing them to stagger. Some of the younger female disciples' skirts were even caught by the wind, leaving them lost in endless fantasies. Among the crowd, several elders were momentarily taken aback, their expressions somewhat peculiar as they regarded the rotund elder at the center. Old Nyo, is this the combat prowess of your Golden Core disciple? Struggling to handle a mere Foundation establishment practitioner, truly a testament to your teaching. An elder from Peak 71 could not help but jest, as a man whose capabilities surpassed those of Elder Nyo from Peak 72 in all respects. His joy was derived from Nyo's discomfort. Utter nonsense. Did you not notice that the Peak Foundation establishment lad is rather peculiar? Have you ever encountered the martial techniques he employs? I dare say you have never even heard of them. Elder Nyo retorted, his face flushed with indignation as he bellowed. His outburst compelled the other elders to glance once more at the distant skirmish. With a sudden withdrawal of his gaze, each individual's face reflected a pensive expression. Moments later, the elders shook their heads, confirming that they had indeed never encountered the martial skill employed by Li Bufan. Within the Outer Sect, martial skills abound, yet only a few dozen possess considerable might. The elders, seasoned and astute, swiftly deduced that Li Bufan's technique could not possibly originate from the Outer Sect. Such a revelation invites intrigue. Perhaps it is a creation of his own. The elder of Peak 71 disdainfully curled his lip, recognizing the situation yet refusing to concede. Determined to undermine the capabilities of Peak 72. Let us observe with due diligence. This lad possesses an unusual edge. Should Pei Wuxin eliminate him, it would be a lamentable loss. Elder Gu of Peak 69 interjected, seeking to ease the tension. His words resonated with agreement among several elders. Even the previously contentious elders of Peaks 71 and 72 softened their expressions, nodding in tacit acknowledgement. At this juncture, the battle reached a fever pitch. Li Bufan, relying on his formidable physique and the finesse of his martial skills, found himself at a temporary disadvantage, yet Pei Wuxin was at a loss to counter him. Is the Golden Core realm merely capable of flight with tools? How mundane, Li Bufan mused, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Disadvantage? Hardly. I have yet to unleash my ultimate technique. I refrain from doing so, aiming for a decisive strike. After all, while others at the Golden Core level can soar with their instruments, I must avoid alarming the serpent in the grass. Chapter 70. Sword cuts through the Golden Core. The Enforcer Elder emerges. Pei Wuxin's fury escalated as he beheld the audacious youth daring to mock him. Well. This little beast seems to possess some skill, yet has no comprehension of the heavens and the earth. Pei Wuxin's face contorted in rage as he uttered the words thrice. Indeed, his anger was palpable. A formidable master of the Golden Core, amongst the strongest in the Outer Sect, could not subdue a mere Foundation establishment cultivator under the bright sky. Anyone in his position would feel their pride shattered, especially as he sought vengeance for his brother. The intensity of his ire was unmistakable. Come, let me witness just how high the heavens soar, how vast the earth extends, how immense the world is, and how insignificant I truly am, Li Bufan remarked, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Nevertheless, he maintained his vigilance. already summoning the Qiying's sword to his grasp, holding the sword with one hand. Its tip casually angled toward the ground. He appeared nonchalant, yet was fully prepared. You truly seek death. Pei Wuxin, consumed by rage, cast aside all reservations and unleashed his ultimate technique. Initially, he had intended to conceal his strength until the Inner Sect evaluation, aiming for a stunning revelation. However, in his fury, he could no longer afford to hold back. Deadly chain slash. With a sudden leap, Pei Wuxin's body soared, and his sword struck repeatedly in a relentless assault. In an instant, 9 swords were unleashed, converging into a crescent-shaped sword aura that coalesced at the tip of his blade, emanating an overwhelming might. The relentless chain of lethal strikes allowed each sword to amplify its potency with every swing. Indeed, a remarkable martial technique. At its zenith, it could unleash 13 swords, augmenting the wielder's strength by 13-fold. Alas, Pei Wuxin's swordsmanship had yet to reach its full potential. Nevertheless, the 9 cuts remained formidable, and Pei Wuxin's aura surged dramatically, the crescent sword light crashing forth. Thunderclap, sword cannon. Time seemed to blur as Li Bufan flicked his wrist, the scarlet shadow sword meeting Pei Wuxin's crescent sword light. As he struck, the crimson blade crackled with yellow arcs of electricity. A thunderous boom erupted in the air, and the moment the scarlet shadow sword made contact with the crescent sword aura, the outcome was already determined. The 2 assaults nearly extinguished simultaneously, vanishing into the void. A change of tactics. Almost instantaneously, Pei Wuxin, gripping his sword with both hands, swung down fiercely, as if to carve out a sliver of hope for himself. Li Bufan paid no heed to the descending blade, invoking the thunderclap, sword cannon once more. A resounding roar echoed, and the scarlet shadow sword, akin to a bolt of lightning, struck true at Pei Wuxin's heart. The blade pierced through, blood cascading down the sword's length, instantly staining Li Bufan's palm crimson. At that moment, Pei Wuxin's sword grazed his forehead, mere skin deep, yet inflicted no harm whatsoever. How? How did you accomplish this? Pei Wuxin's eyes lost their luster, his expression fraught with terror. In his final moments, he had forgotten everything else. Consumed by a single question, how had this man before him achieved such a feat? What gave him the audacity to strike after him? What assured him he was swifter? And how could he, at the Foundation establishment stage, bring about his demise? All the enigmas ultimately led him into another realm. Li Bufan offered no reply, his grip tightening on the sword, and Pei Wuxin's body was instantaneously shattered into fragments. The scattered remnants were promptly collected by Li Bufan. Once his task was complete, he turned to the astonished head, smiling. You destroyed my wooden cabin, so I have dismantled your body. Shall we consider this a fair exchange? Haha, well said. Young lad, chuckled an elder from Peak 71, causing the surrounding disciples to recoil in shock, parting to create a path. 4 elderly figures emerged into Li Bufan's view. For the first time, he found himself in close proximity to individuals of elder status, their imposing presence instilling a sense of dread. Boy, you leave a word before killing, and I quite admire that. Do you mind helping me think of what I should say when I kill you later? The elder from Peak 71 laughed heartily. Despite his intent to kill Li Bufan, there was no hint of malice, for extinguishing a mere maggot required no intent to kill. Old fool, that is where you err. How can you so casually speak of slaughtering a junior? Elder Nyo from Peak 72's gaze flickered, and in an instant, he charged towards Li Bufan. In an instant, before he could even react, Li Bufan felt a withered hand grasp his shoulder. The grip seemed imbued with the force capable of shattering mountains, rendering him unable to break free. Young man, you have slain a disciple of my peak, and you ought to pay with your life. However, the heavens are merciful. I shall spare you, provided you relinquish the martial techniques you employed earlier, Elder Nyo remarked with a faint smile. As he spoke, the 3 other elders nodded in unison. Their intentions clear. The fate of Pei Wuxin was of no concern to them. Even Elder Nyo, who served as Pei Wuxin's nominal master, felt indifferent. What these 4 old men coveted was the sword technique that enabled Li Bufan to slay Pei Wuxin. Consider this, a Foundation establishment realm cultivator who can transcend an entire realm to slay a golden core expert, relies solely on such a sword technique. While the 4 elders may not utilize it themselves, it would prove invaluable for research. Li Bufan hesitated momentarily and weakly replied, what if I said I am unable to part with it? Would you believe me? The truth was, he truly could not surrender the martial arts bestowed by the system, as if they were innate to him. He could cultivate and assimilate them, but he was uncertain whether he could teach them to others. To illustrate, it is akin to an excellent swimmer attempting to convey the nuances of swimming to someone who cannot swim at all. The proficient swimmer might say, just move about in the water, and you will float, or maintain steady breathing, and you will remain buoyant. Yet, the non-swimmer would likely perceive the swimmer's words as mockery, believing there was no earnest teaching involved. You are courting death. Elder Nyo sneered, tightening his grip. Li Bufan's body trembled violently as his entire essence surged forth. Regardless of the outcome, he was prepared to fight valiantly. Life or death, joy or sorrow, what did it matter? But in that tense moment, a commanding voice unexpectedly echoed. Elders of the Outer Sect are forbidden from striking disciples. This is an ironclad rule, and violators shall be executed. Before the words fully resonated, a red-haired middle-aged man descended from the sky, wielding a silver broadsword. His arrival quelled even the strongest tempers of the elders present. Reluctantly, Elder Nyo released his grip on Li Bufan, gently patting his shoulder as he remarked, "The youth is formidable. I see in you a reflection of my younger self. My intentions are rooted in admiration, nothing more." It was not that Elder Nyo was cowardly. Rather, the individual who had arrived was extraordinarily powerful. The newcomer was the Law Elder, Dugufeng. Among the Outer Sect, there were only 2 Law Elders, both acknowledged as the most formidable. After all, what authority would one possess without strength? Dugufeng, one of the 2 Law Elders of the Outer Sect, was characterized by 4 words: unwavering integrity. Although he was the mightiest of the Outer Sect, he was not the strongest within the entire sect. He must still heed the commands of the Inner Sect, which merely require him to uphold the 3 ironclad rules, forbidding any inquiry into matters beyond this. First, no violence is permitted in the trading zone. Second, elders must not lay hands on their disciples. Third, no individual may arbitrarily disrupt the grand array of the Outer Sect. Chapter 71. Enchanting Senior Sister. How can one know their wishes? Ironclad rules. Li Bufan looked at Dugufeng in astonishment. Incredulity etched upon his face. He had resided in this desolate place for quite some time and never anticipated the existence of rules that no one could transgress. Within the Outer Sect, elders were prohibited from striking their disciples. Violation would lead to execution. Dugufeng cast a brief, indifferent glance at Li Bufan, uncertain whether he was responding to him or merely reiterating his previous statement. Though he said little, his words resonated in Li Bufan's ears as if they had opened a new realm. Thus, his life was preserved, although Li Bufan did not consider himself a coward. The instinct to survive is innate in all. Thank you, esteemed senior. If the elders have no further matters, I shall take my leave, Li Bufan said respectfully to Dugufeng, then turned to the 4 elders, memorizing their appearances with clarity. His thoughts were straightforward. If he survived today, these 4 must pay the price in the future. As Li Bufan departed, Dugufeng furrowed his brow, reminding the 4 elders, do not forget. The absence of rules in the Outer Sect is due to the necessity of absolute geniuses by those above. Our role is merely to nurture disciples. We must not lay hands on our juniors. Should there be a next time, beware of severed corpses. With that, Dugufeng flicked his sleeves and soared into the sky. Vanishing from sight, the 4 elders exchanged glances, bewildered and at a loss. They understood the implication from above. Chaos in the Outer Sect could only stem from disorder among the disciples. In essence, it was akin to raising a poisonous insect. Yet, they could hardly fathom that Dugufeng's words implied they would truly face execution if they laid hands on their disciples. A heavy silence enveloped their hearts. They had long felt invincible in their elevated status, believing that even if they breached these so-called iron rules, they would merely face some punishment. However, Dugufeng's warning had imparted a profound truth. They were merely gatekeepers of the Outer Sect, entirely at the mercy of the higher-ups. Brother Gu, it seems we truly cannot deal with that young man, Elder Nyo remarked with a sardonic tone. His implication urged Elder Gu to devise a plan, though it was cloaked in subtle provocation. Surprisingly, it proved effective. Upon hearing Elder Nyo's words, Elder Ge's expression shifted rapidly. After a moment, he forced out a few words through clenched teeth, coldly asserting, what if elders are forbidden from striking? Is he truly invincible among the Outer Sect disciples? In brevity lies the essence. With those 2 succinct sentences, the 3 elders beside him nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom of Elder Gu. For years, many have occupied the outer gate. Who among them does not possess a few commendable disciples? At this moment, Li Bufan remains oblivious to the fact that he has already attracted the attention of several old-timers. With the destruction of the wooden house, it was only natural for him to accompany Yeo Sanging and Muronking in search of a new dwelling. Given his current prowess, the process proved to be rather uncomplicated. He directly sought out a courtyard within the outer gate's residence area. Upon knocking on the courtyard door, a woman's voice resonated from within, soft and alluring. It was not mere flattery. The timbre of her voice exuded a distinct charm akin to that of a refined woman. Yeo Sanging and Muronking exchanged curious glances, perplexed as to whether Li Bufan had brought them here intentionally or by mere chance. If it were intentional, did that imply the occupant was a sisterly figure? Conversely, if it were accidental, could it be that their husband was fated to encounter romantic entanglements? Could a simple knock on any door lead to the residence of a fair maiden? Before long, the door creaked open, revealing a woman of approximately 25 or 26 years. With ruby red lips and pearly white teeth, she possessed a striking beauty, adorned in a white silk dress patterned with snowflakes, presenting an ethereal quality. Her alluring curves and an innate charm in her expression starkly contrasted with her attire. Long, fair thighs were exposed to the air, reminiscent of straight, smooth ivory chopsticks. Yet, upon a closer perspective, one could discern that she bore a red beast-hide scabbard strapped to each thigh, each housing 7 blades of palm length, glimmering with a faint silver sheen. Clearly not of mundane origin. "Is it you who dares to make a ruckus at my doorstep?" The woman arched her brows, her gaze icy as it fell upon Li Bufan. The atmosphere thickened, the air around them seemingly poised for an imminent confrontation. Li Bufan shook his head, asserting, "There was no ruckus made." As soon as he spoke, the displeasure etched on the woman's face began to wane, yet he further ignited the tension by adding, "As fellow disciples of the Outer Gate, by what right do you claim this courtyard for yourself? I believe it is the turn of the tides that has led me to knock upon this door." A soft chuckle escaped the woman, her beautiful eyes narrowing into an alluring crescent. Her laughter was a response to his audaciousness. After appraising him from head to toe, she regained her composure and replied coolly, "If you wish, you may enter. However, do not blame me for the dangers that may arise." As her words lingered in the air, she elegantly turned and sashayed back into the courtyard, leaving the door ajar, an unmistakable invitation for him to follow. "Darling, this woman possesses an air of peculiarity," Yeo Sanging whispered discreetly, implying a preference for seeking out a more manageable opponent. There was no need to contend for a prime location when one could find a more easily subdued individual elsewhere. To reside in a prime location indeed attests to the prowess of the courtyard's owner. Sang Ning spoke with reason. "My dear husband, perhaps you should ponder this." Murongqing subtly conveyed her perspective, expressing her desire to enter and observe. Li Bufan said little, driven solely by curiosity. He had already sensed the presence of that woman, who merely stood at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Given that they were all of the same realm, Li Bufan felt no need for apprehension. Rather, he was intrigued by what support that woman might possess. As Li Bufan stepped into the courtyard, Murongqing exchanged a glance with Yao Sang Ning, and without hesitation, they chose to follow. Upon their entrance, a few disciples nearby began to speculate. "The 2 women and that man have entered Sister Ji Yuan's courtyard. How long do you think it will be before they meet their demise within?" A clean-cut young man remarked with a grin. Unbeknownst to others, he was aware of the truth. That seemingly enchanting sister was, in fact, an alchemist dabbling in poisons. Those who fell victim to her concoctions faced unspeakable fates. No one wished to engage with a poison master. When one succumbed to poisoning, life and death were no longer in their hands. Compared to open combat, people generally feared the insidious nature of toxins far more. His words elicited nods of agreement from those around, yet a middle-aged man, having observed Li Bufan's formidable prowess, voiced his dissent. "How can you be so sure of Ji Yuan's strength? Has she ever slain a golden core cultivator? That very Li Shixiang recently vanquished Pei Wuxin of the golden core realm. I dare say by tomorrow morning, Ji Yuan may very well be calling him husband." Gasps of astonishment filled the air at the mention of slaying a golden core master. Such explosive news left everyone eagerly awaiting the continuation of the middle-aged man's legendary tales. Chapter 72. One step to golden core within the courtyard, upon their entry, and Ji Yuan paid them little mind, as though the trio were non-existent. A brief period of harmonious coexistence ensued. The courtyard housed 3 rooms, with Ji Yuan occupying the central one. Li Bufan was unfazed. Though they resided in the side room under somewhat austere conditions, enduring hardships was the path to greatness. "My husband, should we not take some food to that sister we encountered earlier?" Yao Sang Ning inquired while preparing dishes. Her reasoning was simple. It was prudent to offend as few individuals as possible, for life was challenging. "No need," Li Bufan shook his head. At that moment, an unusual sweet fragrance wafted through the air. His innate prowess began to activate instinctively. Li Bufan was no fool. With but a moment's contemplation, he grasped the situation. The presence of toxins in the air is palpable, and the individual responsible for the poisoning must be that woman from earlier. This elucidates her audacity in allowing the 3 of them to take residence. However, Li Bufan refrains from immediate action. He senses the toxic air, yet it is not lethal. There are 2 possibilities. Either the poisoner is inept, or she harbors no intent to kill. In any case, there is no imminent danger to life, and he is merely 500 reincarnation points away from ascending to the golden core realm. As night falls, dark clouds gather ominously at the horizon, suggesting an impending storm. A prolonged howl resonates from the courtyard, accompanied by the thunder, causing the surrounding flora to sway. A tempest brews, and torrential rain cascades down. Suddenly, a crimson light shoots from the courtyard, soaring toward the heavens. Lightning flickers across the sky, faintly illuminating a silhouette. The red luminescence is that of a sword, and upon it stands a figure. It is a person soaring through the air on the sword. What exhilaration! Li Bufan stands upon the Qiang sword, gazing at the flashes of lightning and the roars of thunder, a surge of boldness swelling within him. A man's life is meant to transcend the shackles of the earth, galloping through the expanse of the sky. In this moment, he has achieved that. Host Li Bufan. Cultivation level 10,000. Early golden core. Martial skills level 3, medium quality. Ing sword finger, perfect. Level 4, medium quality. Windwalking step, great accomplishment. Level 4. Upper quality. Thunder sword classic, minor accomplishment. Reincarnation points 0. Physique, dominant body, low quality spiritual body. Feeling the surging power within him, Li Bufan realizes that his previous victory over Pei Wuxin was indeed a stroke of luck. If he were to encounter a similarly formidable practitioner at the early golden core stage, the foundation establishment would be akin to ants. After circling slightly in the air, the storm gradually subsides. Without the cover of the tempest, Li Bufan dares not be overly ostentatious. He descends slowly, and as he lands, the courtyard is enveloped in silence. A glimmer of insight flashes in his eyes. He has observed the condition of the two women inside the room. They are asleep. Mu Rongqing and Yao Songning are indeed asleep. Yet this slumber is evidently abnormal. Rather than mere sleep, they appear to be drugged and unconscious. Li Bufan's lips curl into a smile. Those who resort to such substances. Where lies their morality? Where is their conscience? What is the key to the formula? Cunningly scheming, they seek their own demise. Li Bufan exerts a slight force beneath him, his figure swiftly cutting through the night sky, and in the next moment, he arrives atop the roof of the room. And Ji Yuan, unaware of his presence, revels in the secrecy of her drugging technique. Suddenly, a cold hand seizes the nape of her neck, its touch chilling, imbued with the strength of forged steel. At the moment of contact, Ji Yuan comprehends that she is no match for this individual. When she timidly turns around, the visage that greets her sends a shiver down her spine. It is not merely that Ji Yuan is timid, rather, she is taken aback by the unexpected presence of the other party, whom she believed to be incapacitated in her room. How did you come here? She stammered, her anxiety evident in her furrowed brow. What about me? Li Bufan chuckled softly, gently patting Ji Yuan's back. The touch was tender, lacking in delicacy, yet it exuded a unique charm. One cannot deny that the woman before him is undeniably alluring, captivating in both form and grace. Initially, he contemplated ending her life with a mere flick of his hand, but he now felt a pang of compassion. After all, cultivation is a challenging endeavor, and heaven is benevolent to those who live. Thus, he proposed, I offer you two choices. Join me from this day forth, and the matter of your poisoning shall be forgiven. And the other option? And Ji Yuan instinctively inquired. It was not a lack of intelligence that held her tongue, but rather the shock of unforeseen circumstances that left her momentarily flustered. What do you think? Li Bufan refrained from answering her trivial question, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The implication was unmistakable. Either acquiesce or contemplate her next life. Go ahead and kill me. I and Ji Yuan will not bow down. She suppressed her fear, slightly puffing out her chest, adopting a demeanor that suggested she was unafraid of death. This was not mere pretense. And Ji Yuan understood that even if she consented to become his partner, she would merely be a plaything, rather than living a life of discontent. She preferred to embrace a glorious end. Everyone possesses a desire for beauty. You are so exquisitely lovely. Would it not be a pity to extinguish such beauty? Perhaps you should reconsider? Li Bufan paused, his murderous intent momentarily subsiding. Taking a life is simple, yet it must not contradict one's true wishes. At this moment, he did not genuinely wish to kill Ji Yuan. If he did, he might regret it for days to come. Therefore, he sought to afford her another chance. Or perhaps to negotiate for himself. Desire for beauty? Very well. A Pafandan, do you possess it? A cunning gleam flickered in Ji Yuan's beautiful eyes. If he refrained from killing her, it indicated that she held the leverage to negotiate, effortlessly transforming her position from passive to active, a skill she possessed innately. Pafandan. Li Bufan's brow furrowed, and after a moment's contemplation, he recalled the essence of such a pill. Below the golden core realm lies the mundane, as its name suggests. The Pafandan is designed to transcend the mortal body and transform one into a true cultivator. In simpler terms, it is the elixir required to elevate one from the pinnacle of foundational cultivation to the initial stage of the golden core, significantly enhancing the chances of breakthrough. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare, for the simplicity of that step has hindered countless talented disciples. Therefore, in the exchange hall, it requires a staggering 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for one to acquire. I shall procure the Pafandan within a month. Thereafter, you will accompany me. Should I fail to obtain the elixir in a month's time, your life will remain under my dominion. Li Bufan smiled, recognizing that if he could secure the elixir, the benefits of cultivating together in the Golden Core realm would be immeasurable. Apologies for the confusion. The matter of poisoning remains unresolved. And Ji Yuan, wide-eyed and incredulous, exclaimed. Yet her words were destined to go unanswered, for Li Bufan had already vanished from sight. Chapter 73, The Foremost of the Outer Sect. The next day dawned bright, and clear as Murong Qing and Yao Seng-ning gradually opened their eyes. They were unaware of the events that transpired, only sensing that the dreams of the previous night were extraordinarily sweet. This was to be expected, as the potion administered by Ji Yuan was indeed a sedative. Without an antidote, their cultivation levels would likely have kept them asleep for 3 to 5 days. Last night, Ji Yuan had discreetly released the antidote into the air, and, as anticipated, the two women felt little effect. Upon awakening, their first task was to freshen up, followed promptly by tidying their room. Their movements were swift and composed, with roles distinctly delineated. It must be noted that the young ladies of the cultivation world are truly industrious. In the courtyard, Li Bufan gently caressed his sword, appearing as a solitary swordsman. Though he merely wished to see if the spiritual weapon had gathered dust. The evidence proved otherwise. Not only was there no dust, but after slaying Pei Wu Xian the previous day, there remained no trace of blood. Truly, one gets what one pays for. The finest things come at a steep price. And 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones for forging is indeed worth it. Good morning, senior brother. And Ji Yuan, her heart fluttering with apprehension, opened the door to find Li Bufan polishing his sword, which inexplicably made her feel somewhat anxious. I am Li Bufan, he replied coolly, paying her little mind as he continued to toy with his weapon. Ah, good. My name is Ji Yuan, she stated briefly before heading toward the room where Murong Qing and Yao Seng-ning resided. Her intention was straightforward, to discern how the women accompanying this man lived. This is akin to an individual preparing for a sect selection, seeking various tidbits of information about the sect, commonly referred to as scouting the terrain. Upon entering the room, she was warmly welcomed by Murong Qing and Yao Seng-ning. After all, they were all women, and Ji Yuan had brought gifts, making it quite easy to bond. During their casual conversation, Ji Yuan gleaned insights into Li Bufan's character. From the information she gathered, he was a man who coveted beauty and could kill without a second thought, possessing formidable combat prowess. A chill ran down Ji Yuan's spine as she recalled Li Bufan's words. If he could not find the Bufan Dan within a month, he would indeed kill her. In light of the unexpected turn of events last night, Ji Yuan had not given it much thought then, but now, reflecting upon it, she wondered if perhaps she could negotiate for a few more months, years, even decades, if necessary. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. She had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Li Bufan, for she felt a profound fear deep within her. As time gradually passed, their days consisted solely of eating and cultivating. Li Bufan was not idle. In the span of 5 days, he amassed a staggering 5,000 points, further solidifying his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, his name had become a hot topic among the Outer Sect, with whispers proclaiming him as the foremost individual beneath the Golden Core realm, capable of slaying Golden Core practitioners despite not having attained that level himself. Others asserted that he was the preeminent figure in the Outer Sect, dispatching Golden Core opponents with the ease of slaughtering dogs. Even more extravagantly, it was claimed that Brother Li could vanquish Golden Core foes as effortlessly as one might dispatch a chicken, marking him as the greatest in the history of Lingyun Sect's Outer Disciples. Some went so far as to assert that not only in the Outer Sect, but even among the Inner Sect, Brother Li was an invincible presence, a peerless genius who could stride above the talented and lead with unrivaled flair. Of course, such accolades were not mere idle flattery from the disciples. They were the handiwork of 4 elders who, seasoned by time, understood a fundamental truth: a towering tree attracts the wind. The remarkable tales of Li Bufan's prowess were shared among their own disciples at the peaks, and their dissemination throughout the Outer Sect was merely the result of casual conversations among the disciples. At peak 69, the 4 elders were engaged in a game of chess. 2 were playing, while the other 2 observed. Elder Gus stroked his beard and chuckled, inquiring if the Golden Core disciples from the various peaks had heard the news. What was their reaction? What could their reaction be? Numerous young practitioners had already emerged from their seclusion, eager to seek out the whereabouts of that young man. Elder Nyo nodded in agreement, unable to suppress his admiration for Elder Ge's acuity. Indeed, he was worthy of his position as an elder of peak 69, ranking ahead of others. The elders of peaks 70 and 71 also nodded in approval of Elder Ge's subtle maneuvering, pleased with his approach. They merely wished to witness Li Bufan's martial prowess. Yet the lad had failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, inadvertently drawing the ire of the enforcement elder and causing the 4 elders to lose face. At that moment, their minds were singularly focused on a single thought. He must be eliminated. He absolutely must be eliminated. As of yesterday, Over 30 individuals named Li Bufan had been slain within the Outer Sect, along with more than 100 named Li Fan. Chaos had erupted within the sect. Elder of Peak 72, while continuing his chess game, casually remarked, his demeanor cold and detached, as if discussing a mere jest rather than human lives. Let it be chaotic. After all, the flames of discord shall not reach us here, Elder Neo reflected, gazing into the distance with a sense of contemplation. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Li Bufan remained leisurely with his eyes closed, pondering where to procure low-grade spirit stones to exchange for a breakthrough elixir. He indeed yearned to acquire such a treasure. For the Nji Yuan was truly remarkable. If it were of the golden core level, it would undoubtedly be even more exceptional. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. It is not the pursuit of superficial pleasures, but the strengthening of one's own faction. As he contemplated, a sudden, intense wave of energy surged from the horizon. A refined young man, elegantly poised upon an ink-colored flying sword, descended like drifting leaves, swiftly alighting in the courtyard. Li Bufan's brow furrowed slightly as he appraised the newcomer. Speaking with a calm demeanor, you had best be in the wrong place. What if I am not? The elegant youth smiled nonchalantly, unfazed by Li Bufan's unfriendly demeanor. Taking a few deliberate steps, he settled across from Li Bufan. With a graceful gesture, the refined young man retrieved a flask of aged liquor from his storage ring and poured 2 glasses. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Xinghan, he said, pushing one glass toward Li Bufan. Throughout the encounter, he maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he were the host of this gathering. State your purpose, Li Bufan said, lifting his glass and draining its contents before inquiring again. Chu Xinghan did not respond immediately, instead chuckling softly and shaking his head. I have already introduced myself. It is only polite that it is now your turn. Li Bufan, he replied. Oh, then we are well matched. I have heard you are the foremost among the Outer Disciples. I come to challenge you. Chu Xinghan's smile vanished abruptly, replaced by a surge of battle intent that swept across the courtyard. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, stirring up dust and sending leaves spiraling through the air. The foremost among Outer Disciples. Li Bufan was momentarily taken aback. It sounded quite impressive. Yet, what relevance did it hold for him? If memory served correctly, just a few days prior, he had only reached the foundation establishment stage. How could news of his breakthrough spread so swiftly? After pondering for a few moments, Li Bufan surmised that it was likely the doing of the 4 elders from that day. If he were in their position, unable to intervene personally, he would have acted similarly. After all, one must nurture their talents. With 9 years of higher education behind him, he found the reasoning quite straightforward. This thought flitted through his mind, and a smile began to play upon Li Bufan's lips. Having just elevated his strength, it was only fitting that a title be bestowed upon him. Thus, he pointed toward the distance. Let us test our mettle. Chapter 74. A reputation not built on falsehoods. In an expansive area atop a towering rock formation, 2 figures stood in stark opposition, each wielding a sword, one black, the other red, though differing in hue. Both blades were equally sharp and resonated with a vibrating hum. A crowd gathered below, drawn to the spectacle of impending combat. Wherever there was a fight, there would always be onlookers, a timeless truth. Among the crowd, and Ziwan gazed fervently at the elegant youth above, her eyes alight with excitement. It's Senior Brother Chu. What brings him here? She whispered. Who is Senior Brother Chu? Does he bear a grudge against our husband? Murong Qing, uninterested in Ziwan's enthusiasm, turned to inquire of Yao Songning. It was no surprise that Murong Qing was curious. Her time in the Outer Sect had been brief, and she had not yet heard of this Senior Brother Chu. Senior Brother Chu, known as Chu Xinghan, is one of the top 10 among the Outer Disciples. Yao Songning replied softly, her own anxiety unmistakable. She feared, above all, that once the battle commenced, Li Bufan might fall victim to the other's blade. Chu Xinghan commenced his physical training at the tender age of 3, transitioned to innate skills by 5, and entered the realm of innate mastery by 7. By the age of 12, he had achieved the foundational stage, and by 16, he shattered the mundane to reach the golden core realm. He is undeniably a prodigious disciple within the Outer Sect, with only a handful capable of being compared to him. His prowess is not merely in cultivation. His combat abilities are truly exceptional, rendering him a dazzling figure among his peers. At this moment, Yao Songning's heart hung in trepidation, as she envisioned the sorrowful scene of personally retrieving Li Bufan's remains. However, Murong Qing appeared unfazed, casting a casual glance and murmuring, is he merely among the top 10? Earlier, I overheard someone claim that my husband is the foremost in the Outer Sect. The foremost? Yao Songning was momentarily taken aback, for she too had heard this but dismissed it as a harmless jest. She was aware of Li Bufan's strength upon their first meeting. He had not surpassed her by much, despite his rapid progress. She doubted he even ranked within the top 100 of the Outer Sect. Nevertheless, Murong Qing's words sparked a resolve within her, and she nodded affirmatively, whispering, Yes, my husband will not falter. She needed that reassurance, for if Li Bufan were to fall, the grief would be unbearable, and their fates would hang precariously in the balance, vulnerable to the whims of destiny. And Jiwen, eavesdropping on the two women, pretended to remain oblivious, diverting her gaze upward. She hoped for Chu Xinghan's victory. While uncertain of his moral character, she was certain that Li Bufan was no good. After a prolonged wait, Chu Xinghan inquired, "Shall we commence?" It was indeed time to act. Li Bufan had suggested he wait a while. Although he was unaware of the reason behind this delay, Chu Xinghan chose to acquiesce. The rationale was simple: youthful exuberance often craves the spotlight. However, Li Bufan's motives were not for self-aggrandizement. He sought to instill fear in any lurking villains. He had no intention of spending his days engaging in battles, nor did he desire intruders in his courtyard, proclaiming, "I am unsatisfied. Come forth for a duel." Thus, the most straightforward approach was to establish his authority, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. "One strike. Should you survive, I shall spare your life." Li Bufan smiled, holding his sword with one hand, the tip pointing towards Chu Xinghan. Arrogant words. Those who heard him shared this sentiment. Although Chu Xinghan might not be the strongest disciple of the Outer Sect, none had ever bested him with a single strike, at least not in the past. And the onlookers had little faith that it would occur henceforth. Since Brotherly speaks of a single strike, let it be so. "I possess a sword named Chasing Stars." Before his words had fully resonated in the air, Chu Xinghan moved. His sword appeared to advance slowly, yet with each inch it traveled forward. It left a trail of starlight in the void. In mere moments, a constellation of brilliance enveloped him. With a resounding hum, the long sword aimed directly at the throat. As Chu Xinghan unleashed a strike that sliced through the air, accompanied by a dazzling array of starlight. Swift? No, it was more than mere speed. It was a brilliant spectacle that could dazzle the eyes of his opponent, rendering them unable to discern reality from illusion. Dominance. The Thunderblade scripture. Li Bufan summoned with a swift motion, his aura surging dramatically. The crimson shadow sword emitted a resonant tremor, imbued with the might of thunder, slicing through the void. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky, reverberating painfully against eardrums. The clash of sword light and lightning seemed to transpire in the blink of an eye, flashing before the onlookers. When clarity returned to the world, the two figures remained poised above, yet Chu Xinghan's legs trembled uncontrollably. Only he understood the gravity of what had just transpired. That sword strike had been breathtaking, as enchanting as first love. Had it not been for the protective talisman gifted by his sister at this critical moment, Chu Xinghan realized he would have undoubtedly met his end. "Senior Brotherly's prowess has compelled me, Chu Xinghan, to concede," he reluctantly uttered. He could choose to refuse defeat, or he could perish dramatically. Chu Xinghan had once mused that should he ever fall to an extraordinary genius's blade, perhaps he would attain a certain renown. Yet reality proved harsh. When confronted with death, and then miraculously spared, he found himself gripped by a fear of mortality. At this moment, he truly did not wish to die, to surrender, or even to plead for mercy. He felt as though he could accept any outcome. As he had previously stated, had that strike been lethal, it was simply not his fate to perish. Li Bufan waved his hand, and the crimson shadow sword spiraled gracefully in the air before he leaped onto its blade, descending towards the ground. The choice not to slay Chu Xinghan was not born from any frivolous sentiment, but rather from Li Bufan's awareness of the man's background, evident from the protective talisman he had just wielded. Moreover, he remained uncertain about the talisman's efficacy against repeated assaults. Therefore, even risking an unending conflict, there was no guarantee of victory. Why not leave some room for negotiation? The world of martial arts is not solely about bloodshed. Senior Brotherly has already attained the Golden Core realm, someone exclaimed from the crowd. In an environment where the strong prey upon the weak, it is only natural that everyone idolizes the powerful, even if they remain strangers. Indeed, Senior Brotherly, having slain the Golden Core realm Pei Wuxin during his foundation establishment stage, has once again triumphed over Chu Xinghan with a single strike. Truly, he is the rightful champion. Of course, a renowned figure cannot be without merit. Who in the Outer Sect does not recognize Senior Brotherly's esteemed title? Conversations erupted among the crowd, each person marveling at Senior Brotherly's might. Suddenly, a voice from the corner interjected with a strong rebuttal. "I beg to differ. The Golden Core realm is divided into initial, intermediate, late, and peak stages. The disparities between these stages are vast. Do not forget about Senior Brother Lin Chu. He had already advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. If one were to speak of the foremost among them, it would undoubtedly be Brother Lin Chu sure." Chapter 75, Principle and Interest. After leaving, Li Bufan casually briefed Murong Qing and the others before making his way to the trading area beneath Hanyuan Peak. His purpose was quite straightforward. If memory served him right, when he redeemed Murong Qing, Wang Fugui, the steward of the Listening Fragrance Pavilion, had kept 5,000 low-grade spirit stones for him. This trip was naturally to reclaim both the principal and the interest. He aimed to retrieve a total of 100,000, just enough to exchange for a breaking ordinary pill at the Great Hall for Yuan, a rather perfect plan. Thus, it is wise for a man to cultivate a good habit of saving. Half an hour later, within the listening fragrance pavilion, Li Bufan leisurely sat on the first floor, sipping wine. Beside him were two vivaciously alluring women. The one on his left, named Cici, was massaging his legs, while the one on his right, named Chichi, poured him more wine. It was not that men were inherently wicked. Rather, Li Bufan had waited a considerable time without catching sight of Wang Fuguei. What to do? He could not simply sit idly and wait. As for searching for Wang Fuguei, that was a laughable idea. The Outer Sect was vast, and even with the ability to fly in the Golden Core realm, locating one person was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Time passed minute by minute until dusk descended. The wine continued to flow, yet he still awaited the arrival of Wang Fuguei. You may leave now. Li Bufan gestured dismissively to the two women beside him. While being attended to was pleasant, prolonged servitude began to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Waiter, send those two alluring ladies from over there to attend to me. A tall, slender youth at the adjacent table spoke nonchalantly. This youth, named Zhang Zhong, had initially sought to select two beauties to accompany him, but had not found his desired choices. Seeing Li Bufan dismiss them, he immediately took an interest. What began as a harmless pursuit of entertainment, music and beauty, a fleeting game and dream, soon turned awkward due to Zhang Zhong's next remark. What are you still dawdling for? I'm paying. Can't I enjoy you worthless trinkets? Zhang Zhong sneered as he glanced at the two women still hesitating. Cici and Chichi shifted nervously, raising their eyes to Zhang Zhong, yet they remained motionless. Trembling, both their delicate forms quivered slightly. In the eyes of patrons, they were mere servants, slaves, tools. Yet, like everyone else born of parents, they were living beings who longed for respect. You two may stay here. Li Bufan gently rapped the table. Yes, thank you, young master. Thank you, sir, the two women replied, their expressions brightening. They were not foolish. To accompany someone who publicly humiliated them was far less appealing than remaining beside this quiet gentleman. Young man, when standing up for others, it is best to consider whether you possess the strength to do so. Zhang Zhong glared at Li Bufan, his words laced with veiled threats. Strength, it seems, is somewhat evident. Li Bufan lightly shook the wine glass in his hand, displaying little concern. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Zhong felt a twinge of displeasure but recognized that this was a trading zone, not an appropriate setting for conflict. He silently scrutinized Li Bufan a moment longer, mentally placing him on a list of targets. Li Bufan, perceptive as he was, sensed the intent behind Zhang Zhong's gaze, realizing that the latter likely harbored intentions of settling scores later. However, what did it matter? It was merely an additional storage bag. As night gradually enveloped the surroundings, a gentle drizzle began to fall outside. Wang Fuguei entered the establishment, holding a traditional oiled paper umbrella. Despite the muddy streets left in the wake of the rain, his feet remained impeccably clean. Golden Core initial stage. Li Bufan merely glanced towards the entrance and immediately discerned Wang Fuguei's cultivation level. The benefits of his increased strength allowed him to see through what once appeared inscrutable. Li Bufan remained discreet. Wang Fuguei, oblivious to his presence, casually handed his umbrella to the attendant before heading to the back courtyard. In that brief encounter, Li Bufan had already fixated on Wang Fuguei's aura, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could track him the instant he departed from the Tingxiang building. All that was left was to wait, patiently biding his time. The trading zone forbade violence, and though Li Bufan had experienced a breakthrough, he was not so arrogant as to consider himself invincible among the Outer Sect. Thus, his purpose here was to keep an eye on Wang Fuguei, waiting for the latter to exit the trading area. With the right opportunity, he could spring a surprise. That night, Wang Fuguei made no move, while Li Bufan indulged in fine wines and engaging conversations with Cici and Chichi, enjoying himself thoroughly. It was not until the following afternoon that Wang Fuguei exited the Tingxiang building once more, with Li Bufan trailing closely behind. Following them was the earlier mentioned Zhang Zhong. Outside the trading zone, the manager's hall. Within the Outer Sect, each trading area had managers to maintain order, thus the presence of the manager's hall was a given. Wang Fuguei initially intended to meet with Manager Lei for tea and conversation. However, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were being watched. Though vague, he understood that such feelings were seldom unfounded. At the entrance of the manager's hall, a sharp glint flickered in Wang Fuguei's aged eyes as he subtly channeled his true essence, calling out, "You have followed me all this way. Please step forward to speak." His words, infused with potent true essence, reverberated through the air, causing Zhang Zhong, who had been pretending to stroll at a distance, to tremble in fear. Realizing that the seemingly unremarkable proprietor of the Tingxiang building was, in fact, a formidable powerhouse, Had he known earlier, he would not have dared to approach. Yet, just as Zhang Zhong prepared to emerge and kneel in supplication, the atmosphere erupted with the sound of thunder. A thunderous roar echoed as the surrounding air became abruptly still. A brilliant flash of sword light sliced through, causing the atmosphere to resonate with a series of tearing explosions. Wang Fugui's entire being surged with true essence, desperately attempting to thwart the ambush. Yet, ultimately, he was outmaneuvered. The crimson blade swiftly pierced through his hastily conjured defense. With a soft thud, it struck his throat. In that moment, he beheld his assailant, a young man. Why? Wang Fugui's eyes widened in shock, even in his dying moments. He could not fathom the reason for his assassination or the motives of the man before him. The strong oppressing the weak is a fundamental law of survival. Yet the weak cannot remain weak forever. This is the unpredictable nature bestowed by the heavens. Li Bufan smiled slightly, gradually withdrawing the sword embedded in Wang Fugui's throat. Why? Why so many questions? Why, after all the tribulations, did Murongqing become a courtesan despite her status as an outer disciple? If she wished to obtain the outer disciple token, why must she pay 50,000 low-grade spirit stones? Li Bufan reached out, removing the storage ring from Wang Fugui's right middle finger, then sauntered forward. Thud. Nearby, Zhang Zhong finally came to his senses. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. His diminutive frame trembled uncontrollably, and though he yearned to plead for mercy, his teeth chattered, rendering his words incoherent. Fear and terror spread through him. Given another chance, he would never again threaten others. In his next life, he would keep his eyes wide open. Li Bufan paid him little mind, casually gesturing, and in a flash of cold light, another body lay upon the ground. Chapter 76, The Arrival of Lin Chu. In the courtyard, Yao Songning and Murongqing eagerly awaited the arrival of a man. As footsteps approached, their expressions subtly transformed from stunned silence to burgeoning joy. Their brows lifted slightly, their exquisite faces resembling flowers on the verge of blooming. With a creak, the courtyard door swung open. In an instant, the smiles vanished from their faces, replaced by vigilant expressions. The man who entered was not the husband they longed for, but a tall figure clad in a wide-brimmed hat. A long knife at his side. Upon entering the courtyard, the man's gaze slowly traversed the forms of Murongqing and Yao Songning. His hoarse voice, akin to the grinding of iron, resounded. "Where is Li Bufan?" A simple inquiry, yet its harshness sent tremors through their hearts, as if a blade had grazed their souls. Both women instinctively retreated, their eyes brimming with dread. "And my husband is out and has not returned," Yao Songning stammered, suppressing her fear. With a clang, the man beneath the hat suddenly drew his blade, a flash of cold light slicing through the air, leaving shallow crimson lines upon the necks of both women. Crimson and enchanting, yet no excess blood spills forth. The force applied is perfectly measured. 3 days hence, upon the cloud viewing platform, Lin awaited their duel. The echoes of his voice still lingered as the man beneath the conical hat slowly turned and walked out. In the courtyard, 2 women remained in a state of shock, fear continuing to spread within them. The earlier strike could have easily claimed their lives if another had wished to do so. At this moment, their survival was largely a matter of sheer luck. As time passed, when Li Bufan returned, the night had deepened. Upon hearing the women's accounts, a profound sense of crisis welled up within him. His concern was not for himself, but for the safety of his companions. Though he had many cherished sisters, each one was invaluable. His thoughts spiraled until the night grew late. Outside, the moon shone faintly amidst the scattered stars, and a gentle breeze whispered through the air. With Li Bufan's comforting presence, Murongqing and Yao Songning had fallen asleep. Alone in the courtyard, he found himself unable to find peace. Having dwelled in the realm of cultivation for some time, Li Bufan had grown accustomed to the act of killing, to the indifference that comes with wielding power over the fates of others. As the old adage goes, one who kills too often may eventually forget oneself. He had indeed forgotten, neglecting the reality that the women around him might perish at the hands of another due to a moment's carelessness. Yet, in confronting this lurking threat, he felt utterly powerless. "Brother, are you not resting? What occupies your thoughts?" A soft, melodious voice broke the silence. And Ji Yuan pushed open the door and approached with graceful steps. She was somewhat aware of the earlier events, having hidden in her room in silence, paralyzed by fear at the thought of the man beneath the hat unleashing a deadly rampage. After all, once life is lost, there are no second chances in this world. Whether out of cowardice or a primal instinct to survive, and Ji Yuan chose to conceal herself. Now, she had emerged to offer explanations, or perhaps to subtly alter his impression of her, for the man before her could just as easily erase her existence. Everything was merely a struggle to remain alive. "Please, have a seat." Li Bufan gestured invitingly, encouraging her to join him for conversation, not for any other reason, but for her beauty. "Brotherly, Earlier when that man arrived and Ji Yuan began to elucidate her reasons for remaining hidden. Yet, rather than an explanation, her words felt more like a feeble excuse. It is of no consequence. To avoid danger is an instinct inherent to all creatures, and humanity is but another species. Li Bufan interrupted her with a smile. He continued, if you possess strength yet choose to hide, I would consider ending your life. However, whether you appear or remain hidden bears no impact on reality. In such circumstances, why should two perish when only one need die? Besides, it was merely a false alarm. Li Bufan's voice was calm, adorned with a hint of mirth. He seemed affable, yet Ji Yuan felt a disquieting weight in her heart as she listened. After several days of interaction, she came to understand that Li Bufan treated both Murongqing and Yao Songning quite well. Regarding Li Bufan's request for her to become his Dao partner, Ji Yuan had gradually shifted from initial resistance to a willingness to adapt. However, at this moment, Li Bufan's indifferent attitude towards life sent a chill through her heart. Shouldn't there be some emotional investment in one's Dao partner? What does it mean to say that the death of two is preferable to the death of three? It is a common phenomenon in the realm of cultivation for the weak to rely on the strong. Yet every weakling dreams of depending on a powerful individual who values life. After all, a person who disregards life can revel in joy one moment and in the next may separate you from your very existence. Nonetheless, she was mistaken in her judgment of Li Bufan. His analytical approach stemmed purely from rationality. This rationality was predicated on the fact that Yao Songning and the others had not suffered substantial harm. Otherwise, even a common man, in a fit of rage, could spill blood over 10 paces, let alone a Golden Core expert. How many Golden Core disciples exist in the Outer Sect? If one could break through to the Golden Core realm, what position would they attain? Li Bufan slowly poured himself a glass of wine and pondered aloud. Safety. Li Bufan had come to a realization. If they became the strongest disciples in the Outer Sect, these few women would be secure, at least in an absolute sense within the Outer Sect. After all, his time in the Outer Sect might not be extensive, and his curiosity about the world outside grew ever stronger. Thus, two paths lay before Li Bufan. First, to enhance the strength of the women. This was not a significant issue. With the aid of his system, Yao Songning and Murongqing could progress rapidly in their cultivation. Currently, Murongqing was nearing the late stage of foundation establishment, while Yao Songning was on the verge of breaking through to the peak of that realm, needing only a brief period of consolidation. After killing Wang Fugui and seizing his storage ring, Li Bufan discovered it contained 540,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, possessing numerous spirit stones held little value for him. His intention was to exchange them for 3 breaking the ordinary pills to expedite the elevation of his 3 women to the Golden Core realm. Perhaps he could then return to the miscellaneous area, wondering if they would miss him there. The second path involved eliminating the strong within the Outer Sect. Within this realm, disciples could kill each other without restraint, while elders were prohibited from intervening. Given this, Li Bufan contemplated waiting until Ji Yuan reached the Golden Core realm. If he could trigger the system, he could, without doubt, elevate to the peak of Golden Core in a short time. At that point, he would eradicate potential threats while they were still in their infancy. It may sound cruel, but it was hardly excessive. Those who kill are inevitably killed in turn. Which Golden Core disciples in the Outer Sect do not have dozens or even hundreds of innocent lives on their hands? Li Bufan's actions in killing them could be justified as a means to secure a stable life for his women. From the perspective of righteousness, one could also argue that he was avenging the innocent souls who had perished unjustly. Yes, even a harlot can erect a facade of virtue, and that feels rather agreeable. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind, a subtle smile danced upon Li Bufan's lips. The two proposals were not mutually exclusive and could indeed coexist. Brotherly, what occupies your thoughts? Ji Yuan inquired, waving her delicate hand, her crimson lips parting slightly, her enchanting eyes brimming with curiosity. Moments earlier, Li Bufan had asked her about her potential ranking in the Outer Sect upon reaching the Golden Core realm. Did it imply that he could genuinely provide her with the breaking ordinary pill? Ji Yuan's breath quickened, evidently struggling to maintain her composure. Chapter 77. The arrogance of youth. Li Bufan found himself momentarily entranced by Ji Yuan's exquisite beauty, lingering in awe for a full 8 seconds. As their gazes met, a flicker of something unusual passed between them. Despite Ji Yuan's innate disdain for the man who posed a threat to her, she could not deny that. In the solitude of their encounter, devoid of all else, his countenance undeniably aligned with her aesthetic preferences, perhaps even surpassing Chu Xinghan's charm by a slight margin. Rest well. Tomorrow I shall escort you to the exchange hall to procure the breaking ordinary pill, Li Bufan remarked with a smile, withdrawing his gaze first. Although the night stretched endlessly ahead, the prospect of enhancing his cultivation made it imprudent to dwell excessively on other matters. Brotherly, are you truly serious? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ji Yuan's beautiful eyes as she instinctively grasped his arm. Humanity is universal, and women, too, are of this world. To navigate life as an individual, one must possess strength. Thus, even women harbor desires that transcend the romantic. It is simple and direct. Everyone yearns for empowerment. And Ziwan paid no heed to her momentary lapse, her gaze filled with eager anticipation. Li Bufan, in turn, did not disappoint her, nodding slowly. I have never gone back on my word. And if you were to? And Ziyuan instinctively probed. Then I would indeed break my promise, Li Bufan replied, winking, offering no further clarification. Yet Ziyuan understood. Given Li Bufan's formidable prowess and ruthless demeanor, he had no need to deceive her. Moreover, even if he chose to mislead, she possessed no alternative but to comply. It was a harsh truth, but reality dictated that Li Bufan could act as he wished, and she, and Ziyuan, lacked the strength to resist. Her beautiful eyes slowly closed, her long lashes fluttering. Though her heart was tumultuous, she had steeled herself for the impending decision. Li Bufan, capable of conquering through sheer force, opted instead to negotiate with her. This was not indecision, but rather an acknowledgement of her dignity. The upper hand capturing the heart of the subordinate can be remarkably straightforward. At that moment, Ziyuan felt she had indeed arrived at a point of no return. Her cool lips barely brushed against his, parting almost immediately. Very well, we shall speak further after your breakthrough, Li Bufan said, gently patting Ziyuan's back as he rose to depart for his quarters. Left in solitude, Ziyuan found herself lost in contemplation, her mind aflame with the realization that this man was a man of his word, one who held her in high regard. In an instant, she had ascribed to Li Bufan a label of noble character. Once a label is affixed to the heart, it remains for a lifetime, never to be torn away. The sky was bright, with a ray of sunlight cascading down from the clouds on the horizon. Li Bufan had set forth with 3 enchanting women. His concern for their safety in the courtyard heightened after the events of the previous day. The exchange hall. It was the only grand edifice within the outer gate bearing such a name, succinct yet prominently featuring the term exchange. Within this hall, one could exchange various items for spirit stones, and conversely, acquire numerous rare treasures with spirit stones. Exchanges of items for items were also permissible. This was no exaggeration. It was rumored that once a junior sister had traded her large sock for a delicate veil. At this moment, the exterior of the hall was teeming with people, a throng that extended into a long queue. To traverse from one end to the other would require at least 2 hours. It was not merely the crowd that slowed the process. The efficiency of the exchange hall was notably lacking. It was not due to the laziness of those within, but rather the overwhelming variety of items available. Li Bufan and his companions did not seek any special treatment, quietly standing at the back of the line, engaging in light conversation that drew the curiosity of many around them. Who wouldn't wonder why such an extraordinarily handsome man was accompanied by 3 breathtaking beauties? Senior brother, may I inquire how you managed to win the affection of such beautiful senior sisters? A youthful lad of about 12 or 13 boldly asked. He was strikingly handsome, despite still being a boy, with the beginnings of a charming visage. The 3 women beside Li Bufan stifled their laughter, eager to hear his response to such an inquiry. In a place rife with ceaseless conflict, only a youth would pose such a question. By being earnest, Li Bufan replied with a smile, choosing a rather reserved response. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. My name is Mu Xiaofeng. You may call me Xiaofeng, the youth replied respectfully, his demeanor earnest, as if Li Bufan's simple words had illuminated a new path for him. After a brief exchange, they continued their idle chatter until the sun ascended higher in the sky. Finally reaching their turn in line, Mu Xiaofeng was at the forefront, yet he was unable to procure the spring and autumn fan he desired, not for lack of availability, but because he was short 3 lower-grade spirit stones. Disheartened, he departed, his silhouette appearing rather forlorn, though his brow still bore the light of hope. Darling, it's merely a few lower-grade spirit stones. Should we not assist him? Yao Sengming gently tugged at Li Bufan's sleeve, inquiring in a hushed tone. No need, he replied, shaking his head. The youth is unlike an adult. He possesses his own pride. He did not seek assistance. Perhaps he does not wish for pity. As Li Bufan spoke, his thoughts drifted back to a memory that lingered. He vividly recalled that fateful year at the age of 12 when he had donned a pair of tattered, flimsy trousers to class. It was the bitter cold of winter, with light snow cascading down. Upon noticing the thin attire of the young man, the teacher rallied all the students to collect donations for him. Li Bufan would forever remember the weighty sum of 9 coins, and even more so, the gaze of pity and sympathy that everyone cast upon him. That year, the teacher, through an act of compassion befitting his position, provided warmth to help him endure the harsh winter, yet simultaneously, this very compassion shattered the pride of the youth. From that moment onward, he became one who could concede defeat, plead for mercy, and compromise his dignity. Li Bufan refrained from passing judgment on the teacher's actions, believing it best to refrain from meddling in affairs that did not concern him. A true youth, with unyielding spirit, should traverse the world with pride. In a moment of distraction, three men clad in formidable attire approached with purposeful strides, directly crossing past Li Bufan. Without a hint of discussion, one of them slammed a beast core from a demonic creature onto the counter with a resounding thud. This was a core from a mid-stage golden core beast, and they sought to exchange it for lower-grade spirit stones. The leader of the trio, a man with a hawk-like nose, spoke in a voice that was neither loud nor soft. As he mentioned the mid-stage golden core beast core, a look of smug satisfaction spread across the faces of the three. All demonic beasts gather their primal energy at the center of their brows, akin to the dantian of human cultivators. Upon breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, the primal energy within solidifies, forming a core at the brow, which in the realm of cultivation is known as the beast core. This core encapsulates half of the beast's primal energy from its lifetime and is highly sought after for crafting, alchemy, and array formation. Such cores are exceedingly rare in the Outer Sect, as few possess the prowess to hunt beasts of the golden core stage. The fact that they presented a core from a mid-stage golden core beast speaks volumes about their formidable strength, thus their arrogance was not without cause. Very well. Please wait a moment, replied the disciple at the exchange hall with utmost respect, preparing to facilitate the exchange for the trio, while the others in line likely dared not voice their dissent. However, life is fraught with unpredictability. Where there are people, there exists a world of conflicts. Where there is arrogance, there will always be defiance. Li Bufan furrowed his brow and slowly reached out to pat the shoulder of the man in front of him, inquiring, "Might you enlighten me as to why you believe it is your place to stand before me?" Chapter 78. 3 storage rings delivered to your doorstep. His words drew the attention of all around him, each face reflecting astonishment, including that of the hawk-nosed man who had been touched on the shoulder. He was baffled that someone in the Outer Sect would dare question his standing. With a clang, the man accompanying the hawk-nosed figure suddenly drew his sword, swinging it fiercely at Li Bufan. "Speak. What is there to discuss?" In their worldview, the law of the jungle prevailed. Killing was far simpler than explaining. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, sending a tremor of fear through those waiting in line behind. Many timid individuals, at this moment, retreated in haste, fearful of inadvertently harming themselves. With a stride and a swift draw of his sword, a dazzling arc of brilliance sliced through the air. Li Bufan, holding his sword with one hand, did not even glance aside, for he knew his blade had pierced the throat of his adversary. Blood dripped steadily to the ground, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated through the space, as if lightning had flashed across the sky. In an instant, Li Bufan's sword claimed another life. The trio, once capable of hunting mid-stage gold core beasts, was now reduced to a solitary figure with a hooked nose. "Sir, your actions are rather ruthless, aren't they? It was merely a matter of exchanging items. If you are in a hurry, you could have gone first." The man with the hooked nose retreated warily. His earlier arrogance evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. As he continued to back away, his legs trembled involuntarily, and he felt like a victim, aggrieved and innocent. Yet, he had forgotten that had it not been for Li Bufan's formidable prowess, he would have already become a lifeless corpse. "Are you beginning to grasp reason now?" Li Bufan smiled faintly. Humanity tends to favor arguments that serve their own interests. Earlier, when the men with the hooked nose had cut in line, Li Bufan had attempted to reason with them, questioning their audacity. At that time, the trio had fancied themselves strong, believing they held the advantage in martial prowess, and had intended to assert their dominance without uttering a word. Now, realizing their weakness, they began to regret their ruthless approach, attempting to appeal to reason. But where is the fairness in that? Li Bufan certainly did not think so. With a resonant hum, the sword in Li Bufan's hand emitted a profound vibration, moving as swiftly as lightning. The man with the hooked nose attempted to flee, channeling his true essence into his feet with great urgency. He was fast, but Li Bufan's sword was even quicker. Just as the man moved one foot, he felt a chill run down his back as the tip of the blade pierced through him. Silence engulfed the scene. All around, onlookers recoiled in astonishment, and the once crowded exchange hall now opened up significantly around Li Bufan. These 3 rings were indeed valuable, perfectly suited, one for each of the 3. Li Bufan smiled as he bent down to retrieve the storage rings from the fingers of the fallen. Storage rings, akin to storage bags, possess an internal space for carrying items. However, while their functions are similar, storage rings are distinctly more advanced. They feature a blood-binding recognition function, qualifying them as spiritual artifacts. As long as the owner is alive, no one else can access the internal space of the ring, even if they acquire it. Moreover, the internal capacity of a storage ring typically surpasses that of a storage bag. One ring can hold the equivalent of over 10 storage bags. After collecting the 3 rings, Li Bufan distributed them to his 3 companions, perfectly matching their numbers, neither too many nor too few. He took the beast core from the bewildered disciple at the exchange hall, and, after expending 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, successfully exchanged for 3 broken pills. This time, no one dared to cut in line. Everyone patiently awaited the completion of his transaction. Only after he had departed, disappearing from sight, did the crowd slowly begin to form a lengthy queue once more at the exchange hall. Who was that senior brother just now? Such valor. Even the 3 brothers of the Go family fell before him. As the events settled, murmurs arose among the crowd. The 3 brothers of the Go family were clearly seeking their own demise. Do you know who that senior brother was? Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals turned their gazes toward the man who spoke. Gossip, after all, is a universal delight. Li Bufan remained unaware that he had already been recognized. Furthermore, due to the prowess he had displayed, an increasing number of individuals in the Outer Sect began to revere him, and the calls for the first of the Outer Sect, Li Bufan, grew ever louder. Not long after, the news of Lin Chu's impending duel with him at the observation cloud platform spread like wildfire in the Outer Sect. Some claimed that Li Bufan could easily annihilate Lin Chu with a single hand, asserting he was a true dark horse. Others argued that Lin Chu, with a mere wave of his hand, could defeat Li Bufan, and that his choice to battle at the observation cloud platform was to etch a legendary tale in the annals of the Outer Sect. To this, Li Bufan remained entirely oblivious. Beep. The reincarnation scroll continues to yield 1,000 points. In the room, 3 cups of tea were set as 3 individuals took their seats. Li Bufan gently caressed Yao Songning's silken hair and smiled. Consolidate your cultivation well, and take the broken pill tomorrow. Indeed, Yao Songning's cultivation had flourished seamlessly, and she had successfully advanced to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, thus fulfilling the prerequisite for consuming the broken pill and stepping into the golden core realm. Yao Songning nodded obediently, her smile sweet and serene. With little to say, she simply wished to quietly observe the man before her, who had brought her happiness and stability. Morong, do not be disheartened. In the path of cultivation, haste makes waste. I shall take special care of you moving forward, Li Bufan said gently, patting the dreamy Murong Qing beside him. Special care? Or just special care? Murong Qing's cheeks flushed crimson as she cast an exasperated glance at Li Bufan. The trio engaged in leisurely conversation for some time before Li Bufan gradually exited the room. In the adjacent chamber, Ji Yuan had already consumed the broken pill at the earliest opportunity. As the elixir entered her body, a surge of medicinal power unfurled, relentlessly washing through her meridians. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather, forming a faint mist around the room. Ji Yuan sat cross-legged upon the bed, draped in a flowing white silk gown that subtly accentuated her ethereal allure. As the pill's effects continued to manifest, her true essence circulated rapidly, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which condensed and ultimately merged into her extraordinary meridians. With each cycle of energy, Ji Yuan's body trembled slightly, invigorated by the flow of true essence. Fragrant sweat beaded upon her skin, soaking through her attire. Li Bufan abruptly withdrew his gaze, resembling a monk deep in meditation as he sat in the chair within the room. It is not a pretense. The scene is so breathtaking that he dares not gaze upon it. After all, Ji Yuan is on the verge of a breakthrough, and any disturbance could yield severe consequences. Time flows gently, and the moon ascends, reaching its zenith. The celestial aura gathered within the room seems to have been devoured in one swift gulp, returning to tranquility, then vanishing into the cosmos. Ji Yuan slowly opens her eyes, her delicate brows relaxing slightly. Stepping into the golden core stage, her heart swells with indescribable excitement. She even contemplates letting out a long cry and taking her sword to wander outside, to express her exhilaration. However, upon seeing Li Bufan meditating in the room, she suppresses her emotions. She approaches gently, lowering her head to plant a soft kiss on Li Bufan's cheek. Ding! Ji Yuan's favorability level, 51, binding successful. A breakthrough. Aren't you excited? Li Bufan gradually opens his eyes, gazing at the ethereal woman before him. Ji Yuan, already beautiful and enchanting, emanates an even stronger allure after her breakthrough. In an instant, Li Bufan muses whether a small fairy sister at the peak of the ascension stage would possess an even more extraordinary grace. Excited, but surely I cannot shout with abandon? Ji Yuan smiles sweetly, her charm remaining naturally captivating. Without hesitation, Li Bufan pulls her into his embrace, leaning closer to her ear to softly whisper, I know a splendid way to release this excitement. Chapter 79, A Certain Poison Worth Possessing. As night passed, Li Bufan slowly opened his eyes. It was not that he had to sleep, but rather that there are moments when slumber is particularly delightful. In truth, a golden core expert can endure sleepless nights without harming their body. A smile crept upon Li Bufan's lips as he thought. If he were to return to his past life and work in a factory, he could probably earn over 10,000 a month. Ding. Page 8 of the reincarnation scroll. Received 50,000 reincarnation points. Reward. High-tier martial technique sunset seal. Li Bufan had long been prepared for the system's timely arrival. He directly allocated the reincarnation points to enhance his cultivation, as an enigmatic power surged within him. The surrounding celestial aura suddenly became restless, akin to rivers flowing eastward into the sea, surging towards his body. His momentum escalated, and soon Li Bufan opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. Host Li Bufan. Cultivation 61,000. Peak Golden Core. Martial Techniques, Level 4, Mid-Tier, Wind Step, Perfect. Level 4, High-Tier, Thundersword Manual, Great Accomplishment. Level 5, High-Tier, Sunset Seal, Beginner. Reincarnation Points 0. Physique, Dominant Body, Low-Tier Spiritual Body. After slightly stretching his body, Li Bufan slowly rises and pushes open the door. Outside, Ziyuan has already prepared the meal, busy alongside Murong Qing, while Yao Songning has taken the breaking ordinary pill in her room. It is evident that she does not wish to lag behind Ziyuan. Hence she is diligently cultivating. Husband, please rest for a moment. The meal will be ready shortly. Murong Qing graced the air with a gentle smile, unperturbed by Li Bufan's emergence from Ziyuan's chamber, as if it were the most natural occurrence. Ziyuan beside him cast a glance at Li Bufan, her eyes betraying a hint of discomfort. After a moment's hesitation, she uttered in a barely audible whisper, "Husband." Li Bufan found her shyness rather understandable. After all, their time together had been fleeting, and true feelings blossom with the passage of time. The trio shared a simple meal, enveloped in an atmosphere of quietude. Soon after, Ziyuan rose to clear the table while Murong Qing commenced tidying the courtyard. Li Bufan leisurely toyed with the demon beast core in his hands. Indeed, it was the possession of the three individuals he had vanquished the previous day. Following their demise, their remnants naturally became his, a tacitly accepted norm within the Outer Sect. Though unspoken, after a brief study, he had yet to discern the core's utility, primarily due to his limited knowledge of the miscellaneous arts. This was to be expected, given his relatively short cultivation period. Husband, the core in your hand belongs to a serpentine demon beast. It serves as a prime material for concocting poisons, Ziyuan remarked, noticing Li Bufan's furrowed brow after she had tidied the dishes. What kind of poison can be crafted? Li Bufan extended his hand, intending to offer the beast core to Ziyuan. For his sister, he was willing to part with the core, as long as it proved beneficial. However, Ziyuan did not reach out to take it. Instead, she slowly seated herself beside him. From her storage ring, she retrieved a weathered tome. Flipping through its pages before pointing out the text, serpents are lustful by nature, combined with yuan yang grass, duan qinghua, and the blood marrow of jade. One can concoct the explosive yang poison. The name alone hinted at its malevolent nature. Li Bufan shook his head, casting a reproachful glance at Ziyuan, bewildered as to why such a beautiful sister would delve into the study of poisons. Can there be any good in poisons? Ziyuan shot him a resentful look before continuing. The explosive yang poison affects men. Upon ingestion, their vital energies surge. And even a cultivator at the mid-golden core stage would likely meet a fatal end. What about those at the peak of the golden core stage? Li Bufan inquired casually, his interest in poisons waning. Ziyuan perused the book, her expression growing increasingly uneasy as she pondered for a moment before responding. They probably wouldn't die immediately, but one would need to, well, engage in that activity several times to detoxify. At this juncture, Ziyuan lost her enthusiasm for the topic, having not anticipated that the poisons within the tome were so indecorous. Had she known, she would have refrained from discussing it. Li Bufan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This poison has piqued my interest. Can Ziyuan concoct it? As he spoke, he gently tapped the back of Ziyuan's hand, his smile imbued with a hint of mischief. Perhaps it is feasible, she replied, a touch of uncertainty in her tone. Ziyuan softly responded, sensing something amiss. Yet she chose to speak candidly. I possess all the necessary materials for the concoction, yet the blood essence of jade is exceedingly rare. I doubt even the exchange hall has it. I shall devise a solution. Li Bufan nodded, mentally noting her words. This poison, no, this elixir to aid cultivation, must be crafted. Even without the blood essence of jade, it could still be produced. Ziyuan spoke of her expertise, her interest igniting as she pondered further dissemination of knowledge. Li Bufan gently covered her mouth, whispering, "Hush, that last one was quite commendable." After a brief respite, Murong Qing concluded her busy endeavors. Subsequently, Li Bufan began to focus on guiding her cultivation. It was not favoritism. The truth was that Murong's strength had indeed lagged behind. Time flowed slowly, and that night, Yao Songning successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm. The intensity of spiritual energy during her breakthrough surpassed even the commotion caused by Ziyuan. Albeit by a slight margin, the two women seemed to reach a silent agreement. Retreating to the adjacent room for conversation, ensuring they did not disrupt those in cultivation. Another day passed. In the room, Murongqing had ascended to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. It was estimated that within a few days, once her aura stabilized, she could consume the breaking ordinary pill and step into the golden core realm. Ding! The reincarnation scroll continues to yield rewards. 500, 500, 500. Li Bufan's heart quivered. It had provided a total of 4,000 points. Outside, and Ziyuan and Yao Songning were prepared for departure. As today marked the day Li Bufan and Lin Shu would ascend the cloud viewing platform, the two women felt a sense of trepidation. After all, Lin Shu's reputation in the Outer Sect was formidable. Yao Songning, wielding her sword with a fierce demeanor, contemplated simply. If Li Bufan triumphed, all would be well. If he faltered, she would not survive. It was not only she who bore this desperate resolve. Beside her, and Ziyuan's fingers danced, the more than 10 small blades strapped to her legs glimmering with brilliance. Before long, Murongqing pushed open the door, now clad in a fitted azure attire, her hairpin sparkling radiantly atop her head. Li Bufan had little to say regarding the attitudes of the three women. He could only remark that once their hearts were set, their loyalty would remain unwavering until death. Naturally, he did not regard Lin Shu with any concern. Attending the meeting felt merely like a casual stroll. Chapter 80 has concluded. The cloud viewing platform, also known as Cloud Viewing Peak, was said to have once been the residence of an elder in the Outer Sect. Due to a grave error committed by a disciple from Cloud Viewing Peak upon entering the Inner Sect, the sect leader, in a fit of rage, severed the entire mountain with a single strike of his sword, transforming it into a platform hundreds of feet high. Everything that once existed upon the peak was reduced to dust. Now, around the cloud viewing platform, half of the Outer Sect had gathered, a bustling throng of people. At the forefront, many curious elders had come to observe, for the battle between the two disciples, both hailed as the best, held an influence rivaling that of the Inner Sect assessments. Although the elders hold high positions, they typically exhibit a degree of amiability towards exceptionally gifted disciples from the Outer Sect. Despite their seemingly imposing titles, the elders are often merely aged practitioners whose cultivation has stagnated and who have been assigned to this role by the sect. Their status within the sect is not particularly elevated. A gifted disciple today may very well ascend to the Inner Sect tomorrow or even become a disciple under an Inner Sect elder, a position that would be much sought after and difficult to curry favor with later on. Thus, the elders make it a point to befriend the most outstanding disciples from each generation of the Outer Sect. This context sheds light on the anticipation surrounding the duel between Lin Shu and Li Bufan. The victorious disciple will undoubtedly capture the attention of the elders. At this moment on the observation platform, Lin Shu, adorned with a bamboo hat and a long sword at his waist, exudes an aura of a solitary swordsman. His ink-black hair cascading freely. Lin Shu is so handsome, murmured an infatuated admirer from the crowd below, who erupted in cheers. The elders at the forefront, witnessing Lin Shu's overwhelming presence, could not help but nod in approval. Elder Ge, do you think that lad namely will dare to show up? Elder Niu inquired quietly. Glancing around, his disciple, Pei Wuxin, had been slain by Li Bufan, making him one of the elders most eager for Li's demise. Why the rush? If he doesn't come today, Lin Shu will seek him out tomorrow. The title of the foremost among the Outer Sect may be merely a facade. Yet the youth are enamored with such titles. With this appellation, that lad named Li is as good as doomed, Elder Gu remarked, stroking his beard with a knowing demeanor, resembling a primordial fish king comfortably waiting at his fishing spot. Not only the elders, but also the onlookers were abuzz with speculation. Could it be that Li Bufan is too afraid to come? A man, sword sheathed at his waist, spoke in a calm tone. His name was Tong Jiang, a renowned expert in the Outer Sect, second only to Lin Shu. Beside him, Chu Xinghan, with a cold glint in his eye, remarked, "He only needs one sword to kill you." Although his words seemed to advocate for Li Bufan, they were, in truth, a defense of his own reputation. For it was well known that Li Bufan had defeated Chu Xinghan with a single strike. Should Li Bufan be deemed a failure, it would only serve to cast further doubt on Chu Xinghan's prowess. Humph, if he dares to come, I would relish the opportunity to test my skills. Tong Jiang replied with a faint smile, unperturbed. He has arrived, Chu Xinghan murmured, directing his gaze towards the distant horizon. At that moment, in the sky above, Li Bufan soared upon a flying sword, holding onto Murongqing with one hand, flanked on either side by Yao Songning and Ziyuan. The entrance of the three women drew the attention of many men nearby. While a single beauty may not captivate, the presence of three, each with their unique allure, was enough to draw lingering gazes from all who beheld them. The four landed gracefully. Li Bufan pointed at Lin Shu and inquired of Murongqing beside him. Is he the one who is so brazenly displaying his might in our courtyard? Indeed, Murongqing nodded, her right hand slowly rising to touch her hairpin. Beside them, Yao Songning and Ziyuan immediately assumed a state of readiness. and the atmosphere grew tense and charged. Everyone was taken aback. They had expected a fierce duel, a clash that would eclipse the sun and moon, a battle of life and death. Yet, as Li Bufan made his entrance accompanied by several women, it became apparent that he intended to launch a group attack. Although there were no explicit rules necessitating one-on-one combat, it was somewhat disheartening to witness a master resorting to overwhelming numbers. Li Bufan. Lin Chu raised her gaze, her expression filled with disdain. The opponent she envisioned was certainly not one who indulged in the charms of women. To her, a woman's allure was a weakness for any cultivator. In her understanding, true masters were solitary figures. Feel free to come at me all at once, Lin Chu remarked, raising an eyebrow as she placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. What does it matter if there are many? In the face of absolute power, numbers hold no significance. With a resounding clang, Lin Chu abruptly drew her sword, the crisp sound echoing around them, startling the three women and causing their hearts to race. The onlookers below wore serious expressions, their focus unwavering, lest they miss the unfolding drama. She unsheathed her sword only to sheathe it once more. To the crowd's astonishment, they thought Li Bufan had yet to engage, when in fact, the encounter had already concluded. In an instant, Lin Chu's head was severed, her expression frozen in terror. Her decapitated body still tightly gripping the sword. Blood gushed forth as her head spun through the air. At that moment, and Ziyuan, the fastest among the three women, had just placed her hand on her thigh, her dagger only half drawn, when she stood frozen in shock. Li Bufan reached out, patting her smooth thigh, replacing the dagger back into her hand, and said with a smile, "No need to be so tense. It is already over." "Is she dead?" And Ziyuan swallowed hard, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. In truth, on the day she broke through to the Golden Core stage, she had contemplated rebellion, pondering the idea of defying their agreement and assassinating Li Bufan. Yet, after that fateful night, she found herself enamored with him. However, in those early moments of her breakthrough, she had indeed hesitated, thinking that once she attained Golden Core status, her strength would set her apart, and she could eliminate Li Bufan without hesitation. Thank goodness. She had merely entertained the thought and never acted upon it. A wave of dread washed over in Ziyuan as her heart raced uncontrollably. "You three may leave for now. I have matters to attend to," Li Bufan said with a smile, stepping toward Lin Chu's lifeless body to collect her belongings. Though he currently lacked for resources, frugality had always been a virtue esteemed by the sons of China. Once he had tidied everything up, the three women obediently departed. Standing quietly among the crowd as they gazed upward, Li Bufan, with a mere flick of his hand, produced a piece of paper and began to recite slowly. Tong Jiang, Hizhou, Zhang Long, Chu Xinghan, by Rankong. He named a total of 9 individuals, the other members of the Outer Sect's top 10, excluding Lin Chu. His voice, although not particularly loud, resonated with an undeniable authority, amplified by his true essence, reverberating throughout the surroundings and jarring everyone from their stupor. Complex expressions adorned the faces of all present, the masters they had revered, the geniuses they believed were insurmountable. The formidable figures of the Outer Sect, each fell under Li Bufan's sword with a single strike. Rather than a kill, it felt akin to crushing an ant. In that fleeting moment, the image of that astonishing sword strike lingered in every mind, though many had scarcely witnessed Li Bufan's movements. Nonetheless, this did not hinder their vivid imaginations, shock, speechlessness, terror. To those whose names I just mentioned, I grant you the opportunity to challenge me collectively, Li Bufan smiled, his demeanor remarkably amiable. Though termed a challenge, his true intention was to eliminate these individuals, for a simple reason. Without powerful disciples in the Outer Sect, his women would remain secure. Chapter 81. What happens when a disciple slays an elder? Silence enveloped the atmosphere, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Had Li Bufan not acted previously, he would not have dared to be so audacious. Not to mention the top 10 disciples of the Outer Sect. Even those at the Golden Core stage would have rushed to the cloud viewing platform without hesitation. After all, who among the youth is not impetuous? Yet, in this moment, none dared to step forward, for the shock Li Bufan had instilled was simply overwhelming. Chu Xinghan, come forth and receive my sword, Li Bufan declared with a smile, feeling a peculiar sense of fate in encountering this man again after sparing his life the previous day. Chu Xinghan, bewildered, understood that Li Bufan likely called him forward due to his unfamiliarity with the others. Witnessing Lin Chu's gruesome demise, even he, who considered himself an adept and a prodigy, did not dare to take a single step closer. As he grappled with how to respond, Elder Nyo let out a cold snort from a distance. With an air of authority, he proclaimed, "You little beast, relying on your considerable strength to wantonly slaughter your fellow disciples is a violation of our sect's regulations. I implore the law enforcement elder to execute him, as a deterrent to others." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Slaughtering fellow disciples constitutes a breach of sect rules? How absurd! Every disciple present, without exception, had committed such acts at some point. By Elder Nyo's reasoning, it seemed he intended for the law enforcement elder to eliminate all disciples. However, Li Bufan grasped the underlying message. Elder Nyo, unable to contend with the disciples, sought to take his life through other means. This sentiment resonated with Li Bufan. He understood that, were he in Nyo's position, he too would never allow a potentially limitless adversary to live. In an instant, Li Bufan directed his gaze towards the law enforcement elder, Dugu Feng, and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, if it is an ironclad rule that elders are forbidden from slaughtering disciples, what then of disciples who slay elders?" "Beyond the ironclad laws," the old man, Dugu Feng, replied with a calm demeanor. His murky eyes slowly closed, for he understood Li Bufan's intentions. Only he had perceived the terror lurking within that recent sword strike. Without the emergence of the nascent soul, who could rival him? Among the nascent soul masters, only 2 elder lawgivers resided in the Outer Sect. Dugu Feng could not fathom how such a formidable presence had emerged among the Outer Disciples. For the Inner Sect conducted assessments of their disciples annually. Any disciple at the mid-stage of Golden Core would not even require assessment, as they would be directly taken away. Thus, it was customary to assume that within a year, the Outer Disciples would only yield those at most at the mid-stage of Golden Core. Consequently, the so-called elders of the Outer Sect need not be exceptionally powerful, as most were merely old fellows unable to break through to the nascent soul stage. And some were even only at the late stage of Golden Core. Dugu Feng closed his eyes for another crucial reason. He understood that the so-called Outer Sect elders could not possibly be compared to the genius disciples in the eyes of the Inner Sect. A smile graced Li Bufan's lips. For as the saying goes, one fears not the thief but the thief's intentions. A minor conflict had led several elders to repeatedly attempt to bring about his demise. With unresolved grudges, he could hardly rest soundly at night. His inquiry stemmed from his inability to discern Dugu Feng's cultivation level, causing him to hesitate in taking action. With a confirmed answer in hand, Li Bufan felt no need for reservations. He exerted a slight force beneath his feet, propelling himself into the air. Thunder reverberated through the space. At that moment, everyone was in shock and bewilderment. None could have anticipated that the very Li Bufan, who had just sought to challenge the top 10 disciples of the Outer Sect, would suddenly draw his sword against several elders. Elders, they were exalted beings. The very pinnacle of the Outer Sect. The world felt utterly insane, and each person's mind flickered with such thoughts. Humph, a disciple dares to defy authority. If an elder were to slay him, would that not be considered a breach of the ironclad laws? Elder Nyo let out a cold snort, his aged eyes narrowing slightly. Surrounding air currents surged, coalescing before him into a protective barrier. In an instant, the sword struck, clashing with the barrier, emitting a metallic screech. Boom! An explosive sound erupted. Invisible shockwaves swept outward. The surrounding elders swiftly intervened to shield the disciples below the peak from harm, while those without the protection of elders could only seek their own fortune, fleeing to safety. When celestial beings clash, the common folk suffer. Some disciples, unable to evade in time, were directly shattered by the residual force of the 2 combatants, collapsing helplessly to the ground. In a corner, a man with graying hair lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. He had suffered a rupture in his heart meridian from the battle's aftermath, and death was merely a matter of time. I, Cultivation, hailed from a prestigious martial arts family. I practiced swordsmanship from a young age, creating my own sword techniques at the age of 13, traversing the lands of 6 kingdoms. Yet I sought defeat and could not find it. At 20, I lamented that invincibility was also a form of solitude, embarking on a journey in search of immortal encounters. It was only then that he realized he had merely been a frog in a well. If the heroes of the 6 kingdoms were to learn of the disheartening downfall of their martial legend, what emotions would it evoke? The man's voice trembled, and the light in his eyes slowly faded. He bore no resentment towards anyone but himself. He could have lived a life of tranquility, yet he relentlessly sought to transcend the limits of martial arts. How lamentable, how tragic. As Cultivation closed his eyes, he still clutched the sword techniques he had painstakingly crafted throughout his life. Had he been in the mundane 6 kingdoms of yore, he would have confidently asserted that upon his death, this tome would become a treasure of immeasurable worth, inciting a bloody storm within the martial realm. Yet here, no one paid heed, not even a glance, not even a fleeting gaze. Everyone was engrossed in the battle at the center. As Li Bufan shattered Elder Nyo's defenses with a single strike, with a resounding crash, Elder Nyo was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Utilizing the recoil, Li Bufan descended gracefully like a butterfly, landing beside Cultivation's lifeless body. The Batian sword technique. Li Bufan's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the object in Cultivation's hand. With a flick of his hand, a surge of true essence enveloped the yellowed tome, drawing it into his storage ring. He was simply captivated by the title, To dare name it after Baiqian suggested it was an extraordinary artifact. You wretched creature. You dare to offend the hierarchy. Such a crime deserves death. Elder Nyo, regaining his composure, spat out a mouthful of blood as he furiously admonished. Come, kill me. Li Bufan chuckled, unfazed, entirely indifferent. He then slowly sheathed his sword and pointed at the elders of peaks 69, 70, and 71, stating nonchalantly, You three shall join him in the fray. As his words fell, those around him were struck by a wave of dizziness. Madness, everyone shared this thought. Even Elder Dugufeng could not resist opening his eyes for a glance. The audacity to target one elder was already enough insanity. Li Bufan was brazenly declaring his intent to confront four. It felt akin to a mouse daringly taunting a horde of cats. Elder Dugufeng, he provoked us, surely. Our actions are not in violation of the ironclad rules. Elder Gu of Peak 69 spoke coolly. Though it sounded like an inquiry, he had already made his move. Thrusting his palms upward as a torrent of true essence surged forth, exuding an overwhelming might. The elders of Peak 70 and 71 immediately understood. As the four old men shared a good rapport, each having past grievances with Li Bufan. In light of this, they harmoniously launched their attack, intent on quelling the threat in its infancy. The four figures leapt into the air, their true essence swirling in their hands. And the very heavens seemed to shift colors at that moment. A tempest arose, stirring sand and stone. Chapter 82. This child is a monstrous talent. He could slay the nascent soul. The four elders struck simultaneously, their surging true essence tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Thunderous booms echoed as their palms thrust outward with great force, darkening the skies as if a storm were imminent. Sunset seal. Li Bufan propelled himself upward, his toes barely grazing the ground, soaring into the sky like the wind. As the setting sun imprint was unleashed in an instant, his provocation towards the four elders was, in truth, a test of its might. The solitary elder Nyo, at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, was certainly incapable of withstanding it alone. Thus, he summoned the four to join forces, eager to ascertain whether these four golden core elders could endure this formidable technique. Of course, regardless of the outcome, their fate was sealed. Li Bufan was acutely aware that once he activated his dominance body, it would undoubtedly render their existence utterly futile. Above the four elders, the sky abruptly coalesced into a radiant setting sun. The fading light exuded a faint crimson glow, evoking a poignant sense of melancholy reminiscent of dusk. The setting sun, though infinitely beautiful, heralded the approach of twilight. In that fleeting moment, a similar sentiment flickered in the hearts of the four elders. The next instant, they realized the accuracy of their foreboding. The disk-like sun descended, and the combined might of the four elders was instantly dismantled. With a thunderous crash, a blinding crimson light erupted. Whether it was the hue of the sun imprint or the sanguine remnants of the elders, it was undeniably stunningly vivid. Shock, bewilderment, and a mental paralysis ensued. Li Bufan's strike obliterated the corporeal forms of the four elders, shattering not only their bodies, but also the pride of all present. This included Dugu Feng, who had believed himself to be the strongest among the Outer Sect, convinced he wielded dominion over its rules. In this moment, he realized the profound error of his assumptions. Heaven's path yields but 9, leaving the multitude with but a thread of hope. Every entity harbors the potential for unforeseen variability. Dugu Feng reassessed his prior judgment, contemplating anew. This young man is a prodigy, capable of slaying those in the nascent soul stage. In the distant inner sect of Lingyun, atop the battle peak, a woman clad in white with a veil obscuring her face displayed a glimmer of delight in her brow, murmuring, Another has emerged. Who dares claim that my Lingyun sect lacks martial prowess? She raised her delicate hand and gently pressed it upon the compass before her, unleashing a beam of light that soared skyward. Ascending to the heavens, it descended upon the grand formation of the Outer Sect. In an instant, the entire Outer Sect formation shimmered, with countless golden runes manifesting. In the skies above the viewing cloud platform, the golden runes converged, gradually coalescing into an exquisitely beautiful ethereal silhouette. Dugu Feng, I pay my respects, esteemed one. The moment the woman appeared, Dugu Feng immediately knelt. We all pay our respects, esteemed one. May your longevity be equal to that of the heavens. The elders knelt in unison, their demeanor profoundly reverent, devoid of the lofty airs they exhibited before their disciples. Amidst the astonishment of the Outer Sect disciples, some quickly reacted by kneeling, and soon, as if dumplings being dropped into boiling water, they all prostrated themselves. The Outer disciples were oblivious to the unfolding events, yet instinctively understood that if the elders knelt, to remain standing would be tantamount to courting death. Why do you not kneel? The ethereal voice of the woman resonated, her profound gaze slowly settling upon Li Bufan. Esteemed one, I have yet to find the opportunity, Li Bufan replied respectfully. Let not words of pride or defiance escape your lips. Here, beneath the weight of power. No one cares for such notions. What truly matters is strength. Wield power, and you may act according to your will. Lacking strength, I apologize. The dimensions of life vary among individuals. Those who possess the power to extinguish mountains and rivers will not regard those who merely wield blades and guns as their equals. Therefore, there is no need to kneel. The ethereal figure spoke softly, her celestial voice resonating through the outer gate. Outer Disciple 9-52714, Li Bufan, possesses extraordinary talent. He is permitted to traverse the Black Mist Canyon and proceed to the Battle Peak. As you command, Li Bufan replied with utmost respect. Although he was unaware of the location of the Black Mist Canyon or the Battle Peak, he understood that at this moment, all he needed was to respond respectfully, as someone would guide him thereafter. In half a month, the guiding envoy will come to escort you away. The ethereal figure nodded at Li Bufan. She did not spare a glance at anyone else, even ignoring the strongest law elder of the Outer Sect. As her words faded, the woman's apparition transformed once more into golden runes, dissipating into the cosmos. Peace returned, and the world regained its clarity. Dugu Feng was the first to rise. Bowing respectfully to Li Bufan, I am Dugu Feng, the law elder of the Outer Sect, honored to meet the esteemed Inner Sect master. Upon utterance of this sentence, the surrounding elders all clasped their hands in a gesture of respect. The arrival of the battle elders signified something profound, while others remained oblivious. The seasoned elders understood all too well. The Inner Sect comprises 7 peaks, with the Battle Peak being the strongest and most ruthless. They are tasked with executing the will of the Lingyun Sect, engaging in battles across the land. For the Sect's anomalies, the Battle Peak strikes. For formidable foes, the Battle Peak eliminates. It is said that the status of the Battle Peak Elder is on par with that of the Inner Sect's Grand Elder, second only to the Sect Master. The personal arrival of such a figure signifies that, as long as Li Bufan remains alive, his future achievements are boundless. Hence, ingratiating oneself early on would be wise. The title of Master bestowed by a mere Outer Sect Elder carries significant weight. Elder Dugu, you are two kind and esteemed elders. Your courtesy is appreciated, Li Bufan acknowledged with a nod, refraining from excessive humility. Setting aside future prospects, given his current strength, he felt no need to bow before the Outer Sect elders. After engaging in casual conversation with the elders, Li Bufan prepared to retrieve the storage rings from the 4 elders. He intended to return home and devote himself to rigorous training. By this time, the crowd had dispersed, leaving only Dugu Feng behind, accompanied by his 3 women who patiently awaited him. Elder Dugu, if I were to take action against an Outer Sect disciple at this moment, would it be considered a breach of protocol? Li Bufan inquired, as a thought crossed his mind. He was set to depart in half a month, and naturally, his concerns revolved around the safety of his beloved ones. I have no authority to interfere with your actions, Dugu Feng respectfully replied. At this moment, Li Bufan had secured the verbal permission of the Battle Peak Elder to report to the Battle Peak, making him, in name, a member of the Inner Sect. As an Outer Law Elder, Dugu Feng had no jurisdiction over Inner Sect members. However, out of curiosity, Dugu Feng still inquired about Li Bufan's intentions behind this course of action. Upon learning that the other party intended to eliminate all Outer disciples who surpassed his own partner, Dugu Feng's expression twisted into a peculiar semblance. A madman, a seemingly genteel yet unhinged individual. That was the assessment Dugu Feng formed in his mind. He could envision myriad justifications for murder, yet he could never fathom that someone would resort to slaughtering all potential threats for the sake of those dear to them. Setting aside the vast number of Outer disciples, the sheer magnitude of individuals Li Bufan would need to dispatch was staggering. Moreover, according to his logic, many secluded Outer disciples, who had never even heard of him, would find themselves facing mortal peril simply due to their formidable strength. The mere thought left Dugu Feng feeling a profound sense of injustice for those disciples. In truth, there was no need for Li to trouble himself. The old man possessed absolute strength within the Outer Sect. I shall leave behind a communication talisman. Should the ladies encounter any insurmountable troubles, they may reach out to me. Dugu Feng proposed after a moment of contemplation. His words bore a hint of flattery, which was indeed his intention, given Dugu Feng's prowess. Safeguarding a few Outer disciples would be an effortless task. However, from their earlier conversation, it was evident that Li Bufan placed great importance on those around him. It was a simple matter to gain the favor of a person with boundless potential, thereby accruing a debt of gratitude. Dugu Feng found this arrangement exceedingly advantageous. Then I shall express my gratitude, Li Bufan mused briefly, concluding that having Dugu Feng provide protection was the more prudent course of action. Firstly, the elder's integrity suggested that he would not go back on his word. Secondly, killing those disciples could incite the wrath of too many. As the limitations of human capacity came into play, he feared that indiscriminate killing might leave his women with lurking enemies. Oh, by the way, Elder Dugu, Are you familiar with the substance known as blood marrow from within the jade? Just as Li Bufan was about to take his leave, he suddenly recalled the elixir that assisted in his cultivation and inquired. Chapter 83, The Trading District, General Store. Blood marrow from within the jade. Upon hearing the query, Du Gufeng glanced thoughtfully at the alluring figures of 3 women nearby, then turned his gaze to Li Bufan's not particularly robust physique. A smile crept onto his weathered face. He understood. Blood marrow from within the jade was not an extraordinary treasure. It originated from jade and resembled bone marrow. Its efficacy could be distilled into 2 words, kidney replenishment. However, due to this very property, blood marrow from within the jade was not particularly prized. Yet it was nearly non-existent in the Outer Sect. This scarcity stemmed from the fact that the elders of the Outer Sect were all elderly men, despite their profound cultivation. They could not escape the ravages of time, and thus, whenever such a substance surfaced, it would swiftly be claimed by the elders. After a moment of contemplation, Du Gufeng nodded and replied, I shall notify the others. There is likely still some stock remaining within the entire Outer Sect. Li Bufan nodded, feeling quite favorable towards Du Gufeng. In truth, Du Gufeng's efficiency was commendable. The very next day, news of Li Bufan's substantial offer for blood marrow from within the jade spread throughout the Outer Sect. Numerous elders, who had recently reveled in joy, now beat their chests in regret, lamenting the lost opportunity to please the esteemed members of the inner sect. If only they had not succumbed to transient pleasures, they would not have missed such a chance. Alas, the dissemination of this news led many beautiful female disciples, who had planned to entice Li Bufan, to abandon their designs. Have you not heard? It has become exceedingly arduous, and to pursue beauty is utterly futile. The companions of Li Bufan remained unaware that misunderstandings had cost them dearly in terms of sisterhood. Many male disciples took Li Bufan as their exemplar, believing that a man must pursue, even resorting to drastic measures if necessary. They sighed, acknowledging that only brotherly possessed such nonchalance, surrounded by numerous admirers in the courtyard. To Li Bufan's left sat Ziyuan, while to his right was Yao Songning, with Murongqing appearing somewhat speechless. Husband, when shall we go select items for our sisters? And Ziyuan asked, rolling her eyes in mild discontent. This is so tiresome. There is not a single matter of importance. Li Bufan narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. We shall go once Murong has finished her tasks. Time flowed slowly. By afternoon, the sun cast slanted rays, elongating the shadows of the trees. Li Bufan, accompanied by the 3 sisters, chatted merrily as they made their way to the trading area. Today's purpose was to select items for Liu Yan and the others. Though Li Bufan found himself puzzled by the situation, it had been agreed that once they established themselves in the Outer Sect, they would devise a plan to bring them out. Yet here he was, firmly rooted, yet once again heading towards the Inner Sect, uncertain of when they would meet again. The pain of unattainable desires and the sorrow of separation are perhaps the greatest sufferings of life. It is only through the bitterness of longing that one can savor the sweetness of dreams fulfilled. The anguish of love and parting serves only to heighten the joy of reunion. Li Bufan did not dwell too much on these thoughts. The impending reunion stirred excitement within him, whether it was for them or their enchanting figures. When I first arrived at the Outer Sect, I discovered 2 charming short skirts adorned with magpies perched on plum blossoms in a courtyard, which I found quite beautiful. We shall purchase several pieces in this style. They will undoubtedly love them. As Li Bufan spoke, he casually retrieved 2 exquisite skirts from his storage ring, unperturbed by the fact that others had worn them. After all, they were lovely and practical. Thrift is a virtue. Though the 3 women found Li Bufan's manner of conversation somewhat revealing, they were comforted by the familiarity among them, allowing for a touch of awkwardness. However, just as Yao Songning prepared to glance sideways, she was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson, her beautiful eyes filled with a sense of grievance. She gently pinched Li Bufan's waist, whispering, "Put that away. It's mortifying. Do you remember whose courtyard you entered?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Murongqing and Ziyuan exchanged curious glances, having discerned from Yao Songning's expression that there was a story behind it. I venture to guess that husband must have taken those from Songning's courtyard, and Ziyuan remarked, wrapping her arms around Li Bufan's, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Li Bufan was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the matter. His thoughts crystallized, and it appeared that the item in question was acquired from the courtyard where Yao Songning resided. This coveted item, deemed beautiful by her husband, prompted the suggestion to procure some fabric, after which she would tailor outfits for her sisters. Yao Songning swiftly snatched the red dress from Li Bufan's hands and reached out towards Ziyuan, intending to take her measurements. "You troublesome woman. I have no desire for your assistance in crafting my garments." And Ziyuan retorted, her reflexes sharp as she dashed ahead. Yao Songning, clearly unwilling to let her escape, engaged in playful banter, and soon they arrived at the trading district. Their intentions were not to purchase extravagant items. After Li Bufan had vanquished 4 elders, he possessed an abundance of cultivation resources. Their aim was merely to acquire some clothing and jewelry, small trinkets that women typically cherished. The Hu's General Store, a sizable establishment within the trading district at the foot of Hanyuan Peak, offered a plethora of goods. The shopkeepers were exceedingly busy, overwhelmed by the multitude of customers. And even though they were chosen workers, they appeared to be on the verge of being unable to manage the crowd. Boss, this pair of shoes is clearly priced at 1 low-grade spirit stone. Why do you insist on charging me 3? A youth, with a stern gaze, confronted the rotund and balding Hu boss, voicing his complaint. This youth, Mu Xiaofeng, had crossed paths with Li Bufan previously. Today, he sought to impress a lady and had come to purchase a new pair of shoes to enhance his appearance. However, after exchanging nearly all his possessions for a spring blossom and autumn moon fan, he was left with just 1 spirit stone, which, according to the shop's pricing, would suffice to buy inexpensive cloth shoes. Yet, upon reaching the checkout, the owner insisted he pay 3. I won't buy it, then get lost. I set the price. And that is what you will pay? Hu boss waved dismissively, perceiving the youth as an easy target for exploitation. Upon realizing the boy was impoverished, his interest in the exchange promptly waned. In this vast general store, an impoverished customer was neither a surplus nor a deficit. In business, integrity is paramount. If you price it at 1, you should sell it for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Mu Xiaofeng summoned his courage, placing his single spirit stone on the counter. Prepared to leave with the cloth shoes. Hu boss chuckled, rising to shake his hefty frame as he approached Mu Xiaofeng step by step. You little brat, you've stolen from me. Have you considered the consequences? I paid for it. Mu Xiaofeng nervously retreated, yet he was no match for Hu boss's swift grasp. With a slight motion, Hu boss seized him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a chick in an eagle's clutches. Stealing from me? I'll send you to the management hall, and let the overseer take your head. Hu boss grinned, his gaze scanning Mu Xiaofeng's form, noting his slenderness. Neither too thin nor too plump. You would make a fine dish of braised meat, indeed. Indeed, he possesses an obsession of a rather morbid nature, and for Hu, the proprietor, the arrival of Mu Xiaofeng is nothing short of a delightful opportunity. Within the transaction zone, the regulations dictate that any thief reported to the overseer will face immediate execution, a brutal display meant to deter others. Whether Mu Xiaofeng has committed theft is a matter that can be overlooked, for even in the mundane world, wrongful convictions can ensnare even those granted imperial authority, let alone an inexperienced overseer of the trading area. Chapter 84. Heed the counsel of the weak. Mu Xiaofeng yearned to resist. Yet his slender frame proved no match against Hu's formidable strength. At this moment, Li Bufan and his companions fortuitously arrived at the general store. With a mere glance, Li Bufan recognized Mu Xiaofeng, for the lad's visage was strikingly distinctive. Release him, Li Bufan said, his brow furrowing slightly, his voice calm yet authoritative. As the words left his lips, those around them instinctively turned their gazes towards him. Upon encountering Li Bufan, many hastily averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. The events of the previous days had stirred the entire Outer Sect. It was nearly impossible for Li Bufan to remain incognito. Even Hu, who had spent years in the trading zone, had seen Li Bufan's likeness just the day before. Anyone with even a modicum of sense would remember his features. Understanding the gravity of offending him, Hu nodded quickly, his hand releasing its grip on Mu Xiaofeng, and he bent slightly, a sycophantic smile gracing his lips. Your presence in my humble establishment fills me with profound honor, esteemedly. How may I assist you today? I shall prepare whatever you require. Disregarding Hu's obsequiousness, Li Bufan turned to the 3 young ladies beside him, speaking gently. Choose what you wish to gift them. The trio nodded obediently and, guided by a shop assistant, began to select items within the store. Throughout this time, Li Bufan maintained his silence, while Hu kept a fixed, ingratiating smile, bending slightly as if frozen in place. Too fearful to shift. After a considerable pause, Li Bufan's gaze returned to Mu Xiaofeng, and he remarked, a youth of such noble spirit would surely not engage in thievery. I did not steal, Mu Xiaofeng retorted, meeting Li Bufan's gaze with unwavering resolve, fully aware that the man before him wielded considerable influence. Then why were you apprehended? Li Bufan inquired. Because I possess but a single spirit stone and wish to purchase a pair of cloth shoes, Mu Xiaofeng explained, recounting the events succinctly, devoid of embellishment. Nodding, Li Bufan replied, hand the shoes to him, and the spirit stone to me. I shall procure them for you. Thank you, senior brother, Mu Xiaofeng said, bowing in gratitude. Fully aware that Li Bufan intended to assist him, recognizing that Hu had indeed quoted an exorbitant price. If brotherly were to make a purchase, even if Mu Xiaofeng were to be aware, not even 8 lives would embolden the other party to ask for an additional coin. With that thought fleeting through his mind, Mu Xiaofeng returned the cloth shoes to their original position. He then took the spirit stone he had placed on the counter, slowly approached Li Bufan, and with an outstretched hand, presented it, saying, brother, your kindness is greatly appreciated. Of course, Li Bufan replied as he received the spirit stone, remaining silent in his stance. The shopkeeper, who maintained his obsequious demeanor, while Mu Xiaofeng patiently awaited. 10 minutes later, and Ji and her companions had selected their items, and the young attendant respectfully handed the bill to Hu. At that moment, Li Bufan directed his gaze towards Hu and smiled. Add a pair of cloth shoes and a spirit stone. Is that sufficient? Yes, indeed. Whatever the esteemed one says is the amount, Hu exhaled with relief, fearing to invoke Li Bufan's displeasure, which could lead to dire consequences. As long as he was spared, he would not object to having his shop emptied. After all, wealth is but a transient affair. Very well, then, Li Bufan said, flicking his finger. The spirit stone shot forth, embedding itself 2 inches deep into Hu's forehead, leaving a gory wound. With a thud, Hu's lifeless body collapsed, and Li Bufan did not glance back. The prohibition against violence in the trading area? That was a steadfast rule for the Outer Sect, but it held no fear for him now. The act of killing Hu was merely a favor for Mu Xiaofeng. For Li Bufan understood that even if he stood up for Mu Xiaofeng today, as long as the shopkeeper remained alive, endless retribution would await Mu Xiaofeng upon his departure from the Outer Sect. With the meager cultivation Hu possessed, the outcome would inevitably lead to death. Once the matter was resolved, Mu Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude respectfully before vanishing swiftly with the cloth shoes in hand. The remaining group continued to meander for a while. Li Bufan and Murongqing walked quietly through the streets of the trading area, while those around them instinctively bowed and stepped aside. To be honest, this manner of strolling offered little joy. Darling, there is that young lad from earlier, Yao Songning pointed to Mu Xiaofeng, who was crouched in a corner by a wall not far ahead, engaging in casual conversation. Following her gesture, Li Bufan also spotted Mu Xiaofeng, who was currently squatting beside a little girl with twin ponytails, the young girl being Xiao Nuo from the weapon shop. The two seemed to be sharing a light-hearted moment, their eyes glimmering with a hint of yearning. By the way, Xiao Nuo, this is for you. I hope you like it, Mu Xiaofeng said mysteriously, pulling out a folding fan from his pocket and handing it to Xiao Nuo. Wow, it's beautiful, Xiao Nuo exclaimed, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with excitement. Yet, Li Bufan observed that the fan had not even been unfolded. In fact, it was likely that the girl had not truly seen the gift when she exclaimed her delight. For one who holds affection for another, extravagant gifts are unnecessary. Do not speak of gifts. Even withered leaves and decayed grass can serve as tokens of eternal vows. In the corner of the courtyard, a man and a woman crouched, exchanging words as if heralding the arrival of spring. Li Bufan and his companions remained, quietly observing and listening to the immature promises shared between the two. After a considerable pause, he turned to the 3 women nearby and smiled, stating, "Today, I shall perform a good deed, hoping that virtue begets virtue." With that, Li Bufan did not await a response. His figure swayed and vanished from sight. In the courtyard, the dry leaves fell. An elder, with a cup of tea in hand, slowly opened his previously half-closed eyes. "I have long perceived that you are no ordinary individual. Indeed, my judgment has not faltered. Is the sword still to your liking?" Su Changfeng spoke calmly, seemingly unfazed by Li Bufan's unexpected visit. "I have heard that there are 2 esteemed law elders in the Outer Sect, one being Dugufeng, and the other must surely be you?" Li Bufan chuckled softly as he settled onto a stone bench. Su Changfeng shook his head, then nodded. "It is me, yet it is not entirely so. I, Su Changfeng, the law elder, resigned from my position 3 centuries ago. I am now but a recluse." As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy flickered in his aged eyes. Rules? Identity? He had long forgotten those matters. Enough of idle chatter. 2 things. Can the ironclad laws you once governed still bind you? And regarding that child outside, the old man with a young wife, I find it rather inappropriate. Li Bufan did not dwell on Su Changfeng's past. He merely gestured toward the courtyard's corner. In truth, even without Li Bufan's words, Su Changfeng could perceive everything outside. It is no boast. A master at the nascent soul realm could easily sense through a mere courtyard wall, and even 2 more would pose no challenge. I have heard of the infamous Li Bufan of the Outer Sect, merciless in his dealings. But the iron laws of the Outer Sect are the affairs of Dugu Feng. When did it become your concern? Su Changfeng stroked his beard, scoffing. I possess the blood essence of jade. Grant me the courtesy of ignoring this matter, and I shall bestow it upon you. Li Bufan paused, initially motivated by a good mood to intervene in trivial matters. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen gain awaited him. Blood essence of jade, something he indeed required at this moment. Receive this sword. The weak shall heed advice. What say you? Li Bufan smiled, resolved to fulfill his good deed for the day. Chapter 85. Goodness should be rewarded, the weak shall heed advice. Nodding, Su Changfeng merely acquiesced, yet an aura of chill began to envelop the surroundings. Leaves swirled, and white hair danced in the air. 300 years had passed, and Su Changfeng reflected. It had been 3 centuries since he last wielded a sword. Today, however, a spark of interest ignited within him. Bring forth the sword. With a single motion, Su Changfeng summoned a tree of considerable girth at the edge of the courtyard, which erupted explosively, revealing a silver longsword. A resonant hum of the sword echoed through the heavens as the 3-foot blade spiraled above the courtyard before descending into Su Changfeng's grasp. Li Bufan's figure flickered as he executed the wind step technique, his feet seemingly treading upon the void as he ascended into the heavens. Typically, one at the Golden Core realm could only traverse the skies with a vessel, yet he was an exception. His mastery of the wind step was perfected, and having reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core, momentarily soaring through the air posed little challenge for him. What remarkable agility! Su Changfeng sighed in admiration, gesturing upwards with a single hand, effortlessly soaring into the firmament. As an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, traversing the skies was a mere trifle for him. On the far side of the trading area, upon sensing the fluctuations of their auras, Dugu Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his murky gaze fixed upon the heavens. He could not help but shake his head and lament. This youth is ferocious. He must not be provoked. A clap of thunder echoed in the clear sky, reverberating through the clouds. Below, the onlookers in the trading area witnessed 2 streaks of light dart across the expanse, swiftly followed by the descent of 2 figures. Li Bufan chose not to dwell on Su Changfeng any longer. There was little merit in focusing on the dead. As long as this individual lived, he would remain a source of instability within the Outer Sect. His thoughts were uncomplicated. Dugu Feng must be the strongest in the Outer Sect to ensure the absolute safety of his women. In the courtyard, Su Changfeng stared blankly at the gaping wound in his chest, replaying the preceding sword strike in his mind. Swift. More than merely swift. The sword struck like thunder. It's might akin to Mount Tai. A fitting remark, he mused. Your arrogance has ultimately led to your own downfall. With a sorrowful shake of his head, he reflected on how he had believed the other merely meddled in his affairs, only to discover that the confrontation had been meticulously planned. Was it truly for those few haughty words he had uttered that his life was now forfeit? As thoughts swirled, blood continued to flow from his wound, and Su Changfeng, resigned, closed his eyes as the spark of life gradually dimmed. In the corner of the courtyard, Xiao Nuo and Mu Xiaofeng remained oblivious to the events that had unfolded, startled only by the earlier commotion as they gazed blankly at the sky. Su Changfeng is dead, and I am the one who killed him. Little girl, you once promised that if I could take you away, you would be with me. I wonder how reliable that promise is. A gentle voice whispered in their ears, and unbeknownst to them, Li Bufan had approached Xiao Nuo. Li Bufan's sudden appearance left Mu Xiaofeng and Xiao Nuo in a state of profound bewilderment, particularly with his cryptic words, which rendered Mu Xiaofeng utterly incredulous as he gazed at the man before him. He had always believed Li Bufan to be a good person, a benefactor who aided him, yet now he found himself at a loss. Senior brotherly, you are a good person, he and Xiao Nuo hurriedly explained, only to be interrupted by Li Bufan, who stated, I saved your life without seeking recompense. Does that make me a good person? Yes, Mu Xiaofeng nodded. I have slain Su Changfeng and rescued Xiao Nuo from humiliation. Does that make me a good person? Li Bufan inquired again. Indeed, Mu Xiaofeng affirmed once more. Is Xiao Nuo wrong for fulfilling her promise to me? Shouldn't a good deed be rewarded? Li Bufan smiled. That is indeed true. Upon hearing those words, Mu Xiaofeng seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, lowering his head, unwilling to meet the gaze of the girl beside him or to look up at Li Bufan any longer. Tension, silence, and an extended pause enveloped the scene. Xiao Nuo stared blankly at Li Bufan and then at Mu Xiaofeng, remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, she gently lifted her small hand and grasped Li Bufan's palm, her touch slightly cool. Before returning, Li Bufan had gathered Su Changfeng's belongings and set the courtyard ablaze, a deed that spared Su Changfeng's body from the indignity of decay. It is likely that only in his next life would Su Changfeng repay this act, toiling like a beast. As the night grew cooler, Li Bufan, feeling rather bored, scrutinized Xiao Nuo, paying no heed to anything else. You shall remain in this courtyard to accompany a few elder sisters while I await your growth, he remarked with a smile. Brother Bufan, are you a good person or a bad person? Xiao Nuo inquired, resting her chin on one hand, her large, watery eyes blinking innocently. What do you think? Li Bufan replied, offering no answer, for the distinction between good and bad seemed trivial to him. Nevertheless, he believed himself to be a good person, having initially intended to kill Su Changfeng, and, in doing so, inadvertently fulfill the wishes of a young couple. You saved me, so you must be a good person. But shouldn't good people help others? Xiao Nuo mused. In truth, I have a bit of a fondness for Mu Xiaofeng. Xiao Nuo blinked, her understanding of love still rather nebulous. She merely felt a kinship with Mu Xiaofeng, sharing many topics of conversation due to their similar ages. Do you know the fate of a powerless, yet prideful youth, accompanied by an adorable girl, trying to make a living in the Outer Sect? Li Bufan countered. If you do not know, why then would you choose to follow me? His assistance to Mu Xiaofeng stemmed purely from convenience, devoid of any ulterior motives. Without strength and yet unaware of the need for prudence, Mu Xiaofeng was destined to be unable to protect Xiao Nuo. It was better to have her with him than to subject her to humiliation in the future. This was the reason behind his sudden change of heart. At the very least, Li Bufan could guarantee that no one else would mistreat Xiao Nuo. I will come to like you in the future. Xiao Nuo replied obediently, nodding her head, her mind grappling with the clash between idealism and reality, with the latter prevailing in a brutal manner. After playing, go rest in the room to the side. I will chat with Sister Ji Yuan. Children should not eavesdrop on adult matters, Li Bufan said with a smile. Recognizing her as a delicate flower, which explains Su Chongfeng's possessive desire to nurture her. After giving her this instruction, Li Bufan made his way to the room wherein Ji Yuan was located. Half an hour later, within the room, and Ji Yuan and Li Bufan focused intently on the poison refining furnace on the floor. Wisps of green smoke rose, and the furnace emitted a gurgling sound as if something within had come to life. Indeed, and Ji Yuan was concocting the explosive yang poison, and Su Chongfeng's storage ring contained the vital blood essence from jade. With the materials gathered, there was no reason to delay, and thus the refining commenced immediately. Li Bufan had already informed the affairs hall of the Outer Sect that the entrance to the servant area would be activated the following day, as they were to reunite. It was prudent to be well prepared for certain matters. The clamor from the alchemical furnace grew increasingly intense, with wisps of azure smoke gradually transforming into a vibrant crimson hue. As the smoke deepened to a scarlet shade, Li Bufan inhaled lightly, feeling a jolt of invigorating energy. When he glanced sideways at Nziyuan, he found her exceptionally enchanting. Suddenly, Nziyuan struck the ground, and the alchemical furnace sprang open, releasing an irregularly shaped pill that soared into the air. With a graceful wave of her hand, a jade vial materialized, perfectly capturing the pill. Beaming with pride, Nziyuan turned to Li Bufan, shaking the vial and exclaiming, "Impressive, isn't it?" Nodding in agreement. Li Bufan had no alternative but to comply. "Truth be told, did you have a hidden agenda in asking me to concoct such a toxic potion?" Nziyuan leaned closer, her breath a whisper in his ear. To each their own interpretation, Li Bufan chuckled, offering no explanation. The poison affects men, while the aphrodisiac is for women. I possess an aphrodisiac in my storage ring. If you plead with me, perhaps I might be in a generous mood to share. Nziyuan playfully wrapped her arms around Li Bufan, her tone teasing. Her inquiry was merely a ploy to elicit a plea from him. Is it truly that miraculous? How can I be certain your words are genuine? Li Bufan replied with a smirk, gently caressing her silky hair. Who says alchemists are villains? Isn't this rather captivating? Could there be any deceit? I shall give you one to test on Murong, Nziyuan retorted defiantly, unable to tolerate any doubt cast upon her concoction. She promptly retrieved an irregular pill from her storage ring and handed it to Li Bufan, cautioning, "Take care with it. Is it harmful to the body?" Li Bufan asked, puzzled. "It's not detrimental, merely." Nziyuan continued to elucidate her pharmacological knowledge, secretly contemplating whether to witness Murong's embarrassment later. However, her naivety proved to be her undoing. Suddenly, Li Bufan acted swiftly, flicking the pill like an arrow, which zipped into Nziyuan's mouth. Shocked and bewildered, she realized she had been duped. Stunned for several seconds, her cheeks flushed crimson, her expression a mix of disbelief and self-reproach. Chapter 86. Return to the servants' quarters. As dawn broke, a notification chimed. The reincarnation scroll continues to yield rewards, granting 15,000 reincarnation points. Li Bufan allocated the points to enhance his cultivation without dwelling excessively on the matter. After tidying up, he set off towards the servants' quarters with the three women. Xiao Nuo was left behind in the courtyard, not for any particular reason, but simply because the girl wished to focus on her training. Li Bufan agreed, recognizing that an adult gathering might prove inconvenient for the young girl. Along the way, Murong's cultivation had just broken through to the golden core stage, and her enthusiasm for swordplay was palpable. "Ziyuan, let us race to see who reaches the entrance of the servants' quarters first," Murong proposed, her excitement evident. And Ji Yuan was momentarily taken aback, casting a disdainful glance at her. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Of course. I slept soundly until dawn." "What of it?" Murong Qing replied, puzzled. With a sigh, and Ji Yuan turned her head, her gaze fixated on the side of Li Bufan, and lamented. "Where is this so-called peaceful existence? It is merely a burden carried by others on your behalf." Not long after, the speed of sword flight was astonishingly swift. When the four alighted at the entrance of the array in the servant area, Steward Yu was already awaiting their arrival. The young steward had heard of Lord Li's youthful prowess and, upon meeting him, was struck by his imposing demeanor. Steward Yu bowed deeply, showering flattery upon him with unabated enthusiasm. Li Bufan glanced over, somewhat dazed. He remembered this individual well. It was this steward who had registered his disciple token when he first arrived at the Outer Sect. At that time, the steward had not even deigned to glance his way, clearly dismissive of him. Today, however, the steward did not look at him either, this time, out of fear. Open the array, Li Bufan commanded with a measured tone. The dragon soars, while the ants scurry to survive. Li Bufan held no pretense of politeness towards the weak. The strong deserve their due respect, or else what meaning would cultivation hold? Yes, steward, you replied respectfully, retrieving a palm-sized token and projecting a beam of light. As the light descended, the previously swirling array appeared to freeze, abruptly splitting open to form a portal. Li Bufan stepped through first, followed closely by the three women. Once the four had entered the array, a full 8 seconds elapsed before Steward Yu retracted his sycophantic smile, straightened his posture, and resumed his lofty demeanor. He turned to the nearby enforcement disciple, imperiously instructing, "When the array signals a disturbance, be sure to notify me immediately. I must personally welcome Lord Li upon his return." At that moment, in the servant area at the foot of Yuanyang Peak, Li Bufan and his companions slowly descended outside a courtyard. "I have an old acquaintance here. Let me greet them before we depart." Li Bufan smiled gently and knocked on the courtyard door. When the door opened, a woman of enduring grace appeared. Upon meeting Li Bufan's gaze, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. "It has been a long time, Lord Yang. I trust you are well." Li Bufan initiated the conversation. "The people of Peak 7749 are faring well. However, now that you have returned, it would be best if you could take them away, if possible." A hint of conflict flashed across Yang Xia's expression as she softly cautioned. Her words bore an underlying meaning, and from her troubled demeanor, Li Bufan surmised that Yang Xia was likely facing some difficulties. "I am here to take them away. We are all acquainted. If you find yourself in a predicament, perhaps I could be of assistance," Li Bufan replied calmly, confidence radiating from his brow. Upon witnessing his demeanor and his assertion to take away the woman from Peak 7749, it seemed as though venturing to the outer gate was an exceedingly simple endeavor. Reflecting on the astonishment that accompanied his departure, Yang Xia hesitated, stating, "Half a month ago, a disciple from the outer gate arrived here. This individual has not departed, showing utter disregard for the regulations of the servant area. I fear I may fail your expectations." As she continued, a fleeting discomfort crossed her visage. In truth, her encounter with Li Bufan was merely serendipitous. Although he had gifted her a sword, he had left an unusual impression upon her heart. "Is it possible to reach him?" Li Bufan inquired. "Yes, I can communicate with anyone from the outer gate through their disciple tokens," Yang Xia revealed candidly. The servant area adhered to its own set of rules. Typically, disciples from the outer gate would depart alongside the wind-chasing beast convoy after delivering new servants. The presence of this individual was merely an anomaly. After all, formidable beings seldom linger in places dominated by the weak, and the spiritual energy in the servant area is sparse, rendering it unsuitable for the cultivation of the powerful. "Invite him to Peak 7749, and let him know there are treasures and beauties aplenty," Li Bufan remarked with a smile. "Is it feasible to attain the Golden Core realm?" Yang Xia, reassured by his expression, cautiously probed. "The Golden Core can be severed," Li Bufan stated succinctly. With those few words, he took flight with the three women, soaring into the heavens on their swords. It was not that he harbored no sentiment for the past. He simply felt compelled to prioritize the safety of Peak 7749. A Golden Core disciple had visited here half a month prior. Should he fortuitously pass through Peak 7749, the potential dangers were evident. As she watched the four ascend on their swords, Yang Xia's gaze lingered vacantly upon Murong Qing, who had once been her subordinate overseeing a peak, and was thus recognized by all. What perplexed Yang Xia was the knowledge that Murong Qing's talent had been nearly exhausted, destined to achieve only the foundation establishment stage in her lifetime. How, then, could she have encountered such a fortuitous turn of events? Ultimately, her gaze shifted to the man's retreating figure until he vanished from sight. "Time ages us, yet the years may diminish beauty," Yang Xia sighed, retracting her gaze and slowly closing the courtyard door. Li Bufan remained oblivious to Yang Xia's lingering aspirations. Had he been aware, perhaps the outcome would have been different. At Peak 7749, as the leaves fell, heralding autumn and the gentle evening breeze caressed, within the management hall, Liu Yan observed the individual reporting below with her beautiful, tranquil eyes. Beside her were Su Qingqing, Meng Zhiro, and Liu Yu, who sat quietly below. Ever since Li Bufan's departure, Liu Yan had taken on the responsibility of safeguarding these individuals, remaining steadfastly by their side. The continuous tales of the outside world recounted by Meng Zhiro illuminated a profound truth for Liu Yan, that human beings could indeed be governed by intricate rules. It was not solely through direct violence or burial that one could establish authority. Liu Yan and Su Qingqing may not be inherently malicious, They have simply grown accustomed to the shadows of the servant quarters, as it is their nature. With the addition of Meng Zhiro and Liu Yu, the 7749 peak has now established a comprehensive set of regulations. The servants can work with peace of mind, provided they do not contravene the rules. For the guards are no longer permitted to arbitrarily take the lives of the servants. At this moment, to take a life on 7749 peak requires Liu Yan's explicit consent. It is precisely this meticulous management that keeps them in a state of relentless busyness each day. Time passes, and sometimes, a busy schedule is preferable. Sir, our production targets over the past 2 months have not been met. If this continues, I fear there may be repercussions from above, Captain Dong reported respectfully. Treating others kindly can, at times, be a troublesome affair. Since the guards have relinquished their authority to kill, the servants' work efficiency is steadily declining. Without the threat of a blade to compel them, faced with an overwhelming workload that demands relentless effort, some servants inevitably resort to shortcuts. This is an inescapable cycle, unless the higher-ups choose to lower the task standards. Chapter 87. After a long absence, intense training. Upon hearing the report, Liu Yan's delicate brows furrowed. She attempted to consider Meng Zhiro's perspective of kindness, yet it seemed she was oversimplifying the issue. Just then, a familiar voice resonated, and as it echoed, expressions of profound joy adorned the faces of several women. Is she thinking of me? The voice of Li Bufan echoed within the hall, as if it were a whisper in their ears. The 4 women rose almost in unison, hastening toward the exit, leaving Captain Dong in a state of bewilderment. Outside, Li Bufan slowly opened his arms, embracing 1, 2, 3, 4. Following the tender embraces, he began to introduce the 3 women behind him. The introduction was simple yet effective. Bufan, shall I prepare a meal for my sisters? We can eat and chat at the same time? Su Qingqing inquired, her eyes twinkling. Let us go? You have not seen each other in a long time and surely have much to discuss. Murong Qing smiled gently, tugging at the sleeves of the 2 women beside her. Yao Songning and Ziyuan immediately understood her intent. Before long, as the moon began to rise, a family banquet was being laid out in the hall. While Captain Dong stood still, appearing somewhat at a loss. It was not that he hesitated to leave, but rather that Liu Yan had yet to instruct him on how to address the issue of unmet production standards. Lady Liu, regarding the management of the servants, what do you suggest? Captain Dong mustered his courage to ask, after a moment of internal conflict. Leave it for now. We shall discuss it later, Liu Yan said impatiently, waving her hand as she poured wine. From now on, you shall handle the matters of 7749 peak. Captain Dong, Li Bufan spoke softly. Yet his words sent a shiver down Captain Dong's spine. A furtive glance was cast, quickly averted. At this moment, Captain Dong finally comprehended that a terrifying individual only becomes increasingly formidable. After several months apart, upon reuniting with Li Bufan, he felt an inexplicable reluctance to meet his gaze. Indeed, Captain Li had returned after months away, prompting Dong to respectfully bow and gradually exit the managing hall. Captain Li, was your husband previously the leader of the Servant Speaks Guard? Inquired Yao Songning, who had just emerged with a dish, her brow furrowed in confusion. She could not fathom how someone merely a guard could ascend to become the foremost figure in the Outer Sect. A soft chuckle escaped Liu Yu's lips as she recounted. When I first encountered our esteemed master, he was still a mere servant. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with nostalgic recollection, vividly recalling the day she was weaving a flower basket when a tattered man unexpectedly approached. With a seemingly feeble demeanor, he uttered, "If the heavens did not give birth to me, Li Bufan, who would weave baskets in the bamboo grove?" This declaration indelibly etched his name in Liu Yu's memory. Looking back, it felt as though everything transpired just yesterday, yet the transformations were nothing short of revolutionary. We must hear your husband's tale, suggested Ziyuan, as she and Murong Qing concluded their tasks and stepped outside. The group of women engaged in animated chatter, during which Yao Songning and the others presented the gifts they had thoughtfully prepared for the 4 ladies, thereby rapidly strengthening their bonds. Upon learning of Li Bufan's struggles in the graveyard forest, battling against the servants who scavenged corpses, and Ziyuan and Yao Songning were left bewildered, finding it almost unimaginable. When they spoke of Li Bufan's triumphs in the Outer Sect, slaying the first disciple and vanquishing the 4 grand elders, the expressions of Liu Yan and her companions were filled with shock. The elders of the Outer Sect? What an astounding existence. What is the current strength of my husband? Liu Yan was the first to react. Incredulity etched on her face, her chest rising and falling unevenly, revealing her inner turmoil. He is unanimously recognized as the strongest within the Outer Sect, Murong Qing replied with a smile. Being the only one who had encountered Li Bufan in the servant quarters and later in the Outer Sect. Is he truly so formidable? Su Qingqing blinked, her beautiful eyes filled with skepticism. To this, the women all nodded in agreement, affirming the astonishing truth. On the 5th morning, Li Bufan leisurely sat on a stone bench at the entrance of the managing hall, gazing up at the clouds drifting across the sky. Is this the reason you want me to concoct the explosive yang poison? And Ziyuan quietly followed him outside, taking a seat beside him. Over the past several days, she had observed the hardships he endured, which were self-evident. Would you like me to accompany you on a tour of the chambers? Li Bufan nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. Let us rest for 2 days. There are still a few days until we head to the Inner Sect, right? And Ziyuan raised an eyebrow, well aware of the tenderness in her heart. Time flowed slowly, and another day passed. A family feast was set up in the courtyard of the managing hall. Under Li Bufan's meticulous guidance, Liu Yan and her companions successfully advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment. The dynamic of strong guiding the weak in their cultivation was not a complex matter. In truth, the same principle applies. Should he receive guidance from a celestial sister of the higher order, the benefits gained would likely be enough to propel him to great heights. The wine flows freely, and the culinary delights served today are the exquisite creations of Su Qingqing's deft hands. It is not mere pride. In terms of color and aroma, her dishes undoubtedly surpass those of all other women, a fact in which Su Qingqing possesses unwavering confidence. As we ventured to the Outer Sect, you are destined for the Inner Sect. Liu Yan cast a wistful glance at Li Bufan. For time has a way of fostering affection, as the ancients have wisely noted. The Outer Sect remains a cage, albeit one more suitable for survival. Li Bufan chuckled, stating, wait for me in the Outer Sect. Once I shatter this cage, we shall traverse the world together. While a few were engaged in conversation over their meal, a formidable aura surged forth, and in the distance, a dark figure approached with alarming speed. The newcomer glided upon a flying sword, his countenance cold and foreboding. His aura was unabashedly potent, seemingly intended to flaunt his strength. A boisterous laughter echoed, reverberating through the surroundings, startling both beasts and birds, causing the foliage to sway. Those from the servant peaks fell prostrate, many kneeling and calling out, Celestial. The emergence of a golden core realm expert in the servant area could only be described as a devastating blow, and such a description would hardly be an exaggeration. With a mere gesture, a beam of sword light shot forth from Li Bufan's hand, slicing through the firmament as a shadow of the sword cleaved the air. With a swift sound, the head of the sword-wielding man was severed, his body crashing heavily to the ground. It was as if nothing had transpired. Li Bufan raised his wine cup towards the astonished women and smiled, saying, after our meal, we shall set forth to the Outer Sect. Chapter 88. Entering the Nascent Soul. A reckoning in the canyon. The group departed without bidding farewell to the servant area, for none would lament leaving such a wretched place. Husband, when one rises, they should aid the world. Is it possible to alter the rules of the servant area? Meng Zhiro cast one last glance, her memories of the servant's plight lingering vividly in her mind. There exists a rule in this world that remains immutable, the human heart. The weak yearn for peaceful coexistence. But will they still harbor such thoughts once they ascend to strength? The strong tread upon the weak, a reflection of both human nature and the mandate of heaven. Li Bufan chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Meng Zhiro's hair, remarking how she tends to be excessively gentle. To change the rules is no task for the ordinary, he mused. Feeling overwhelmed by the thought, Meng Zhiro nodded, her understanding vague, choosing not to elaborate further. After their departure, Captain Dong succeeded the servant peak 7749. Despite his initially insufficient strength for such a role. However, due to Li Bufan's influence, the matters of peak 7749 were afforded considerable leniency by Yang Xia. As for the Golden Core disciple who met his demise at Li Bufan's hand, his remains were concealed in a secluded valley. Years later, a young man, pursued and desperate, inadvertently fell into the valley, fortuitously discovering the relics of the fallen disciple, thus embarking on a journey of unexpected transformation. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Upon returning to the Outer Sect, they found solace in Ziyuan's tranquil courtyard. Li Bufan distributed the storage rings of the 4 elders to Su Qingqing and her companions, while he entrusted Su Chongfeng's ring to Xiao Nuo. The cultivation resources contained within were to be shared among themselves, with Li Bufan taking the majority of the spirit stones for himself. The simple, leisurely joy of life was destined to be fleeting. In the remaining days, their harmonious interactions continued to yield reincarnation points through the reincarnation scroll. Consequently, Li Bufan successfully advanced his cultivation to the initial stage of the nascent soul. As the golden core in his dantian burst forth, manifesting as a small figure seated in meditation, vividly lifelike and possessing a pleasing countenance. Host Li Bufan. Cultivation 110,000. Initial stage of nascent soul. Martial techniques. Level 4 intermediate, Windwalker, perfect. Level 4 superior, Thundersword classic, perfect. Level 5 superior, Setting Sun seal, minor accomplishment. Reincarnation points 0. Physique, dominant body, low-grade spirit body. Time passed swiftly. After 9 days, a celestial crane soared into the outer gate, soaring gracefully above. The crane, towering 3 zhang, glistened with silver plumage. Its cry resonated like ethereal music, echoing through the heavens. "Where's Li Bufan?" A young lady clad in a flowing green gown inquired from atop the crane. Her voice, though soft, exuded an air of supreme arrogance, as if she were a celestial being destined to look down upon the mortal realm. Li Bufan had previously encountered the celestial guide. He gracefully approached the crane and offered a slight bow to the maiden, without further farewells to the others. The essence of their parting had already been woven into their days together. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the girl appeared to be no older than 18 or 19. Yet her aura of cultivation was terrifyingly formidable, unmistakably at the late stage of the nascent soul. With no remarkable attributes, how could she ascend to the battle peak? The girl cast a fleeting glance at Li Bufan before shifting slightly to create space beside her. Li Bufan smiled faintly and settled down next to her. The celestial crane ascended, traversing mountains and rivers. During this journey, the two exchanged no words until over 10 days later, the crane passed through a shimmering veil. The surrounding air seemed to shift, and even the sky appeared markedly brighter. At night, the stars shone brilliantly in the sky as the crane glided through wisps of clouds. "Celestial maiden, for months ago, a woman from the servant area was guided here. Were you the one who brought her?" Li Bufan inquired, recalling Jiang Jior, the one who first enveloped him in warmth, as she too had embarked on a celestial crane. At that time, Li Bufan had been oblivious, but now it seemed evident that she had been taken to the Inner Sect. "It was not I who brought her. You are a future disciple of the Battle Peak. Simply address me as Senior Sister Zhuxin," Yan Zhuxin replied, her brow slightly furrowed, exuding an air of aloofness that suggested she preferred to maintain her distance. "Senior Sister Zhuxin, do you know where the last person who was guided went?" Li Bufan inquired, suppressing his discomfort. "I do," she replied curtly, offering no further elaboration. Yan Zhuxin coldly closed her eyes, unwilling to utter another word. Observing the other party's demeanor, Li Bufan meticulously scrutinized her. She possessed a delicate figure, with graceful curves that even a loose azure gown could not conceal. Her elegant brows, enchanting eyes, and ruby lips were striking. Li Bufan averted his gaze, choosing not to dwell further on her appearance, silently reflecting, "Just wait. I, Li, have gazed upon the peaks and have also trodden upon them. No one remains perpetually exalted." 15 days later, the celestial crane descended at the entrance of a canyon. From a distance, the canyon appeared endless, shrouded in dense black mist that obscured everything in its vicinity. "Enter," the black mist canyon beckoned. "Only by traversing the depths of this canyon may you earn the right to advance further." Yan Zhuqing waved her hand, not waiting for Li Bufan to respond. With a gentle force, she lifted him and gently set him down on the ground. Li Bufan, unperturbed, stepped into the canyon, and the surrounding world seemed to shift at an alarming pace. In an instant, memories of his past at Lingyun Sect materialized before him like projections in the void above. Li Bufan, a servant disciple, slaughtering fellow servant disciples, thus violating Rule 49 of the servant area. Li Bufan, bullying the weak, infringing upon servant female disciples and external female disciples, thus violating Rule 2 of the servant area. Li Bufan, rebelling against authority, killing external disciples, thus violating Rule 4 of the servant area. Li Bufan, an external disciple, murdering peers, engaging in robbery, thus violating Rule 7 of the external sect. Li Bufan, rebelling against authority, slaughtering external elders, thus violating Rule 4 of the external sect. Li Bufan, committing murder in the trading area, thus violating the first of the 3 iron laws of the external sect. As these scenes flickered by, doubt began to stir within Li Bufan. At that moment, the ethereal figure of the woman he had encountered previously materialized unexpectedly. Her otherworldly voice resonated softly. "Of the aforementioned accusations, have you been wronged?" "No," Li Bufan replied. Standing tall, he understood. In the servant area and the external sect, it seemed as if there were no rules. This was intended to cultivate the disciples' combat skills. After all, the harsher the environment, the stronger the individuals who emerged from it, becoming more ruthless and cunning. Yet, he was aware there were indeed rules in place. Rules without enforcement begged the question, who would adhere to them without oversight? At this moment, the so-called inquiry was, in fact, an indictment. Those who are ruthless may be strong, but how can one effectively manage such individuals to maintain control? All crimes shall be punished. Your cultivation should be abolished. Your bones ground to dust. Your soul extracted and subjected to 1,000 years of purgation in the flames of atonement. The woman's ethereal voice echoed. Li Bufan did not respond. He merely cast a fleeting glance at her, whose celestial demeanor and graceful form were incomparable to that of ordinary mortals. His audacity in such disregard stemmed from a realization. The apparition before him differed entirely from the external manifestation he had witnessed that day. This specter seemed akin to a mechanical program, executing its functions without an apparent capacity for thought. Indeed, his gaze lingered unabashedly for quite some time. Yet the ethereal figure of the woman exhibited no change in expression. "May I inquire, my lord, how shall I be dealt with?" Bufan chuckled softly, displaying little concern. Ultimately, it would be futile to contemplate self-destruction. If one were to enact such a fate, the otherworldly presence that descended could effortlessly accomplish it, rendering any convoluted methods unnecessary.